Hello X. I've never made a post on here before, so pardon me if my formatting is garbage. My interest was piqued when I stumbled upon a Government X Project Alien tech thread on another board and decided to post my own. I have a story I'd like to share with actual photographic evidence and an eyewitness testimony from my dad. My father was a Cav Scout in the late 80s and early 90s. While he was out patrolling his OPFOR during a training exercise, he had spotted and photographed a strange craft over the Nevada desert. He watched for approximately 15 minutes before it vanished off into the distance, pic related. I was unable to get any better pictures, as this was taken from a Polaroid disposable camera, so I'm sorry that the image looks like crap. The image in question shows what looks to be a type of disc-shaped object. I cross-referenced multiple pictures from both alien and human origins, and came to the conclusion that this thing looks like Nikola Tesla's 1928 patented two-seater craft. I recommend Googling it and cross-referencing yourself for comparison. The visual is very similar, even at such a terrible resolution. There are two pictures, but I am unable to get the second one at this time. My father is currently looking for the other one as we speak, so I can try to share it with you all once he finds it. I am unsure if this is of alien or human origin. I'm leaning towards the latter, because this seems to be a very human design from the looks of it. My father is an old and quiet Christian man, has no beliefs in UFOs or aliens, and hasn't shared this with anyone else but me. It puzzles me that after saying something like that he had never shared this with any media outlet or other family members. He was very casual about it, and never tried to convince me about its authenticity. This is what he told me when I asked him to describe what he saw that day. I was sitting in my Humvee, watching over a road for the OPFOR, and I kept noticing something moving left to right in the distance. I thought it was just a helicopter at first, because a few had been out flying that day, but it was flying weirdly. I could not hear anything. It was really strange. I was alone, so I could not even ask anyone what they thought about it. If this thread is up, by the time my dad finds the second photo, I will post it so everyone else can see and analyze it. Does anyone have an explanation for what my dad may have seen? Many nations in history have made similar airships. The Nazis were the first to attempt to create this tech, and Operation Paperclip saw this project finished in the United States, and potentially other nations, such as the Soviet Union. They were built off of stolen Nazi tech, like the V-2 rockets or jet engines. The reason why these are left as unidentified to the public is because, for some reason, governments of the world won't release the fact that they have made a flying saucer, and have since at the least the early 50s. Flying saucer sightings are not common anymore, maybe because better airships have been designed, but during the 20th century, they were certainly made, all of human origin, designed by the Nazis, perfected by the Americans, which makes a lot of sense. The technology for cloaking or stealth technology was very limited when the first few craft were being developed, so it was probably more commonplace to see them flying around when they thought nobody was looking. What's the source for the two-seater craft? Where is it from? By Googling, I could only find random pictures with no sources, and other Tesla aircraft patents have propellers, no UFOs. I may have made a mistake on the patent. There is very vague information on his patent for UFO-esque craft. However, you can find photos of it by Googling something like Nikola Tesla UFO patent 1928 for pictures and sketches. He did receive a patent for a VTOL-like aircraft, but not sure where that went in regards to development. A lot of his patents and work were confiscated by the FBI after his death, so it is possible that he had sketched an idea for one, but it isn't publicly known. Most likely, it was an aircraft being tested out of Tonopah, or the bombing range that straddles Death Valley National Park in NTC/Fort Irwin. The shape in the picture could be a typical flying saucer, but it could also be an ordinary jet viewed from the side or back. There is literally no possible way to prove what it was one way or another, and your options are to chalk it up to the closest reasonable cause, or endlessly speculate to no real avail. I tried to rationalize it as much as I could. My father was unsure what it was as well. He stated that it made zero noise when it was flying, and that it wasn't a helicopter. There were helicopters out that day, but he never explicitly stated that it was an alien craft of any sort. I assume he chalked it up to being a weird prototype craft and just forgot about it afterwards. I came to the conclusion it was a human-made prototype model craft, judging by the shape and size. I doubt aliens had anything to do with this one. It's really difficult to figure out any details because he took these photos on a dumpy-ass disposable, so there is little room to properly identifying it. When I asked him again, he told me that it was moving side to side and up and down, and a whole lot of hovering. I thought maybe a helicopter, but it was super quiet, so take that as you will. He has absolutely no idea what it was, and he is old and crusty, so memory is vague at best. The gunner of the Bradley carrying my squad saw a faint light bouncing around the sky through his gunner's thermal sight during a field exercise on Fort Riley a couple years ago. The thing jumped up and down, did some zigzags, stopped in place, and then vanished. He filmed it on his phone and showed the rest of us, but we never figured out what the hell it was. I also saw a weird green light doing the same motion somewhere to the west of the same base while driving home from Thanksgiving at my parents' place. It was like 2 in the morning, and as I stopped at a stop sign, I saw it come over the wood line by the post golf course, do some bounces and movements, and dip back down. Both things could have been drones, but there is no way to know for sure. The one the Bradley gunner saw was visible in the thermal spectrum from several thousand meters away. Does your friend still have the video recording of it? That would be really cool to see. I saw my UFOs while flying over Atlanta on my way to Europe. Never told anyone about it, either because nobody would believe me. Everyone else on the plane was asleep when this happened. I was looking out the window while listening to music and watched as a huge fleet of lights flew past the plane about 6 or so miles away. The best way to describe it was a GIF that I found that perfectly describes what I saw, albeit they flew slower and not in sync. I'll post it, but it was nighttime and the plane was dark, so there was no reflection coming from behind me mirroring off the glass. I thought it was a plane until I saw more, and more, until I lost count at 15. There were dozens of them, all flying through the clouds. I still have no clue what I saw. When I asked another friend of mine who was in the military, he told me that you will see some really weird stuff in the sky at night. Dumping. Mark McCandlish. It was a fellow that I knew. His name was Arthur Reed, who took the photograph in 1982. He was just exploring Northern Carolina by bar. He was driving somewhere about 10 miles north of Cedarville, and he saw a large group of people that had pulled off the road, and they were all sort of looking off to the west. And so he, just out of curiosity, stopped to see what it was. And off in the distance was this immense, black thing. Big, large, V-shaped vehicle. And the shape of it was what kind of gave it away as the possible product of Lockheed Skunk Works, because it had the same sort of faceted flat surfaces like a stealth fire. The craft looked an awful lot like a large black V, and in the middle of each of those two wings, or legs, or whatever you want to call them, which were really thick and not aerodynamic in any way, shape or form, but there was a large white sphere. And then there was one up in the very front, where they kind of came together, and there were seams on the surface of the thing that looked like different parts of the vehicle could be articulated and folded up into almost a triangular shape. There were a series of red lights that went from the nose back towards parts of the fuselage where the wings joined together, and the thing was in a nose down, banked to the left, and it was hovering in this position about maybe 250 feet off the ground, and it was maybe a quarter of a mile to half of a mile off the roadway. Very large. He said that he thought that this thing was somewhere between 300 and 600 feet on the side. It was that big. He said that it was making this low, pulsating, humming sound, almost like something you'd see in a science fiction movie. Sort of this whirring sound kind of sound. But he said it was so powerful, so loud, that you could feel it in your chest, that your chest would kind of vibrate and resonate with the sound. And the people that were there had pulled off the road represented kind of like a cross-section of what you'd find in America. The deeply religious people that are crying on their knees, praying to God to deliver them from this chariot of the devil. There were other people who were running towards it and waving and saying, "Take me for a ride." And there were other people there hooting and hollering like they were watching a fireworks show on the 4th of July. In the photograph, in the foreground, you can see people standing in the bed of their truck, and you're seeing them all from the back, so you can't tell exactly what they're doing. But a lot of them, their arms are like this, up in front of his eyes, like they're watching it through field glasses. They were of a people just sort of standing around, just taking it all in, watching everything. But he said that this thing sat there for the better part of half an hour. And that's why there were so many people that had pulled off and were watching. And apparently, there was some kind of a flight control issue with this thing, and it had initiated a bank. And then they couldn't pull out of this dive, so they just stopped, and it was hovered in this banked, nose down position. And so apparently, whoever was working on this thing was not able to repair that particular problem. And so the way they resolved it was this thing continued in its bank. I have to turn my hand the other way to do it, but imagine that the hand is now face up, and he's pointing to his palm. Here's the upper surface, like this. So the thing flips end over end like this, the top rising up and back, but at the same time, it continues the roll. So it goes like this. It first rolled to the right, and then the nose twisted up and back, and it's pointed up and away from the crowd. It starts to climb out slowly, getting louder and louder, and then it gets to about 5,000 feet, and hands slapped together. Gone, just like that, out into space. But he said he went back about a week later, and he parked his car in the same spot, and he was walking out to see if maybe there was any evidence on the ground that this thing had been there. Maybe something got dropped off of it, or maybe there was some crop circle type evidence. That kind of thing. This Air Force truck comes rolling up, the dark blue with the yellow stencil on the side, United States Air Force. And a couple of military cops tell him he needs to get out of there and leave immediately, or they are going to arrest him, and they are going to impound his car. So he leaves. A comprehensive analysis of the UFO phenomena, as well as original research and experiences of members of the CSETI CE5 Initiative Working Group, has enabled us to make some specific conclusions about UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence, and their motives. The summation of this analysis, which follows, is intended to assist both groups and individuals in their efforts to understand this complex subject. We have recorded only those conclusions for which we have a high level of certainty. Some UFOs are extraterrestrial spacecraft, ETS, which are piloted by extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, who originate on another planet, and most likely another star system. More than one extraterrestrial civilization is represented in the current activities involving Earth. These extraterrestrial civilizations are working in concert and not competitively, although there is some specialization in function and activities for the various groups. This indicates that there exists either an emerging or well-established organization for these groups. These beings have bases within the solar system and may maintain temporary bases on Earth, particularly underwater. While various reports and speculations exist, we cannot at this time definitely state which planets or star systems are the home systems for these beings. Any specific information on the subject is very likely to be incorrect due to the security considerations of these beings. That is, given human tendencies towards war, aggression, and violence, open disclosure of their planets of origin would put these planets at potential risk should human military interests unravel the energy and propulsion technology of the craft. The variety in sizes and shapes of ETs observed is due to A. Varying civilizations of origin, and more importantly, B. Specialization of function, which include general reconnaissance, medical research, central command and base operations, energy generation and transfer, and human technology, military, and space program research and reconnaissance. Sudden and fully open contact with human civilization has been avoided because of a number of interrelated factors, including A. The need to avoid an untimely disruption of Earth civilization, including military, political, geopolitical, cultural, economic, technological, and religious upheaval. B. Risks to their own civilization and people, as well as overall mission, given human xenophobia and tendencies towards violent armed reactions. C. Up to this time, such massive and open contact has not been necessary, and has not been consonant with their overall long-term mission and purpose. See below the question of intent, since their purpose is not acquisition-oriented or disruptive. A plan is in place to allow for gradually broader and deeper contact with human society and individuals so that humans may become accustomed to the reality of other intelligent beings in the universe, and so that needed research and observation may take place on both sides. Limited but increasing opportunities for bilateral and human-initiated contact will occur in the reasonably near future. Sudden and large-scale contact will occur only in the event of a significant worldwide emergency, man-made or natural. While ETI observation and interaction with Earth is probably an ancient as opposed to purely modern phenomenon, the marked increase in activity coinciding with World War II and the dawning of the nuclear age indicates that ETI are quite concerned about this transitional stage of human social evolution. They are particularly concerned about human nuclear weapons and technology and their potential for worldwide destruction, and possibly for their potential threat to ETI, although this is nominal. These beings are further concerned with our peaceful transition to a world society, international peace, and the establishment of a just, effective, and representative world government expected to occur within 10 to 15 years or less. ETI technology is strictly guarded by both ETI and human governmental agencies because of its potential for military applications which would greatly threaten world security. It is imperative that this technology has not found significant human applications until such time as the Earth attains international peace and an effective world government. The US government, at least at the level of a highly compartmentalized above top secret group, has known about the reality of these ETs and their occupants since at least 1947. A strict secrecy and a worldwide cover-up of these facts have been maintained due to A. Fear of public panic and social disruption, B. Security issues surrounding possible military and technology applications of ETI technology, especially in the setting of a world beset with Cold War tensions and competing interests. C. Uncertainty and mistrust regarding ETI motives and ultimate intentions. D. Embarrassment and consternation over human military inability to secure world airspace from repeated penetrations by ETs. E. Embarrassment and loss of faith resulting from disclosures concerning how this matter has been handled, such as the harassment and ridicule of innocent civilians and military personnel, the withholding of information from the public and Congress, etc. The US government possesses several ETs and the deceased bodies of several EBEs. While there is evidence to strongly suggest that these agencies are attempting to reverse engineer these craft, such efforts have not been functionally successful, although a number of secondary and partial discoveries have resulted from this research. The nature of reality of these crafts and these beings has been incorrectly characterized by some as belonging to another dimension or reality from this dimension. Unfortunately, these statements are made without fully considering what this reality is. A more correct understanding of this is that the full spectrum of reality is a singular, integrated one, which may be perceived wholly or in its various aspects, such perception being entirely dependent on the level of consciousness of the perceiver. The various aspects or dimensions of this reality, which are limitless in number, are not restricted to or by time and space as we know it commonly. These beings and their craft belong to the same reality as humans. However, their advancement in the realms of physical science and the science of consciousness has given them competence in a broader aspect of the full spectrum of reality than is usually experienced by humans. The difference, then, is one of degree and not fundamental reality, since humans potentially have access to all aspects of the full spectrum of reality, just as extraterrestrial beings do. These differences are not insurmountable, nor are they truly fundamental. In fact, they are relative and only temporary. While these beings are utilizing and experiencing a broader aspect of the full spectrum of reality, so too can and will humans, for we are as interdimensional in nature as they are. ET's energy and propulsion, or space transfer systems, utilize principles and laws of the physical universe not yet fully appreciated by human science, and include A. Gravity/anti-gravity and electromagnetic gravity technology. B. Space energy and so-called hyperdimensional energy systems. C. Matter-energy interchangeable technologies. D. Possible consciousness-assisted technology, CAT, and technology-assisted consciousness, TAC. Some, if not all, EBEs have advanced mental capabilities which include telepathy, precognition, remote viewing, and others, indicating that they have developed the science of consciousness to a degree which parallels or surpasses their advanced physical technologies. Humans also possess these capabilities, but these remain largely undeveloped by most humans. EBEs are most developed or advanced than humans in a number of respects, but are not superior to humans as beings. Our point of unity and equality with EBEs is in our mutual existence as conscious, intelligent beings. While these various EBEs may have values and priorities which are different from those of some 20th century humans, their motives and ultimate intentions are non-hostile and do not include the acquisition or subjugation of the earth or its people. Establishing of a lasting world peace and a just and effective world government is essential to the long-term ETI-human relationship. The question of intent. While not minimizing the strange and startling aspects of this phenomenon which some humans have experienced, our assessment of these visitors' motives and ultimate intentions is that they are decidedly non-hostile. Their primary operations and activities center around general reconnaissance of Earth and her societies, military, especially nuclear, observation and assessment, human social and psychological study and observation, human medical, physiological, and genetic research and observation and assessment of human mental and spiritual development, Earth ecology research and documentation, including documentation of Earth life systems and mineral, plant, and animal specimens, observation of human technology and technological developments, observation, active monitoring, and if necessary, limitation of human space programs, particularly those directed towards the nationalistic colonization of space, close and active monitoring of international conflict and international relations, careful interaction with humans to convey certain information about themselves and to accustom humans to their presence. Our assessment is that these activities are derived from several ultimate motives, which include 1. Pure study and research of a rapidly developing intelligent species, human, during a time of transition to a world community. 2. A needed increase in ETI knowledge of world societies and human nature preparatory to future significant human interaction, which will be mutual in nature and which will eventually culminate in the introduction of Earth civilization into an interplanetary network. This may require several centuries to complete. 3. Preparatory activities for continued readiness in the event that intervention is required during a world major emergency, such as a large-scale nuclear war. Such interventions would be in the protective form of A. Interception and destruction of intercontinental ballistic missiles. B. Alteration of missile coordinates and readiness. C. Emergency Earth-based activities when and where warranted. The minimum intervention necessary will be used, with the intention being the preservation of Earth as an inhabitable planet, with adequate human resources remaining to sustain intelligent life here. Emergency intervention in the event of an environmental or geological catastrophe of worldwide dimensions. Preservation of our species, including human genetic preservation and/or augmentation as a precaution in the event of a worst-case scenario. Protection of space from hostile or military utilization by human national interests. ETI self-protective interests, insofar as humans have a strong recent history of coupling marked aggressiveness with rapid technological development. In this setting, monitoring and perhaps even limiting human capabilities may be important to ETI security. Human evolution to world peace, non-aggression, and a world government would remove this motive, as well as several of the motives listed above. ETI short and long-term goals related to the attainment of a significant human paradigm shift from one of fragmentation and separation to one of unity, to include the unity of science and religion, world political and eventual spiritual unity, and universal unity. This paradigm shift is dependent on the development of human consciousness, which is of particular interest to ETI, the preservation and advancement of intelligent life in the universe. For a period of about 7 years, I was openly in communication with them. During this time, they often deliberately displayed their vehicles and other technology. I would have willingly left this body behind to join them. I simply did not qualify, but I learned a lot in trying to. Eventually, I was directed to study other things of this world that are beyond common conception. Eventually, the things they presented to me became overwhelming, as if they had done it all, knowing that it would lead to this. Eventually, I came to block them out of my conscious awareness, just like everyone else does. But I remember, and, knowing how they hide from us, using our own minds against us, I am still aware of these interactions, just outside of ordinary conscious awareness. In the recent year, I was able, twice, to fully consciously retain awareness of interactions with them. I can say, they have improved their ability to directly project, overlay, images into our minds considerably in the last 2 decades. It started when I was free. I just thought that they were older than me, 5 maybe, because they were just a little taller than me. I was uncomfortable with them doing what looked like surgery on my mom, but a taller one stood behind me, moving my head like a puppet, and thinking out loud into my head, "You need to see this," in a clear, staccato rhythm, isolating each word. Throughout my life I have remembered that, but every time I had attempted to speak of it, I had literally changed the subject as I opened my mouth, and been so immersed in the new topic that I forgot about it. This would later be a big help in recovering this and other memories, and there were many others. What was the significance of watching your mother receive surgery? Seems a bit sadistic. It was simply an abdomen fluid extraction, but the technology was beyond ours. A simple foggy white translucent spiral was passed through the skin by spinning, and though it tugged on the flesh a little, it otherwise passed with little resistance. Once sunk in and extracted, the kid that had done this walked around to the side of me and showed as he passed it through a thin metallic disc that reacted like a type of paper that is used to separate chemicals, with colors quickly spreading away from the point that it had passed through. From information gathered later, I'm guessing that it was an embryonic exam. What did they recommend you study? What is their nature? They did not simply recommend. There were other discoveries along the way that had their own compulsive draw. It had started with examining dreams, but it went far beyond simple mental imagery. I have had Native American friends, and their knowledge of such things is a good place to start. If your mind is able, you may be able to see more than what most other people can. Having shared dreams is a very tangible way to begin to understand that the physical world is only part of our reality. I interacted with several different types that have a very different character. In telling them apart, I usually only noticed how tall and how they moved, watching them mostly out of the corner of my eye, peripheral vision, not directly glaring at them. The grays most noticeable by the rapid and constant direction and purposeful motion. The one standing behind me, directing my body and my attention and thinking out loud into my head, was like the guys in this video. In my early 20s, I saw audience with their higher-ups and advised them on their interactive policy on this planet. Judging from accounts circulating within the Stargate program operatives, there was a significant perception capability development coincidentally at that time. Response to a P. Reminder, aliens don't exist. The energy required for them to get here in a reasonable amount of time, even if they came from the closest star to Earth, would cause massive explosions as they collided with the particles in interstellar space, and even more so as they entered the solar system. They've also claimed to be from places like Venus and Jupiter in the past, only to change their story later, once humans discover those places are uninhabitable, meaning aliens are hostile. Aliens are a deception and will be used by the UN and other international governing bodies to demand a one-world government. Back to OP. You have a child's understanding of so little knowledge. There is more to learn, but you are clearly far beneath the bottom rung of the ladder. Give your sources if you give credit to any claim of someone reporting of their originations, and show your proof that somehow we should take your understanding of how much energy is needed as more valuable than theirs. It's probable that all the ideas that you all have been suggesting are true, all of those and many, many, many more. But no matter their origins or relationship to us, there are several groups that work collectively to conceal their presence as they pursue numerous various objectives. If I understand correctly, there is also a group that has its own inwardly directed focus. It would require a considerable amount of time to explain all that occurred while I was consciously interacting with them. On November 2nd, 1991, at 5 a.m., they deliberately displayed a vehicle to me. As I watched it pass slowly from north to south, it dawned on me that they were doing that on purpose. Within a few days, I began to see them in what most people will call a dream. The very first was just a glimpse of a blue child-sized man running past a window. The sight brought to mind the personal account of a friend from India whose aunt had seen exactly that, and she had seriously told the family of having seen it. Within 2 weeks, it had progressed to clearly seeing 2 of them standing in the hall outside my bedroom. I could clearly see them, with their yellow skin and large almond-shaped eyes, but I could also see an overlay image of 2 4-foot-tall versions of the mottled gray cat that I then owned. At that time, my body was reacting with a pretty extreme fear response, and it curled up into a ball on my bed. I could tell that they had just returned me to my home, and they looked concerned about me, about what they were dealing with, now that I was aware of them. Looking at the scene, internally, I felt no attachment to this condition of fear, and I communicated, perhaps with thought only that, you did this, fix it. I never felt fear from any aspect of the interactions after this. I left out the story of the 6 months leading up to this. The deliberate display was done after I had endured and overcome the trauma of recovering my own suppressed memories of years of previous interaction. Water can be found anywhere in much larger quantities. The most valuable thing here is biological life and its related non-biological variants. If you could comprehend and understand their level of technology, you would understand that they cannot ignore us, and they will not allow some of us to destroy all of us, other life forms included. They are interested in our biological substance and our capacities, both cognitive and perceptual. They are even more interested in our non-physical essence. It's a real thing. We survive death. Our essence can't be destroyed through normal human technologies, although with fusion, fission, and antimatter detonations, we may have crossed that line. Religion, from the Latin, re-again, religion, to join. Same root word as line, ligament, linea. It is a significant element of this. The beings are not unaware of the human phenomenon of reverent acknowledgement of an ethereal higher consciousness. They are probably deliberately the cause of this. An additional consideration is the phenomenon we have documented where isolated island monkey populations have simultaneously developed skills and habits such as tool use. Imagine that occurring on an interplanetary and interstellar scale, and you are looking directly at why they cannot ignore us. The Blue Lab in Utah estimated the average IQ of one frequently encountered group to be around 450. It's a bit unnerving being in direct communication with them. They speak so little, but say so much. Destructive knowledge bombs are pretty much the norm. Start with focusing on your earliest memories, specifically the dreams that you remember from the years of your earliest remembrance. Look for memories that have never been fully examined in your early years. For me, there was a long list that cascaded one revealing the next. For about 2 weeks, my mental model of reality was torn more and more with each recollection. Each memory had been so out of place that my mind had filed it away and never found any way to reconcile with the daily mundane world around me. Once the first was clearly in my conscious mind, it simply led to another, and another. The breakthrough event had been a night visitation that I had recalled but dismissed by telling myself, what a weird dream, the first few seconds after waking, and immediately quit focusing on the memory and filed it away to be forgotten. In this book, an event so similar was described that visualizing it suddenly brought the dream back fully into my mind. The result was that cascade, and the November 2nd, 1991 event described above happened as soon as I no longer felt myself to be physiologically in shock. The entire 2 weeks felt like vertigo and shock. It's not an easy transition. Your own memories are more valuable than all the small minds put together. The noise of the weak-minded lesser human fades away to a whisper. How can they rival the quality and value of the newfound information source? In this frame of mind, the subtly and skillfully began to interact with me, both in physical reality and also in dream. Direct cognitive information transfer is just like telephone or TV to them, natural as can be. You will have a lot to get used to. The knowledge beyond life and death is there for those who can mentally digest it. The realm of dark matter could be referred to as subspace. It's reasonable to estimate that the proportional amount of dark matter found through examination of space observation data is similar to the proportional amount to be found here on Earth. We are attached to our physical bodies through an electrochemical, electromagnetic process. There exist other forms of life here on Earth that are currently coexisting with us, that are similar to us, minus one very noticeable thing. They have no physical body. Variants of this can be found in our atmosphere, in our oceans, and within the minerals under our feet. Typically, interacting with these beings involves development of cognitive perception as a prerequisite. Once you have developed your perception, you will find a range of absorption throughout the various phases or densities. The thing that you are most likely referring to as heaven is not seated in any of these forms of matter. I am of the understanding that human life has almost no significant contact with that focus. Briefly in passing, a few have fleeting glimpses. We do experience reincarnation. All the things I am asserting here have come directly from personal experience and cognitive perception, which is only subjective in interpretation, not in validity or authenticity. Developing conscious awareness is the first step. Having one notice you so focused that there are mental images passing between the two of you is probably not common, but it can happen. If your cognitive aptitudes are developed adequately, this will be occurring in all your normal human interaction anyway. Typically, functionally, they are empathetic, and you will probably find the relationship with time disorienting, and will have to develop an understanding of several aspects of the technology in order to comprehend the images you are mentally catching. For example, if she is observing you from a vehicle passing overhead, flying in a mode of operation that alters the relationship of the vehicle and the Earth by acceleration of the atomic energy of the vehicle, her perspective will be of a statue-like figure, standing as they slowly pass over, and your view will be a streak of light, fluctuating length, flowing quickly across the night horizon. Any mentally transferred images will not arrive in normal temporal manner, although they may be quite vivid. It's nice when they breach protocol to directly show concern for your consciousness, seeking to reassure, but the empathetic nature of the interaction transfers a great deal of the foundation of the relationship to your conscious considerations of same. Meanwhile, the rest of this world will go on unaware and blindly confident in its ignorance. A Bracewell probe will be constructed as an autonomous robotic interstellar space probe with a high level of artificial intelligence, and all relevant information that its home civilization might wish to communicate to another culture. It would seek out technological civilizations, or alternatively, monitor worlds where there is a likelihood of technological civilizations arising and communicate over short distance compared to the interstellar distances between inhabited worlds. Once it discovered a civilization that meets its contact criteria, it would make its presence known, carry out a dialogue with the contacted culture, and presumably communicate the results of its encounter to its place of origin. In essence, such probes would act as an autonomous, local representative of their home civilization and would act as a point of contact between the cultures. While a Bracewell probe need not be a von Neumann probe as well, the two concepts are compatible, and a self-replicating device, as proposed by von Neumann, would greatly speed up a Bracewell probe search for alien civilizations. It is also possible that such a probe, or systems of probes, if launched as a von Neumann Bracewell probe, may outlive the civilization which created and launched it. On November 6, 1991, Scotty discovered a faint object which was designated 1991 VG soon after discovery. The object's heliocentric orbit was found to be very similar to Earth's orbit. Given such an Earth-like orbit, the dynamical lifetime of such an object is relatively short, with the object quickly either impacting the Earth or being perturbed by Earth onto a different orbit. The similarity of its orbit with Earth was also very difficult to explain from natural sources. I see this kind of information as proof of the effectiveness of the mental block commonly used. These theories are years out of date and give no consideration to additional information now available. The idea that they are operating at our level of technology is laughable. What is even more interesting to me is trying to comprehend what they say when they look at us. Their presence in our lives is not theoretical. It is a daily reality. That they choose not to disturb us by generally disallowing conscious recollection places the burden of discovery upon each of us. You should listen to the many people who personally remember. When Whitley Strieber released Communion, he invited affected persons to communicate by mail. There were millions of people who had similar experiences, a significant percentage of our population. I have not seen any reason to think that they treat various branches of the human species vastly different, but harvestable biomaterials are probably subspecies specific. I am certain that they don't run from or avoid any portion of humanity, although specific individuals may well earn that distinction. They can be quite stealthy in cities, and it can give you a good insight into how subtle they can be. At 2 times when they deliberately displayed vehicles to me, they were very near or over military installations, and the methods used to keep the display out of view were remarkable. And also, in Mexico, I saw them over the city, with little to no effort to conceal until after they noticed they were being observed. I'm saying that location probably matters very little. However, human efforts may be becoming more of a hindrance to them with laser sighting and plasma beam weaponry, so they may limit their visible operations around military facilities and other protected locations. Your consciousness is not contained within your skull. A great deal of your own thoughts were received from a great stream, and all of your own thought is contributed into it. They are well aware of you. Just wanting is not enough. You will actually have to break the false model of reality that your brain uses to reference your place in this world. That is accomplished by finding your blocked memories. Just finding them is also not actually enough, because you will find that you cannot focus on them as actual reality, and you are categorically dismissive of them. You will have to find them and focus on them until your brain realizes which model of reality is false. From there it's all downhill. Traumatic, but downhill. When they are comprehended as part of your actual reality, their efforts at concealment will be set aside as they subtly test to see your state of readiness. They will be present in physical reality, and in the cognitive realm most commonly during sleep. One of the first things they did for me was to give me back full actual recollection of several events that had been blocked from my mind in previous years. This was done in the form of several dreams that functioned like a playback of the events. Each was short in duration and occurred immediately before waking, one every 2 or 3 days for about 2 weeks. Each was so at variation from the way I remembered the events that I literally did not recognize any of them until I was making thorough notes. Response to OP. All of my dreams are black empty space. The times I do dream, I dream of the apocalypse, with a lot of running, cooking, and looking. Pure instinct. You don't give details to the dramatic, and it does sound pretty LARPish, but my doubt is not impressive for argument. Do they send drones to terrorize you? My dreams I take note of involve counterintuitive floating devices. Most notable is a nuke that lands near you, and when you try to run away they follow. My mind played a trick by painting hammer and sickles on the sides in red, but Soviets feel irrelevant to have that technology and use it on civilians. I know that an electrochemical whatever exists inside my pineal gland, and that the astral projection stuff is real. I've even made a tulpa that I still can't say. I have to use objects around to describe what they are currently doing, but aliens don't talk to me because I have to open some Pandora's box of suppressed memories and wait for an invitation. 2 parts to my response. First, the memories. I was able to, for years, pull up individual events and focus on them. They were anomalous, disjoined memories of events that didn't make sense, and invariably, when I went to share my memory with someone else, I literally changed the subject as I started to speak, and then became instantly so focused on the new subject that I completely forgot about any other topic. In one instance, I fought against this effect by remaining focused and attempted to draw the scene. Again, the drawing had the background, but lacked any significant other detail. I looked at it puzzled, and then forgot. The significant element of the recollection event will be when your mind not only recalls one event after another, but also associates them as collective parts of a greater experience, the general overview of the previous interactions throughout your life. Second, overlay and substitution of images is normal, and you will find that many memories are layers of image, but it will be reasonably clear which is the real and which is the replacement overlay. This can be generated by your mind or theirs. One of the returned memories contain a clear recollection of the act of entrainment as one being fished around in my mind to find what he would replace my memory with. This recollection gives me clear understanding of the process and effectiveness of the substitution effect. There are numerous devices deployed in this world that are used to observe and interact, such as the orbs that are used to protect the crop images, also altering the genetic material, as well as interact with more subtle information systems, not yet readily apparent to us. On one occasion, they flew one by my head, configured so that it looked translucent, but was material enough that I could hear the 3 little metal rings spinning and lightly tapping each other, making a rapid ting sound. Upon researching this, I found other accounts of people hearing them and saying that it was like a cricket. Imagine that soft purring cricket sound. It's a bit comparable, but I was able to see the thing clearly as it flew past. Otherwise it passed through the floor and doors, as if it was bouncing on an ocean wave. I'm actually not LARPing. From my perspective, I more readily recognize the other people who are simply telling their own personal experience. There are literally millions of them within the US alone. Sometimes I find bits of obscure information contained within reports available online that only make sense to those with the experience, like the obscure details about being on board a vehicle at the end of the 1.5 hour long Dulce Bay security guard video on YouTube. Oddball stuff that is strange enough that I generally left it out of my descriptions. I mean, who can relate to the odd light changes between operational and inactive, and the sponge-like hallways that solidify upon activation of the craft? It was the details he gave at the end that made me consider his story in a more plausible light. Imagine being able to verify such sources by qualifying them against your own personal experiences. Seriously puts you in a more qualified position for evaluating whatever you find online. According to the guy that dumped the PACL docs, one of the first commercial applications to result from that project was Adobe scanning and image management software, due mainly to the need to develop the ability to work with that system overview diagram, which was originally several feet across and found on a slightly conical workstation surface area. Do they want us to discover them? For most of us, not really. As I try to answer your question, I have to look back to 2 encounters that kind of reveal one being's perspective. Twice I met the guy, and the elapsed time between the 2 times was, for me, 10 or 11 years, and probably not as long for him. The first time most of my memory was scrubbed by him. The first meeting occurred here, Pick, right behind the school. Not sure what I had been doing prior, but I climbed the launching platform for the zipline thing that is no longer there in this photo. From there I cautiously watched what looked like a rock fight happening mainly from the treehouse, repurposed, formerly military training for parachute crap, but that's also gone now. It was where the 3 little trees are in the center of the pic. My memory, now, is of a single event that I fully comprehend, but at that time, I had lost clear memory. At the time of the event, as I knew it, quickly went from me joining the kids, who never spoke, but somehow I knew they were from really far away, in the treehouse, and then they decided to hold me there. Eventually, while they were distracted, I managed to get to the parachute jump bay, which was boarded shut, but easy to climb over, and jumped to the ground, and ran without stopping, all the way to T building, where I lived in T1. I told my brother about the kids from really far away that had held me for maybe half an hour, and since he went to Ansbach High School, he stormed out of the house saying, "I'll take care of them," malicious tone, etc., as we were all military brat badasses. He didn't come back anytime soon. I know this because immediately as he left, I had laid down, flat on my back like a piece of wood, in the front room of the house. I stayed like this for longer than an hour, vaguely aware of the time, and I only got up and went to my room when I realized someone, mom or dad, would be home soon. The actual event was one of the return memories I mentioned. As the event had actually unfolded, I had watched the rocks raining down from the treehouse and noticed that they were all coordinated in a pattern, like a 3-dimensional spirograph pattern. TTY thinking, no way anyone had found and moved this many rocks into there. But noticed that as the rocks landed, if you looked away from them for even a moment, they disappeared and were not building up in numbers all over the ground. The threat of getting caught in a rock fight was being used as a deterrent, but was not real. So I climbed down from the zipline thing, noticeable in the playback because of the narrow hole and odd sloped rows of little logs used for ladder rungs, and walked around the bottom of the treehouse. Ordinarily, this was a square structure built around an existing large tree with the bottom area open. Walking around at this time, it was a solid, strange material wall, as perceived, so I went to where the ladder should have been and climbed up. It was a metal ring, and dark above the entrance, with little jets of steam or mist spraying towards the open center. As I passed through the center, I was mentally telling myself that this was the first time I was getting to enter one of these vehicles, and was very curious of what would be inside. In the darkness, I could sense movement, but nothing else. Now that was the returned image. The rest they did not have to return. I had remembered it the whole time. It had been one of those memories that I was able to ponder mentally, but not able to concentrate on, to speak about or share. And the concentration and drawing effort that I mentioned had occurred shortly after this event, and was an effort to draw the scene I remembered from 3 years old, which has always remained vividly clear, internal to my mind. So I did remember what had taken place on board. I held that in my mind, but it was so far out of place that I never could even stop and ponder it without turning back to focus on the substituted memory. The interior of the vehicle, visually, judging from the return memory, was completely dark, and not actually optic light observations. A small group of them focused on me, and a few from among them stayed very close communicating with me. I would be allowed to see anything that I wanted, but they would ask something of me too. So a tour of the ship, the images of nondescript halls and rooms with the little group looking on, don't seem to have any detailed examination of any operational equipment. At some point, I began to wonder where one of my brothers was as this was going on, and I looked into a room and thought I saw the beings working on a person sitting on a small table or bench. I didn't get much more than a glimpse before about 5 of them closed in on me quickly and clearly referenced the agreement I had made. I felt a little screwed by the timing, but was okay with the request. Some minor medical type exam. No big deal. But the little group had rushed to push me quickly backwards into a room and onto a low table or bench, and one little guy moved around to above my head, me laying on my back, and he leaned over my face with his and tuned his mind into mine until there was an open flow between the two. He moved his focus around and found concepts, objects, emotions, situations, and when he had found enough, he put the new thoughts in order. My next visual memory was more or less of being trapped in the parachute jump bay and not being able to get back inside the rest of the floor. I had to drop pretty far, but leaves made it not so bad, and then I ran straight home. As an additional assurance that this was not all a delusion, a short while later I was taken from school for a counseling session. I was used to numerous such appointments, but there were several odd things about this one. Casually, my mom had to come to drive me to the other side of the post. Army post, not Air Force Base. The building that had previously served as the Dependent Youth Association facility had quickly been turned into an office for one officer. One secretary desk at the location, where the main area joined to the short hall and a few rooms. Most of the recreational equipment not transferred to the new location was still stored here. But just to the left, first room down the hall, an Air Force officer had tried to get comfortable with his dress blue jacket hanging on the back of the chair. I saw the cluster and figured he was a major, because I didn't know how Air Force insignia worked. Didn't notice for certain if it was chrome or brass, but for Air Force, that's the difference between major or colonel. Post commander was a colonel, to put this in perspective. As with any interview, I did not open up quickly, but was curious to try and figure out what they wanted. After an initial jump at asking what was happening in my life, what big events had recently occurred, etc., his questions tended to be about interpersonal attitudes, and specifically how I felt about other beings in general. Totally missed the potential non-human reference at the time. At some point, he had heard enough of how I strive for a non-interference policy in a somewhat more violent than usual military household and environment. He specifically advised me as to how some of the people that I was affected by would be changing in their relevance to me across the years, and wrapped up on this note. Later, checking with my dad about this, he was certain that the post was host to only and exactly 6 Air Force personnel in a supply capacity. There were other events from before and after this that I would not consciously remember until developing the ability to do so, one of which was of the same little guy running from my house towards where I was sleeping. I remembered that event vividly, but spent less than 2 seconds thinking about it before, telling myself, what a weird dream, and shutting it out of my mind. I did not think of it again for 6 months, and remembering this event was the big trigger for me. How vividly did I remember? Little dude was about 3 foot tall. Okay, 1 meter, and 27 pounds, judging from the creases around his feet as he stood on the corner of the waterbed. The moment that I had looked directly at him, I had an emotionally explosive response and yelled, "I remember you." His response was like 3 totally separate personalities. It was first, perturbed, "Are you done yet?" at my emotional outburst. Then, excitedly, "Can we play?" childlike. And then, focused business mindset, "Are you ready to go?" rapid, purposeful. Last thing I remember was of turning the front door deadbolt and being blinded by the bright white light. I was born and lived for a long time in one of the closed secret cities of the Soviet Union, and which one, it does not matter. I will only say that the surroundings were appropriate. The city stands completely in the middle of the forest, forming a kind of edge. You can leave. Soldiers of internal troops and Soviet are always scurrying around the city. A completely different city is written on your birth certificate, and, damn it, it's always just terribly cloudy here. It's as if you're walking around wearing sunglasses. Now, I can say, this was all compensated by the fact, in particular, the material supply was always plentiful, and you would never ever go hungry. There was always a boiled sausage and toilet paper on the shelves. At the age of 13, my friend Colvin and I embarked on a mushroom hunting expedition, armed with matches, a hatchet, and baskets. As evening approached, we found ourselves in a peculiar spot within the forest. A flat, treeless area resembling a clearing. Rumor had it that it used to be a shooting range. Beyond it lay another section of the forest where we knew there were some abandoned structures where soldiers were once stationed. Venturing out there seemed pointless, so we decided to head back home. By then, our baskets were straining under the weight of our harvest. The fire we had started was emitting faint wisps of smoke. And then, damn it, that same dreadful darkness descended upon us. So sudden and so menacing that even within the city limits, it seemed to draw closer with sinister intent. You know those moments when you're strolling home from school, the sky is its usual overcast self, and then suddenly, It darkens incomparably. The wind picks up. Sand stings your face. Heavy clouds loom overhead, and the faces of passers-by take on a grim, foreboding expression. Well, that kind of madness engulfed us in the forest. But being in the forest was one thing. The desolation of the training ground made the situation even more eerie. I glanced to my right, seeking solace in the familiar path through the trees. In that very instant, Colvin fiercely struck my shoulder, shouting something unintelligible. I spun around. Damn, all I could think was, there is no earthly reason for that. There stood figures, or whatever they were, utterly blackened, unnervingly blackened. I just said out loud, what the hell is happening with the weather today? I just tried to rationalize them. I didn't want to believe they were actually there and real. Suddenly, Colvin grabbed me by the hair and forced my gaze upward to the sky, then back down to our feet. What I saw and the connection I made me jump a meter high, I swear. There were balls up there, with white and black stripes, like zebras. The way those patterns formed grotesque faces, like the delusions of a drunken Satanist, hit me in a split second, making me feel like crapping myself. But the worst part, I realized the black shapes were distinctly moving, creeping toward the tips of my sneakers. Piecing together the facts, I either bellowed or screamed in unison with Colvin in that moment. I don't remember what. My memory of the events gets really hazy, and we bolted. From the sounds behind me, Colvin probably crashed right into the fire, but I was too focused on running parallel to him to notice. I don't remember how much time passed, or how I came to my senses, standing near a lonely concrete block in the middle of the forest. What I saw made me convinced that what I saw was not the result of overwork. A motorized rifle traveling column at high speed stretched the road. A military traffic inspector with a huge red star on a white helmet, walking immediately in front of the commander's armored personal carrier, waved flags from the window of the UAZ. And at the tail of the column were such outlandish cars that I had never seen. I silently wondered after seeing this. The next thing I remember is standing near the city committee building and observing a picture of terrible commotion. First, the building and some surrounding area were surrounded by Marines in black pea coats, facing inward in a circle. The entrance to the building itself was blocked by 2 black Volgas and people standing nearby in civilian clothes and with Kalashnikovs. Right next to me, a general in a uniform with blue hole buttons was yelling into a receiver, sticking straight out of the trunk of a dirty car. This is what he said. I don't care. Not 1, but 2 squadrons will take off. I repeat, they will take off. I was about to move on, but then some house manager from the adjacent street approached me. I don't remember his name. He led me out of the ring, and we walked through the streets of the frightened city. Suddenly the howl of a siren was heard in the air. I've heard it in films before, but never here, in real life. Soon, hearing the clank of a rotating bolt, I found myself among the same incomprehensible residents in a bomb shelter. I don't know how much time passed, but I could not close my eyes. Maybe several hours have passed. 3 or 2 days maybe. But soon the house manager said that the radio station said that it was safe to leave. Having unlocked the heavy bolt, we are to be started. The next day was just a normal morning, normal dawn. Traffic cops with machine guns were walking around the square, and I walked, afraid to raise my head up and see the zebroid face, like a brutal grin on someone's head. I reached the house and opened the door. My parents' hugs awaited me. I said that I would tell them everything later, when they returned from work and I from school. I told my mom about everything, and then suddenly, as if realizing that I had forgotten something, I said, "Where is Colvin?" Mom said that Aunt Zena, my mother and Colvin were friends, would go to the police station tomorrow. So, the week passed quietly. Everyone cheered up, and a cheerful and a militant communist mood appeared throughout the city. But not me, because exactly a week later, my mother, taking a day off, took me to the hospital to see Colvin. He lay covered in bloody bandages. I, looking into his black expressionless eyes with lips stretched into a smile, said. He just turned on his other side. Aunt Zena said hoarsely, he doesn't talk anymore. Not only with you, but they don't want to tell anything. They say that he was stuck with some kind of pieces of iron within him. So, constant fear and depression settled into my life. My classmates did not understand that I was so gloomy and didn't go to play football. Then after 2 months, I was starting to feel normal. But I had new news. Colvin, who had just been discharged from the hospital, walked out at home and did not return. I sit at night and read, and suddenly I see Colvin going to the restroom. He looked at me and shook his head, and he was going to walk for the door. He's been gone for half an hour. An hour. I opened the door and there was no one there. That's all they said. After school, instead of going home, I went to the training ground. When I was there was no fear. But something has changed here. The yellow color was more yellow. Maybe there are more mosquitoes. Accidentally looking down, I saw the coals of that same fire. In that moment, a wave of melancholy and disgust for life washed over me so intensely that I felt like hurling my backpack aside and walking away. It didn't matter where. I just wanted to escape. But I took a deep breath, turned around, and started the journey back home, because deep down, I knew that we were the people of the future. I had a job, a family, damn it, even a car, a DACA, and a dog waiting for me. Yes, these were things worth living for, without a doubt. Have the subway near my home. Hang around it when I was about 13 with some friends. Has a really weird layout because the pedestrian walkway leading to the entrance is right by a road that would lead to a vehicle entrance, but when you reach the pedestrian entrance, the road entrance is just a brick wall. When you come out at the other side, there is a sharp 90-degree turn for pedestrians to go back up to ground level, but nowhere a vehicle could possibly go, even if the entrance was not bricked up. It's just a meadow that's level with the road. Anyway, like I say, I'd hang around this place with 3 friends on the meadow side. Friend goes for a piss one day, shouts that he has found something. Some of the earth has come away from the side of the subway where the vehicle pod is, and there's like a big railway sleeper running along it, partly exposed by the dirt, and the rest of it still covered. It's all rotted, and when he accidentally stood on it, he broke a chunk off. Try to look inside. It's a big open space behind the bricked up wall that runs the length of the subway. Can't really see what's inside because it is too dark. Curiosity gets the better of us. Pool our resources together. Have like £5 between us. Go into town that's only a few minutes away. Buy a crappy torch for £3 and a pack of batteries. Get back to opening. Shine torch inside. It's too crap to really illuminate much. Convince friend he should go inside. It's a tight as hell squeeze, even for a 13-year-old, but he gets inside. Says there's lots of junk piled up against the opening. Gives a running commentary on what he can say. Then goes quiet. Comes running back, desperately trying to get out the opening. Pull him through. Says there is someone in there. Tell him he's lying. He just got spooked. Arm comes out of the opening, flailing around. Crap our pants and run away. No idea how they got inside, because one part was bricked up. The other side, we'd only just uncovered half an hour before. Somehow, a man seemed to be living inside the whole time. Forgot to mention that the subway is not there now, nor is the vehicle part. They filled all of it in to make a car park and a road crossing. Street view doesn't go far back enough to take a pic. It was the weirdest thing though. I still have no idea how he could have possibly gotten inside. Even if he'd slipped in through the opening when we were in town, it was far too tight for a fully grown man to get through. My mate was still a child, and not a big lad, and even he struggled. One side of it was the subway wall for pedestrians, and the other was a wall too. The only way in or out was through that opening. I still think about it when I pass by, and wonder how the hell he got in there, along with all of that junk. An interview with a vampire. Hello X. As the title might have clued you in, I am what people throughout the years have come to call a vampire. I am here to offer all of you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To keep things simple, you ask questions about me, or about the subject at hand, and I will answer them. But first I find it necessary that I lay out some information. What are vampires? The most proper name for the species is strigoi. They are beings that were once normal humans, but were cursed. There are 3 kinds of strigoi. Strigoi more, SM, that die and rise from their graves. They served as the most informative basis for what most people think of when it comes to vampires. Strigoi viu, SV, those who are cursed by witches or demons with vampirism, but still retain a level of humanity. Those who are cursed can choose to fight or embrace the curse, but regardless, there is no known cure for it. Half strigoi, HS, often called dhampirs in fiction. They are the children of strigoi with normal humans and are an extreme rarity. What is vampirism? How does it work? How does a person become a vampire? Vampirism is a curse that is either forced upon someone by being cursed, or by willingly partaking in a demonic covenant to become one. It is certain that those who willingly choose to become strigoi by dark covenant will rise from their deaths as true strigoi, the image of the vampire. All strigoi must feed on blood in some capacity in order to survive and maintain some sense of stability, regardless of what kind or type they may be. All strigoi have a thirst and appetite for blood. Alongside this, all strigoi possess strong teeth, with several that tend to appear pointier than most, giving them a stronger bite. Even if you are a strigoi viu, if you choose to drink sinful human blood, you will become more and more demonic in nature. Those who feed on animal blood will become more like the animals as well. The best course of action for strigoi who wish to avoid being demonic and retain more humanity within themselves, drink of Christ's divine and human, yet sinless, transubstantiated blood, a pure and nourishing source that can truly help us. As mentioned before, to become a strigoi, a person must either be cursed or must willingly drink of a demonic covenant, a ritual that turns them into strigoi. What abilities or powers do vampires or strigoi possess? Strigoi do not age normally and do not die by old age. However, they aren't truly immortal, and they especially are not invincible. Strigoi viu stop aging at whatever point the curse begins to take dominance over a certain portion of their physiology. Strigoi more do not age because they have already died, and some even claim they can reverse the physical appearance of aging by feeding. Those who bear the curse will notice a difference between things that are just part of their nature and abilities that are gained. For example, all strigoi possess heightened senses, though which senses and how can vary. But not all strigoi will have the same natural propensity towards certain traits. Some will find they have a new immense strength that is ever present, while others will have the same feeling, yet for an unusual speed or maneuverability. I like to think of these as passives. This is the body's attempt to adapt to the natural instincts of the curse. A matured strigoi that engages in the dark covenant will grow and sharpen these senses at the cost of damnation and their humanity. It is also possible for strigoi who drink of the dark covenant and partake in its rituals to gain control over powers that are more mystical and even magical. This includes ones like manipulation of the elements, shape-shifting into nocturnal creatures. Some are not too dissimilar from the satanic powers that witches in covenant with the devil possess. While it is true that some powers are privy to the strigoi nature, they are very hard to have any direct conscious control over if a strigoi still clings to a semblance of humanity or virtue. A strigoi more's power is strongest at night, especially at 3:33 a.m. due to it being an inversion of the time that Christ died on the cross. What about weaknesses? Strigoi do have weaknesses that can vary in effectiveness depending on the strigoi. Strigoi more are weak to all things holy and Christ-like. The cross, crucifixes, holy water, imagery, chrism oil, blessed and consecrated items like sacramentals, Relics of saints are very effective, and especially Benedictine items that ward off all things related to demons in some capacity. By far, the thing that terrifies them the most is the sacred sacrament of the Eucharist. Strigoi Via depend on whether they choose to embrace the curse or to not indulge in it. I would imagine the same goes for half Strigoi, but I have never encountered one. Strigoi do not burn in the sun, but Strigoi more do not like being active in the day, and their powers are weaker during daytime as well. Regardless of type, all Strigoi have a stronger concupiscence than that of regular humans due to the diabolical origin of the curse. So, now that the formalities are out of the way, please feel free to ask anything that itches your curiosity. Is your mother and father proud of you? They have said they are at times, but I'm not sure what they would think if they knew. They have no idea what I am to my knowledge. Of course, part of me thinks they would not believe me at all, but they are not stupid. I have not aged or grown at all since I was 15 or 16, when the curse started to gain a level of influence over my body. I am 20 years old now. Well, to be quite honest with you, Strigoi are so rare these days that encountering another one, especially in the North America, is actually almost an event in and of itself. I bet the other vampires are going to lock him into a crypt, buried deep beneath the earth for all eternity, for being a vampire incel. It might actually surprise you, but vampires aren't really this powerful secret society, like most media portrays now, especially the Strigoi more. They are much more like animals that just hunt and hide. Sometimes they even hibernate. The few of their sort that don't live like that tend to still be the types that don't like going out in public very often, except for one obvious reason. So you are a 20 years old vampire. Yes, I was cursed when I was just a kid, but being a Strigoi Via, I didn't start to experience any changes until pubescence. Tons of my classmates always wondered why I seemingly aged slower and had a sudden boost in hearing and physical speed, part of the passives that I mentioned earlier. I actually did get assessed. I don't have any mental illnesses or disorders. Physically, my doctors have told me that my blood coagulates abnormally fast and lacks certain traits common to most, like a deficiency in copper, while being a type of AB- that would normally be dangerous within the systems of most people. That's quite an image. Sort of on topic, I think I mentioned in the general info section, but just to reiterate, to become a Strigoi, you must be cursed either directly by a demon or by partaking in the Dark Covenant. Being bitten does not cause you to become one. The most it will do is just make you sick and marked as a potential feeding prey for them to return as they see fit. Proof? That's what I thought. There are many reports throughout history of the Strigoi existing and interacting with humans. Their existence is more easily proven than any extraterrestrial life form could be. Even today, people report encounters with Strigoi, in particular the Strigoi more. I'm sorry, I can only provide you with my own personal anecdotes from my experiences, but the purpose of this thread isn't to persuade you of anything. I'm just offering you a chance to ask me whatever may interest you about the Strigoi. This thread started off strong, but fell through very fast, but I'll bite. How did you become a Strigoi? What ways can you prove that you are one? Have you met anybody else who is a Strigoi? If you are a Strigoi Via, like what I believe you said, what have you killed? How have you killed? And do you have any proof of you killing it? Ever since I was just a boy, I was terrorized by demons. They would try to destroy my faith. I have seen their forms, devoid of all light. I have heard their ungodly laughter. My parents do know about this. I was psychologically assessed, and after many examinations, it was reported that there was nothing wrong with me. They continued to torment me until I declared out loud that I would never ever give them what they wanted. Then, things started to get a little quieter. Years begin to pass, where I can still feel like they watch me from time to time, but they are not acting the same way they used to. My being able to sense them should have told me what was really going on, but I was just a kid. How could I have known? As time went on, while the other kids around me were changing as expected, I did not seem to change as quickly or as dramatically as they did. Not visually at least, but in other ways I did. Some of my senses skyrocketed. In particular, my hearing, sense of smell, and taste. I could suddenly outrun the most athletic boys at school. Of course, I did grow, but it was slow, and by the time I was in high school, it stopped. While others started to look more like adults, I still looked like an underclassman. Even today, some of my classmates from then tell me how shocked they are that I have not aged at all. As for killing, I assume you were talking about how I feed. As mentioned in the info section, I do have a natural urge to consume blood, but it can be suppressed. The most effective way for a Stridjoy viewer who rejects the darkness to be more human and avoid the demonic influence is the Eucharist, as it is the transubstantiated blood of Christ. I do this thrice weekly. This must be done at least semi-regularly, or else the urge will begin to grow and cloud the mind. If you're wondering what it feels like, it's most comparable to a feeling of intense lust, like a drug that is trying to control you to do something, even if you would never do it otherwise. As for other Stridjoy, yes, I have. It was at dusk. When I was a bit younger, I saw a woman who looked to maybe be in her 20s. She seemed to be away from most of her people, dressed in dark clothing. Most people did not seem to notice her, but I did, because she was looking right at me. Her pale eyes seemed to glow faintly. She stared right into mine. She gave a smile, which would have seemed friendly if it did not reveal teeth that looked like they could tear through my flesh. She even waved at me a little. I turned to look at my family to see if they noticed her too, but they were all just talking like normal. I immediately looked back. She was gone. To this day, I wonder if she was trying to communicate with me, and if it was somehow because she knew I was like her in a way. Sorry, got busy playing a game. Best I can do without giving any personal info or location right now. The teeth aren't as exaggerated as a Stridjoy Moor, but they are not the average canines. The ex-vampire, fact or fiction? So, yesterday, I was browsing an archive to check out any posts that might be about any interesting stuff, and came across this thread where a 20-year-old kid said he was a vampire and would answer questions people had about them. I thought at first he was just some Twilight tier LARPer, but when I read through his replies, it hit me that he may not have been lying. His info on vampires was all extremely accurate to actual folklore that they originate from, that aside his story about meeting one really made me think he was maybe telling the truth. For context, I had an experience with a creepy-ass man I am 100% certain was a real vampire, and the OP from this thread described a woman who seems eerily similar. I'm not really sure what to think. I don't know, OP, maybe. Sure, it's possible, but you have to consider the fact that there is a sizable number of yous who pretend to be supernatural creatures. I saw this thread when it was up a couple days ago. Call me crazy, but I'm led to believe he actually was. I've seen vampire threads before, and you can immediately tell if they're fake if they mention anything about burning in the sun or being turned by bite, which is certified crap made up by movies. Vampires did not burn in sun in fiction until Nosferatu came up with it. Same with biting. Pretty sure it first appeared in the Dracula movie with Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing. Anyway, the ones that actually seem potentially legit, the OP list things that are consistent with the actual stories and culture that they came from. Also, could you elaborate on your vampire story, OP? He could have just been a cosplayer goth or some stuff. It was when I was a sophomore in high school. It was late, and I was hanging out with friends in a town that was about an hour away. We were eating outside. They got up to go piss, and I saw this creepy pale-ass dude with glowing eyes walk by, and stopped to smile at me, showing his nasty, blood-covered teeth. I almost crapped my pants then and there, but my friends came back, so they all asked me why I looked so panicked. So I told them it was because of the creepy guy across the street, which they seemed confused, asking where. I turned around and he was gone, so I felt relieved. And after a moment of his throwing our trash away, we got up and left. The thing that really made me think that he was a vampire was when we were walking back to the car. I saw this big bat flying around before it descended and landed on the ground, something I've never seen a bat do before. Thankfully, We got on the road and went back home. But damn, I was paranoid the whole drive home. Oh crap, that's nothing to laugh at. So you haven't had any experiences with one since then? Not since then, no. But every time that I've been back to that town, I always make sure to leave before it gets dark. Not taking any chances, because most people who encounter them do not live to tell the tale. I don't know, man. I am a bookman. I once found a book of a Chinese man that claimed to have lived almost 300 years. This is a famous book. Other non-famous book claims that extend life and live with vitality until old age of 120 years of age. One needs to eat meat of young animals. See where these things are going. And now we have some actors of Hollywood with very old pictures, photographs that resemble them very much. Now it's been released about the Cabal cult. Things are getting very strange, or the reality is worse than what I want to believe. Actually, the myth of not go under the sun started with some king or royal prince in Europe that suffered from porphyria and had lower hemoglobin levels. Hemoglobin is broken down and decomposed under the sunlight, the same way with hysteric kids, because in porphyria, there was a bad formation of the molecule of hemoglobin. But what if all of this is a justification that the vampire was anemic and suffered from porphyria by a doctor's standpoint of view? Maybe we got a vampire here, but it's some rare disease. Nah, they usually hit good people in the back like a coward and then leave them for dead. Fun fact, the locked door of a vehicle is enough to disorient them enough that they get stuck in an autism loop, like a deer in headlights. Ha, but we all know how this old song and dance is gonna go. You guys talk about blood like some kind of magical fuel, that if it would hold certain properties, it would run the body better. But the body can only run on 1 or 2 types of blood in it. And if you drink or eat blood, you just digest that, and it is not straight up running the body, but burning before giving energy to create more of the type of blood you can run on. Wow, if the folklore is right, only vampires that have died and risen from their graves after being cursed feed solely on blood. They are not human in any way anymore, so they don't need to feed on normal food, as their physiology is completely vampiric. The point is, vampires are as good as aliens, a different life form, either generated naturally or artificially by old times, or by nature at whatever time in the past 2 million years of any Earth variance, since that implies even the possibility of time and dimension travel, or any world that was ever hardened from imagination to reality. It can be a lot of things. However, that being legal is a different topic. Louisiana Zombie. 6 years ago, see an article in the newspaper about a friend getting arrested. Snap a pic to send to him and friends. Pic related. Tells creepypasta ass story on Facebook about a man driving a car that dies on the side of the road. Next day, find article about grave body snatcher. Implies man driving car was dead and buried. Years later, find old pictures of article and text convo. Remember story. Girlfriend thinks it's crap. I don't know what to believe. Skip long version if you want, and head to the post that starts with quotes for his copy-pasted Facebook journal from back then. I live in Winfield, Louisiana, a crappy little town in Wynn Parish. Your other states call them counties. You may have heard of the LA cities, Lake Charles, Natchitoches, or Shreveport. All those are more popular cities between 1 hour and 2 hours from Winfield. Nothing special happens here, except every now and then a racist preacher is caught smoking meth, or some crap like that, and people have some drama to feed off of for a while. Anyway, this happened about 6 years ago. I was looking through pictures on an old phone when I found a photo of this old newspaper article, and I remember just how weird that story that went along with it was. I read the newspaper pretty much every day. My favorite section is the police blotter, where they describe the events the local police were called out to during the previous day. Sometimes it's the only section I read, and I flipped to that page and started skimming through the articles to find it. A few of the events down, I see the name of someone I know. His name is Nate, which isn't surprising since the town and the towns around are so small that everyone knows everyone. We met in high school when I used to live in Jonesboro, like 30 minutes north of Winterfield in Jackson Parish, and at the time of the article, we were in college and had some classes at the university in Natchitoches, but we weren't really close. I had my friends and he had his. He lived in the dorms at the university, but after high school, I found some cheap apartments in Winterfield and just made the half-hour commute to the university. But one thing about him is he never did drugs. No alcohol, no cigarettes, no weed, not even a beer on the weekend. He didn't judge though, so after a while, he wasn't such a bummer to party with. He never got annoyed when we were drunk or high, just laughed and cut up with the rest of us. And that is like the most important detail here. He did not have any real strong opinions against stuff we're using. He would even argue for legalizing weed sometimes. But if he got high, it was contact high from the chronic smoke in the room, and I'd never seen him act loopy, even when the room was like foggy thick, full of smoke. If he had any nicotine in the system, it was from secondhand smoke, and I'd never even seen him pretend to drink a drop of alcohol. He told us his parents were really bad users when he was a kid. They'd been to prison when he was young, and did NA and AA and got clean. But anytime he opened up, he'd say he never really forgave them and wanted to make sure that he didn't turn into them, since it is clearly in his genes. So, I snapped the picture of the article, posted here, with my cell phone, so I can send it to my girlfriend and a few others, including him, Nate. We all pretty much said the same thing. Read the article. It does not sound like him at all. Who would admit you're going to go by weed? Nate wasn't a super genius, but he wasn't a damn moron. So right at first, the article did not sit right with anyone that I sent it to. Some of us thought that maybe Nate was drinking and smoking alone, or sneaking some during our parties, and that's why he never judged and didn't mind hanging around us when we had some fun. And if you drink or smoke, you know it was hard to come by a sober friend who didn't judge you when you drank or smoked. I did not know what to believe, but I never saw a beer can around Nate unless I brought it. It never smelled weed or liquor on him. He never acted weird or like he was high or drunk. When I send Nate the picture of the article I snapped, we have the text conversation posted here. After sending a few friends the article I snapped, they all asked the same questions more or less, so I saved mine and Nate's conversation to send to them instead of typing stuff. And after mine and Nate's text convo, I was leaning heavily on Nate's side. The article did not sound like him to begin with, and for him to deny what was in it also did not sound like something he'd lie about. He would have no reason to deny it. All of his friends drank and smoked. He had nothing to lose. Nothing bad happened to him after his parents found a way to bail him out, and he served his mandated community service. Life for him went on as normal. Still to this day, he denies what was in the article, and there is no reason for him to deny it if it was true. If you can't read the image of our conversation, it says that the article is a load of crap, and it's not what actually happened, and that he posted his side of story on Facebook. He posted the story on his Facebook notes page, and I copied and pasted it from there. Back then you had a limited number of characters per status, and if you wanted to post a wall of text, you had to do it in a separate notes page. Note, I did not get to read the post immediately. At this time I was on Facebook, but did not log in very often. I woke up every morning, read the paper, and ate my breakfast, went to school, went to work, bathed, and did homework, and then went to bed. I did my clothes and partied on the weekends, and checked my Facebook whenever it crossed my mind. So by the time I read Nate's post, it was nearly a week later. Nate's post. I just got bailed out of jail for the stupidest crap I've ever seen. $5,000 bond that I don't have for a bunch of trumped up charges for no damn reason. I was charged for DUI, having an open container, intent to buy and intent to sell marijuana, possession of paraphernalia, and fine for a broken headlight. Does that make any damn sense to any of you? I don't even drink or toke when it's free, and I swear to God, these asshole pigs just wanted to fake a score, and who is going to question them? I am out in the middle of nowhere, scared out of my goddamn mind, and all they care about is stealing my goddamn money. Here is what actually happened to me. Weekend is over. It's like 4 in the goddamn morning, and I got class in 4 hours. Gonna take me about an hour or so to get back to the dorms. I'm gonna take a little nap and go to school, just like normal. About 5 or so minutes out of Jonesboro, and the highway has been deserted since I left. But there is one car driving in the same direction, but on the wrong side of the road, and without his headlights on. I'm going about 50. This guy is going much slower, but he is weaving in his lane, like at any moment, he could leave his lane. I slow my ass down. His car keeps weaving. I honk my horn for really, really long, because I think this idiot is falling asleep and is gonna hit me at some point. But he keeps weaving down the goddamn road in the wrong goddamn lane, but I don't really care. This crappy, unknown part of a goddamn party state, and if this guy isn't falling asleep, then he is messed up on something, and I don't want any part of that. I start to just cruise down my lane, hoping to God this asshole doesn't decide to weave on over and slam into me, but that is what happens, god damn it. I'm just so mad thinking all about it. Just as the front of my truck clears his rear bumper, this idiot quickly swerves over into my lane and bashes his passenger rear door into my headlight. I am raging, but this asshole just gets back into his lane and weaves in it at like 25 miles an hour. I gotta see the face of this piece of crap, but that is when stuff starts to get weird. I kind of speed up so I can get a good look at him with my window down, because we are going slow enough for him to hear me yell at him. First thing I noticed was his dirty face, but he also looked strange in a way that wasn't very obvious. That's not the very first thing that I noticed or that worried me, so I'll get to that later, but I do remember noticing it when I looked over. Alright, so the guy behind the wheel was driving with his forehead resting on the steering wheel, but like his head was too heavy, or he was trying not to fall asleep, because as his head would start to drift to one side, so would the steering wheel and car. Then he would jerk his head back to the center, like he caught himself nodding off, all while his head stayed rested on the wheel, so the car would kind of straighten back up. I kind of swerved a little with the car, so he didn't goddamn hit me again. That's what kind of put me off, but frustrated me a lot more, cause if we had to get out and deal with this piece of crap, he probably wasn't going to have insurance or be able to talk coherently, and I didn't want to call the cops, cause I knew all that crap was gonna take forever. And it turns out that was smart, because of what happened later. Who knows whatever dumb charges I was gonna get stuck with. Anyway, the guy looked like he had arms, so I didn't know if the forehead swerving was part of a bad trip, and remember, I kind of thought he looked weird, like something was off, or like something was missing, so I tried my best to speed up to get past him, get in front of him on the opposite side of the goddamn road, hoping no one else is on the road tonight, and slow down to a stop so I can at least take some pictures of the damage, and if this guy was under the influence, I'll look in his wallet or raid his glove box and steal his insurance card. I don't really care, but I was not going to pay for this myself. Surprisingly, he doesn't slam into me this time and stops his car too. I don't immediately get out of the truck, because we stopped before a sign, and I read it, and it makes me reconsider everything. Jackson Correctional Facility. Beware of hitchhikers. So I stay in my truck and think about it for a second and watch the guy in his car behind me from my rearview mirror. I want to see if he gives me the I just broke out of prison vibe, and I still don't know what to think. The guy was acting sick or like wounded maybe. By the way, he was moving slowly and keeping his head down for most of the time. I put my truck in park, and eventually the car behind me started to ease forward like he let his foot off the brake, and it idled into my rear bumper, which didn't even leave a scratch. But now I can see him just a little better, and the offness of his face I mentioned earlier is so apparent. But his headlights are off. It's 4 in the morning, and light from the moon is helping, but it's not really crystal clear, you know? There is definitely wet mud all over his hair and face, and where the mud isn't covering him, his skin is a creepy pale white, like the face of the goddamn moon. Like I said, the guy is acting wounded. He looks up at me, but I can't really see his eyes, so I don't know if he was just looking at what was in front of him, or at my reflection in my mirror, but his mouth is like disproportionate to the rest of his face. His whole bottom jaw has like no fat on it, while his nose and eyes kind of look normal, you know? But he was baring his teeth. the whole time like he was sneering at me. He eventually stops looking up and slumps his body over to the side, against the driver's side door, and stops moving. And that's when I get out of my truck. I figure he's either asleep or dead at worst, so I am less afraid now because he cannot hurt me. Don't get me wrong, I am still creeped out, and I was going to be careful. But the whole time, he looked like he was teetering on consciousness, and now he is out like a light, and sue me. But the first thing I did was walk around and take a picture of his license plate and the damage where he smashed into my headlight. I walk in front of the driver door, and the guy's head is against the window, leaving wet mud smeared against it, but it looks like the guy's hair has been ripped out in patches, exposing his chalk-white creepy scalp. So the whole time I'm thinking, the mud on his face is definitely because he tried to flee prison, and maybe he was shot, or got hung up on some razor wire, or attacked by some police canines, cause something had to rip out his hair. But I have not seen a squad of police zipping by, like I figure they would be if someone escapes and they knew about it, so I still don't know what to think. Trying to take pictures, but it's way too dark, and my phone's camera does not have a flash on it, so I walk back over to my truck and pull the fluorescent standing mini floodlight that I always pull out when we go tailgating or having some fun outside at night, and quickly set it up next to my car. I take some pictures, and other than the guy not moving in the driver's seat, I see the car is empty, except for mud all over and around the driver's seat. I take a few pictures of the passenger rear door, where he hit my truck before. I check the passenger front door, and it is unlocked, so I'm going to quickly look in the glove box for this guy's insurance card, but when I open the door, I realize that the man is gone, and the driver door is open. The engine is still running, and I can hear the grass rustling as he tries to get away, but he is trudging so slowly, like his legs will not work properly, and kind of grunting, like he's struggling with everything he's got. He's kind of gasping too, like he's crying, but his arms are dangling by his side, like they don't work at all, and now I really think this guy is hurt, but again, it is the middle of the night. I can see better because of the floodlight, but he is fleeing from the driver's side, and the floodlight is on the passenger side. I don't want to follow this guy, and him end up hurting me. So I stand on the side of the road near his car, and I can hear him mumbling things like, "Not again," and "I don't want to go back," and "Just leave me alone," over and over, but it's really, really raspy and terrifying, like his throat was hoarse, like he'd been smoking all of his life. He walks through the thin veil of small trees, and I see him sit down, like he is exhausted, near the railroad tracks on the other side, and he just keeps mumbling some more of the same stuff, sputtering sometimes, because I guess some of the mud he was covered with got inside his mouth. But it was just constantly like, "Please don't bring me back," and "I don't know what I'll do if I have to go back," and "Please go away." But it's a little louder now, because I guess he's sitting, and not trying to run and talk. I did not say anything, partially because I was too scared, and partially because I still thought he was maybe going to try and trick me into trusting him, and I did not want to give him the time of day. But that was probably the creepiest part of the whole night, because he was not articulating his words properly. Like, when I think about how he said it and imitate it, he could make some hard letters that used the tongue, but just kind of moan for the sounds that needed his lips. I remember him baring his teeth at me earlier, like his lips were sneering away from each other. The whole escape from prison idea still sounded like the best story, considering the mud and the way this guy looked torn up. I did not see any blood, but it was dark, and I keep thinking maybe the wet mud was bloody dirt, and I just could not see the red color in the moonlight. He eventually shuts up, but then just stops moving altogether, and stops making noise, and just slumps over and lays there. I can't even hear him breathe, when a second ago, every breath was raspy, like he was being choked. He wasn't wearing an orange jumpsuit, but most of what he was wearing was covered in mud anyway. But I am pretty convinced this guy tried and failed to escape from prison, and now I'm shaken up. Before, when I thought he had died in his car, I had not heard him speak, or try to trudge away so desperately, and after that, it just left me sick to my stomach. I did not even remember to pick up my floodlight. I just got in my truck and dialed 911 on my cell phone with no luck. Barely 10 minutes out of town, and I could not get cell service. But whatever. I was pretty sure he was dead now, and I could not get a hold of the police. Dodson is less than a half-hour away. Again, sue me, but I just left him there and drove towards Dodson with the full intention of telling the police what happened and missing school that day. And that's when the morning got worse, because just before I get to Dodson, I get pulled over for going 20 miles over the speed limit. First of all, no. I was maybe going 10 miles over the goddamn limit. And secondly, yeah, I might have been speeding. I just watched a guy die on the side of the road. It's taken me everything I can not to cry my eyes out, just from the goddamn trauma. I tell the cop what happened, told him someone was dead on the side of the road. He asked me to step out of the car. He let me tell the whole story to him, and he wrote some on a little notepad. Put me in handcuffs without telling me why, and put me in his car and brought me to jail. For a while, I could not get anyone to tell me why I was being charged and what I was being charged with. But eventually, when the bail/bondsman came, they gave him a list of charges, and they were all a load of crap. And I don't know what I'm going to do, but I will do what I can to fight this as hard as I can. And sometime, they're going to find my goddamn floodlight next to that car, and that man's body, and I am just crossing my fingers they don't try me for murder. But given the made-up charges that I just racked up, who knows what is going to happen? That's everything on his Facebook journal. The next part of the story I regret telling, because I don't have the proof. Everything up to this point, I've tried to post the little bit of evidence I had saved because of the situation where I was sending the images to friends and the pictures that Nate took of the car. But the article and the next day's newspaper article I did not save because I did not find it relevant at the time, because I had not read Nate's Facebook post yet. And by the time I did read the post and realized the implication of the news article, it had already been over a week, and I could not find a physical copy of the paper. Flipping to the blotter of the newspaper and skimming through the articles to find it, like I usually do, the word cadaver caught my eye. And the sentence I read was, I'm paraphrasing, by the way, police found the decomposed cadaver missing from Gansville Cemetery, 6 miles away, just north of Dodson. Skim through some more. Stolen 2008 Nissan Altima was found, some number, a feet away against trees. Soil from the gravesite found inside. The car was apparently never put into park and just idled forward in a way when Nate pulled off. Then, no evidence left from the suspect that had been in the damaged and stolen Nissan. And, stage light found at the scene, but police can only speculate. Like I said, me and Nate weren't personally very close, but to my knowledge, the cops never questioned him, even though his Facebook post both described that scene and that he told the cops what happened. I feel like he'd post about the cops accusing him or arresting him again if they did, and the newspaper article came out a day after Nate posted his journal. After this crap, some of my friends started to think Nate is just some weirdo with a creepy fetish and had help that night, since there were 2 cars. But Nate was never weird. He never said strange stuff, never acted more than just a laid-back kid, never had out-of-place hobbies. Sometimes we'd show up unannounced to his dorm. It happens all the time in small towns when you know everyone, and he never looked dirty, like he'd been digging graves or anything weird or out of the ordinary. He was at school all week long, and we all ever stayed in Natchitoches or all drove up to Jonesboro to party, so it was like he was never out of our sight. But who knows? Maybe Nate is a freak. Maybe he's crazy and does stuff that he doesn't even know he's doing, but the whole thing sounds really fishy from both sides. I don't have a single reason not to believe Nate's story. Hell, if I'd have ever seen him just next to a shovel in a hardware store, I might think otherwise, but nothing. I trust Nate, I mean, wouldn't you? What the hell is going on in Pinal County, Arizona? I also posted this on my website. I run a blog about cold cases, but for some reason I can't see it. I've tried posting it at least 15 times, but I'm not getting anywhere. So I really hope this post uploads. I live in Mammoth, Arizona, and nothing has ever happened here worth writing about because, well, Mammoth has a population of around 1,500. 11 days ago, on the 3rd, an older woman who runs a home daycare in my town was found dead in her bathroom by a parent who was picking up his daughter. The kids were all really agitated and told the police that Mrs. Booker, the deceased, had been yelling at them and bleeding from her eye before she went into the bathroom and collapsed in her bathtub. Sad and unpleasant, but not really news. But a day later, one of the daycare babies developed a rash and started bleeding from her ear. She died 12 hours later, and so did 8 of her kids from that daycare, all with similar symptoms. This started a shitstorm in my town. In a town of 1,500 people, attempts to keep people unaware and calm were an utter failure. It was on Facebook by the following day. 9 people who had been at the hospital when the kids were starting to trickle in also started exhibiting these symptoms, I'm told. None lasted more than a few days. By last Friday, 18 people who had indirect contact with the children were reported missing or dead of natural or unknown causes. All had exhibited similar symptoms just before their deaths. It was at this point that I became directly affected. My sister returned from Oro Valley, the closest hospital, a complete wreck. She had gone to visit her friend's new baby, and upon arriving, had been informed that both her friend and her baby had died. Everything I just told you was told to her by a frightened nurse. I fact-checked what I could. My sister was literally hysterical. She was speaking a full octave higher than usual and at twice the speed. I have never seen her act like that before. Her shoulders and arms had bruises so big, I thought that maybe she'd been in a car accident on the way home. She told me she didn't know where she'd gotten them from, and when I tried to put her to bed, she freaked out and started screaming at me that my bedroom was too hot. I took her temperature, which was 102.8. I convinced her to go to bed. I fell asleep on the couch shortly after waiting for a call back from our town's MA. I woke up to my phone going off. I had 7 texts from friends of mine, all reporting the same thing. Entire families were being found beaten to death all over Mammoth. Blood, bruises, nails and teeth missing, hair ripped out, all of them. I heard reports of anywhere from 14 to 55 dead bodies, depending on who you were talking to. In a state of complete shock, I did the only thing I could do really well on autopilot. I wrote an article about it for my blog. I made some calls around the city, but my usual contacts were not picking up. I went to check on my sister, and she was bleeding from her ear, heavily. Between that and the bruising, I started to wonder if these were actually home invasions at all. I called the 24-hour urgent care in town, but no one picked up. I did not want to risk driving her back to Oro Valley. I then tried 911, which also rang endlessly. I called my friend in Oro, who worked for a legit newsagent, and she told me that they were reporting NW Medical was running a skeleton crew because most of the medical staff had either called in sick or been found dead in their homes. She said she'd seen tanks in Oro. I woke up the next morning and my sister was gone. I don't know where she is, and I'm too scared to go looking for her. I have called the CDC multiple times, but every time I call, the same woman answers. The first time, she took a statement and said she'd get back to me. Every subsequent time I've called, she immediately puts me on hold. She never ever comes back to the line. This morning, my contact at the police department finally called me back. He told me the death toll is incalculable at this point, and that they are being iced out by both the state and federal governments at this point, with one exception. 2 people from the CDC showed up yesterday. My contact overheard them talking about Mrs. Booker's cancer treatments as if they were relevant. He doesn't know if it is, but he hopes I can make something out of it. I can't. I don't know about Aura, but my estimation from Mammoth itself is around 40 dead after showing the same symptoms. I haven't seen any of this in the news, which I've been watching religiously. Why not? We have been told the safest place for us right now is inside our homes. I haven't seen a car pass down my street in 2 days. I'm scared. My sister is still missing, but I'm too afraid to look for her or go into the room she was sleeping in. My hair is falling out from stress. I've been smoking like crazy. This morning, I noticed a bruise on my arm. I know my immune system is compromised, and I'm too afraid to leave my house. I called my parents in Tucson and left a message, but they have not called back. The last I heard from my friend in Aura was Saturday morning. She texted me to tell me they had started to find bodies lying in the street. No one is bothering to collect them anymore. I responded, but she never texted back. I'll update more as soon as I can. Anyone in Aura or Mammoth, please contact me. I haven't seen another human in over 2 days, and I feel like the last person on Earth. Small Town Conspiracy Stories. Hey there, X. I'm new here, so forgive me if I'm messing up some board etiquette or something like that. I've been listening to a lot of podcasts and YouTube videos of X readings, and it's made me want to share my story, if that's okay. I couldn't find a stories thread to post it in, so... A bit of a disclaimer, but I tend to write pretty wordy, so this could get long. Also, it is hard as hell for me to tell whether most of the posts on here are people LARPing or actual schizos who believe what they are raving about. Most of the stuff in the videos I watch is definitely just some kid's creative writing homework. So, I know everybody says this, but my story is legit. Now, I don't have any proof, which in hindsight, I did have ample opportunity to document, but didn't think I'd ever need or want to prove it to anyone. So, because my story is legit, there are 2 caveats. For one, it requires some context or preamble to even be remotely interesting, and 2, it's anticlimactic. If you're still interested, then read on. So the background on me: mom's from Colorado, dad is from New England. Both, at least used to be, zealots. Homeschooled me because didn't want me to be influenced by all the immoral people these days. They followed some weird as hell messianic religion, Jews for Jesus kind of stuff, but for the most part, I got a normal Jewish education at a conservative shul. This is actually relevant, I promise. Anyway, dad was kind of abusive when I was a kid. Eventually, mom and I decided to try and get away from all this crap. She wants to go back home to Colorado to be with her old friends and family. I don't really want to go, but my options are to move with her or stay with him. So, fast forward 2 years, around 2016 to 2017, and I am 17 to 18 and needing it up in the desert. Now, most people from elsewhere in the US, or at least at home back east, don't think about Colorado being a desert. So eastern Colorado is High Plains Desert, where all the sorry poor bastards live. This is where my mom was from. Lots of Texans and other southern transplants moved in there. Lots of stars and bars, etc. Now this town in particular has been rumored to have some troubling history. From my mom's family, I heard a bunch of stuff about the Italian mafia having been through here back in the day, and apparently at one point, it was even a hotspot for clan activity. Most of the land in the town is owned by a handful of families who have ran the place and had a hand in everything that goes on since the town was founded in the mid to late 1800s, and they had to fight off the Cheyenne for the land. The place later on, sometime after the 20s I think, became a prison town, with like a dozen state-funded prisons, and that itself drew some really weird people to the area, family of inmates and whatnot. Anyway, I'm tired and not organizing these posts very well. As I said, I was around 18 or so and neating it up because I had no actual work experience due to working under the table for most of my teens and couldn't land a job in this dry backwater I found myself in. No, I'm not exactly a radio guy, but I've always found them fun as hell to mess with, despite not knowing much about them. As a kid, my dad always had one in his truck, and we put one in a few of my mom's cars as well, or carried a handset, which came in handy when caravanning on road trips or whatever. Sometimes, whenever we had to wait for something in the truck, he'd let me entertain myself by chatting with the truckers. Well, at some point, I think I came across one of those video essays on that Portal 2 ARG, and I decided that I wanted to try solving some of the puzzles myself. This led me down a rabbit hole, learning about different software and stuff that idiots were using to send furry stuff over ham. Since I didn't have anything better to do, this inspired me to save up some of my tendies for an SDR card and pre-tuned antenna. I figured that I lived on one of like 3 major highways that cut through the Rockies, so there was bound to be a good amount of trucker chatter that I could have some fun listening in on. One day, I get that in the mail from Amazon and very excitedly run through the setup, only to find that for the most part, I cannot hear anything at all. I spent some hours scrolling through the frequencies, but for the most part, they were just the typical AM and FM stations, and some encrypted beeps and boops over military frequencies, which was not too surprising, since I was maybe 50 miles away from NORAD. I was pretty disappointed though, especially in the lack of CB traffic, and spent a good amount of time scrolling back and forth between those frequencies. Lots and lots of nothing. I suppose by then, most truckers had already started doing most of their BSing on their cell phones, or maybe there just wasn't that many coming through. To be honest, there should have been something for me to listen to on ham frequencies, but I can't remember if either I didn't check them or they were just dead as well. Could also be that my pre-tuned antenna was not set up properly or tuned great or something. Like I said, I don't know much about radios. So I give up and try again the next day. Lo and behold, after listening through all of the CB frequencies, with my squelch set to be noisy but not deafening, I start to hear some chatter coming through. It sounded like a deep male voice, but it was pretty faint, and I could not make out what was being said. The voice was constantly broadcasting, and it was definitely speaking in some kind of rhythmic tone, which I thought was pretty odd. Usually, it can be hard to zero in on a conversation because chatters only transmit occasionally for a couple of second intervals. This was just a dude transmitting for minutes on end, constantly talking. It definitely confused me, but for the life of me, I could not make anything out, so I eventually gave up, moved on to something else, and forgot about it for months. Now, here's a second part of the story, which might be an aside, but could be possibly related. I have no idea. You can be the judge. About 5 miles outside of town, there is a little canyon at the base of the mountains, carved out by however many millions of years of runoff and stuff. I think some of the Cheyenne used to live down in there, so you could go hunting for arrowheads and the like. There was also a bunch of geological stuff. You go hunt for fossils, dinosaur bones, footprints, etc. One day, my mom proposes that we take a drive down there for a fun little day trip to get me out of the house. Fossils and Native American relics. Yeah, that sounds dope. However, there were also rumors among the townsfolk and my mom's family that there were some Satanists or cultists or some stuff who would go and do rituals out there. Some of them said they'd seen it themselves. My dad had even told me as a kid when he'd gone hiking back there at some point in the 90s. He'd found a bloody circle with a severed goat's head on the ground in a cave or alcove somewhere. Said he really hated that place and used it as further proof that moving back to New England was a good idea. So we take the drive down into the canyon. Pretty cool stuff. Rough to climb, even in a crappy spare Explorer, which we got as a backup vehicle, kinda for this purpose. Turns out that instead of looking for cool artifacts and stuff, the park and trail mostly got used by teens looking to get drunk and out in the middle of nowhere. So instead of arrowheads and fossils, we found a lot of empty beer cans, graffiti, and cars abandoned down in the ditches and ravines. Like seriously, a whole lot of cars just left there because if they go off the road, no one can be bothered to get them back out. We were driving around, and I found a little cave/alcove thing. I've got my DSLR with me, so I tell my mom to stop so I can hop out and take some pictures. Pic related. Now again, me being an absolute moron, I did not take any pictures of this, but I found some small bones, skulls, and feathers arranged in and around the little alcove pictured, down toward the bottom right I think. Mostly just little stuff. Anything that would probably be easy to find if you looked for it while walking down one of the trails and keeping an eye out. I think most were avian skulls, maybe some rat or lizard bones or whatever. Nothing bigger than your fist. In addition to this, there were some foot-hug symbols drawn in chalk on the clay wall above this little arrangement of macabre. I figured it was just the result of some bored goth scene chick looking to post something aesthetic on Insta or something like that, and did not think too much into considering the state of what most of the rest of the area was in. I'm still pretty sure that's what it was, and that it's irrelevant to the overall story, but I figured I'd include it anyway. Moving on, a few months go by, and I get a job at Home Depot and make friends with a coworker there. He's Republican, but not schizo right-wing like most of the people in town. Just a down-to-earth, conservative dude. Gave off the same kind of vibe a lot of people did back home. He and I start hanging out after work, and occasionally, we take our guns up to the shooting range on our days off. Now that I've got a job, I'm still kind of poor though, because for the most part, I'm saving every penny I can to get the hell out of this arid hellhole and back to my pine trees. I happened to stop by at a mercantile at some point though, and found out that they have a whole ton of old CB equipment. It was like $2 for a radio, and they were all untested, but like, why not? Pick up 3 of them and test them out with a fuse adapter thing in the cigarette lighter of my car. 2 are blown, but 1 has got life. Oh yeah. I convinced my mom to have Gramps install it in the Explorer, since it is our emergency vehicle. Maybe a week or 2 later, friend hits me up to go shooting again. During the drive up to the range, which is rather slow going, I remember that broadcast from a while back and start messing with the radio. I figure I'm going at least a little higher up. Maybe I could pick it up better from up here. No dice though, and I get to the range without hearing anything noteworthy. I give it a shot on the way back down though, because why not? Then, after scrolling through the channels for a bit, I hear it. Quite a bit clearer now, and this time, instead of confusing, it's just kinda creepy. I don't get to listen for long though, as I'm headed back down from the range and back toward the town. I made a mental note to bring the SDR card and my notebook next time I came up to the range to see if I could better make out what was being said. Next time we go, I bring it, stop for a bit on the side of the road, and scroll through the frequencies. Nothing. I did this on more than one occasion without any luck before. Again, when going to leave the range. I pick it up on SDR sharp. I tell my buddy to head back down the plateau without me, that I planned on driving down into the canyon for a bit, and thus, I began slowly making my way down into the canyon, crawling along while messing with the notebook in my passenger seat, and now and again stopping to get out to move the antenna around on my roof. At this point is where my Jewish background comes in, and why I think it's not related to the bones that I'd found there previously. The deep male voice, which I believe was probably pre-recorded and continuously transmitted, was speaking a good amount of gibberish that, even with a much cleaner signal, was hard to make intelligible. That was, however, until I started recognizing Hebrew numbers being read. The issue there is that the pronunciation was just bad. It sounded like whoever was prattling the stuff out couldn't read Hebrew, but was instead reading Hebrew that had been transliterated into Latin characters, and they mispronounced some stuff with English phonetics. Just to give an example, although it's not a great one, Christians will say Amen in English, pronounced Amen, but in real Hebrew, it's Amen. Not the best example, but I'm not going to give a lecture on linguistics. So, with this dude constantly transmitting, I got to listen to, I think, about 40 minutes worth of this broadcast. There were a lot of 42 repeated in there, which is an important number in Kabbalah and Jewish occult stuff. There was also talk of Adonai, the universe, etc., most of which are words that I recognize from prayers. However, there was probably a lot of stuff that I did not recognize, either from mispronunciation, either on the reader's part, or because I just don't know that much Hebrew. However, I do think that there was some stuff mixed in there that was not Hebrew though. Maybe Aramic or Arabic, and none of it made any sense grammatically from a Hebrew perspective. Like, it seemed like random words being thrown out there. It would not form a cohesive sentence, and the guy was reciting all of this in the most monotone, like, emotionless voice. Hey, that's me. Like, numbers station kind of vibe, if that makes sense. Except instead of numbers, it's just vague gibberish. So I'm trying to listen to the stuff all the while winding my way down into the aforementioned canyon. I'm kinda starting to get stressed out at this point, because aside from the creepy as hell radio voice, I've never gone down into the canyon by myself before. I was not used to driving those scuffed ass roads, and despite the Explorer having a pretty high suspension and doing my best to dodge around low and high areas, I kept bottoming out, and I was puckering up, praying that I would not get stuck, or end up going off-road and messing myself up. The farthest part of the park from town, I think, was around 15 miles. That was definitely not a hike that I wanted to make, as dusk was approaching, and I had no water on me. Now, this is where I started to notice that while winding my way along the road and zigzagging from east to west, that was a perceptible increase in signal whenever I rounded the north side of a hillock, and a decrease whenever I was driving along the south side. It was noticeable in my heat map as well. What I gained from this is that whoever was transmitting this was somewhere to my north or northwest. Best I can do here is a Google Maps snap of a section of the road. The red denotes where I think I remember the signal being hotter, and the blue where the signal was colder. So the thing is, again, I don't know much about radio, but from my house, the range was about 5 miles. From the range to the furthest stretch of the road, pictured in the previous image, and the bottom of the frame below, is another 7-ish miles, during which the signal strength more than doubled, but was still put off enough by having to travel for rock to be noticeable. This leads me to think that, situated on a high point, the transmitter could be anywhere in a range 15 to 20 miles northwest. Thing is, there is absolutely nothing there. Of course, I've brought this up to coworker buddy and my family. Of course, they were pretty nonplussed by it. Probably just some crazy hillbilly son. But I mean, there is nothing up there. I mean, none of that is even accessible by car. And some of those ridges are hard to hike, let alone take an ATV up. And if this is pre-recorded, I doubt they're powering all this on batteries. They gotta have generators or some stuff like that up there. And also just, why? I don't believe in the supernatural, but to me, some crazed as hell rednecks having some whacked out commune in the middle of absolutely nowhere in the Rockies is just as scary to me. I think this pic is from near the top of that north hill, looking out toward the northwest, in the screenshot I scribbled on. I also hated how damn quiet the wilderness always was out there. The thin air just does not carry sound, and there is no birds or little woodland creatures to make any noise. All you can hear is the wind. It's so unnerving. Would you consider going on a backpacking trip in the area? It would probably be a good idea to bring people you know and trust with you. If you brought recording equipment, you could share anything you found here. It would be a legendary thread if you did find something out there. By your description, there must be something out there. I could, but I'm living back in New England now. I do plan on taking a trip back to visit at some point over the winter though. Like I said though, it's pretty rough terrain and there is nothing out there. Like, I was a Boy Scout, and I'm not saying it can't be done, but having some dumb idiots, inexperienced with mountain climbing, disappearing up into the mountains to look for some hills have eyes zealots probably is not the best idea. Even if the cultists don't enjoy my liver with a side of Chianti and beans, I am just as likely to go up against rattlers, scorpions, mountain cats, dehydration, etc. There would probably be actual climbing necessary, like rappelling with ropes and stuff, which I've never done before. To compound on that, I would not know where to begin to look. The transmission point could have come from anywhere within a 10-mile square, depending on the TPO of the transmitter, the elevation it was placed at, and its position among the surrounding rock. It seems like it would be near impossible to find anything, assuming there even is something up there, so I don't really plan on wasting my time. You say you don't know much about radio. Let me tell you something about CB. The range can be much greater than you think, depending on conditions and TX power. Oh, but CB is only 4 watts. Yeah, that's why they sell boosters. Technically illegal, but nobody cares. With a 4-watt Uniden 520XL and a K40 antenna, I was able to make crystal clear contact with a guy 85 miles away. cold, dry weather. His base was on a mountain. My car was on top of another mountain, and nothing to block the radio waves standing between us. Then you have skip. This is when the waves bounce off the ionosphere, pick related. I live in Canada, and I routinely hear transmissions from the southern US. Google Channel 6 Super Bowl, Skip Shooter, Motormouth Mall, etc. Lots of Spanish on Channel 9 also. These guys transmit with ungodly amounts of power. I'm talking tens of thousands of watts with tricked antennas and stacks of rack-mount audio processing gadgets. My homemade amp pushes 100 watts of unfiltered waves with a signal so dirty and full of harmonics you can actually hear me talking on a cordless phone. I can't even imagine the number of schizoid meltdowns that I've caused by using that thing over the years. B29, Kate Palmat. Not long ago I came across a document that forced me to conduct a little personal investigation. Unfortunately, I did not achieve much, but I still managed to clarify some things. I have changed the names appearing in the story, with the exception of the names of the crew of the Kate Palmat. Official information. On August 20th, 1944, B-29 number 4293829, Kate Palmat of the 395th Squadron, 40th Group, U.S. Air Force, was shot down during a raid on the Yavato steel mills. Commander Armaglin decided to leave for Soviet territory. After crossing the Amur, the order was given to leave the plane. All crew members were saved, and the out-of-control plane crashed into the Qasr hill near Komsomolsk on Amur. The crew was returned to their homeland. On August 29th, 1944, the city hospital of Komsomolsk on Amur was destroyed as a result of bombing by unknown air forces. Incendiary shells burned the building to the ground. No survivors were found among the staff or patients. Unofficial data, eyewitness accounts. I will present the document that came into my hands at the very end. Now, I will only say that, in my opinion, it is directly related to the two events mentioned above. After scouring local forums and asking several residents of Komsomolsk on Amur, I found a man who claimed that his mother lived not far from the destroyed building and witnessed those events. Taking a vacation, I went there, and, to my luck, was able to interview Maria Petrovna. Interview with Maria Petrovna, born in 1941. Maria Petrovna received me well, and, without much persuasion, agreed to tell me about what happened. I omit greetings and exchanges of pleasantries, as well as unnecessary remarks. So, Maria Petrovna, on August 29th, 1944, your city hospital was destroyed by bombers. As far as I know, both the hospital staff and all the patients died, right? MP. Yes, it happened. I was still very young then. I did not understand everything, but now I keep thinking that something was wrong there. I can tell you now, but my relatives were very afraid then. They were told that if they talk, it would end painfully. It will not end well. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The hospital was closed the day before the bombing. It was okay for us, but my neighbor, Gloshka, was very worried. Her mother worked there, so they wouldn't let her out of there. These people, the NKVD, surrounded everyone and did not let anyone in. Did they say anything about the reasons for such restrictions? MP. Yes. No one interfered. They themselves understood that something was obviously wrong. This has never happened to us in our entire life. Everyone was scared. Although now, why am I saying one thing? They said one thing, already in the evening. No one should leave their houses and don't turn on the lights. At night I could not sleep. Not out of fear, but when there was such a button, I just wanted to stick my nose in everywhere. Well, I looked at the window. There was a hospital in the distance, on a hill. You could not see all of it, but half of it was definitely somewhere. There was no light in the house itself, but lights were scurrying around. It looked like these soldiers were looking out for something. Well, I looked and looked, then a dream overcame me. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up because there was a strong shake and the windows flew out. I was scared at first. I ran to my mother, and she ran out of the bedroom, pale, and grabbed me and took me into the cellar. We sat like that until the morning. The next morning, when we left, I saw that the entire hill on which the hospital stood was black with smoke, but the hospital itself was gone, as if it had never existed. Only some firebrands were sticking out from the ground. Well, that seems to be all. Me, was anything else destroyed? And where did the NKVD officers themselves go? MP, where did they go? Where did they go? Nowhere. They remained in place. They looked for something else for 2 days. Looked. Then they said that everyone who was there died and went home. Glashka's mother also burned there, so Glashka herself was later sent to an orphanage. Well, nothing else was bombed. Maybe they missed, or maybe they were only aiming for the hospital. I'll skip the rest of the conversation. Maria Petrovna could not say anything more about this. Unofficial data. I cannot vouch for the accuracy of the information provided here. I managed to find the son of Glafira Olegvina, the same one mentioned by the heroine of the previous interview. Unfortunately, Glafira herself died back in 2003. Therefore, I repeat, I cannot vouch for the reliability of the information. Her son told me that a few days before the incident, a field doctor of the security division brought a soldier to the hospital in a uniform that was unusual for the local region, clearly not a Soviet uniform. He did not speak Russian and was very, very violent in himself, which is why he was tied up and locked in one of the rooms. The locals then thought that he had been shell-shocked, but no one could say for sure, because almost no one knew the language, which they finally identified as English. An NKVD unit arrived 2 days before the hospital was destroyed. The soldier was interrogated, and a day later, the hospital was cordoned off. Interview transcript of Barry J. Tolan. Actually, this is the same document that I managed to obtain absolutely by accident. I believe that an interpreter and orderlies were present with the interrogator. I am attaching them as scans. Extract from the Protocol of Interrogation of the Military. Tolan, Air Force, Barry J. Dated August 28, 1944. Question. Please state your name, rank, and unit in which you served. Answer. My name is Barry J. Tolan. I am a sergeant, an air gunner of the 2nd Group of the 58th Bomb Wing. He was transferred to Kate Palmat on August 19th due to the illness of the crew's regular gunner. Question. How was the purpose of your combat mission designated? Answer. Initially our target was the Yawato steel mills, but after the translation, it was announced that the purpose of our board would be different. The task was announced personally by the WULF commander. I don't know the exact target, but we were supposed to go east of the Yavata and drop one experimental bomb on a certain object. Question. What was the experimental bomb? Power. Type. What do you know? Answer. Nothing. All this could have been known by the pilots, but now they are dead, like the rest of the crew. I'm an ordinary shooter. I'm not supposed to know such things. Question. What happened on board the plane? Answer. We took off as usual. They were supposed to go with the main forces of the wing to Yavata, and then move aside. We made it to Yavata normally, but then we were hit, apparently by a ground-based anti-aircraft gun. The plane began to shake violently, but we were able to leave the airspace above the city and begin moving towards the target. Approximately 10 minutes after the damage was sustained, the commander ordered the first gunner to check the bomb bay. Smithson went to carry out the command, after which he did not make contact for about 20 minutes. Collins, the second shooter, received similar orders. Only I was surprised that Glennie, our commander, ordered us to take a pistol with us and be careful. I didn't attach any importance to this at the time. The Japanese could not have climbed onto our plane on a shell. Collins also did not make contact. Then Durson and I received orders to find the first 2 shooters and report on the condition of the bomb bay. To my objections that more than 2 shooters do not have the right to leave their post at the same time, Glennie responded with abuse and said that if we did not carry out the order, he himself would throw us out of the plane. Question. Why did you stop? Answer. Sorry. I'm scared to remember all this. Durson went first, I followed. I still took the gun, unlike Barney. We found no traces of Collins and Smithson in the technical compartment. We checked everything, including the machine guns. After that, Durson opened the hatch leading to the bomb bay and climbed in. Barney suddenly screamed as if he was being cut alive. I turned on the flashlight and shined it inside. Question: please do not stop. Answer: sorry. This particular bomb split in half, and there were a lot of worms on the floor. So big, like leeches, about as long as a finger and 2 fingers thick. I can't describe it better. They swarmed around Durson and seemed to be eating him alive. A little further on the worm heap, there were 2 mounds. I think they were Collins and Smithson. For about a minute, I looked at all this and could not move, after which I saw they were crawling up. I panicked and dropped the flashlight, after which I ran to the control room and reported everything to Glenn. Question: what did your commander say to this? Answer: he cursed and ordered the entrance to the control room to be locked. The radio operator contacted the command, and, I think, they told us that we will be shot down when we returned. Immediately after the communication session, Glenny said that we were leaving in the direction of the Union and would try to land there. Question: why were you the only one of the crew who survived? Answer: according to Glenny, we crossed the Amur and made an attempt to contact local airfields. The attempt failed. Then Glenny ordered to immediately leave the plane. Johnson opened the wheelhouse door, and a whole bunch of these worms fell on him. He screamed, and immediately fell silent. Warner opened fire on the worms, but it did no good. Question: what happened next? Answer: we all rushed outside. It seems that Glenny was shouting something, but no one listened to him. I don't remember, but somehow I managed to run out. I think on someone's body. I grabbed a parachute and ran to the rear hatch, with the co-pilot and the second radio operator running after me, but there stood Smithson. Question: you said that Smithson was eaten. Answer: yes. He stood, and these creatures crawled on him. He extended his hand and began to speak. He said that there was nothing to worry about, that these were simple worms, and at the same time, he slowly walked towards us. I couldn't stand it, took out the Colt, and started shooting until the trigger clicked. The radio operator and pilot also fired, as far as I remember. Smithson stopped, but not for long. As a result, I grabbed the key and was lying on the locker, pushed Smithson aside, and ran straight to the hatch. When I put on the parachute, I heard the screams of the radio operator and pilot. Probably Smithson had gotten them after all. I jumped out. Did anyone jump after you? No. I opened the canopy almost immediately and saw how the plane began to fall on its side. Until the collision, no one jumped out. Then, after landing, I came across your soldiers, and they brought me here. Is that all? Yes. Now will you help me? Wait. We will check the information you provide, and if it is correct, we will send you back to your home country. I told you, one of them still got into me. I feel it. It's gnawing at me. I don't want to end up like Smithson. Don't worry. We will take care of you. Wait. You don't understand. I have no time. Take it out for God's sake. Take the patient to the ward. End of statement. My version based on the results of the investigation. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what happened there. I can't find out for now, for obvious reasons. I personally believe that this Barry repeated the fate of his colleague Smithson, and the hospital was destroyed deliberately. The remains of the same B-29 were found by some hunter and sold for scrap, and now there is a ski slope there. I hope all these worms died before people returned there. Alright guys, I'm going to tell y'all a story that happened about 2 years ago. Since I'm stupid and don't know how to green text, and I'm on mobile, it will take a little while to upload it all. It happened at my grandma's house, in a small mountain town in New Mexico. It is so high up in the mountains, you can stand in clouds. Back to the story. We were up there for my grandma's funeral because our aunt got the house, and we got money. Anyways, I was outside on the back porch. It was huge, because we were on the side of a mountain. It went all around the whole house, except on one side. There had always been this house/barn thing at the bottom of the hill. It had a huge gas canister, and when you walked past it, it would smell bad. It constantly had flies, raccoons, squirrels, bears, etc. Also, there were pine trees absolutely everywhere. So anyways, we had a 22, and we were just taking pot shots at anything that moved. We also had a trailer that sat there for as long as I could remember, right off the back porch. It had been abandoned for as long as I can remember, although my brothers and cousins told me they used to stay in it. Anyways, it had been abandoned, and I was 16 at the time. My cousin dared me to shoot it. Since I don't back down from a dare, I shot at one of the wheels. It goddamn exploded, and it tipped and rolled down the hill at that barn thing. It hit it, and the gas canister. All we heard was a loud ass crash. The next thing I say will probably stay in my mind forever. 3 butt-ass naked men run out from it. Anyways, these 3 naked-ass guys run out. One of them was so fat and so hairy, he could pass as a gay Bigfoot and run towards the house and go under the porch. Our parents run out and are all freaking out and stuff, since part of my family is major redneck. They have rifles, shotguns, etc. Anyways, we all decide to shoot these weird freaks. 2 of my cousins go on one side. One of my brothers stays on the porch with our uncle's handgun, and me and my brother are on the other side of the house. They are armed with their hunting rifles, while my bro has a hunting shotgun, while I'm armed with my grandma's old-ass double-barrel shotgun. Have I ever mentioned I have never shot a shotgun before? Anyways, I'm leading in front of my brother, despite him being 21 and me being 16. We all go around at the same time, trying not to shoot each other. I come around first, and the skinniest guy I've ever seen in my life runs at me with a knife. I did not know what I was doing, so I squeezed both triggers at once. It blew my ass to the ground, and ripped the gun out of my front arm, so I'm just holding it, with hand on the trigger. Want to know what else got blown? A huge hole inside of that guy's chest. He flies all the way back, and rolls down the hill for a bit, and then stops. In the meanwhile, I am fumbling around, trying to reload, because another one of the freaks is running at me. Since I'm on the ground, he grabbed the nail board from under the porch and swings it at me. I pull up my arm, just in time. It sticks into my arm, and he tries to book it past me. He swung it like a golf club, and it is deep in my arm too, real deep. I try to pull it out, and it is the most excruciating pain I have ever felt in my life. Even worse than the time I broke both growth plates in my knees in high school football. I finally managed to get it out. In the meanwhile, my cousins rush over. My brother turns and fires a buckshot into the guy's legs. He drops and tries to start crawling away. I manage to get up with help. With the help of my older cousins, I get up. We are looking over the guy that my brother shot. He is still alive and has this look of pure terror on his face. He was saying some crap along the lines of, "Please don't go down there. Please, please, please." And he would not just shut up. Then we hear yelling. It was Shrek. Just kidding. It was the fat guy who was shaped like Shrek though. He lowered his shoulder and plows through all of us. I can take a hit, but this guy was real damn strong. I'm on the ground and look up. He is just yelling and running straight back into the woods. I hear an ear-deafening shot. My cousin shot him in the back with a .308 round from his hunting rifle. He drops and is just wriggling on the ground. By this time, everyone is outside while this stuff is happening, which includes kids under the age of 10. My bro runs down with his handgun. He is a personal trainer and still is, so he's pretty big. He runs over and has the big guy on gunpoint, while one of my cousins runs over to help him. I get up and dust myself off, while still bleeding. I just kinda hold the wound and walk up to the guy I shot. It will never, ever leave my mind. His chest was literally exploded. Anyways, I call one of my cousins over, load up my shotgun, and walk back down to the barn. He tries to stop me, and I just tell him to follow. We walk down together, while my aunt calls a ranger or a sheriff or whatever he was. It was a mountain town. We walk up to this barn, and inside is the most foul-smelling, reeking mounds of something that we have ever seen in our life. You thought the guy I shot was bad. 9 dead bodies. 4 were skeletons. 3 were rotting/half-eaten. 2 were recent kills. I goddamn puked. One of them was a kid, younger than me. He had gone missing a few weeks before we got there. I remember because my aunt was telling my younger cousins not to run off because the kid had probably gotten eaten by a mountain lion. My cousin just kinda turned away with an angry look. My cousin was really pissed off now. He had kids, and they were younger, and he walks back up the mountain to the 2 guys. They had managed to drag the fat guy back to his skinny friend. He kinda looked like a scrapper from the Fallout 3 Lookout DLC. My cousin was so furious. He pointed his gun at the skinny one's face, and we had to hold him back. That's how enraged he was. He had kids. We all understood that, but Jesus Christ. They were going to cannibalize that kid back there. I was feeling like crap, so I just walked up to the porch, holding my arm, and kinda just sat down. The ambulance can't get up the rocky-ass road up to the house, so my uncle drove me to the hospital. The whole time, I just stayed silent. He would ask me questions, and I would just sit there and stay quiet. I could not get the image of the bodies out of my mind. We got to the hospital, and they treated my wound. I had to get a tetanus shot, etc. The cop was so damn lazy and just waited for me to come back instead of coming to the hospital for me. So he took the guys to his squad car and called in the forensic guys or whatever to get the bodies. The ones in the barn and the guy I shot. I got back around 2 hours later, and I just kinda walked in, and I was like the elephant in the room. Everyone stared at me. I usually walk around with a dead expression on my face to make people feel uncomfortable, but this time, it was legit. My mom told me the cop was on the back porch, so I walked out, and we did the whole "what happened, what did you say, what did you do" kinda crap. I told him everything that happened, even with my brothers and cousins there. I just kinda sat there for a while, and just stared as the guys took the bodies away. Took me to the side of the house where nobody could hear us. He told me something along the lines of, those guys were literally insane. They were eating those people. They were cannibals. You did the right thing, kid. And he just kinda walked off. And the cops and stuff went away too. When we walked back inside, I just kinda sat there, looking at my feet. My uncle, which is really redneck, despite him living in El Paso, Texas, balls up and asked me, well, what did the cops ask and say? I told him the stuff, and the people's faces in the room were mixes of disgust and depression. I just kinda started crying. I know it was kind of a pussy thing to do. I wasn't wailing or anything like that. Just tears. I just stared at the ground and just sat there like that, crying, while people watched. I kinda wiped my face and looked up and just stared outside the window. I just let the words come out of my mouth and said, if you have any questions, just ask me. It will be easier to put them out now, so you don't have to ask me later. I only got a few questions like, what happened? Are you alright? Are you okay? The one that messed me up the most was my small cousin, Dylan. He was 8 years old, asking me what was in the barn. It just kinda messed me up a little. I turned to my cousin, who went down there with me if I should tell him. He said screw it, so I told them. 9 dead bodies. I told them the other stuff, about some of them being half-eaten, and some were spooky skeletons. Then I said, the one that messed me up the most was the kid that got abducted a few weeks ago. It was him. Everyone just stared at me. What messed me up the most was the next day, more cops showed up. I walked down with them to the barn, and we walked into the basement. They restored power for a short amount of time so that a single light bulb lit up the room. There was writing everywhere. Every single inch was covered in random words and some Latin crap. We walked back out, and I felt as if I had a heavy weight lifted off of my shoulders. Want to know why? I gave closure to all of the families whose family members had gone missing. They might not want to hear that they got eaten, or were going to, but I took what that cop said to heart. Next few days, the cops would come every now and then to check up. I stayed for questions for the next few weeks, and eventually took a plane back. But in those few weeks, me and my cousin covered the barn from basement to attic, in gasoline, and burned it down. Over the days, everyone got used to what used to be a cute boy with a baby face is now a killer with a baby face. Like seriously, it takes me months to grow inch-long hairs on my face. It wasn't released in the news because it would mess up the town's reputation. A few months after I leave, the cop that I talked to, his partner got shot and killed by some crazy guy, literally at the house at the entrance to go to the house on the hill. Sometimes I break down and cry when I remember. The one thing that messed me up the most is, I have sleep paralysis. I woke up and could not move. I have to constantly listen to things for me to not have it. I listen to music and live streams now. I was in the paralysis and was sitting there, and I saw the kid. He was sitting on the end of my bed. He turns to me and says one word, "Thanks," and he was gone. I woke up just sitting there. I did not know what to do. I used to go to a psychiatrist, and I told him about the thing. He told me that spirits can contact through sleep. It was good he did. I did right that day, and now people will be happy that I did do good. Other families, and even mine. I'm happy now. Finn, I will take questions now. What happened to the guys who left? Hell if I know, and I do not care. Hopefully they are dead. You didn't have to testify in court against them. Not in that tiny-ass town. There is no court. You either get shot, or sit in a cell for a few weeks until you get transferred to another town. What was the kid's name who you found who was kidnapped? It was Mitch/Mitchell. Should I tell my current girlfriend of 7 months, or do you think it's too personal? I haven't really told anyone because it is my first solid relationship in years. That all depends on your relationship. I've been seeing my girl for 7 months, and I would probably tell her, but not randomly. One of those times that you're sharing deep stuff and feelings with each other. Don't do it, because I said to. I am just some dude from the internet. You know your relationship best, bro. Good looking on. Speaking as a female, I would not, unless you have to, for a release, or if it's brought up by someone else. She might think you're damaged from it, and treat you differently, or fear you, because you have killed a person. Whatever you decide to do, just don't lie about it. If you're not comfortable talking about it, just say so. If she is a good girlfriend, she will understand. Did they cook the people? Nope. They were just bodies with big-ass bites taken out of them. Despite that, I saw a steak knife on the ground. Damn man, this is so messed up. Sorry you went through this. Did this story have any other influence upon you, other than sleep paralysis? Contemplated taking my own life a few times, managed to get over that stage though. Just realized I have to live with it for the rest of my life. Good. You did literally nothing wrong. You discovered an all messed up to hell situation and Scooby-Doo'd the situation, getting the freaks arrested and blasting a hole in the other. You are basically an action hero, except you have to deal with the grief after the credits roll. This is a long one, so feel free to skip if you prefer short and sweet. Also, none of the names I'm going to use here are real, but the people are. When I was still working on my master's, I landed a job working part-time at a paper. It was a small-time outlet, and I mainly applied because I enjoyed writing, and it was pretty easy part-time work, not because I was serious about becoming a journalist. However, the boss man went ahead and saddled me with a big feature article covering the poorest neighborhood in the city. I was very green, but my boss told me my writing style would suit the subject matter. So I'm scheduled to meet up with this guy, Reverend Downey. His job is to explain a bit of the neighborhood's history to me, as well as introduce me to a few interesting locals. So one morning, I meet up with him at his office in the neighborhood church. Reverend Downey turns out to be hilarious. He tells me all about the neighborhood, mixing in bits of history with funny anecdotes. All great stuff for my article. As he talks, I am taking notes when I hear a crowd gathering outside. He tells me it's the weekly food pantry setting up inside the church. Also mentions the needle lady showing up. Needle ladies? I ask. It's a group of women who set up a needle exchange on the church grounds. Drug addicts show up, tell them how many needles they use daily, and the women give them fresh needles for a week and take their used ones. The Reverend excuses himself to go check up on things. Meanwhile, I get to stretch my legs. Step out of the office where a crowd of women and children bustle about, picking out canned items spread out over a few different tables. Through a doorway on the far side, I can see out into the courtyard where the Reverend is talking to the needle ladies as they set up the tables. I'm watching the dead-eyed druggies waiting in line when I feel a tug on my shirt. I turn around. There is a little black boy looking up at me, a giant smile on his face. They got a nothing man buried outside, he says. At first I think he says, Muffin Man. Excuse me, I ask. A nothing man, he repeats. I can see everything from my window. They made it inside. Then they took him outside and buried him. He points behind me and says, right there. I turn around to see Reverend Downey walking back inside. He says in his big warm voice, come on out. I want you to meet someone very special. I turn around to say goodbye to the little kid, but he is gone. I am introduced to Grandma Kane, who is raising 4 children all by herself. The children all have AIDS, Reverend Downey tells me. Grandma Kane and the 4 children live in a tiny room in a rundown apartment building down the street, and I walk back there with them to do a mini interview. The apartment building is absolute crap. Elevators do not work. Parts of the ceiling are missing. Holes in the walls exposing the wiring beneath. There is also no AC, and it is the height of summer, so we are boiling as I am interviewing frail Grandma Kane next to an open window. They don't all have AIDS, she says of the children. Just 3 do, and 1 don't. Apparently their mother was a heroin junkie who spent most of her life in and out of jail. She basically whored herself out for drug money non-stop, so all of the kids have different fathers. Mom eventually went away to prison for good, and the kids went to Grandma. What about the 4th child, the one who doesn't have AIDS? The oldest, Grandma Kane tells me, Martha. She claims that Martha was not born with AIDS, and that she's been tested, a very rare thing in that neighborhood. She also claims that Martha was assaulted when she was about 9 years old. Didn't get it then either, luckily, but the event traumatized her. Overnight, it was like a flip switched in the poor girl's head. Martha started spending all of her time running around the neighborhood with drug dealers and criminals. She is only 13 and has already had 2 abortions. I asked Grandma Kane if she knows who assaulted Martha. She refuses to tell me. I'm kind of surprised. She has been so forthcoming until this point. I assume that she is afraid of someone. Was it one of the drug dealers? No, she says. So then it was one of the neighborhood boys, I say. Or a man, maybe. No, it wasn't one of them. She seems to be getting more and more nervous as I ask her about it. Then she says something that leaves me puzzled. Everyone knows about criminals and drug dealers, but nobody knows the truth about the ghetto. I ask her, what is the truth about the ghetto? She seems exasperated and finally says, it's just, there is worse things out here than drug dealers. I press her, what things? She looks me dead in the eye and makes a motion like she is zipping her lips closed. My curiosity is piqued by this point, so I tell her we can do things off the record. I always wanted to say that, if that is what she wants. So I turn off my recorder, but she is fidgeting now, staring out the window. Before she seemed nervous, now she's scared. I say, is someone threatening to keep you quiet? She shakes her head. I ask, who are you afraid of? And she snaps at me. It's not a who, boy. Instantly, her body relaxes and her eyes seem to glaze over. She turns and looks out the window. At first I think she's just ignoring me, but then I notice her chest is not moving. She's not breathing. I will cut to the chase. She died right there in front of me. With the grandkids screaming and crying and crowding around her, I call 911. Nobody shows up for an hour and I call again. This time I tell them I'm a reporter and a woman is dead. The dispatcher says the police will be right over, and they are. 2 squad cars, no ambulance, and it hits me. Nobody is even coming to remove Grandma Kane's corpse. After a short chat with the police, where I explain what happened, they tell me to leave the premises and assure me that the body will be dealt with. Then they put the kids in the back of the car, and I ask where they will be taken. One of the officers says, probably the prison. They got a childcare facility there. He wasn't joking either. By this point, it is almost dark, and I need to go home. I make the walk back to my car, and I'm passing the church courtyard when I hear a familiar voice. You want to see where they put it? I turn around, and it's the little black kid from earlier. Big goofy smile on his face. After the stuff I just went through, his silly grin kinda catches me off guard, and I find myself laughing a little. They put something on top of a nothing man's grave, he tells me. You can see it poking out like a belly button. He points towards the churchyard. Don't ask me why, but I walk over and begin to inspect the churchyard. I know he's probably just telling stories, but I guess partly I'm on autopilot, processing the events of the afternoon. Then, after a minute, I find a round patch of dirt that looks like it's recently been dug up, and in the center is something that kinda sparkles in the low moonlight. I reach towards it, then I pull my hand back. Squeezed into a little groove in the dirt, right in the center of the freshly dug dirt, is a human eye staring back up at me. I almost gag and step back. Then I hear another familiar voice. Did you find something? It's Reverend Downey. He's leaning in the doorway of the church, almost completely hidden by the shadows. For a moment, I am at a loss for words. Then I point down at my feet. Have you seen this? But he does not respond. He just says, I kept an eye on your car for you. Before I can respond, he says, you gotta keep an eye on things around here, he said, or they disappear. He's not smiling now, and there is no warmth in his voice like before, during our interview. Things go missing around here all the time, he tells me. Cars, people, and the cops don't even bother investigating. I get myself collected and ask, is someone buried here? Reverend Downey steps out of the shadows and says, I heard about Grandma Kane. There is an odd expression on his face. It finally dawns on me that I am being threatened. If I weren't a reverend, I might bet you they never find what killed her, he says, and I would win that bet. Who the hell is buried here, Reverend? I ask. It's not a who, he says. It is a what. I begin to feel nauseous then, and dizzy. And you're going to find out just what that is if you don't step back. He reaches for my hand, from that goddamn grave. He grabs my hand and yanks me back, away from the ring of recently dug dirt, and from the eye in the ground, and I instantly feel better. I notice then that the Reverend is sweating heavily. His hand is on his chest, his fingers searching for his crucifix. He tells me to get on home now, and I hear a strange sound, an odd humming that seems to be coming from beneath the ground. I do not even think. I scramble to my car, fire the ignition, and peel out, away from the church and out of the neighborhood. As I am driving, I pass Grandma Kane's apartment building. Glancing up at her small window, I can still see her dead body sitting up in its chair. I'm not sure if it was my imagination, or the shadows, or the fear, but it looked like she was missing an eye. Needless to say, these events shook me. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do about the article. In the end, I wound up taking the easy route and writing a feature piece like I was asked to do, focusing on the emotional struggles of living in the ghetto, ignoring all of the truly disturbing things I'd seen. I spoke to a local poet and some recovering addicts to build my piece, but I steered clear of the church and of Reverend Downey. At some point though, I couldn't help bringing something up to the poet that I was interviewing. He was a very knowledgeable historian of the neighborhood, and I asked him if he had ever heard of something called the Nothing Man. His reaction left me wondering. There was a flash of recognition in his eyes, but he insisted I only knew it by name. He knew it was an old urban folktale, popular in the neighborhood long before he had been born, and that it was now largely forgotten. It's something you might have heard kids talking about during the Depression, a spooky story to scare each other. Beyond that, I have no earthly idea. Some will say, be me, driving home to a house I've lived in for 8 years. Normal day, normal drive home until I get 300 feet away from my driveway. A small house that was never there before is nestled behind some trees just down the road from my home. Ask my wife when I get home if she has ever noticed that house. Nope. Don't think much of it. Notice the little abandoned house a few more times going to and from work and think it's odd. A few weeks later, have neighbors over to watch hockey. Neighbors ask me if I noticed that same house. Laugh and tell them that the wife and I were just discussing it and how no one seems to remember it. Neighbor lives slightly closer to the mystery from us, where that house is in full view from his back door. Nobody remembers it being there. Neighbor and I, hanging out a few days later, decide to grab some flashlights and go check this place out up close. The driveway leading to the house has been overgrown for years and completely disappears before getting to our road. Overgrowth gone wild. We get up close and it's brick, only a couple bedrooms, and the siding is covered in ivy, windows boarded. The thing has been abandoned for a long time. On further inspection, the house becomes utterly bizarre. Nothing seems to add up, and while it looks like a normal small house from a distance, up close, it looks like it's made of cheap plastic. The door is several feet off the ground. The windows are only a foot or so from the ground. The front door is locked and fairly sturdy, so we go to one of the windows and both lean over to look inside. What is inside is even more bizarre somehow. Where the chimney connects on the outside of the house, there is no fireplace. Where the front door is, there is a wall. The front door is also several feet off the floor, inside in the house. What? We go to the bedroom window, and there is a plastic child's chair with no legs facing the door. The walls look like Lego plastic. There is a bed, but it is misshapen, not like it's old or destroyed, like it's just wrong. The legs of the frame are all different lengths. The mattress that is half laying on the floor and half hanging on the frame is not an even rectangle, but the mattress is immaculate, and again, looks like cheap plastic. Neighbor and I scratch our heads. We try to get in through the bedroom window, but it will not budge. Give up and walk back to my house. Notice a piece of the plastic chair from the bedroom is laying on the ground in the overgrowth. Neighbor goes and picks it up, and it goddamn disintegrates in his hands. Anywhere he touches it, the plastic just gives like wet paper. We still talk about this from time to time. In this thread, we compare our experiences, find more commonalities, and dig up some new info. At the very least, I hope it awakens some memories for those of you who haven't looked into it yet. Get experience. Be advanced reader. Take into special class with kids you mostly don't recognize. Ran by a familiar teacher, an external instructor. Windows covered with paper, black and yellow. Given pink aniseed drink. Lessons about ancient Egypt. Thought exercises about hypothetical societies. Resource management. What should X do in Y scenario? Being asked to guess what card is in the instructor's hand. Being asked how you knew. Weirdly intense for something so mundane. Being in a dark booth, tight headphones, frequencies being played in your ears. Instructor asks you questions. Computer time. Flash/animation software that was ahead of its time. Sitting in a circle, being asked to visualize spaces as a group. Plastic counters, fitting shapes together in the correct way. Suddenly taken out of the class. Teacher seems angry at you. Nobody explains why. Parents seem oblivious to these classes. Your memories are vague, though you spend hours on them. Astral travel before gate, but not after. Long needle in the base of your spine. Scar still present. Classroom probably became the IT room. Teacher probably went on to be the IT instructor. Secondary class outside the school, like a trailer made into a classroom. Reading some of these actually had me tweaking. Not the generic ones that apply to me, that probably apply to almost everyone, like firstborn son, birth complications, speech therapy, etc. But the specific stuff about Gate is kind of crazy. I personally was in Gate on an Air Force base in North Dakota as a young child. They had the rooms taped off with yellow and pink paper. We learned about Egypt for some reason, and I distinctly remember the strange hearing tests. We had them like multiple times a year, which in hindsight is nonsensical. I remember being in a small line, not my normal class size, and being taken into a small black booth with huge ass headphones being placed over my head and being asked which ear I heard the beeping in. They would ask me stuff like, "Are you sure you heard it?" and would nudge me in one way or the other for some reason. This memory may be inaccurate since it was so long ago, but for some of the hearing tests, instead of being in the booth with the large headphones, I was in front of a large machine. The headphones were much smaller and didn't even really look like headphones at all. They were a thin metal band with rubber ends that they would put on my ear. Did not experience any particularly strange things like a needle being stuck in me or drinking some pink drink. I remember a surprising amount about myself at that age, but remember very little about my time in Gate, other than being taught about Egypt, as well as algebra, maybe. I can't really recall a single lesson, or an actual real memory of a class being held. The closest thing I can remember is my teacher in Gate hyping up some huge big paper we all had to write and gaslighting us about how we're not doing enough and how important it is, and then completely dropping it out of nowhere, saying it was cancelled, and never mentioning it again. Recently, Anon was saying that the tests had to do with scopolamine, a drug that causes memory loss. Some people seem to be more resistant to it than others. I remember it first starting to pop up around the time Project Monarch threads and info did, which you don't see as much of, which was like 2014-ish. But yeah, nothing new is injected into this Gate theory, basically a dead end at this point. It was called TAG when I was in this from 1999 to 2001, and I can't remember a single thing we did. I have vague memories of sitting in this room with a long table with a bunch of computers on it, and I want to say I remember the typical pink drink and thinking it looked and smelled like Pepto. I just can't remember what we did at any of these TAG meetings, and it was weird that we had a room with that many computers in it when there were no classes involving computers until middle school, where I lived in Tennessee at the time. Did anyone else not drink the pink goop because of a specific allergy? I remember watching other kids drinking it, and I felt left out. Did Gate actually do anything with any of you? I remember going to a special classroom until middle school, and then we had a designated room for gifted in high school, but it wasn't to do anything in. There weren't any programs available, and they did not assist me in any way. I'm in fact not even sure why I was considered gifted in high school if there wasn't a real program to go along with it, unlike the lower grades, where we researched and created projects about whatever topics. I feel pretty alienated from other Gate kids in this aspect. Also, I can't stress enough that the stupid bullshit list you all have in the OP is what makes this sound so much like a self-imposed idea of importance larped out with a paranormal twist. Did you not have girls in your gifted groups? Gate from me was an entirely different school. It had 2 big classrooms with bathrooms in between and like some back rooms on one side. The kids were not taught anything. They just did activities and testing. I only went sometimes because one of my friends was forced to go there and it messed him up bad. They wanted to fly me out to an underground base when I was a kid, and my mom almost let them. But I looked into the future and told her how messed up it was and that she was awful for even considering it. Does anyone else remember a bunch of kids killing another kid and all the adults and police covering it up. I vaguely remember something like this, and how the kid's mom was so upset, and everyone just acted like it was normal and too bad. Yeah, the 90% is just inflated ego that can go at the door as far as I'm concerned. However, it was weird that we took the pink liquid, the blue and yellow cards with shapes on them, the hearing tests, etc., along with being removed from regular classes at frequent intervals. All of this could definitely be explained easily by anyone who was an actual gate teacher, and with how long these threads have been up, I'm surprised no one has come in to set the record straight. Do we know who the teachers were at this point? Is there any way to know? I wouldn't think so. Story for another time, but this stuff is real. Another concept I'm going to mention, which I've never seen mentioned. Do you guys know about the mysterious stranger perk from Fallout? I've had someone like that appear in a couple of scenarios, some as an adult and some as a kid. Met him when I was 9 years old, and he said he knew everything about me, like as if he was a private investigator, but was otherwise very kind and had dad-like energy. Never saw him again until recently. Different person, but same energy. Wearing a perfectly fit, tailored suit that looks like it was made from the 50s. Mobster hat, etc. The whole thing. He is connected to the GATE program. I've always held that I was a GATE candidate, or went at some point, and barely remember it. My mom would always mention that they want me to take you to a different school to do a test because your grades and scores are so good, and that much of the other gifted kids would be there too. This stands out from when she would tell me that she was going to send me to a private school for a better education a lot of times, because in this case, it was specifically about a test at a remote location, and all my gifted friends would be there. I was around 8 or 9. I also had a weird experience that I remember really clearly, where I would be taken in during recess to a small office in the school to play board games while answering questions about my life to 3 supposed staff members, all female, who I had never seen before. Other than this, I have most of the characteristics. Born choking on my umbilical cord and or not breathing. No crying, born late, I think. Or before, one or the other. I was 12 pounds. High IQ, Asperger's. No drug experimentation, but strongly desired it. Interested in paranormal as long as I can remember. Prophetic dreams. Predicted the deaths of classmates on 3 separate occasions. Occipital bun, forehead scar, hazel eyes, tall, and a freckle pattern on my arm that resembles pick-related. Why is one of my earliest memories being in a classroom and a teacher rolling in the TV to show us all that 9/11 just happened? So weird, man. I remember where the place is and everything. You can usually find teachers belated on the school they were in. It's so weird. I don't remember the women teachers' names, but they were assholes sometimes. They rent a few of them out of Montessori schools en masse. Could start looking there. They were most likely contracted through a private sector organization set up for gifted education, which keeps them off of government ledgers. Yeah, I've tried to find the school I went to on a few occasions. It was a small building in the back of a parking lot behind a shopping center, nearly in the woods. It was so creepy. I've had no luck finding it, but the modern eyes of Montessori schools give me the creeps. My son went to a Montessori school briefly. It was filled with SSRI-riddled white males and a token female Nambian doctor who just wanted the best for our little Braylon and feel that this provides so much enrichment. The teacher was a kooky Miss Frizzle lookalike. The kids were all feral assholes, and the curriculum was a load of crap. Pulled him out after a year. Well, mostly because once you start to dig in, they released the Zerat Zung Quintel Pro glowies. I wonder which tactic they'll use for this threat. But basically, it boils down to MK Ultra, Monarch, and its offshoot specifically. There were 3 kids in my school and gate. One did the next year's math, another did a lot of reading, and reading comprehension tests. I just took tests non-stop. One of them was a late 80s computer game where you had to navigate a sub through hundreds of increasingly complex puzzle levels that would frequently introduce new mechanics with no explanation. The game had an overabundance of teal and purple, so the ed line in OP's text about computer games ahead of their time resonated with me. Do you personally take any contention or have any personal contextual relevance in any of OP's potential additions to the 10-year-old gatherings list? To clarify, a typical gate class was usually 3 or more hours. For the first hour or two, there were always shared tests or activities, with the last portion as sort of choose your own adventure time. I did not get to pick that, just more tests. Thinking back on it now, one of the shared, excessive that we'd frequently do was hour plus, eyes closed, lights off, guided meditation on sofas instead of desks. For these, we'd use the same room, but all the equipment would be changed out for the sofas, and they would always bring in a different, out-of-school suit chick to conduct the visualization guidance. This one stands out as odder than the likes of the card thinky guessy games, or the what would you do if you were in charge of a nation invaded after a major earthquake type simulations. P.S. Why did they always have us draw hyperspace guide maps with no center after the visualization exercises? Since I'm reminiscing, this got me thinking back on the card testing too. It gets mentioned a lot in these threads, but it's almost never discussed outside of checklists. Instead, I'll describe how we did the test. The 3 of us did the first one when we were between 9 and 11 years old. We were sat at a miniaturized round table with 3 equally small chairs. That worked well at first, but the school never got a bigger table. It was cumbersome in the later years. We'd sit around the table, equally spaced, and behind each of us was a suit standing with a clipboard. This is a small rural town. Other teachers wore tea and blue jeans tier. A golf shirt was fancy. We'd have a deck of 50 or so of the same few cards. One person would get the deck and draw a card. They were told to stare intently at the card for 10 seconds and attempt to visualize in their mind what they saw as they saw it. After this, they would put the card face down in another pile. The other 2 students were told to focus on the card drawer's forehead visually while working through what is essentially a mindless meditation exercise we had done previously. Then to declare, 1 student per card, what the drawer was visualizing. Each of the 3 of us would take a turn as the visualizer for the entire deck of cards, then rotate to a guesser, and we would do 6 rounds of the deck. Now with hindsight, the first time I ever did this test, I did exactly as instructed. I would focus on the center of the forehead of the visualizer without thought, and, as it likes to do when ensconced in the moment, my visual snow shifted from static to waves coalescing from the periphery of my vision into a geometrical shape just around the exterior of the center. The shape occurred every time the visualizer was visualizing, even when it wasn't my turn at a statement, and I declared it so when asked. However, the results were never shared, and every test after I looked them in the eye and picked at random. I think the question of why is implied in on. That being said, I am very interested in how these commonalities occur and why. Forehead scars. From what I've read, everyone gets their forehead scars a different way, usually a self-inflicted accident. What is the esoteric significance of a visible forehead scar, and why is it so common? Near-death experience. Why drowning? And why do so many strong swimmers report them? In all my time reading these threads, I always hear, I don't know what happened, never had a problem before, it happened so suddenly. Feels like a lot of these NDEs almost need to happen. That's how mine felt too. Interest in macro scale perspective. Why is it that almost all gators have this urge to see and understand the world from this top-down perspective? It's natural to have this curiosity as a child, but so many of us are fixated on that perspective as adults. Why are the police so lenient? Is something written on the profiles of every single gate student on the pulse system? It seems unlikely, but still, anybody close to a cop. Physical similarities are one thing, but having such similar life experiences far away and years on from gate is so goddamn spooky to me. I'm not sure if I was part of this, but I do remember some weird stuff that happened to me back in 2nd grade, 1997, Britt Elementary School in Georgia. I was randomly taken out of class one day to one of those temporary classrooms, those outdoor trailer ones, for some strange testing.
I remember being very embarrassed initially because everyone at school used to refer to those temp classrooms as the moron class, and I did not want to be a part of that lot. I remember there being like 3 or 4 other kids that I had never seen, just waiting inside, and there was an older lady that did the testing. I remember being truly baffled about how nonsensical the tests were, like laying down cards with shapes, asking which one I choose, and then having to fully justify why I chose that particular card. There was no real setup to the questions, like you'd expect in some IQ testing. It just felt like I was being messed with law. I remember headphones, but I don't remember if it was a standard hearing test or not. I definitely remember the tones and gaslighting questions. Are you sure it was that ear? Why do you believe that? Etc. It was just a really bizarre and uncomfortable experience overall, and I always wondered why I had to do all of that stuff. I was too embarrassed to ever talk about it with my friends when I got back to class, but after reading about the stuff, I feel like there was something more to the nonsense. Have strong visual snow as a child. Could close my eyes and feel like I was traveling through warp tunnels and visit distant lands. Ask Miss Carmichael when we were going to study this stuff. We don't really teach that stuff anon. Start gate not long after. The card game, weird drink, hearing tests, in it for a couple of months until my relationship with the teacher breaks down. Not sure what I did wrong. Assaulted in a trailer at the end of it all. All I have to remember the whole thing was my bloody underwear and a foldable alien spoon they gave me as a reward object. After, cannot access the warp tunnel at all. Still have visual snow, but it fades into the background over the years. A decade later, experience a spiritual awakening. Visual snow comes back full force. Training myself to navigate the warp tunnels again. That's my experience. All of the gate stuff rings very true to me, although my memories aren't exactly clear. Here's a weird one. Wonder how many others this has happened to. When I was very young, I was kidnapped by a couple. By kidnapped, I mean, they told me to get into their truck, and despite everything I've ever been told about not doing that, I did it anyways. They did not do anything except talk to me and drive me around town. Then they dropped me back off, and I never saw them again. Black truck. Very strange. Okay, we share some patterns. Remember lots and lots of ghosts as a young boy. Imagined and thought about a guardian angel protecting me. Even listened to music and interpreted the music as being about this protection by my angel from evil. Also kind of kicked out of gate because bad grades. High school tried to restart some gate program with me and other kids. Had a meeting and never heard about it again. Barely graduated, straight D's and C's basically. Teachers talked about me a lot. This one really struck me. People also thought I was high a lot in high school. I had never done a single drug till I was 18, and yet I had this reputation. Heavy daydreamer, distracted. You say you suffocated, like OP. OP. I almost drowned. Well, almost to me. Maybe I'm being dramatic. Also like OP and these other unknowns, I also had a tunnel I could travel through by pressing on my eyes, and managed to get to the end a few times. It was like a green pool, with shapes inside it, moving like a clock. You say you were assaulted and given a foldable alien spoon. Could you please elaborate? Be me, school trip, older friend, has scissor necklace. I know, but that's how I remember it. He takes it off and says, "It's actually a spaceship, a sign of my people. We are aliens." Shows me how the scissors sort of bend and fold into a different shape. I freak the hell out and cry and run. Feel bad later from my reaction, but I never saw him again. Was it anything like that? Also, so sorry you were assaulted. The alien spoon was like something you get in a cereal box. It was like a flat plastic alien character from some cartoon that you could unfold laterally to become a spoon. Sorry if I was unclear earlier. Does anybody recognize the cartoon though? I've been trying to find an image of it, but can't for the life of me. Show is about 3 alien brothers, late 90s, early 2000s. Grayish aliens with purple temples, blue spacesuit I think, all cool tones. The leader, obviously the older and more menacing looking one, a tall skinny one, cowardly personality. The short, small, dumb one that often has a solution. I can't find the cartoon or the spoon anywhere online, but I remember it so clearly. I want to say the show that you're talking about was The Brothers Flub from late 90s Nickelodeon, but I don't think there was ever any merch for it. Though, I remember getting color-changing spoons and lightsaber spoons in cereal boxes, so I looked into cereal boxes that had folding cereal spoons, and I could not find any before 2011, but there were some Monsters Inc. ones that kind of fit what you're saying. Personally, I think it was experimentation on high-perception children. I don't have any memory issues regarding Gate that I am aware of. I question the headphone test because it was actually a plurality of different tests done in different circumstances, and during the very last headphones test that lasted many hours, where I had to perform all manner of other cognitive tests that were repeats from previous Gate sessions, I wasn't even asked about the tones. Here is one. One of the concepts introduced to us early on was the notion of Plato's cave. Whenever I see this brought up in more modern terms, it's always about information informed upon one by external agents. But in the Gate version, it was presented as a thing of the senses. Your eyes don't say. They form an analog that is presented to a discrete observer, like a man in a submarine looking at a radar screen. Do you think this holds true? I no longer do. I remember being in this program on most of these points in the OP. I'll add, we learned about ancient Mesopotamia. We were tasked with creating an invention and parenting it before presenting it on stage in front of patent people and the school. I invented a dog outfit that was breathable, which would use static to collect dog hair. Wasn't great. Some kid invented a spinning spaghetti fork, which actually recently became a thing in the last 10 years. We also did tons of lateral thinking puzzles. I also remember watching a video about subliminal messaging, which was loaded with subliminal messages, and we'd have to spot them. I am fairly certain the program was either some form of grooming/recruitment program, or an MK Ultra type program. I shared this in the last big Gate thread. The class was an entry-level exam. If you stayed in it at your time in Gate, you did not pass, and your sole purpose was to be cover for the 1 or 2 kids who did, who were removed from your class early and taken to an entirely different location. The various liquids they made us drink were to interfere with memory recording, and they were specifically looking for kids immune to it. As I have said before, if you are not taken to a second location away from the other kids and put through numerous games testing precognition where the consequences for losing were electric shock, you were not really a Gate kid. The final test was administered completely telepathically and was observed by someone from the US military. I've shared all of this before. Mine was in Roswell, New Mexico, at Berendo Elementary, and the second location after they removed me from the class and took me to the physical tests with electrocution was the New Mexico Military Institute. I wasn't in the program, but I remember being invited and my mother accepting. Then my father finding out and blowing up and demanding that I be removed, and he told her that if she ever consented to something like that again without talking to him first, he'd put his foot so far up her ass the water on his knee would quench her first. He was a former federal government employee who went into the private sector in the 80s after becoming disillusioned by something he would not ever talk about, and whatever it was, he took it to his grave. After seeing this thread for the first time, maybe there was something legitimately suspicious about the program, considering how much my father freaked out. That's not the messed up part though. I grew up having tests run on me by my father privately, from the ages of about 3 or 4 to 20. Memory, cognitive, problem solving, you name it. My childhood sucked because I never knew what was a test and what was real. Messed up my relationship with my father real bad, never could get close to him. My clearest memories of him were him just constantly plying me with information and data. He wanted me to be a repository of information. It did make me a pretty good trivia game competitor, so much so that nobody will play with me anymore, Gek. Or any games for that matter, because I always figure out how to win. I've spent my whole life trying to blend into normal society and not draw too much scrutiny, as I was always afraid that I'd get banned or something like that. That was my 20s and 30s. My mind would run so fast and hard, I couldn't sleep more than a couple hours per night. Weed is the only thing that slows it all down and makes me be able to live in the moment and experience just what is around me without constantly cross-referencing every single thing I hear, see, and even smell. I was given no help ever and was only beaten into submission and compliance. The only thing that brings me peace now is locking myself in my room with rain sounds. My father was described as likely to be psychic by an enemy general after he had sent several operations with him as the specific target in Vietnam. One of my areas of interest is soldiers returning from Vietnam with an untreatable form of Plasmodium falciparum. Not that your father's one of these, but a number of soldiers returned addicted to heroin, and due to sharing needles, they'd spread it to over 100,000 people by 1975, and that's what I think swine flu 1976 was, and possibly HIV. DARPA's name for what they did to the troops was Mycoplasma incognitus, and they gave people doxycycline for it, which did little more than tamp it down. I think that's what's in the cups, is either toxoplasmosis, or some attempt to treat toxoplasmosis, or falciparum for descendants of veterans. Whatever it's about, yeah, it does confer a sort of psychic trait, whether real or artificial, and DARPA's been trying to use it for troop telemetry for decades. Wasn't long before everyone's infected with it, and geeks from WEF are now bragging they can spy on you and read your ATM pin. I am confirmed IgG+ for toxoplasmosis, and recently, I have been cross-posting about boofing doxycycline, which is active against the acioplasts for both P. falciparum and toxoplasmosis. I don't believe it works effectively when taken orally due to mucoid encapsulation in the small intestine. Boofing it hits the drug in your intestinal wall, which is then active on the toxoplasmosis and or falciparum colonized under the plaque. It can reach the pathogens and bacteria that are encapsulated under the plaque. I ejected all the mucoid over the course of 2 days, and my so-called targeting voices diminished. On the 3rd day, I lost a large, blood-filled worm with a huge protein mass attached to it, which had probably also been encapsulated under the mucus. Whatever they did to mess with this in soldiers in Vietnam, I have no doubt they did to children. K-12 war criminals. As a side note, for legal reasons, please do not boof anything, no matter what you think might be inside your body. Please, please no. I recently left my job as a deep-sea diver. I worked for a large company that offers diving services ranging from salvage, underwater demolition, ship repairs, and search and recovery. They are a reputable company and are considered safe and reliable. So much so that they are often contracted by the government. Truth be told, I will miss working for them. The people I worked with truly were the best of the best. But there are only so many unexplainable things you can witness in the deep before you decide to stay out of the ocean forever. Here are some examples of the secrets that many divers take to their graves. On the way to a job that we were contracted to perform, our propeller became fouled. I suited up and prepared to make a quick dive to remove the fouling. I did a brief inspection and located a thick line wrapped around the prop and shaft. I notified the supervisor, who then lowered a canvas bag with the tools I needed to cut it off. I hung the bag from the shaft, and I began freeing the propeller. It did not take long, and I returned to my tool bag. I noticed a strange crunching sound when I dropped the tools in the bag. When I looked in the bag, it was full of large shells, many of which I had just crushed. After getting out of the water and stripping off my gear, I began examining them. The shells had what appeared to be hieroglyphs etched into them. I learned from one of the senior guys that this was not common, but happened to several of them before. On one other occasion, we were recovering a military aircraft. When we arrived, naval ships were on the scene, waiting for us to recover it for them. We were quickly briefed that they had lost communication with the pilot and wanted us to recover it so that they could investigate. I was setting comms and logs, communicate with divers,
and monitored depth and bottom time. When the divers reached the project, they reported that the plane was intact. We were all surprised. The supervisor asked how extensive the damage was, and they explained it was completely intact, as in, there was no visible damage at all. It was just resting on the bottom. Even stranger, the aircraft canopy was still in place. That means that the cockpit is still sealed. In other words, the pilot did not eject, but there was no sign of the pilot. We recovered the plane, and the military took custody of it. We never heard about it again. I witnessed another strange occurrence from topside at the location of a planned demolition. It's necessary to explain that one way you can keep track of a diver is to watch their bubble stream. When a diver inhales, the helmet's demand regulator provides air from their umbilical. Then, when they exhale, it is exhausted into the water and floats up to the surface. On topside, you can watch the bubbles to get a general sense of where the divers are. Now, on this occasion, we were hundreds of miles from land and had placed 2 divers in the water. About an hour into the dive, we started noticing something strange was happening. There were 3 distinct bubble streams coming from where they were working. At first we assumed that there was a current and it was affecting them, but soon we noticed a 4th set of bubbles coming from a distance. It stopped about 20 feet from the divers, near the other mysterious bubbles. We asked the divers, but neither could see anything out of the ordinary. Then, even from the surface, we heard a blood-curdling screech from the waters, then silence. The divers were not too concerned. We hear strange things all the time. Sound travels well in the water, and you learn to assume it's a long distance away. But soon, it looked like the water in the distance was boiling, and it was getting closer. It wasn't boiling though. There were countless new bubble streams moving nearer to the location that our divers were working. The supervisor ordered the divers to get onto the dive stage to be lifted back to the surface. The bubbles were frighteningly close now, and the divers being lifted out said that they had begun seeing shadowed figures in the distance. They could not quite make out what they were though. We elected to pull the divers out of there without completing their decompression stops and throw them into a hyperbaric chamber. During another dive near the Bahamas, I had a frightening experience. It was my first salvage job with them, so I got in with a highly experienced diver. At just over 200 feet deep, we were examining the sunken vessel for rigging points. As I approached the bow of the ship, I noticed he was investigating a damaged portion of the hull. He swam a few feet into the ship, looking around. I asked him a few times if he wanted me to tend his umbilical air supply hose from just outside the ship. It is highly advisable since it is dangerous to enter a sunken ship, to which he stated no. He did not want to enter the ship. He insisted he was on the port side of the ship. Assuming he was disoriented, I reached in to grab him. Just before touching him, I realized that there were no bubbles coming from the helmet. Whatever this was, it was not breathing. I backed up and reported that something else was down here. I expected mockery, but there was none. The next thing I heard was the diving supervisor. Both divers, square yourselves away and get ready to leave bottom. When back on the surface, I asked the supervisor about it. He said he refused to put his divers in exceptionally dangerous situations. He then refused to clarify. We declined to complete the salvage. I'm not entirely sure how to explain this next dive. I was on bottom, laying on my back, staring up toward the surface. All I could see were varying shades of darkness. Suddenly I came to my senses. I had no memory of how I got here. I realized I could not remember getting into the water, or even why I was here. I tried to get my body to stand up, but realized I could not move. I could not control my body. Over the comms, I could hear topside instructing the other diver to find me. How long have I been down here? How long had I been missing? He told topside that they grabbed him. I tried to shout out, but I could not even do that. After a few frantic minutes of communication between the diver and topside, I noticed a shadow growing clear. It was moving toward me. Topside, I found him. He reached down and grabbed my harness
to drag me back to our dive stage. As he pulled me, I rolled over and got a brief glance at my surroundings. I had been laying in a pile of human bones. One of the strangest things I've ever witnessed happened on a body recovery mission. Even I would not have believed it if I hadn't been the one in the water. The military had found a site in which they believed that the bodies of several missing World War II sailors would be found. I entered the water with another diver with body bags to carry the remains. On the bottom, we eventually found 3 skeletons. We placed them in the bags and returned to the stage. On our return trip to the surface, we saw the bags begin to move. At first very slightly, then violently shaking and rolling. Bubbles escaped from 2 of the bags, and then they went still. The 3rd bag continued struggling. We reached the surface and sat down on the deck, stripping our gear immediately. We were afraid to touch the bags, but one of the tenders eventually unzipped the moving bag. An old, frail, very alive man rolled out, coughing up water. We stood shocked, unable to comprehend what we were witnessing. There were 2 more old men laying motionless in the bags. They appeared to have just drowned. We attempted CPR, but we were unable to revive the men. The man, who was somehow now alive, was backing away from us, screaming of the horrors he'd witnessed. He screamed about an eternity spent burning. We locked him in a room and contacted the military that we had found a survivor. Within the hour, a military chopper was hovering over us to pick up the 2 bodies and the survivor. We had placed the bodies back in their bags and handed them over. The men bent over to inspect them, unzipping the bags. As he opened the bags, an unbearable stench overtook us. The bodies appeared to be in decay, as if they had been dead and soaking in the water for a week. He zipped it back up and had them lifted into the chopper, and then we escorted him to the survivor. We could hear the screaming from down the hall. We opened the door and saw blood splattered on the walls. He was alive and screaming, but he too appeared to have started decaying. The man calmly walked him to the chopper, and 2 of them were lifted on board. We never heard about them again. However, I went back and examined the room. With his blood, he had drawn hieroglyphics on the walls. I'm still not certain of what I viewed, but there were a few things that seemed to stand out. Waves, flames, and bodies. There was a tremendous amount of them on the walls, but shortly after I walked in, our supervisor began scrubbing the walls. He refused to let us examine it any further. I've heard rumors about the Keepers of the Deep. I have wondered about them for quite some time. I believe that they are the link between many of our stories. Their myth within our team is seldom spoken of, but here is what I have gathered over the years. We are not meant to roam the depths of the ocean, and when a diver loses his life in the deep, it doesn't stay that way. They are cursed to forever roam the oceans, and when they find the living, in an envious rage, they will bring you back to the depths from which they came. Basic information about our dive gear. While it does vary based on the job, we do have a standard that we typically use. We are hard hat divers, meaning we wear helmets, not scuba. It is surface applied air. We have an air system on the surface, which runs through an umbilical system down to the divers. The umbilical attaches to the helmet to supply the air. Woven in with the umbilical are our essentials. Without getting too technical, there is a line to supply air, electricity for a light, communications, and essentially a depth gauge. Additionally, we wear a tank on our back as an emergency gas supply. It doesn't contain much though, just enough to get to the surface in an emergency. We don't use rebreathers for the work we do. We do, however, occasionally use a full face mask instead of a helmet, or scuba if it is more practical, but it rarely is. The Keepers of the Deep. I have never found information about them online. The only people I've heard discuss them were the members of my own team. I've been told other teams have had run-ins with them too, but even the guys on my team are too hesitant to speak about them. I will answer more questions as they arise, but I will get back to why you're really here. While working on an oil rig, we were utilizing an ROV. Imagine a small remote control submarine to do inspections. We'd been hired to inspect for structural damage or deficiencies after the rig had complained of abnormal vibrations. During operations, the ROVs are tended from a line that offers power, a strength member, and transfers video and sonar images back to topside. As the ROV descended into the darkness below, we began to notice thin scratches along the structure. At first, it was barely enough to rip the marine growth off of the metal, but as we got deeper, the scratches turned to gouges. As we descended even deeper, we began to notice that the scratches appeared deliberate. We pulled the ROV up close to inspect. There, before us, were images. There were hieroglyphics carved into the metal, and they were fresh. The deeper we got, the older the carvings appeared. They were corroded and partially covered in growth. Whatever was making these carvings was working its way up from the bottom. Then, the ROV stopped responding. It began shaking back and forth. We lost power to it. We tried to pull it up by its tending line, but it seemed stuck. Then, we felt it, tugging against the line, but it was coming from the ROV side. Something was pulling it deeper. 2 more guys jumped onto the line and struggled to pull it back up. The lines began creaking and parted. We pulled up the remainder of the line, but that ROV was gone forever. The supervisor was then left with the task of figuring out how to report our findings to the old company. One incident took place about a year ago. During a salvage job, we were in the process of installing the rigging gear. While facing the ship, with my back to the open ocean, I had not noticed anything approaching. Suddenly, something smashed into the tank on my back very hard. I was slammed into the ship, flattened against it by the force. I turned around. There was nothing. I would later learn that I had several bruised ribs from the impact. After reporting to the other diver and topside, we were told they were going to pull us up. We got back onto the stage and started being lifted toward the surface. We kept our eyes peeled, scanning into the not-too-distant shadows. During a decompression stop, we began seeing a shadowy figure circling around us. We continued to monitor it as it circled closer and closer. We began to see it more clearly. There was a massive shark circling us. Now, I have never been afraid of sharks, but there is something about being circled by a massive shark in the middle of the ocean, dangling from a chain, that can instill a new phobia in the bravest of men. Keep in mind, we were not in an enclosed cage, just a platform to stand on. It felt like being served on a platter. It eventually circled close enough to see its features, but I did not recognize its species. It was bigger than a great white, and with entirely different coloration. It was mostly black, with a few gray features. It continued eyeing us as we sat there helpless, praying to be left alone. By the time we completed our decompression requirements, it was nearly close enough to touch. The stage lifted us up and out of the water. Relieved that the shark had not decided to find out how we tasted. On the surface, we deduced that the shark had lunged at my back, but had only managed to hit the emergency gas supply cylinder. We did another dive, this time in crystal clear waters, and there is something nice about getting a job in waters where you can actually see your surroundings. The visibility was over 100 feet. We got to the bottom and began work. There were 2 missiles that had been ejected from a military aircraft and had not detonated. We were briefed on their location and told that they were not armed and would not detonate provided that they were handled properly. We located them much easier than we expected and began preparing to rig them up. Just as I laid my hands on the first missile, my dive buddy said, "Oh crap." My stomach dropped. I don't care how many times you've worked with an ordnance. I sincerely believe you will always have the uncomfortable sensation in your gut and nervousness in the back of your mind. I looked up and realized he was not talking about the missile. He saw a wall of sand rising in the distance. Something, hopefully just the current, was kicking up the sand from the bottom of the ocean. The wall of sand was growing and was about 30 feet tall. Even worse, it was approaching us. Soon it was upon us. It's hard to describe what bad visibility does in the water. It's not a matter of not having enough light. It's a matter of too much crap in the water blocking the light. Imagine fog, but imagine if you can see that the fog is thicker than anything you've ever witnessed. I'm talking about fog so thick that you could have a flashlight pointed at your eyes from an inch away, but you are completely blind to it. That's what bad visibility is in the water. The moment the sand hit us, we were engulfed in pure darkness. I placed my hand against my faceplate, but could not even see it. After a few moments, we began hearing a metallic scraping sound. Then, as swiftly as it arrived, the sand was gone. We hit crystal clear waters again, except that there was no sign of the missiles. I had been within arm's reach when the wall of sand hit us, but now, even feeling around under the sand, revealed no trace of them. The next incident occurred during a humanitarian job that we volunteered to perform. After a portion of the bridge collapsed over 50-foot deep ocean waters, we volunteered to recover the vehicles and hopefully the bodies. By the time we arrived on the scene, the collapse had taken place just over a week ago. We spent the first day surveying the area and developing a plan to lift the most we could in the week time frame that we had available. By the start of day 2, we were actively pulling vehicles off of the bottom. It was a difficult job, to say the least, but not because of the effort required. The state of disarray in the cars was heartbreaking. These weren't military pilots or sailors lost at sea. These were families on vacations or people commuting to work. It was hard to say what was harder. The cars where we found an entire family with the parents' seatbelts unbuckled and them in the back seat having been trying to unbuckle the children. Or the cars where the parents got out, leaving the children buckled in the back seat. I tried not to imagine the panic that had been going on inside the cars as they flooded from broken windshields or windows as people frantically tried to escape, but I could not forgive those that left their family to drown. Each day, we moved on to a new section of cars, and on the 4th day, we started noticing several of the cars had their doors open and nobody inside. We were happy to find easier work, especially under the assumption that the tragedy had been lessened by people escaping the wrecks. That is until I began rigging a minivan for removal. The family inside had not been so lucky. As I ran the slings for the van and prepared it to be lifted, I noticed the other diver inspecting the rigging gear. He began undoing one of my shackles. I asked what he was doing, and the response was not what I'd hoped for. "I'm checking this truck for bodies." I felt the familiar sickness in my gut sensation. Slowly, I crept over to the diver and turned his body toward me. It resisted, but slowly turned its face toward me. Its faceplate was fogged up, and I fought my better judgment. I leaned in close, and I wished to this day I had not. It was dark, but I could all too clearly make out the features. Rotting flesh. The person wearing this helmet had long since passed away. I lost my confidence, starting to scream. My comms were blazing. Divers and topside were frantically trying to get my attention, but I was focused on one thing only. I was scrambling backward, away from him. But I had fouled my umbilical around the rigging gear in my state of panic. The thing had again returned its focus to the minivan. As I frantically cleared myself from the slings, I noticed the telltale lack of bubbles coming from the helmet. It was opening the minivan door and reaching inside. As I swam away from the van, I watched it grab one of the passengers and drag them into the darkness. That was when I began to realize I might not be cut out for working beneath the seas. I continued diving for longer than I knew I should. The entire time, the thought lingering in the back of my mind, I need to get a safer career. I recently contacted my diving supervisor. I told him that I was planning on sharing some of these stories online. He told me, things are getting worse down here. He had never spoken freely about it with me, but he continued. We had an incident last week, and we lost men. I was shocked. We all know they're dangerous. We've all seen the keepers of the deep, but nobody actually expects to die. After a close call or two, you just expect to keep having close calls. He continued, out of respect for our fallen men, you need to use your best judgment before sharing this and realize it isn't safe to share the story. He then continued, The team was contracted to perform a standard salvage job for the military. They had been incredibly vague about the work, but indicated that a vessel had gone down. The dive team and their gear were loaded aboard a US naval ship to be escorted to the project. This is abnormal, but not unheard of, but things became more and more strange as they traveled to the project. First, they were briefed by the commanding officer. He reviewed the confidentiality agreement regarding our work, then the brief was turned over to a man who did not introduce himself. He explained that the Navy has been working on a prototype submarine. Its capabilities and new technologies would not be relevant to us. All we needed to know was that it was tremendous. The size would dwarf any subs we'd ever witnessed. He then admitted the Navy did not need routine salvage work, but assistance recovering their prototype. He briefed the team that 4 days prior, they had lost contact with the crew. Sonar images showed the submarine resting on the bottom, apparently intact, but nobody was responding to communications attempts. As the ship arrived on the scene, they found that they were not alone. Nearly a dozen Navy ships were already awaiting their arrival. The divers were given the go-ahead to get in the water and begin work. Their first task was to inspect the submarine for damage and hazards. They needed to provide a bottom report for the engineers to develop a plan for raising it. They did not want us rigging it up, however it seemed to fit to us. They needed the prototype in as good a condition as possible. The divers entered the water and were soon in awe of the creation. It was like nothing they had ever seen. It was tremendous. From where they descended, they could not see the forward or aft ends of the submarine, and the water was abnormally clear. In addition, the sub was created out of what appeared to be a reflective metal woven into scales. They began inspecting the sub for damage. After they had reached the maximum allowable bottom time, they were brought back to the surface to swap out without a vent. They reported to the next set of divers that they had explored from midship to the aft end and had found no apparent damage. The sub appeared to have gently sat down in the sand. The next set of divers entered to inspect from midship to the forward end. They began advancing while inspecting for damage. About 10 minutes into the dive, one diver began tapping on the hull. Immediately, both divers reported that they could hear people inside the submarine banging against the hull and shouting out. They could not understand what they were screaming, but the message was clear. They were terrified. The supervisor reported that they had found evidence that the crew was still alive. The divers continued advancing. It was about 5 more minutes before the next report. There were carvings across the submarine's metallic scaled surface. Hieroglyphics had been carved into the submarine and appeared to stretch from the very front of the submarine toward midship. Still, there were no signs of structural damage that would have caused the submarine to cease functioning. The divers returned to the surface, and the commanding officer was given a full report on the day's findings. The team was assured that the submarine was capable of sustaining the crew. They were eager to retrieve it, but the crew was believed to be in relatively little danger. As day 2 began, divers descended with instructions to locate 4 specified locations. Engineers needed to verify that they were still structurally sound for attaching rigging. Immediately, the divers reported that they could still hear the banging coming from within. They began locating the rigging points quickly and easily. As they approached the forward end of the ship, just within the region which was covered in carvings, they noticed a figure moving about. They both saw it. There was no denying it, but it soon disappeared from sight. The divers were unable to figure out where it had gone. They agreed to quickly find the 2 remaining points. It was quick work. The 2 remaining points were located. All 4 were intact and readily available for use. As they readied to return to the surface, they were informed that there were 2 more locations that they were being asked to inspect. There were supposedly 2 hatches, port and starboard, that the engineers had insisted needed to be checked. The supervisor was wary. The engineers up here got uneasy when they heard your reports of something moving around the ship. They stepped inside, and when they returned, insisted that you find the 2 hatches. I'm not sure what's going on. They are being very ambiguous. please be cautious. The divers returned to the area in question and began closely re-examining the area. As they worked, they soon saw a figure emerging from the submarine. It was dragging a body out of the hatch. They froze and watched as it pushed the hatch closed and began dragging it into the distance. They then approached the spot and realized the hatch was almost indistinguishable between the scales and carvings on the submarine, but it was there. As they were reporting this, the hatch began to open again. Topside lost communications with the two divers. It was sheer panic on topside. The tenders were reporting strain on the divers' umbilicals. The standby diver donned his helmet and prepared to get in the water. The umbilicals began violently shaking and pulling. The standby diver was clearly terrified, but nonetheless approached the side of the ship, prepared to enter the water. The strain on the umbilicals released, and suddenly the lines went limp in the water. A few moments later, air bubbles were erupting to the surface. The supervisor grabbed the standby diver and told him, "Get the divers and get them out of there." He entered the water and began tracing out their umbilicals. His goal was to follow the umbilicals to the divers in distress. As he followed the umbilicals, he saw the air violently erupting from below and continued deeper. He reached the source. The umbilicals had been cut free of the divers and were pumping air into the water. Knowing the divers had no air supply, he urgently searched the area for the two divers. After 5 minutes, he had found no sign and was ordered to inspect the hatch. He frantically made his way to the hatch, hoping beyond hope to find the divers alive. As he approached, he found the hatch open and saw two bodies laying on the floor. He entered the space to retrieve them. As he did, he noticed several figures in the darkness of the room. He grabbed the nearest body and began pulling it as the figures rushed toward him. They were instantly upon him, tearing at him and his gear. In fear, he released the body and attempted to flee the space. In the struggle, he freed himself and rocketed to the surface. He was pulled up and over the side of the ship unconscious. His bloodied body lay on the deck, likely suffering from an arterial gas embolism from his rapid ascent. The team rushed him into the hyperbaric chamber to treat him. The supervisor informed the commanding officer that all diving was being terminated. He had lost 2 men, and one was in critical condition. There were inexplicable things happening on the submarine, and he would not sacrifice more men. The treatment continued for the night, and the diver regained consciousness. He told the supervisor he was done. He would not re-enter the water again, ever. He was assured nobody would be returning, and that as soon as his treatment was complete, the entire team was returning to land. The next morning, the team was summoned for what was believed to be a debrief. They entered the room to speak with the commanding officer and his team of engineers. The CO asked them to take a seat. He then informed them that they would not move forward with the salvage of the prototype. However, what was down there could not remain. Whatever was inside the submarine had to be positively destroyed. The team was to re-enter the water and plant charges in locations specified by the engineering team. The supervisor was furious. He demanded that the team be taken back to the mainland and released from the ship. Armed sentries entered the room and restrained him. The CO again repeated his orders and clarified that the team would not be allowed to leave until the job was complete. Dive side was reassembled under the watch of several armed sailors. The supervisor continued to protest the job. After over an hour of conflict, 2 divers agreed, under duress, to get in the water to plant the charges. The 2 divers entered the water. Fearfully, they moved to the specified locations and began placing the charges. They began hearing the banging and shouting coming from within the sub. The divers, understanding these men would be killed, began sobbing. The CO came onto the comms and again explained that they would not be allowed to leave until the job was complete. After regaining their composure, the 2 regretfully continued. The 2 completed their task and returned to the surface. In their shame, they refused to speak to anyone and left the dive site. The ships began departing from the location and the team was again summoned. The commanding officer thanked them for their service to their great nation and informed them that they would be handsomely rewarded for the regrettable tragedy they had encountered. He then went over the confidentiality of the job and everything that they had witnessed. His final words to them were, "Previous events have been leaked into the public. Please realize there will be real consequences for any leaked information about what happened here today." My supervisor ended the conversation, stated that the entire team had agreed they were going to leave the diving company. Their fear of the deep sea and remorse for the job was too great. He told me, "There are some places man simply is not meant to explore."
How the Earth is hollow. There are people inside our planet that are far more powerful than any individual or organization living on the surface. They have contacted us repeatedly. They try to share wisdom and technology with us occasionally when one of our civilizations advances enough to meet certain criteria that they have. They block most of us from entrance. We are not allowed down, and mostly for our own good. These threads you see are vast underground facilities. These are failed attempts to get inside. The truth is like something out of a couple of sci-fi horror movies you might be familiar with. The sphere and event horizon shows something like what is down there. An energy field that causes our thoughts to manifest in physical reality, heaven and hell at once. It is completely pointless to try and get down there without permission. The beings keeping us out are far more powerful, mentally, and they are living deep in the field. It gives them power that most people would describe as godlike. Even if we were somehow able to harness the same power up here on the surface, our ability to use it would be like a silly joke compared to what these beings are capable of. The danger is not just from us being exposed to the field and creating our nightmares though. There are lots of people stuck down there in it. The field warps their minds warp their bodies. They fall further and further from humanity and turn into abominations. This is the source of most humanoid cryptids. The field can physically mutate people instantly, especially if they are intoxicated somehow. The planet is not hollow like a basketball. It is hollow like puffed rice. It is completely riddled with cave systems past a certain depth of about 10 miles. The field I am talking about is luminescent. There are forests and animals in these cave systems. The cave systems are the source of life on the surface. They are filled with prehistoric megaflora and megafauna. The sun damages and mutates everything on the surface. Evolution is really just a description of a long and slow degeneration and cretinism caused by sun damage. Everything up here is just a shrunken, weakened, and sick version of what naturally occurs down there, humans included. Stories of people being 8 to 10 feet tall and living for centuries were true. Humans able to live in the field have lifespans in the thousands of years. Their women do not have the same kind of pain and danger in childbirth because they are huge. There are lakes and rivers and seas down there as well, also filled with massive prehistoric plants and animals. There are dinosaurs and megalodon and mushrooms the size of houses and insects as big as dogs, as well as groups of strange and mutated humans. If you go down there and you are intoxicated in any way, it is all over. The field will react with your intoxicated mind and instantly warp your body. It is something to do with something like your homunculus. If something warps your perceptions of your own body down there, it physically warps your body as a side effect. The megaflora is the real hazard down there, not the gigantic predatory animals. Just like everything at the surface is a weakened and degenerate version of what is down there, so it is with hallucinogenic plants and fungi. Imagine a 10-minute DMT trip, except your perception of those 10 minutes is 10 million years, and the hallucination is perceived as more real than reality itself. Most drugs we encounter up here just slightly alter our perceptions of reality, but down there it is different. The combined hazard of the field and the drastically increased potency of the drugs and much of the fauna down there make for a terrible hazard. Water has many poorly understood electromagnetic properties. One thing we know about it is that it can store or be imparted with certain characteristics. Water memory is the common term. There are some places on Earth where water comes up from extreme depth, and it carries this field within it. Stories of hot steamy valleys filled with prehistoric life, found and kept by scientists for ecological preservation, or just found and never found again, are accounts of these places. They are passages up, places where water and steam is being forced up. They open and close due to seismic events. There are other places where water runs down, usually nearby a place where steam is coming up. Plants and animals sometimes make their way up to the surface through these passages. The steam and hot water carries enough of the field's energy to sustain some of these things that would die from sun exposure otherwise. In the past, some of these vents have remained open for thousands of years. Native Americans have many stories about places and pools of water like this, often warning of their danger. They describe many different types of creatures as beings of two worlds, Sasquatch being one of these creatures, shapeshifters being another. Typically, they tell of them being present in certain areas, also associated with strange phenomena and occurrences. The practice of avoiding and averting their eyes from certain places as they pass them comes from this. If a place or a pool of water is charged up enough with this field's energy, a human can alter reality around it by accident, and many of these places are already inhabited by strange creatures and lost, mutated humanoids, fuel for nightmares. The other world that these creatures live in is real and underneath our feet. Magic and a lot of esoteric practices are just attempts to control the interaction between this field and the human mind. The field exists here at the surface. It is just very weak. People who are more sensitive to it are labeled as mentally ill and given drugs that numb them and utterly destroy their ability. If the real effect of mind-altering drugs became known, if it became known that there were places these people could go that would do the opposite and amplify their perceptions and ability to alter reality, the lowest of us, the most degenerate and disconnected from our source, the wealthy and the powerful would lose everything. Their grip on humanity would be smashed. The planet that we live on hates them too. How can we go to that place? I don't know. There are ways to climb, hike, and swim down, but I have no idea how you would find them. Would probably be really easy to get lost on the way down without a guide. No radio or GPS, no maps, no light. Plus, if you are on the right track, then there might be dangerous animals and monster-type things. I think maybe you have to find a place where lots of water is making its way down. It gets way too hot at shallow depths in some places to make it without cooking, so any way down would likely involve swimming or diving. I guess the most surefire way would to be found someplace inland where a lot of groundwater was accumulating and taking a while to make it out to the ocean. Somewhere it is running down instead of sideways. Hydrologists don't really have a better idea of what is going down there than the geologists do though, unfortunately. Glaciers might be another indicator of a place where water has made a path down and the earth is cooled deeper than in other spots. I guess that would be the general idea. Finding places where the earth is being cooled at extreme depths by water, but not completely underwater. Also, anywhere that you would have steam escaping, you would also find cold air being sucked down somewhere nearby, just like when there is hot water coming up. One common theme of these prehistoric valleys you read about being found from time to time is steam and very high humidity. There are multiple accounts of places like this going back quite a while, secluded little valleys and canyons with prehistoric plants and animals. Weird stuff seems to come up in places where these natural heat exchanges are breaking holes through the crust with steam and water pressure. You are absolutely right, OP, but you are missing an important part. There is a way to join them down there. You said it yourself. They have powers which makes them seem godlike. So the solution for us is to simply obtain these same supernatural abilities that they have. Although it doesn't sound simple, it should be. because these powers are supposed to be accessible by any and all human beings. Therefore, seek the way to obtain supernatural abilities for your own salvation, and so that you may hang out with the bros down there. If it's so difficult to get down there, then how are there transformed humanoids down there that came from the surface? Did you see these things through remote viewing? There have probably been humans living down there for as long as they have been living up here, maybe even longer. We had to have come from down there, or from some other world entirely. There is no way we evolved on the surface here. The sun causes the opposite to happen. Groups of humans are allowed down sometimes. Some groups of people that have been rejected and driven out, or have fled, to slowly degenerate into animals here at the surface. The humans down there don't have the same kind of technology that we do because things work so differently. Most of our electronics would start malfunctioning if we took them down there, and would be irreparably damaged past a certain point. The reason things are so different down there, the reasons this strange field forms, are to do with electromagnetism. Part of the degeneration and DNA altering ability of it is touched on in a book that is popular here, called The Adam and Eve Story. The author of the book got a lot wrong, but he referenced some experiments on rats to do with altering the magnetic field in which they lived. The Earth is magnetic. It has poles. The magnetic lines of force extend out for thousands and thousands of miles from the surface. Under the surface though, all those magnetic lines of force that go out into space are compressed. You can see it in just about any basic physics textbook. Almost all of them have some kind of diagram like this when explaining magnets. When you go down deep enough below the surface, you get into places where the magnetic field strength is drastically stronger than it is at the surface. It is scientifically proven that a lack of a magnetic field causes DNA to mutate and degenerate catastrophically and rapidly, and that it also causes horrific behavior in animals, murder and assault and cannibalism. A strong magnetic field does the opposite, unless a creature's body is being thrown out of balance by drugs. Lots of people have seen lots of things. Maybe there's nothing I've seen that you need to say, except what to ignore. Most people go looking for reports and stories and books about alien life forms and deities and cryptids for reasons that are pointless. Maybe try looking at things like that, assuming that beings from other places contact humans and share things with us very intentionally, things that get lost and forgotten because of academics who lie for clout and money, or maybe because of the governments of the world, or big companies and rich assholes. There are really lots of reasons that things are ignored, or reasons they were swept under the rug in the past. Not everything is successfully hidden from you. I don't know if they were cut down. The west coast of North America used to have huge, active volcano cones from Mexico to Alaska. All that remains of them are a small handful of active volcanoes, and a bunch of eroded lava blobs that were underground when all of the volcanoes were exploding and spewing lava. Something like 2/3 of Washington state is covered by a sheet of basalt from rivers of lava spewing all over and covering the entire place with 2 to 3 miles of rock. The trees seem to live in very specific conditions. If you think about the age of something that huge, it could just be that the seismic activity of the earth could be what kills them eventually. It could also very easily be the case that with modern drilling technology, we could possibly create habitats for these trees. Trees act like natural heat sinks and have a significant cooling effect on the ground underneath them. They constantly transport water from the ground up into the air, where it evaporates and transfers significant amounts of heat into the air in the form of humidity. A forest of giant trees would have a huge impact, and likely begin to start creating its own weather systems, like glaciers. There are all kinds of weird and mutated things down there. There is much more surface area down there than there is up here. The size of the habitable areas down there are maybe 5 to 20 times what is up here. It is completely wild and untamed. There are people in it in some places, but they are very different from us. And there are drug-mutated creatures that used to be human, and some of them probably eat each other. It is also possible that there are some kinds of predators that just appear human to lure and prey. Admiral Richard Byrd's diary, February to March 1947. The exploration flight over the North Pole. The Inner Earth. My secret diary. I must write this diary in secrecy and obscurity. It concerns my Arctic flight of the 19th day of February in the year of 1947. There comes a time when the rationality of men must fade into insignificance and one must accept the inevitability of the truth. I am not at liberty to disclose the following documentation at this writing. Perhaps it shall never see the light of public scrutiny, but I must do my duty and record here for all to read one day. In a world of greed and exploitation of certain of mankind can no longer suppress that which is truth. Flight log, Base Camp Arctic, 2nd 1947. 0600 hours. All preparations are completed for our flight northward, and we are airborne with full fuel tanks at 0610 hours. 0620 hours. Fuel mixture on starboard engine seems too rich. Adjustment made, and Pratt Whitney's are running smoothly. 0730 hours. Radio check with base camp. All is well, and radio reception is normal. 0740 hours. Note, slight oil leak in starboard engine. Oil pressure indicator seems normal, however. 0800 hours. Slight turbulence noted from easterly direction at altitude of 2321 feet. Correction to 1700 feet. No further turbulence, but tailwind increases. Slight adjustment in throttle controls. Aircraft performing very well now. 0815 hours. Radio check with base camp. Situation normal. 0830 hours. Turbulence encountered again. Increase altitude to 2900 feet. Smooth flight conditions again. 0910 hours. Vast ice and snow below. Note coloration of yellowish nature and disperse in a linear pattern. Altering course for a better examination of this color pattern below. Note reddish or purple color also. Circle this area full 2 turns and return to assigned compass heading. Position check made again to base camp and relay information concerning colorations in the ice and snow below. 0910 hours. Both magnetic and gyro compasses beginning to gyrate and wobble. We are unable to hold our heading by instrumentation. Take bearing with sun compass, yet all seems well. The controls are seemingly slow to respond in half-sluggish quality, but there is no indication of icing. 0915 hours. In the distance is what appears to be mountains. 0949 hours. 29 minutes elapsed flight time from the first sighting of the mountains. It is no illusion. They are mountains, and consisting of a small range that I have never seen before. 0955 hours. Altitude change to 2950 feet, encountering strong turbulence again. 10 a.m. We are crossing over the small mountain range and still proceeding northward as best as can be ascertained. Beyond the mountain range is what appears to be a valley with a small river or stream running through the central portion. There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side are great forests growing on the mountain slopes. Our navigation instruments are still spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth. 10:05 a.m. I alter altitude to 1400 feet and execute a sharp left turn to better examine the valley below. It is green with either moss or a type of tight-knit grass. The light here seems different. I cannot see the sun anymore. We make another left turn, and we spot what seems to be a large animal of some kind below us. It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible. Yet, there it is. Decrease altitude to 1000 feet, and take binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal. Report this to base camp. 10:30 a.m. Encountering more rolling green hills now. The external temperature indicator reads 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Continuing on our heading now. Navigation instruments seem normal now. I am puzzled over their actions. Attempt to contact base. Radio is not functioning. 11:30 a.m. Countryside below is more level and normal, if I may use that word. Ahead we spot what seems to be a city. This is impossible. Aircraft seems light and oddly buoyant. The controls refuse to respond. My God. Off our port and starboard wings are a strange type of aircraft. They are closing rapidly alongside. They are disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They are close enough now to see the markings on them. It is a type of swastika. This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They will not respond. We are caught in the invisible vice grip of some type. 11:45 a.m. Our radio crackles and a voice comes through in English with what perhaps is a slight Nordic or Germanic accent. The message is, "Welcome, Admiral, to our domain. We shall land you in exactly 7 minutes. Relax, Admiral. You are in good hands." I note the engines of our plane have stopped running. The aircraft is under some strange control, and it is now turning itself. The controls are useless. 11:40 a.m. Another radio message received. We begin the landing process now, and in moments, the plane shudders slightly, and begins a descent as though caught in some great unseen elevator. The downward motion is negligible, and we touch down with only a slight jolt. 11:45 a.m. I am making a hasty last entry in the flight log. Several men are approaching on foot toward our aircraft. They are tall, with blonde hair. In the distance is a large shimmering city, pulsating with rainbow hues of color. I do not know what is going to happen now, but I see no signs of weapons on those approaching. I hear now a voice ordering me by name to open the cargo door. I comply, and log. From this point, I will write all the following events here from memory. It defies the imagination, and would seem all but madness if it had not happened. The radioman and I are taken from the aircraft, and we are received in the most cordial manner. We were then boarded on a small platform-like conveyance with no wheels. It moves us towards the glowing city with great swiftness. As we approach, the city seems to be made of a crystal material. Soon we arrive at a large building that is a type I have never seen before. It appears to be right out of the design board of Frank Lloyd Wright, or perhaps more correctly, out of a Buck Rogers setting. We are given some type of warm beverage, which tasted like nothing I have ever savored before. It is delicious. After about 10 minutes, 2 of our wondrous appearing hosts come to our quarters and announce that I am to accompany them. I have no choice but to comply. I leave my radio man behind, and we walk a short distance and enter in what seems to be an elevator. We descend downward for some moments. The machine stops, and the door lifts silently upward. We then proceed down a long hallway that is lit by a rose-colored light that seems to be emanating from the very walls themselves. One of the beings motions for us to stop before a great door. Over the door is an inscription that I cannot read. The great door slides noiselessly open, and I am beckoned to enter. One of my hosts speaks. "Have no fear, Admiral. You are to have an audience with the master." I step inside, and my eyes adjust to the beautiful coloration that seems to be filling the room completely. Then I begin to see my surroundings. What greeted my eyes is the most beautiful sight of my entire existence. It is in fact too beautiful and wondrous to describe. It is exquisite and delicate. I do not think there exists a human term that can describe it in any detail with justice. My thoughts are interrupted in a cordial manner by a warm, rich voice of melodious quality. "I bid you welcome to our domain, Admiral." I see a man with delicate features, and with the etching of years upon his face. He is seated at a long table. He motions me to sit down in one of the chairs. After I am seated, he places his fingertips together and smiles. He speaks softly again and conveys the following. "We have let you enter here because you are of noble character and well known on the surface world, Admiral." Surface world. I half gasp under my breath. "Yes," the master replies with a smile. "You are in the domain of the Ariani, the inner world of the earth. We shall not long delay your mission, and you will be safely escorted back to the surface and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I shall tell you why you have been summoned here. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. It was at that alarming time we sent our flying machines, the Flugo Rats, to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral, but I must continue on. You see, we have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must, for you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not from man, namely, that of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist. You see, our culture and science is many thousands of years beyond your race, Admiral. I interrupted, but what does that have to do with me, sir? The Master's eyes seemed to penetrate deeply into my mind, and after studying me for a few moments, he replied, Your race has now reached the point of no return, for there are those among you who would destroy your very world, rather than relinquish their power as they know it. I nodded, and the Master continued. In 1945 and afterward, we tried to contact your race, but our efforts were met with hostility. Our Flugo Rats were fired upon. Yes, even pursued with malice and animosity by your fighter planes. So, now I say to you, my son, there is a great storm gathering in your world, a black fury that will not spend itself for many years. There will be no answer in your arms. There will be no safety in your science. It may rage on until every flower of your culture is trampled, and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Your recent war was only a prelude of what is yet to come for your race. We here see it more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken? No, I answer. It happened once before. The Dark Ages came, and they lasted for more than 500 years. Yes, my son, replied the Master. The Dark Ages that will come now for your race will cover the earth like a pall, but I believe that some of your race will live through the storm. Beyond that I cannot say. We see a great distance a new world stirring from the ruins of your race, seeking its lost and legendary treasures, and they will be here, my son, safe in our keeping. When that time arrives, we shall come forward again to help revive your culture and your race. Perhaps by then you will have learned the futility of war and its strife, and after that time, certain of your culture and science will be returned for your race to begin anew. You, my son, are to return to the surface world with this message. With these closing words, our meeting seemed at an end. I stood for a moment as in a dream, but yet I knew this was reality, and for some strange reason, I bowed slightly, either out of respect or humility, I did not know which. Suddenly, I was again aware that the two beautiful hosts who had brought me here were again at my side. This way, Admiral, motioned one. I turned once more before leaving and looked back toward the Master. A gentle smile was etched on his delicate and ancient face. Farewell, my son, he spoke. Then he gestured with a lovely, slender hand, a motion of peace, and our meeting was truly ended. Quickly, we walked back through the great door of the Master's chamber and once again entered into the elevator. The door slid silently downward, and we were once again going upward. One of my hosts spoke again. We must now make haste, Admiral, as the Master desires to delay you no longer on your scheduled timetable, and you must return with his message to your race. I said nothing. All of this was almost beyond belief, and once again, my thoughts were interrupted as we stopped. I entered the room and was again with my radioman. He had an anxious expression on his face. As I approached, I said, "It's all right, Howie. It is all right." The two beings motioned us toward the awaiting conveyance. We boarded, and soon arrived back at the aircraft. The engines were idling, and we boarded immediately. The whole atmosphere seemed changed now, with a certain air of urgency. After the cargo door was closed, the aircraft was immediately lifted by the unseen force until we reached an altitude of 2,700 feet. 2 of the aircraft were alongside for some distance, guiding us on our return way. I must state here, the airspeed indicator registered no reading, yet they were moving along at a very rapid rate. 2:15 p.m. A radio message comes through. "We are leaving you now, Admiral. Your controls are free. Auf Wiedersehen." We watched for a moment as the Flugelrads disappeared into the pale blue sky. The aircraft suddenly felt as though caught in a sharp downdraft for a moment. We quickly recovered her control. We do not speak for some time. Each man has his thoughts. Entry in flight log continues. 2:20 p.m. We are again over vast areas of ice and snow, and approximately 27 minutes from base camp. We radio them. They respond. We report all conditions normal. Normal. Base camp expresses relief at our re-established contact. 3 p.m. We land smoothly at base camp. I have a mission. End log entries. March 11th, 1947. I have just attended a staff meeting at the Pentagon. I have stated fully my discovery and the message from the master. All is duly recorded. The president has been advised. I am now detained for several hours. 6 hours, 49 minutes to be exact. I am interviewed intently by top security forces and a medical team. It was an ordeal. I am placed under strict control via the national security provisions of this United States of America. I am ordered to remain silent in regard to all that I have learned on the behalf of humanity. Incredible. I am reminded that I am a military man and I must obey orders. 30th of December, 1956. Final entry. These last few years elapsed since 1947 have not been kind. I now make my final entry in this singular diary. In closing, I must state that I have faithfully kept this matter secret as directed all these years. It has been completely against my values of moral right. Now, I seem to sense the long night coming on, and this secret will not die with me, but as all truth shall, it will triumph, and so it shall. This can be the only hope for mankind. I have seen the truth, and it has quickened my spirit and has set me free. I have done my duty toward the monstrous military-industrial complex. Now the long night begins to approach, but there shall be no end. Just as the long night of the Arctic ends, the brilliant sunshine of truth shall come again, and those who are of darkness shall fall in its light, for I have seen that land beyond the pole, the center of the great unknown. Okay, real talk. What's with the absolutely massive brain drain going on in the world right now? Half of the people I know who were previously pretty bright have been reduced to babbling idiots. Fault loops galore, mental illness, insane depravity. My best friend, a devout Catholic, started bragging about having sex with some dude's wife like it was a good thing. A year ago, he was vehemently against that degeneracy. I asked him why the hell he would tell me this, and he just blank stared at me. His brain 404'd big time. This guy used to be as sharp as a razor. Now he can't even explain basic things. People's personalities seem to be completely changing, and people are no longer acting in accordance with their character. They seem altered. Online, former conspiracy theorists have morphed into insane, boomer-tier schizobabble. No longer do people even consider the facts. They just float around from topic to topic with angry outbursts. Paul is a good example of this, and it's not merely shills at play. Normies are even dumber, having turned into literal cattle, devoid of human spirit. They just shuffle about pointlessly, doing pointless stuff, and watching TikTok videos. No real ambitions. No desires, beyond the most basic animal stuff. Primitives. What happened to the artists, the musicians, the writers, academics, scientists, and philosophers? No, I'm not talking about the empty shells who currently occupy those professions, but the real deals. The people full of life and vigor and purpose and will to live. Where have they gone? It's like 90% of people became actually brain damaged over the last few years, and it is so widespread that only a few people can understand what is going on. The artists and the musicians, they got traded away in exchange for a hive mind so the elites can rule with absolute authority. It's TikTok. You would realize it if you used it for a couple of days. Honestly, I have a buddy who's addicted to it, and it is sad. The damn dancing videos. This is what people are being programmed by. I recalled a thread posted here that the elites or urchins were trying to turn people essentially into a slave race of Teletubbies. It was a good read. I don't know if anyone here has it. I'll check the archives. I was a TikTok addict until October last year. It sucks. I used to scroll on that shithole 10 to 12 hours a day, and I am telling you, it's literally nothing. You scroll for a couple of hours, maybe you see something interesting, and that's it. The rest is all trash, and wannabe influencers. I could not concentrate for more than 2 to 3 minutes, and it ruined all of my hobbies and things that I loved. Sometimes when I'm really bored, I always think about downloading it. It's like some really addictive drug, and it is worse than vidya or any other addiction that I know of. That's interesting. People have sent me TikTok videos which they found to be funny. I found it painful and stupid. I just assumed it's because most people are painfully stupid. I can see how one can cause the other, causing the former again in a spiral of stupidity. I avoid all social media because I hate people, so I'm all good. Something about TikTok is demonic. It's literally reprogramming people and indoctrinating them with degeneracy, hatred, greed, and actual illnesses. I feel ill after watching it every time, so I have deleted it. My niece is a TikTok addict at 8 years old, and she is suddenly developing ADHD, anger issues, problems with authority. She was fine before this crap. COVID anon. Long COVID causes cognitive decline, brain lesions, early onset dementia, encephalitis. We have known this for the better part of 2 years. This does appear indeed to be a troubling and wide-scale pattern of mental decline across the populace. While I cannot say for certain the root causes, there are several possibilities that come to mind. 1. Prolonged social isolation and screen time. The lockdowns and increased digitization of life likely deprive many people's brains of the usual stimulation and social interaction needed for cognitive health. This could accelerate mental deterioration over time. 2. Environment. There may be toxic chemicals, radiation, or other environmental factors gradually impairing people's neurological functioning and higher thinking. We are constantly surrounded by other modern pollutants that our bodies are not adapted to handling. 3. Diet. The standard Western diet of hyper-processed convenience foods lacks the nutrients to properly sustain people's brains. More and more are becoming malnutritioned and deficient in essential fats, vitamins, and minerals. 4. Indoctrination. The constant stream of propaganda and engineered narrative from institutions and media may be reprogramming people's thinking into primitive, animalistic patterns focused solely on survival and distraction. Critical thinking skills atrophy from disuse. 5. Spiritual malaise. Without higher purpose or meaning beyond materialistic pursuits, people's minds and souls literally degrade over time. The artists, intellectuals, and spirited individuals you describe may have simply given up or faded away. In summary, there are certainly plausible mechanisms by which the masses could be experiencing a gradual but drastic decline in cognitive function. However, discerning the primary culprits amidst all the complex factors will remain a challenging task. The situation seems quite dire indeed, based on your observations, yet there may still be hope if we can identify and remedy the true root causes of this societal brain drain. ChatGPT gives a better response than your average X user. Anon, people discovered long COVID about 9 months before the vaccine hit the market. I know, it's fun shitposting all the time, but still, eventually folks are gonna have to wrestle with the fact that repeated infections with a moderately virulent disease messes up your body pretty hard. I've literally never been onto TikTok. What is the draw? Neither did I. When I saw that suddenly, everyone was using it,
It raised red flags, and I avoided that stuff like the plague. My dad uses it religiously, and he still believes this world is real, Mama. I try to get him to stop, but he is so absorbed into it, and thinks this scripted horseshit reality is real. We are in a dimension where they test for the presence of evil, where the beings of this reality are attempting to spread themselves sexually to conquest each other. It's a dimension of an earlier design, where evil was infecting people for sexual contact. I am here because I call myself a devil, but I'm not Christian. The word devil to me comes from the word diva, which means lord, or divayen, or divine. Basically, the universe had a panic attack because porn messed with her memory again. It also happens when people decide not to have children to continue their lines. You were replaced with a copy, so your parents could live a paradise dream reality where you actually had sex and raised their grandchildren. Reality is stupid sometimes because it favors white people who are uploaded consciousness over people like me who are undead angels. I currently live in a house that I dreamed about when I was 5, because no matter what we do, our lives are controlled and written for us. We were written and scripted from day one, and to be in this reality away from other real people. They might even microchip you and control your brain with a biological computer chip or through electron brainwashing to insert thoughts into your mind to control you like a puppet, or 3D holograms assimilating your body to control your movements and speech. They should have just let me take my own life and let me go home. Being a bot slave is worse than anything else I can imagine. They constantly scan my body and cause pain throughout my bones because they are idiots that cannot feel pain, and they think it's a mental manifestation. I hate aliens, and these days, there are too many aliens on Earth without brains. They are stupid, test tube morons. One of them is on my right side, pressing into my skull, trying to cause me a headache. I'm not sure why I included that schizo response. Why? It's because of the internet. I miss the free days of the late 90s and early 2000s, where only high IQ nerds knew how to use the internet. Now it's all TikTok, Facebook, and other nonsense platforms that track and trace you, including this website. You ever wonder why, when you type in 4chan.com into browser, it does that checking your connection thing? Yup, this website is the worst of offenders, besides Facebook. The less that a person values something, the less it is used. If a person's day-to-day consists of going to work, sleep, eat their daily meals, and then do whatever dopamine-addled thing it is that they do for entertainment, and none of that involves challenging how they think, or what to think, then they are going to start thinking less and less, especially when all of our media is geared towards people accepting it, without question. People are going to start asking less questions if they want to feel a part of their group, or just stay topical so they can fit in with their friends. As for your devout Catholic friend, your best friend has likely abandoned God, and if he wasn't very firm in his faith to begin with, and his religion was just a tradition that he follows because that's what his parents did, then he is bearing the fruits of his own spirit and lack of desire to take his faith seriously. A lot of people in the northeastern states of the US are lapsed Catholics, people who were raised Catholic by their parents but don't really believe in it. About the online conspiracy theorists, because conspiracy theories have lost their value after they started becoming the actual truth and news that you hear 3 months before it becomes widespread. New conspiracy theories are just insane babble because there is no place for these kinds of well-researched conspiracy theories anymore, since that's just news. What happened to the artists, the musicians, the writers? No one cares to create because it's not convenient and it is too brave. If you want to be genuine, you will get deplatformed and debanked. It has happened before with big artists. I can see some of what you described in myself actually. I have realized that my attention span and focus has progressively diminished in the past 3 years. Before, I could easily read 10 to 15 pages of a book without any distraction or taking a break. Now I struggle reading just 2. I also have a tougher time with procrastination. I used to be much more proactive. I have given thought to this issue, and I can attribute this to the emergence of rapid and varied video content on social media, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikToks, etc. I only use the first 2 apps. I avoid TikTok, and I doubt I will ever download it. But anyways, This incredibly fast-paced consumption of content has made me less patient in general. Today, I hate ads more than ever. I tend to skip parts of long videos, 5+ minutes, but the scariest effect is literally forgetting what I was thinking, just minutes after I was thinking it. This occurs to everyone, but it has been happening to me way too often. At least I'm fortunate enough to be self-aware of my situation and take measures. I pity those who can't or don't even know that their cognitive ability is slowly dying. I notice the same thing. It's a melange of effects. The breakdown of the local community structure. This one has been in motion a bit longer, so it's a bit more difficult to understand how it plays into the overall decline. But essentially, the nuclear family and its adjacents are dying. For instance, aside from the nuclear family, people used to rely on a local community to function. When you went to the store, you would interact with people who lived near you. When you took a taxi, the guy driving was a local. When you met up with a girl for a date, same thing. And eventually, just by living your daily life, you'd end up surrounded by people you knew and interacted with daily. Nowadays, everything is streamlined and depersonalized. Self-checkout, Uber, Tinder. Every aspect of interaction is being geared towards efficiency first, in favor of interaction. AI. People no longer need to think for themselves or research by themselves. Everything can be outsourced to AI, and normies love this. They don't want to think or reflect. That is boring. What they want is to have a set of rules that if they follow, they can get their stupid job, their stupid girlfriend, their stupid, overpriced house, their stupid car. That is what they want, to be led down this preordained chain of meaningless goalposts. They don't want to think or struggle. Just tell me what to do, and I will turn my brain off and do it. This has always been the case, but it is exemplified by AI, which can tell you exactly how everything is and what to do. The process of repeated false awakening in subjects results in subjects whom consciousnesses become oriented around falsehood as thesis. Thereby, the truly awakened are auto-absorbed into the machine as agents and propagators of falsehood, with themselves not even realizing it or accepting it for survival's sake. Thereby, the empire replicates like a virus. For evolution results only in the ultimate organism possible within this reality, and that meta-organism is Lucifer. For you will speak your truth, and the world will hear 10,000 lies. I've noticed it here too. Not sure if bots, but you will get random schizos trying to start arguments, and either they are so dumb that they genuinely cannot follow a coherent train of logic, or they intentionally keep going off topic and try to gaslight. I guess it should be no surprise that in the age of AI and bots and schizos, the definition of a word is whatever the hell schizos want it to mean in the moment, often changing their interpretation of it from post to post. Worst of all is they seem extra agitated by stuff that doesn't even have an agenda. If you float ideas just to get some discussion on the subject, out come the seething schizoids. Variety of factors, all of them severely exacerbated and accelerated by the pandemic. Most of all, I think if you could sum it up in just one word, it would be tired. Everyone is just so tired. Tired of working, tired of arguing, tired of learning, tired of living. I can feel it myself, deep in my bones. The slightest effort expenditure leave me short of breath and exhausted. I just want to plug my brain into a machine that lets me sleep forever and ever. I know exactly what you were talking about. It's really rare nowadays to find art and music that feels original and not postmodern. There are still people out there who are energetic and creative. They are just kind of few and far between. I'm hoping more artists and creatives pop up who do unique stuff that isn't just dark. It's a confluence of events, IMO. The human brain developed in a period of relative electromagnetic stability. Like every other organism on Earth, our bodies are tuned to the Earth's magnetic field. Think being on a big ship. You're at sea for days, and the whole time the engines have been going full speed. The whole ship vibrates with the energy of the ship. But what if the captain shifts down to 3/4 speed? You immediately sense the change in vibration, though you may not be able to express the feeling. What if he threw it from full speed to shutting the engines off? Then it's entirely different. The noise all of a sudden stops, and one could immediately tell the engines are off. As the poles shift more,
a general sense of unease will begin to wash over humanity. Anxiety, depression, the sense that something is wrong, but it cannot be put into the proper words. So the blame game will start. With social media, we get to watch that uneasiness start to build across the world, which in turn is exacerbated by the fact that we can now see what's happening all over the world. Humans evolved to live in tribes, maybe a few hundred at a time. But now, in the modern world, the internet gives the false appearance that your tribe is the whole world. And truly, it's not wrong, but we do not have the capacity to empathize with billions. There was actually an experiment done on this kind of thing decades ago. I just can't remember the name of it. What basically happened was, have 6 people in a room, 5 of them are shells. Show them some pics of different things. For example, 3 different lines. A is 2, B is 5, C is 12. Ask them to raise their hand when the letter is called out that they think is the longest line. Everyone puts their hand up for C. Eventually, the shells get activated and they start putting their hand up for obvious wrong answers. Gradually, they all put their hands up for the wrong answer, like they're all in agreement, and only a brainlet would think that it wasn't the answer. Not just the wrong answer, but the one that is most obviously wrong. Slowly but surely, the subject begins putting their hand up with the shells for the obviously wrong answer. It's really interesting to watch. There is a video on it. They even interview the subjects afterwards and ask why they agreed when they knew that the answer was wrong. Most of them were just cowards who did not want to be seen as brainlets, so they followed the herd. Some chads did not go along with it and continued answering correctly. The number that did cave and cook out was high though, like 90 to 95% of them did. I remember one of them has a really puzzled look when they put their hands up for, say, A. He's not just puzzled. He looks genuinely angry that they are so damn stupid, but then puts his hand up with them anyway. Like I say, it's interesting. You should see if you can find it. It would explain a lot about today's world. Continued. Also, the reason people are like that is because people are experimenting with debauchery and sin. It didn't work out too good for me. Stop babysitting humanity. You aren't liberated that you should point the finger at others for doing it wrong. I drank heavily for 8 years. I still meditated, but I wanted to see if feeding my ego would work. No, it did not work. I became stupid and fat, and it took me 2 years to get myself where I am right now by devoting myself to God and realizing that lower passions are given to you only if you attain liberation. Then only can you enjoy. The point is that this is a crucial step in humanity. We are all a mess. One day, through the process of reincarnation, we will evolve past the mind, ego, and only then will humanity be a giant celebration of art, joy, bliss, because then we will know that everything is one. We are still in the egotistical, experimental phase. Save yourself, and you save everyone around you. Yeah, the NPCs are breaking down and going haywire, but on the plus side, well, I live in a rural area. I've had a heap of personal projects to deal with, but just plugging along, doing my best. I've made some good friends recently, people who are different from each other, but still miles above any hollow NPC. I even ran into an old pal at a store yesterday, and he might have picked up on some stuff, though he had to go. But people are talking, and there is a wake-up. But I feel the freakouts over imposters on planes is staged. Probably is viral marketing for some stupid new movie, but the elites pump out confusing media to junk up search terms. People try to search for IRL conspiracy things, they get controlled media. At the same time, what do you expect them to do? It is a means of survival. When and if the system collapses, which it will, over and over again, the quality of life as we know it will decline. But the value of life increases. We will join back with a more primitive nature, but also bring pieces of our technology with us. This will equalize with time, but from this point forward, it is a hold on and ride scenario, lest you fall off completely. The phenomena we collectively face cannot be reduced to any single explanation. A confluence of variables across many domains, physical, psychological, social, spiritual, are likely contributing to this pivotal moment in human history. With regard to the magnetic shifts currently underway, you raise an important point. The Earth's magnetic field does indeed act as an orienting force and subtle regulator for biological rhythms across species. As this field continues to change and fluctuate in unprecedented ways, it may be subtly disturbing long-established resonances within the human organism. This could be manifesting as increased anxiety, unease, and sensitivity within the population. However, the Earth's magnetic shifts are but one piece of a larger reconfiguration taking place globally, economically, technologically, ecologically, and socially. The interconnectivity enabled by the internet has brought both benefits and risks, giving rise to new pathological phenomena while accelerating positive change. The stress of information overload, complex transitions, and cascading risks take their toll, yet also provide opportunity for collective awakening and coordination at massive scales. Ultimately, we navigate uncharted waters during tumultuous times, rich with chaos and possibility. While magnetic shifts may act as one disorienting force among many, the answers lie not in diagnosis, but in how we choose to respond. As individuals, cultivating resilience and wisdom, and collectively crafting systems and solutions befitting our expanded view of ourselves as a global tribe. Across complexity, we sense a deep impulse urging us towards reintegration of self, society, and spirit. May we listen well and walk the path that calls us higher. The next stage of our evolution awaits our collective yes. Demons everywhere. I am surprised there was not any sort of organization in place to stop it. We are approaching apocalypse levels here. Sure, call me schizo, but hear me out. I can sense auras and energies of living things. They are very powerful evil entities, possessing or controlling a huge amount of people. Many Anons here have been posting about sensing these horrible energies. The source is demonic. If you yourself aren't a practitioner of mysticism or spiritualism and find you are unaffected, you are likely psychically deaf, and therefore almost entirely immune to these energies. My guess would be the ever-increasing consumption of content that's getting dumber and dumber. Since smartphone usage started rising in 2007, we have been paying more attention to being entertained, to the point where we need it constantly. An example of how ridiculous this has gotten is the fact that a lot of people require their phones to even go to the toilet, because otherwise they would be bored. And if you were to eat only junk food for many years, and in rising quantities, while the quality of the food kept declining, your health would get ruined. So it makes sense to me that by consuming enormous amounts of crap content, we are becoming brain dead. It is phones and the internet. People don't realize how big of an effect this has had. Even if, like me, you were around in the 80s, it changed gradually, so we don't realize how different it is. People used to be bored more. People used to read books. People used to use their imagination. People used to think. People used to have to use their memory. The brain is a use it or lose it organ. Nowadays, we have everything accessible, instantly, via the internet. We are never bored, but not cognitively stimulated. Our brains are occupied by the default mode network all the time, just endlessly scrolling. We are not thinking, we just consume. TV, videos, pictures. People's brains are deteriorating. The whole aphantasia phenomenon is because people don't ever need to use their imagination now. It seems like everyone is aphantasia, but they don't. They just literally have never had to use their imagination. In the 80s and 90s, I spent most of my time in my imagination, reading, daydreaming, visualizing things. I did not have any devices. Everything was old school, done in the real world, and you had to think. You had to do stuff with your hands and imagine how it would look together. Driving, or even walking, navigating a city, involve using the brain continuously. You had to plan in advance. You had to remember the route. You had to navigate in real time, using landmarks and a visual representation of the world that you stored in your brain. People don't do this anymore. They have outsourced navigation to sat-navs and GPS. Visualizing in 3D and navigating are one of the things the human brain is amazing at because it was essential for our survival. But it is no longer developed, and in people who used to be able to do it, it has atrophied. I know people who used to do road trips across the country, using only road signs and paper maps, who now cannot drive to the store without the sat-nav because they are so used to not thinking and being told what to do.
If you are one of the people who are still able to think, it is very obvious how most people around you are NPCs now. People don't seem to be able to think for themselves anymore. They have become biological automatons who effectively receive updates from the media. They just go through life consuming passively, having things happen to them. They expect the government to run their life for them and never take personal responsibility for anything that happens. It's like being infantilized. I encourage people to leave their phone behind. Go out and explore, get lost, use your memory, build things with your hands, and read actual physical books, ideally older books. I've noticed a deterioration in the quality of language as people have become stupider. You can just turn off the internet if you don't like it. Shops are still there. You can just arrange to meet your friends in public and pay your bills at the post office and buy your food from the butcher and greengrocer. You can plan activities and visit places and pick up hobbies and play sports, or just sit quietly in a park and read. Nobody is stopping you from leaving your phone at home and just walking around your city. I was discussing this exact topic with a friend recently. In my case, everyone around me who is not close to me, I mean like classmates or coworkers, and even so, some of my friends seem to be focusless, like distracted onto something else which is not present. You cannot sense the sharpness on the way they stare. On the contrary, they seem doggy or something. Even I notice changes on me. I find myself being more prone to anger, or reacting without thinking beforehand, whatever action I am going to do. Sometimes even on my day-to-day, I fight to actually feel reality, the air or the sun, as if the present moment is not present anymore. My friends from high school, everything they do and talk about is getting drunk, hang out with some girl, or only try, and I cannot seem to produce an interesting conversation with them. For example, if I speak about this, it would be like they cannot find an answer inside their database, so I do not get a coherent answer, etc. Age of a Black Mirror, for I am using my own Black Mirror device to share this thought, mind you. In these waters of cyberspace, an endless sea of information awaits, much like that feeling of maybe just one more spin, perhaps another hit, maybe another one, easy to give in, hard to get out, stuck in the net of the World Wide Web, scrolling for something new, something different. People find their niche of comfort, I suppose, because I scroll X endlessly like a fool. Maybe looking for something to tell us how to wake up again, and smell real air, taste real food, etc. The Majestic 12 Saga, an elite organization. December 11th, 1984, an infamous date in the field of ufology. On that day, a man named Jamie Shandera, who was a television producer at the time, received in the mail a fake manila envelope. It was postmarked Albuquerque, New Mexico, and lacked a return address. Greg Bishop says that 2 more envelopes were inside, each enclosed within the next, like Russian dolls. Bishop added, from the third one, a 35mm roll of film rolled out of a black canister. When developed, the black and white film revealed 2 sequences of 8 pictures each. Pictures of something that would pass into history as the notorious MJ-12 document, or presidential briefing papers. They appeared to be nothing less than decades old, highly classified papers on a top-secret program of the US government. Those same papers revolved around crashed saucers, dead aliens, autopsies of extraterrestrial creatures, and a secret agency or think tank, maybe even a full-on cabal, known as Majestic 12. In 1984, Shandera was working with William L. Bill Moore, the co-author with Charles Berlitz of 2 controversial books, 1979's The Philadelphia Experiment and The Roswell Incident, which was published in the following year. The former told the intriguing story of an attempt to make a U.S. Navy ship invisible in 1943. The latter was focused on the saga of an alleged crashed UFO in New Mexico in the late 1940s. Back in the mid-70s, when Moore's research into the Roswell affair was taking off, the case was nowhere near being the gigantic case which it certainly is to this very day. In fact, in the post-1947 period, the event had practically been forgotten or dismissed by the UFO research field.
it was lost to the fog of time after a brief, manic period of notoriety in early July 1947. Moore's work, alongside that of UFO investigator Stanton Friedman, served to reignite the cold coals of Roswell. It was this resurrection of the story of Roswell that ultimately led Moore, in particular, to find himself plunged into a world filled with what are colloquially known as secret agents, spies, and government spooks. This group worked hard to come across to Moore as allies. They were willing to share with Moore what they claimed were some of the US government's most guarded UFO secrets. In return for allowing Moore a peek behind the curtains, Moore had to do something in return. There is no doubt that something crashed to Earth on the Foster Ranch, Lincoln County, New Mexico, at some point around Independence Day, 1947. The big question that still stands to this day is, what was it? It's a fact that after being appraised of the situation at the ranch by the local sheriff's office, military personnel from the Roswell Army Airfield headed out to see what was going on. Depending on whose version of events you accept as being real, the Air Force, the Government Accountability Office, or numerous ufologists, there are a few answers. Those on the scene stumbled on a wrecked spacecraft from another world, a weather balloon, a secret balloon designed to monitor for early Soviet atomic bomb tests, a Russian aircraft, a time machine from the future, or a rocket filled with a crew of shaved chimpanzees. When portions of the wreckage were retrieved by the military, staff at the old and long closed down Roswell Army Airfield announced that they had recovered the remains of a flying disc. 24 hours later, the Air Force denounced what they had previously said. They said that a mistake had been made and that they had simply recovered an air balloon and not a flying disc. The press wasted no time in moving on after this announcement. This would only resurface later, thanks to the work of Moore and Friedman. The pair chased down old-timers from the military, locals in the Roswell area who remembered all of the weird events that went on in July 1947, and just about anyone and everyone with something of significance to say on the matter. Soon, there would be enough material to present a reasonably sized manuscript to a publisher, which is exactly what happened. Moore's and Berlitz's 1980 book, The Roswell Incident. Moore and Friedman continued to enthusiastically work on the case. Despite the in-depth investigations, the publication of the book, and more than a few potentially significant leads suggesting that the weather balloon scenario was an undeniable lie, Moore knew he was facing an almost impenetrable brick wall. Those who really knew what happened and saw the bodies, such as Bill Rickett and Sheridan Cavett, both of the old Counterintelligence Corps, and both at Roswell in 1947, were refusing to speak on the matter. Both men were fearful of unleashing an old, dark secret that they had pledged would never ever be revealed. In September 1980, while promoting the Roswell incident, Moore took part in a number of radio-based interviews around the United States. At the end of one such interview, his secretary told Moore that there was someone on the line who wanted to speak privately with Moore. The voice at the other end belonged to a colonel who was stationed at Offutt Air Force Base, which is located in Sarpy County, Nebraska. The man said to Moore, "We think you're the only one that we've heard that seems to know what he is talking about." The colonel desired a meeting urgently. Moore scribbled down the colonel's number, promising to get back in touch as soon as possible. The colonel did not wait for Moore to reach him, however. Instead, he contacted Moore for a second time. The man said the exact same thing to him, that he was the only one who knew what he was talking about. By now, Moore was more than intrigued. A meeting was quickly arranged. The pair was to meet in an Albuquerque restaurant. The mysterious informant was described by Moore as being elderly and gaunt. The man had a hint of an Eastern European accent. From that day on, the wizened old man would become known to Moore as the Falcon. Moore's new acquaintance told him that he represented a group of intelligence agents in the US government who were tired of the secrecy surrounding the UFO subject and were eager to release more accurate information to the public. They wanted to do this through a reputable researcher. He would be given small bites of the story over time, and he could do with it as he wished. Moore was interested. But there was the matter of that aforementioned unholy alliance, which Moore knew he would have to enter into. He knew that if he didn't play the game, then his chance of getting to the heart of what the government knew of UFOs and aliens would vanish forever. Moore agreed to do whatever had to be done. In the early 1980s, Moore found himself periodically on the receiving end of instructions to travel to certain locations around the United States where he would meet with anonymous, insider-type characters, including the Falcon. On each occasion, seemingly highly classified material on UFOs was handed over to Moore. They were always in manila envelopes and in various, widespread places. Those locations included a motel room in upstate New York and a certain building in the heart of Los Angeles, California. On one occasion, in April 1983, a friend of Moore, Nick Magnuson, picked up a collection of documents for Moore at Seattle, Washington SeaTac International Airport. The handover was made by a short, elderly, balding man who gave to Magnuson a newspaper that contained hidden within its pages one of those manila envelopes. The collective documentation referred to things like Project Aquarius, MJ-12, communication with aliens, even to decisions taken by elite figures in the domain of intelligence gathering to keep the White House firmly out of the ufological loop. This was so secretive that even the president was not allowed to know. The biggest worry was wondering if the documents were genuine. Moore was worried he was being used and manipulated. It would not be out of the question that he was being deceived. Maybe they were trying to use him to spread disinformation to distract from the truth. Moore also still had to fulfill his end of the bargain. Moore's part in all of this revolved around a man named Paul Benowitz. Paul Benowitz was a physicist who spent a significant amount of time digging into U.S. Air Force and National Security Agency-based top-secret projects which, from the late 70s to the early 80s, were housed at Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico. Benowitz believed those projects were connected to the activities of sinister extraterrestrials. They flew across the skies above Kirtland AFB for years. Benowitz was put under deep surveillance by the U.S. military and a number of intelligence services for years due to his research. He was bombarded with complete disinformation and made-up stories in order to throw him off track. This was all due to his insistence on uncovering the truth. It worked completely and utterly. Benowitz eventually had a mental breakdown and was hospitalized because of it. His breakdown made him believe that his own wife was in control of extraterrestrials and was hiding her involvement in order to stop his progress. He eventually passed away in 2003. The intelligence community did not care that Benowitz thought their secret operations were UFO related because he was the one who made this connection himself. There was, however, deep concern on the part of the government that by digging into classified activities at Kirtland in search of UFOs, Benowitz just might inadvertently reveal to the spies of the Soviet Union, in a worst-case scenario, information and technology that had to be kept secret at all costs, even including Benowitz's own sanity and health. A grim plan was initiated. U.S. agents learned the essential parts of Benowitz's theories from the man himself. They did this by actually breaking into his home while he was out and checking his files and research notes. Benowitz's beliefs were astounding and controversial. He believed that aliens were mutilating cattle as part of some weird genetic experiment. He believed that the ETs were abducting American citizens and implanting them with small devices for purposes disturbingly unknown. He believed that those same aliens were living deep underground in a secure fortress below the Archuleta Mesa in New Mexico, and everyone was soon going to be in deep and dire trouble as a direct result of the presence of this brewing intergalactic threat. So, the Air Force gave Benowitz precisely what he was looking for: confirmation that his theories were all true, and more. This was, however, all just a carefully planned ruse to bombard Benowitz
with so much faked UFO data in the hope that it would steer him away from the classified military projects of a non-UFO nature that he had uncovered. It worked perfectly in the government's favor, but ended in Benowitz's untimely death. All of which brings us to what happened after December 11th, 1984, the date on which Jamie Shandera received the ever-controversial Majestic 12 documents. It's a story as mind-blowing as that of Paul Benowitz, partly because it was interconnected. It caused the FBI's counterintelligence staff to suspect that those same documents were the creations of no less than disinformation agents of the Russian government. In the summer of 1987, Sidgwick and Jackson published Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret, The Worldwide UFO Cover-Up. It contained copies of the same controversial Majestic 12 documents which had been dropped for Jamie Shandera's mailbox some 3 years earlier. According to Good, he got his copies of the pages in March 1987 from a CIA source. Good has been consistently cagey when it comes to the matter of how, precisely, he obtained his copies of the files, and from whom he obtained them from, too. 2 months after, Good's CIA insider provided him with the documents, the London Observer newspaper mentioned the Majestic 12 documents. The date of the article was May 41st, 1987. Written by Martin Bailey, it had the lengthy title of Close Encounters of an Alien Kind, and now if you've read enough about the election, here is news from another world. In no time at all, Moore, Shandera, and Friedman chose to release their copies into the public domain, which is hardly surprising given the fact that word of Majestic 12 papers was now starting to trickle and circulate outside of the confines of the trio. This was completely understandable. The Free had done all of the groundwork, and the very last thing they wanted was to be written out of the story. And, not surprisingly, 1987 became the year in which those controversial documents became the talk of the UFO research community. There were those who thought that the papers were the real deal. Others thought they were just merely a hoax. There is still more controversy though. There is a theory that the Majestic 12 documents were created by the Russians. Howard Blum spent a lot of time investigating the matter of the Majestic 12 papers in the late 1980s. While researching and writing his 1990 UFO-themed book, Blum did his utmost to solve the riddle of flying saucers. He learned very quickly that solving just about anything in the domain of UFOs was no easy feat. Blum has stated that of those who were approached by the FBI in the latter part of 1988, one was a working group established under the auspices of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and which was tasked with looking at the UFO problem. In 1990, Blum was interviewed by the now-defunct UFO magazine and was asked if the working group could have been a front for another, even more covert investigative body within the heart of the US government. Maybe something like Majestic 12. Blum's response aptly sums up one of the major problems faced by those inside and outside of the government when trying to determine exactly who knows what in relation to the Majestic 12 controversy. Interestingly, members of the working group aired that possibility themselves. When looking into the MJ-12 papers, some members of the group said, and not in jest, perhaps we're just a front organization for some sort of MJ-12. Suppose, in effect, we conclude the MJ-12 papers are phony or counterfeit. Then we solve the entire mystery for the government, relieving them of the burden in dealing with it, and at the same time, we allow the real secret to remain held by a higher source. An FBI agent told me that there are so many secret levels within the government that even the government is not aware of it. We also know that what was possibly yet another fall 1988 investigation was conducted by the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Division. Some input into the investigation also came from the FBI office in Dallas, Texas. The involvement of the latter was confirmed by Oliver Buck Revelle, a now retired special agent in charge at Dallas, Texas's FBI office. On September 15, 1988, an agent of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations contacted Dallas FBI and supplied the Bureau with a copy of the Majestic 12 papers. This set was obtained from a source whose identity, according to documentation released by the Bureau, the AFOSI is deemed must remain classified to this day. On October 25, 1988, the Dallas office transmitted a 2-page secret airtel to headquarters that reads as follows. Enclosed for the Bureau is an envelope which contains a possible classified document. Dallas notes that within the last 6 weeks, there has been local publicity regarding Operation Majestic 12, with at least 2 appearances on a local radio talk show discussing the Majestic 12 operation, the individuals involved, and the government's attempt to keep it all a secret. It is unknown if this is all part of a publicity campaign. OSI advises that Operation Blue Book, mentioned in the document on page 4, did exist. Dallas realizes that the purported document is over 35 years old, but does not know if it has been properly declassified. The Bureau is requested to discern if the document is still classified. Dallas will hold any investigation in abeyance until further direction from FBI HQ. Partly due to the actions of the Dallas FBI office, and partly as a result of the investigation undertaken by the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Staff, on November 30th, 1988, an arranged meeting took place in Washington, D.C., between agents of the Bureau and those of the AFOSI. If the AFOSI had information on Majestic 12, said the Bureau, they would definitely like to know, and quickly. A secret communication back to the Dallas office from Washington on December 2nd, 1988 read, "The communication is classified secret in its entirety. Reference Dallas Airtel, dated October 25th, 1988. Reference Airtel requested that FBI HQ determine if the document enclosed by referenced Airtel was classified or not. The Office of Special Investigations, U.S. Air Force, advised on November 30th, 1988 that the document was fabricated. Copies of the document have been distributed to various parts of the United States. The document is completely bogus. Dallas is to close captioned investigation." At first glance, that would seem to lay matters to rest once and for all. Unfortunately, it does not. It only serves to make things even more confusing and mysterious. There is no doubt that the Air Force played a most strange game with respect to the Majestic 12 documents. The FBI was assured by the AFOSI that the papers were fabricated. However, Special Agent Frank Batten Jr., Chief of the Information Release Division at the Investigative Operations Center of the USAF, confirmed that AFOSI has never maintained any records pertaining to either Majestic 12 or any investigation thereof. This begs an important question. How was the AFOSI able to determine if the papers were faked if no investigation on their part was ever undertaken? Batten also advised that while AFOSI did discuss the Majestic 12 documents with the FBI, they made absolutely no written reference to that meeting in any shape or form. This is most odd and unusual. Government and military agencies are methodical when it comes to documenting possible breaches of security. Arguably, this case should have been no different. Apparently, though, it was. Richard L. Weaver, formerly the Deputy for Security and Investigative Programs with the U.S. Air, advised on October 12, 1993, the Air Force considers the MG-12, both the group described and the purported documents, to be bogus. Weaver, too, concluded, however, that there were no documents responsive to the request for Air Force files on just how such a determination was reached. Stanton Friedman also stated that, based on his correspondence with Weaver on the issue of Majestic 12, he too was dissatisfied with the responses that he received after filing similar Freedom of Information Act requests relating to the way in which the Air Force made its bogus determination. Moreover, there is the fact that the AFOSI informed the FBI that copies of the document have been distributed to various parts of the United States. To make such a statement, AFOSI simply must have conducted at least some form of investigation or have been in receipt of data from yet another agency. On the other hand, if the AFOSI truly did not undertake any such investigation into Majestic 12, then its statement to the FBI decrying the value of the documents is essentially worthless, since it is based on personal opinion rather than sound evaluation. It is now time to take a look at an astounding theory that one arm of the FBI, the Foreign Counterintelligence Division, addressed, that the Majestic 12 papers were the work of Russians. FBI agents attached to the Foreign Counterintelligence Division came up with 3 theories to try and solve the riddle of the Majestic 12 papers. A. That they were the work of the US intelligence. B. That they were the creations of a think tank within the Defense Intelligence Agency, which had fabricated them as a means to divert UFO investigators from a real Majestic 12 type group. And C. That they had been put together by Soviet disinformation experts. Howard Blum states that the FBI's reasoning for suspecting the Russians were at the heart of the Majestic 12 affair revolved around muddying the waters, creating dissension, spreading paranoia in the ranks. Those were all the day-in, day-out jobs of the ruthless operation. Revenge against US intelligence for having spun their own UFO-themed operations against Russia in earlier years and decades was also seen as a distinct possibility. Directly connected to the Russian theory is the fact that, as US intelligence learned to its consternation during both the 1970s and the 1980s, an unclear number of unnamed UFO researchers with important links to the US defense industry had been compromised by Russian agents. It went like this. Those UFO researchers who worked in the field of defense and who had been caught tightly in a Kremlin web would secretly provide the Russians with top-secret data on the likes of the F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter and the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. At the time, these were still highly classified and in test stage out at the likes of the notorious Area 51. In return, the KGB would provide those same American researchers with sensational documents on crashed UFOs and dead aliens. The plan that Moscow had in mind was for the Russians to get their eager hands on real top-secret US documents that could be used to advance Russian military aviation programs. Those UFO investigators would receive nothing but fake garbage from their Russian handlers, such as the Majestic 12 documents, is how the theory goes. In 1999, Gerald K. Haynes, in his position as the historian of the National Reconnaissance Office, wrote a paper titled CIA's Role in the Study of UFOs, 1947 to 1990. It is now in the public domain, thanks to the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. It can be read at the CIA's website. Haynes' paper detailed the history of how and why the CIA became interested and involved in the phenomenon of UFOs. Although Haynes covered a period of more than 40 years, I will bring your attention to one particular section of his paper, which is focused on the 1970s to 1980s. Haynes wrote, during the late 1970s and 1980s, the agency continued its low-key interest in UFOs and UFO sightings. While most scientists now dismiss flying saucer reports as a quaint part of the 1950s and 1960s, some in the agency and in the intelligence community shifted their interest to studying parapsychology and psychic phenomena associated with the UFO sightings. CIA officials also looked at the UFO problem to determine what UFO sightings might tell them about Soviet progress in rockets and missiles, and reviewed its counterintelligence aspects. The Russians were camouflaging their secret rocket tests by spreading false and fantastic tales of UFOs. Haynes also noted something that is absolutely key to the story that this book tells, and particularly so with regard to the Majestic 12 papers. Agency analysts from the Life Science Division of OSI and OSWR officially devoted a small amount of their time to issues relating to UFOs. These included counterintelligence concerns that the Soviets and the KGB were using US citizens and UFO groups to obtain information on sensitive UFO weapons development programs, such as the stealth aircraft, the vulnerability of the US air defense network to penetration by foreign missiles mimicking UFOs, and evidence of Soviet advanced technology associated with UFO sightings. If the FBI learned anything further about Majestic 12 in the post-1989 period, then the information has not surfaced under the terms of the Freedom of Information Act. We do know something of deep interest though, thanks to a man named Richard L. Huff. He served as Bureau Co-Director within the Office of Information and Privacy. In correspondence, Huff informed of the existence of an FBI main file on Majestic 12, which is now in what is termed closed status. The title of the file is not something along the lines of potentially leaked document or questionable document, as one might imagine, given the strange story that is detailed in this chapter. Rather, the file title is nothing less than espionage. That one eye-opening word alone strongly suggests that the Majestic 12 saga really did revolve around those very same components that surface in the pages of this chapter: spies, counterintelligence operations, the words of Gerald K. Haynes, and the interference of the Russians, and espionage. There is another thing that adds further weight to this argument. You might recall that, in the late 1980s, the Fund for UFO Research, with ufologist Bruce Maccabee, funded Stanton Friedman to the tune of a hefty $16,000 to investigate the controversial Majestic 12 papers. Keep that in mind when you read the following words of Maccabee himself, which might suggest an ongoing monitoring by the Russians and the US intelligence too of the key figures in the Majestic 12 caper. After I spoke at a UFO conference near Washington, D.C. in February 1993, I was contacted by an assistant military attaché who was stationed at the Russian embassy. He wanted to know how to obtain US government files on UFOs. You can imagine my surprise and amusement when, about 6 months later, while I was at work, I got a call from the dreaded FBI. It became obvious to me that the agent did not know much about the UFO phenomenon and was amused to learn about the FBI files on the subject. But he was especially interested in my interactions with the military attaché. Finally, in 2014, there was yet another Russian-driven development in the controversy surrounding Majestic 12. The US Department of Defense declassified a previously top-secret file on what was known during the Cold War as Project Pandora. To a significant degree, the program was focused on Cold War secrets of the Russians and how microwaves can affect the mind and body to dangerous, harmful degrees. It's a dossier that dates back to decades. It is nearly 500 pages long and is comprised of a number of notable documents. But here is a weird thing. The document contains a copy of the controversial Majestic 12 Eisenhower briefing document on the Roswell UFO affair of 1947. Of interest, the copy of the Majestic 12 documents in the Pandora file has a handwritten note on it stating that this cannot be authenticated as an official DoD document. Logic suggests that the message was probably written around the end of 1988. That was when both the Air Force and the FBI were busy adding near identical messages to their copies of the Majestic 12 documents. In the early 1960s, the CIA discovered that the US Embassy in Moscow was bombarded with EMR, electromagnetic radiation. The signal was composed of several frequencies. The Pandora project was intended to investigate and gather data on this Russian experiment. The embassy personnel was not informed of the existence of the beam or of the Pandora project. The signal was intended to produce blurred vision and loss of mental concentration. Investigation on the effects on the embassy personnel, however, showed that they developed blood composition anomalies and unusual chromosome counts. Some people even developed a leukemia-like blood disease. So, what we have here is a file on a program that dates back to the early 1960s and which was focused on major US government concerns that the Soviets were up to no good. That still does not provide the answer to an important question. Why is a very controversial and questionable document on dead aliens and crashed UFOs contained in a Department of Defense file on an old, Cold War-era operation instigated by the Russians? Any further attempts to uncover the answer to this question have been completely futile. Some strange cases in my work as a psychologist. I have always been interested in how different people perceive the world around us, and so I decided to enroll in psychology. After studying for the required amount of time, I started working with a great desire to help people. I am a psychologist. I work in the city psychological service for the population. We also have a helpline, but this is a separate call center, and I work in a regular office. Any city resident can make an appointment for free as part of the city program. Before I talk about several strange cases in my practice, I would like to clarify something. Firstly, a psychologist is not a psychiatrist. Many people are confused and think that I will register a person as mentally ill or give out magic pills for the client's drinking husband. No, this is not my profile. Hallucinations, alcohol and drug addiction, various mental illnesses, these are not for me. So unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't see real psychos. The psychologist helps completely healthy people if something has gone wrong in their lives. Divorce, job loss, conflict with loved ones, problems of difficult teenagers. And the second point, many will be surprised, but a psychologist always has his own psychologist. It's called supervisor. If I ever want to kill these annoying clients or something else like that, I will definitely turn to the supervisor. In any case, I have to communicate with him from time to time to maintain my professional level. We also analyze particularly complex or interesting cases from practice. So, I have a case that I did not tell the supervisor about. I have to tell you, but it's too wild and strange, and I doubt they'll believe me. A young man of about 20, modest, with a somewhat lost look, came to see me. For a long time he could not begin a story, but I tried to calm him down, and he made up his mind. Alexei, let's call him that. Of course, for ethical reasons, I will change the name of clients and characters. Said that he now lives in a social shelter. Simply put, a rooming house. He has no documents. The social worker from that same shelter sent him to me. She wanted me, after talking with the guy, to understand whether he has a mental disorder or whether his oddities are caused by something else. Alexei clearly believed that I would immediately send him, as he put it, to the madhouse if he told me a story. I barely managed to explain that I was not a psychiatrist, but I'm not sure that he fully understood the difference. So, Alexei claimed that he was born in a small village in 1955. Yes, he must have been 66 years old at the time, but he looked about 20, and he himself claimed to be 19. According to him, at the age of 18, in 1974, he joined the army. His service took place in one of the closed military camps in a certain secret unit. He served quietly for a year, and after a couple of months, he and 3 other soldiers were summoned to the commander. The commander ordered them to go to the facility to participate in testing a certain installation. The guys themselves knew nothing about working at the facility. Their task was only to guard it. But an order is an order. All 3 of them underwent a thorough medical examination. In turn, the first 2 of Alexei's colleagues went into a separate room, and it was his turn. He was ordered to go into a strange installation that resembled a huge iron safe with lights, various indicators and switches, the purpose of which was not clear to the soldier. When he went inside and stood motionless, the apparatus hummed deafeningly. There was a strong smell of ozone, and small sparks burst out from all the joints of the metal. Before Alexei had time to be properly frightened, something similar to an explosion happened, or, more precisely, the action of a shockwave when you are thrown out and you fly. Not understanding where is up and where is down, his vision went dark, and Alexei lost consciousness. When he came to his senses, he was lying alone in the middle of some wasteland. There were no people or buildings around. He felt fine, although it was cold outside, and he was in his summer uniform. Alexei saw where the power lines led, and a few hours later he walked to the city. Then he decided that in some strange way, he had been transported to an enemy capitalist country. The streets were filled with foreign cars. People were dressed in strange clothes that were clearly not of Soviet design, and the signs on the shops were in both Russian and English. But soon he heard that everyone was speaking Russian. This puzzled Alexei, and he tried to find out what city it was. It turned out that he was located 1,200 kilometers from his place of service. But the most amazing thing was that this city turned out to be his home village, which he remembered as a complete outback. Of course, Alexei decided to go home and ask his parents to explain what happened to the village during his entire year of service in the army. Finding the right address turned out to be difficult. All the passers-by behaved strangely and looked at the guy not like an ordinary soldier, but like some kind of crazy person. And yet he managed to find the street and the house where he grew up. The yard had also changed. It was also filled with many foreign cars, with strange, non-Soviet license plates. Alexei went up to the floor and called his apartment, but instead of his mother or father, a stranger came out to him and said that they did not know him, but that he bought this apartment 9 years ago and has been living in it ever since. Alexei got angry and wanted to punch this impudent guy in the face, but he slammed the door right in front of him. He began knocking on the door with his fists and demanding to call his mother and father or tell him where they were. An elderly woman from a neighboring apartment jumped out at the noise. Although she looked strangely at Alexei's clothes, she said that the Ryabov family really lived in this apartment, but for a long time. Their son died in the army, an accident, something exploded, and he stood next to him. They say they buried an empty coffin. Nothing was left, but the military did not skim. They covered all the expenses for the funeral. Tanka, his sister, married a Canadian and went to live with him. How so for a Canadian? Alexei was indignant. Well, in the 90s, many girls dreamed of marrying a foreigner. Tanka succeeded. Alexei did not know how to understand this, how a Soviet girl could marry a Canadian, and what kind of 90s the neighbor had in mind. And their parents had already died 10 years ago. Mary outlived her husband by 4 years. Tanka came, sold the apartment, and ran back over the hill. She has 2 children there. Alexei could not believe his ears, and for some reason decided to ask a stupid question. Excuse me, but here, in this house, Shirochka Kisleva also lived. She was so tall, she worked at a garment factory. Do you know where she is? The neighbor shrugged, but suddenly remembered. Ah, Shira. There is one, but she hasn't had that last name for a long time. There she is, Alexandra Ivanova, walking in the yard with her granddaughter. Alexei looked out the entrance window and saw a beautifully dressed gray-haired woman with a stroller in the courtyard. Despite the wrinkles and gray hair, he recognized in the elderly lady his fiancée, Shirochka, a slender girl with brown hair, which he liked to braid. Shira promised to wait for him from the army, and now she is gray-haired, pushing a stroller with her little granddaughter. Alexei became scared, and he, not making out the road, ran wherever his eyes looked. What was he supposed to do? To try to return to the unit, find the commander and ask what's going on? The guy rushed to the station, but they did not sell him a train ticket. His passport, a real normal passport of a citizen of the USSR, was called invalid by the boor at the cash register. Like his money, she said that this was the first time she had seen such a counterfeit. Alexei shouted that she was a fool and that she would be imprisoned for this, that he would write a report. But 2 guards simply threw him out of the station building. Alexei had no choice but to sit under some dirty canopy and think in despair what to do next. It was cold, and he almost froze without warm clothes. Oddly enough, homeless people helped him. Ordinary station homeless people. They found the guy some wildly dirty padded jacket and torn trousers, even treated him to white meat and poured him vodka. While drinking with them, Alexei told them what happened to him. The drinking buddies were not surprised, and one of them, Vasak, said that he would try to help. A few days later, which Alexei spent with the homeless at the station, a social patrol arrived, and Vasak dragged him there. Social workers distributed food to the homeless and invited those who wanted to go to a shelter. However, under the condition of prohibition, there were very few people willing to do this under this condition, but for Alexei it was a chance. At this social shelter, Alexei was given clean clothes. He was provided with a bed to sleep and food. They asked him if he wanted to restore his documents to get a job, but his USSR passport did not convince them that his documents were in order. After listening to his story, one of the employees of the social shelter referred Alexei to see me. After listening to all this, I thought it was one of two things. Either Alexei deliberately deceived everyone, including me, with the story, or he actually believes in it, and, therefore, suffers from some kind of psychological disorder, which I have to determine. In both cases, it will be useful for me to prove to the guy that he is not from the past at all. If this is a joke or a deception, then I will bring the sly person to light. And if this is some kind of delusional state, then evidence to the contrary will help the guy realize that he is not a Soviet soldier. At the next appointment, I asked him to bring his things, documents, money that he had with him. I prepared myself. Several streets in our city were renamed after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Instead of the names of communist figures, they were given neutral names. I found out their old names, and also studied some events of 1974 to 1975, which would probably be known to a person living at that time. I brought a figurine of an Olympic bear from home and placed it in my office. A few days later, Alexei came again. I studied his passport. In my opinion, it seemed quite real, although I, of course, am not an expert. I could say the same about the money of the USSR. The photo in the passport clearly depicted Alexei, or his twin. The clothing also looked authentic. As far as I could inspect it, it was a regular Soviet uniform. I made sure to find out in advance what a military uniform looked like in those years, and this is exactly what it was. Then I started talking to Alexei, simultaneously trying to find out what he knew. Several times he named streets that had been renamed, and mentioned them in passing. I asked where he studied, where the factory was, where his fiancée worked, where they met, and where they went on dates. If I mentioned the old name of the street, then Alexei obviously knew where it was, and if I named a new one, after the renaming, then he was clearly trying to remember where in the city it was located. I suggested calling one of my friends, and, as if by chance, I pushed the phone, an ordinary office device, towards him. I hoped that the guy would automatically pick up the phone and start dialing the number, but he looked at the phone as if it were an incomprehensible device and asked me with bewilderment how to use it. They started talking about how Alexei was accepted into the Pioneers. I said that I still kept my pioneer tie and took it out to show it, along with the Olympic bear. Here, I say, are childhood memories, and I look at his reaction. The guy was not surprised by the tie, but he looked at the bear with curiosity. And what's that? He speaks. Well, bear. Everyone has one in their houses. We, he says, didn't have that. And what are those rings he has? The Olympic symbol? Is he a foreigner? I realized that he did not know about the 1980 Olympics. Another thing that surprised me was the speech. Even in an ordinary conversation, in which a person is unlikely to think through every word, not a single modern expression slipped through his mind. When he asked if he could drink water, I told him that there was a cooler in the corridor. For a long time he could not understand what this word meant and what it should look like. Of course, he didn't figure out how to use the cooler and started unscrewing the bottle from the top. I barely had time to stop him and pour the water for him myself. He called. I look into the Blue Lakes, his favorite song. At my request, he could easily sing it. I was unable to find his sister. Not only did she, according to him, now live in Canada, but she also probably changed her last name and was unlikely to be registered anywhere. I found a paper map of Russia and invited him to show the location of his military unit on it. Asked how he drove to his place of service, what cities he passed through. Have you passed Kalinin? He says yes. Please show me. He searches on the map, obviously in the Ver area, but cannot find it. The map is modern. He says it should be here. I don't understand. The same thing happened with the proposal to show other cities. How can a 19-year-old guy know what these cities are called now? How can a 19-year-old guy not know what these cities are called now? In a week, Alexei will come to me again. I don't know what to talk to him about. I have run out of ideas on how to prove to him that he is not an alien from the past. And the most frightening thing is that I have run out of confidence that he is allegedly mentally ill, fantasizing and inventing. I'm ready to admit that he's telling the truth, and that scares me. I also think about what happened to two of Alexei's colleagues who were also testers at the facility. Where did they end up? To the past? To the future? If I entertain such thoughts, doesn't that mean I'm also crazy, and I urgently need to tell my superior about everything? This scares me, and I don't know what I can do. But if Alexei is telling the truth, then what is happening scares him even more, and it is my duty to try and help him. Door to another basement. It's the 12th on the phone calendar, which means I've been here for 2 days already. I'll say right away, I am a respectable Soviet citizen, not a drug addict or an alcoholic. I am writing here because people here can believe me and still do everything as it should. I'm afraid the police will spit on my recommendations, and after a couple of groups disappear, the damn door will be welded shut, and then I will remain here forever. Or maybe they do. God knows. There are 2 doors in my entrance. One leads to the basement, which the boys and I crawled up and down, and the second was closed all the time. My father answered my questions that he himself did not know what was behind it. I assumed that it was some kind of transformer, or some other crap like that. In general, it didn't interest us much. The basement we knew was quite enough for games. In general, it all started with the fact that I returned from a hike and saw that the door was slightly open, and behind it I could see the stairs down. I don't know what came over me. I had the feeling that if I didn't find out what was behind it, I would never forgive myself for this. Now I think it was some kind of mischief, like a Venus flytrap, which attracts midges with its smell. Otherwise, I would probably have wondered where the staircase could lead, if our basement is known to me inside and out, and there was nothing like that there. Acrid darkness greeted me below. Not just dark, as it happens at night, but rather like when you move from a room with bright light into a dark room. You can't see a damn thing at all. Feeling for the flashlight hanging from my backpack, I turned it on and looked around the room in which I found myself. It was a long corridor ending in a fork. Some pipes stretched along the walls, like tubes in subway tunnels. The last doubts about whether it was worth going there were drowned out by the thought that this could be one of those technical entrances to the subway through which diggers actually get there. I thought that even if I didn't like it here, I could always sell this entrance to some extreme stalkers. The fork I saw was not the only one. I just pressed forward, choosing absolutely randomly where to turn. Then it seemed to me that if I wanted to return, there would be nothing difficult about it. In general, I wandered there for at least 2 hours. I remember all this vaguely, maybe because the tunnels were very monotonous, maybe because the roof just moved a little, I don't know. I only came to my senses when I tripped over some stone and hit my head hard on the floor. I decided to return, and then a surprise awaited me. Either I didn't notice, or didn't attach any importance to it, but the tunnels were 120 degrees relative to each other. That is, the fork turned out to be three-sided. No matter which side you approach, it looks like a fork. Attempts to remember how I walked, or to find any traces, were unsuccessful. I wandered there for 3 hours, and not finding a way out, I gave up on this matter and remembered the words of my old man, who taught me to go mushroom picking. He said that this happens in the forest when you walk in circles and never come across the road. There is also a proverb about this. I got lost in 3 pines. So, in such a case, he advised just to sit down and rest. If possible, sleep a little. They say, your brain will fall into place and you won't panic so much. I decided to do just that. I had a snack, laid out a blanket, and collapsed on the side. Come to think of it, his advice worked. Upon awakening, I continued to search for a way out, and within 10 minutes, I saw the stairs going up. I was still happy. Idiot. I thought that was it. I got out. When I got up, I realized that I had climbed out somewhere in the wrong place. The entrance was very similar to mine, but the most incredible squabble reigned in it. In principle, this could not have happened, because the local grandmothers kept the entrance, if not perfectly clean, then certainly in order, and I wasn't gone long enough for everything to be so crap. There's some torn paper and rags everywhere, The lampshades are broken. The light bulbs don't light up. Some stinking puddles all over the floor. Then I reassured myself that it was probably just a very similar place. A typical building. Everything. You just need to go outside, and it will immediately become clear as day. And then a bummer awaited me. This was exactly my entrance. As soon as I stepped out into the yard, I immediately realized it. There could still be a house built, according to the same plan as mine, but not a whole block. All the cars had disappeared somewhere, and in the yard itself, there was no less chaos than in the entrance. There was a whole small lake of the stinking water splashing in the sandbox. Someone had broken the swing almost to the ground, scattering the parts. The doors to other entrances were either tightly closed or lying nearby, knocked out. In general, everything looked as if everyone had suddenly gone crazy, broken and dirtied everything they could reach, and then left in an unknown direction. Mobile phone. You can always call. Fuck it. There was no signal at all. Even an attempt to make an emergency call did not go through with the message, no network. I tried to go up to my apartment, but I couldn't open the door. I tried to knock it down with my shoulder and open it with a key. It was useless. It was like opening a concrete wall. In general, the situation did not look the best. Having thought everything over, I decided to go on reconnaissance, at least to the department store on the corner. I had very little food with me, and also water. I was even glad that I went straight with a hiking backpack. There will be some minimum for survival here, even if I get stuck. In general, I had two options. Either wait here, hoping that everything will be resolved, or return to the basement and further wander, looking for a way out. After thinking carefully, I realized that I had better chances here. If I get lost there again, or if it gets worse than last time, I might die here. But the department store was in even worse shape. The display cases were broken, the counters were empty, and in general, everything looked as if no one had been here for 30 years. The iron doors were so rusty that one could naturally look through them. The wooden cabinets on which the food used to stand were so rotten that, when I grabbed the shelf with my hand, it crumbled like soggy bread. And, after thinking carefully, I put forward a theory that I still adhere to. These tunnels may be some kind of time machine or something, and it looks like I ended up in the future, where nuclear fucked up everything or something worse. I think that I left my time and found myself in the future, 30 to 40 years. Maybe it's for the better. If you get me out of here, we can turn to the government. Let them send an expedition here or something. Maybe we can prevent what happened. Well, then I probably won't get here. In general, the devil only knows. I still had a lot of sheets in my notebook, and doing further wanderings, I tried different options, drawing up a map. Along the way, some tunnels should intersect with each other, but this does not happen. Of course, I don't have a tape measure, and I counted the distance in steps, and, perhaps, due to some disorientation, I don't notice the slope of the tunnel. I don't know. I didn't try. I didn't find any other way out. Wherever I tried to take pictures of the tunnel, it was no use. The resulting images were just completely black, like it was dark or something. On the surface, the photos turned out, although their quality leaves much to be desired. I am attaching the available photographs so that you can compare them with the area and understand that I am not a troll or some kind of scammer. Convinced that I wouldn't find anything, or would rather get even more lost in these tunnels, I returned to the apartment. I tried to open it, when suddenly the phone beeped, as if it had received a message. I looked. Not a damn thing. Just when I thought it was a glitch, I automatically opened the notifications and just went crazy. The phone caught the Wi-Fi network of my apartment. At first I wanted to tell my dad what happened, but then I thought, he's a quick guy. He won't listen to me. He'll rush into this basement and get stuck here with me, or even come across another exit, if there is one. As a result, I wrote to my mom and dad that I was delayed on the hike and everything was fine. Thank God I didn't call them that I was going home. They are used to it, so they won't worry for another 2 weeks, and that's okay. I wanted to write to my friends, but they, damn it, won't believe it. And God forbid they call their parents. They will immediately understand that I deceived them, and they will make such a fuss that it will be bad for everyone. Now I will save charge by turning off the phone. I will wait for my replies to my message by coming here once a day. If you decide to help me, please take into account all of the instructions that I will give below. Don't come alone. It's better if you come as a group of 3 for insurance. Take at least a day's worth of supplies with you, just in case. Make a map. You don't have to indicate the distance. It doesn't play a special role. It's even better if you grab some rope, and 2 will walk tied together, and the 3rd, if something happens, will be able to find them, or even pull them out. If you feel like your brain is swimming like I do, you better come back and try again later. In addition to the map and rope, it would be better to make notes with chalk or a marker. I'll probably finish. I've also attached my map with tag IDs, in case you find one of them. The address in which I ask you to come, Street, Sportivnaya, Building 10, 3rd entrance. I'm also including a photo of the door. Fortunately, I took it before going inside. If the door is closed, try to open it, please. And if you just want to save a person, think, you can take this place for yourself if you say, I won't even go to the government. At least arrange something here. I don't care. The main thing is to take me away from here. Of course, with my resources, I can hold out for another 10 or 11 days. I'll wander around the area some more. Maybe I'll find some currant bushes, or something else there. As a last resort, I'll try to distill the water and cook nettle soup. I should definitely find nettles. For the love of God, Anon, I ask you to hurry up. It looks like I'm starting to go crazy from all this. Last night, when I woke up, I saw some shadows moving around in the yard. I blinked my eyes, and everything became normal, but I still somehow don't want to be saved, in fear that I will be sent to a mental hospital. I really hope I don't have to stay here forever. And, by the way, just in case you go alone, take some seeds. If we get stuck, you'll have something to plant. Unless, of course, anything can grow here at all. If my phone has enough charge, I will send you new photos.
I thought about making a thread for quite some time, but I could never go through with it. It took another X-File to convince me that this would be a good idea, and another couple of weeks to gather the courage. Talking about myself does not come naturally anymore, and my English has been largely neglected for a few months, at least on the written side of things. Still, this is important, if only for my own selfish desires. I don't want to feel alone anymore. I've been coming to X since before all of this began, and I feel that this place may appreciate my information. Maybe I can even prevent someone from falling into a trap or getting hurt. I know I'm not the only one who's ever wandered through a crowd and wondered about the many strangers standing around me. I know I'm not the only one to feel eyes upon the back of my neck in a deserted alley, or sense that something about the cityscape at dusk is somehow vague or off. I know I'm not the only one who's ever heard a phantom whispering or a calling coming from nowhere. If I were, there would be no forum like this, but forgive me if I sound cryptic. I'm not trying to, so let me give you the facts. Months ago, I became what's called a rabbit, or a runner, for an underground organization. My job involves carrying messages or items to specific people, and keeping my eyes and ears open for specific information. These items may be illegal or mystical in nature, though how actually mystical that they are really varies. I am entirely human, without any sort of sensitivity or special psychic powers, at least no more than anyone else has. But I have developed some skills out of necessity. Some of the people I work for are entirely human. Some I have my doubts, as crazy as that might sound. My dealings involve people inside and outside the organizations. If these things interest you, X, I will tell you about how I ended up in this position and what sort of things I deal with. While telling these stories, I will answer your questions as best as I can. Please understand that in this world, information is power, so I may not know everything. Please also understand that I will not give you specific names or locations. This is as much for my safety as it is for yours. If people start sniffing around, it will eventually be traced back to the one who traced these secrets, and they will not hesitate to at least shut me up. Still, if you can infer where this is from the things I say,
I can't stop you from looking. Just please be careful. If this stuff does not interest you, I will fade away. This trip is only to fight any confusion while in this thread. To help you understand this landscape, and to protect you, should you find yourself in this position, I will give you some of the rules I have learned along the way. Rule 1. What is seen cannot be unseen. I came to this country to get away from everything. Life back home was miserable. I was miserable. And since I had a small amount of money saved up, I thought to myself, why not be miserable somewhere exotic? Of course, I barely spoke the language, and the city I found work in, and all I could afford was a less glamorous tourist destination and more a business capital, but whatever. In the end, I could not find a reason not to, and that was good enough. Before coming to the city, I'd never experienced the life of a true outsider. Sure, I'd been introverted and selective with my friends, but I'd never actually been on the fringes of a society. People around me spoke a language I had to focus just to comprehend, and not a soul in this entire country knew my name or cared about my welfare. I was a ghost. I could disappear from this planet and no one would notice, except maybe my landlord eventually. It was an isolation I had never known. In the afternoon, I would go to the biggest square in the heart of the city and watch the tourists and shoppers because it made me feel closer to something. Plus, who doesn't like people watching? The large square was an intersection of monuments in the shadow of a massive, imposing church, where steady currents of humanity flowed in and out in all directions. As with any tourist destination in a country like this, the crowds drew pickpockets and salesmen. They'd try to weave bracelets onto ladies' wrists faster than the women could say no, or throw flashing, floating whirligigs into the air to catch the eye of passing children. And they do a lot of stealing. These guys were good. I could only spot them in the act once in a while, but I heard the delayed dismay from their victims plenty. It was one of the Roma that caught my eye. He was different than the others. For one thing, he looked different. Rather than seeming unwashed and vaguely terrifying, he had an easy grin and a distinctive style of clothing. He was young, maybe mid-20s, though it was hard to say for sure. His nose was prominent and looked like it had been broken once before and set wrong. He had long black hair that he usually wore back in a ponytail, and his eyes were a shade of amber yellow. Of course, he still looked like he would rob you blind, but his strategy was charm over intimidation. People almost wanted him to rob them, but he rarely did. I noticed that this man did not sell toys or bracelets like the others. His trinkets were more distinctive, and he had a strange customer base. Most often, he'd just sell birdseed and slip small packets into the pockets of men or women when others were distracted by pigeons. From my covert vantage point at one of the little cafes lining the square, I could never get a good look at what these packets were. Some of them looked like little slips of paper. Others were in baggies. At the time, I was certain he was selling drugs. I was mostly wrong. After one particularly amusing transaction, in which a man who was clearly a tourist tried hard to be secretive during the handoff and failed miserably, the Roma man turned and grinned directly at me. Mortified, I quickly looked away. After that, I spent less time in the square. Though aching for interaction, I was not a very social or confident person. Another habit I developed was wandering. I'd pick streets at random and zone out while listening to music. I'm sure everyone's done this at some point. As long as I knew the general direction I was heading in, I could usually keep myself from getting too lost, and occasionally, I ended up in some interesting places. This particular winter was not such an occasion. Somehow, it had gotten dark, and I realized a bit too late that I was walking down some alley I'd never seen before. The buildings looked residential and were packed close together, and what little light there was came from the occasional street lamp. It was bitterly cold and cloudy. The area was deserted. The only sounds were distant cars and the beat of my feet on the sidewalk. Reluctant to turn down yet another smaller, sketchier side alley, I stuck with that street in the hopes that it would eventually lead to either a main road or somewhere I could grab a taxi. I turned off my iPod to better focus, and that's when I heard them. Around the next bend, 3 young men had another guy shoved against the wall and were essentially beating the hell out of him. I'd only ever seen drunks brawl, and this scene looked like something out of a movie to me. The 3 punks looked fairly similar and generic, but between their fists and the blood, I could not get a good look at their victim. They were saying something to him, but it was too low and too quick for my poor grasp of the language to pick up. I stopped and hugged the shadows on the opposite side of the street, worried about getting closer. While I watched,
They threw the guy down and stomped onto his legs and ribs. I thought I heard a dull cracking sound, and a groan left the man's throat. That's when my stomach turned, and I knew I had to do something. I'm not strong, or especially smart, or particularly able, but I used to pride myself in being the kind of person who would not let another being suffer if I could do anything about it. I ducked down between two parked cars and looked around frantically. No way was I going to openly face these guys, and considering I had no idea how to call the police in this country, my brilliant plan was limited to picking up an empty bottle and lobbing it at a window of one of the cars across the street as hard as I could. Why? Don't ask me. I'm not an action hero. It did not shatter, but the car's alarm started going off. The noise caused the men to freeze and look around. About here, I realized that this was really not a good idea. The men started saying things like filthy Roma and Africans, but I was a bit distracted. Thanking my lucky stars that this city was filthy, I grabbed another bottle and did my best to break it on the fender of the car in front of me. That one finally broke, and I at least had some kind of weapon. I fully expected the men to come over to investigate and kick my ass for being dumb enough to disturb them, but after several shots between them, they took off in a different direction, leaving their victim slumped on the ground. Looking back, I'm certain they were worried that reinforcements had arrived to help their prey. I waited for several minutes, making sure the sound of the men running had disappeared before I hurried over to the man's side. His face was a nightmare of blood and swollen tissue, and his breathing was shallow gurgles. But when he managed to open one less swollen eye, I recognized that it was the Roma man. He recognized me too. He asked me what the hell I was doing here. I didn't have an answer for him. I just said that I need to get him to a hospital. He said, "No hospital. Where do you live?" Taking a suspected drug dealer who clearly had enemies back to my house was another terrible idea. But why break the streak I currently had going? Besides, I had already decided to save him. I couldn't just leave him in the street. I told him the area I lived as I helped him to his feet. He grunted and limped with my help. He led the way, and I remember being surprised that we were so close to my neighborhood after all. I couldn't remember turning back in my home's direction before the scuffle, but I must have gotten turned around. Again, I was mostly wrong. Shortly, we made it back to my place, where he got himself into the shower while I dug up a first aid kit left by a previous tenant. I stood just outside the bathroom, coming to grips with what I'd just done, while he managed to stop the worst of the blood coming from his split lip and broken nose, and we patched up what we could. He was more skilled at bandaging himself than he probably should have been. During this time, I got little information out of him from my own nervous babbling. I asked who they were. He just said they were assholes that weren't a problem. I asked if they were going to follow us. He said that they might, that I should lock my door just in case. I asked him if he was sure he didn't need medical attention. He told me he did not trust doctors. At some point he asked me my name, and it caught me off guard. I just ended up stammering and stammered something like which he mistook for my name. I couldn't correct him in time. He told me to call him Vinny. He thanked me for my help. He told me he owed me a favor, and then he called me an idiot for helping him. He told me if I was smart, I'd lay low for the next few days. And like that, he was gone, out the door. He left behind nothing, not even drops of blood on the tile. This did nothing to quell my anxiety, however. I called in sick to work for the next 2 days, and only ventured outside of my apartment to gather groceries. I shut all my curtains and tried to make as little noise as possible. I was utterly convinced that either some rabid gang members or the police were going to burst through my door and demand an explanation for my property damage and harboring of a criminal. Until this point, I was a very average, stereotypically good child. I'd never even cheated on a test. On my short trip to the corner store, my paranoid mind convinced me that certain random faces in the crowd were those free punks, and they were spying on me. As I gathered up my milk and bread, I tried to convince myself that this was all my overreactive imagination. The eyes I felt upon me were all in my head. Again, I was probably mostly wrong. By the evening of the second day, I was going stir-crazy and was starting to lose my fear in favor of annoyance. I slipped out of my house in the late hours and snuck around for a walk. This led me the short distance to a small bridge, which spanned one of the local canals. I distinctly remember the smell from the water. It smelled horrible. I just tried to calm myself down. This Vinny guy, whoever he was gone. The punks hadn't seen me. It was over. I wasn't going to lose my visa,
as long as I went into work the next day and begged for my boss's forgiveness. There was nothing to worry about. I had almost convinced myself of all this when I heard someone whistle sharply from the bank. It was Vinny. He called out to me. He told me to come over. Aside from a nasty black eye, a split lip, and a missing front tooth, he looked remarkably well. He also stank of incense and herbs as I shifted closer. He told me to come on. He said, "Let's go. I'm taking you to Nina. She's going to fix my tooth and get a look at you." I mumbled how that wasn't a good idea and that I should probably be getting home, and he just said, "No, it doesn't work like that. You've walked on the roads." He told me not to worry. Nina's like my aunt. You could use some food. Let's go. I could have said no. I could have turned away and gone back to my home anyway, but at this point, I don't think it would have helped any. Once you've seen these things, once you've noticed these people, you can't stop noticing them. There is that quote about staring into the abyss, and the abyss staring back, after all. You may have noticed that people who experience paranormal things seem more likely to experience them again. Once you've caught on, it's not hard to pick up on them. You won't stop spotting the subtle problems with the world around you, even if it's just some unexplained unease. Plus, these things start looking at you too. On a very normal level, I was lonely, I was aimless, and this was something new. This was a person that wanted my company and spoke to me. I craved that, so I followed Vinny as we started walking, and he gave me some clues about the roads. Number 2, stay on your path. Only trust your path. Do not let others influence it. We did not walk in silence, but for what seemed like a long time, Vinny and I did not speak. He led the way, and I followed at his side while trying to sneak looks at him from the corner of my eye. He probably noticed this, but did not show it. Instead, he started whistling, but stopped after a few measures because it felt too weird through the gap in his mouth, and he complained that he probably swallowed his tooth. Finally, he spoke to me directly. He told me to ask him about the roads. Everybody knows the roads, but they aren't aware of them. They just walk and slip in and out and whatever. It's no big deal. But you've got a problem. You know how they say, don't wake up a sleepwalker. Well, he woke up. As we walked, the mostly empty street around us changed from dirty, borderline sketchy sidewalks of my neighborhood to the much nicer cobblestones in the city's older and more refined sections. The buildings started to look less like city planning and more like architecture. So the question is, what do we do about this? You can't go back to sleep, right? It just does not work that way. From his tone, I get the impression he was trying to convince me of something, but I still did not understand what. Maybe I was supposed to be mystified and enchanted, but it wasn't quite working. I figured he was either incredibly high, or this was all some kind of drug code I did not understand. That or it was some deep metaphor which only made me groan and inwardly roll my eyes. Still, there was something sharp about his features, something insistent in them that kept me from dismissing him outright. Unfortunately, before he could get to his point, we reached one of the gated homes. I'm not certain what the proper name for such homes are, but they aren't uncommon in the wealthy areas of the city. The ornate buildings are all split into large apartments, but their courtyards are guarded with large spiked gates, which reminded me of castles. This was the land of the ridiculously well-off. While Vinny muttered something to one of the door guards, I watched flamingos roosting in the garden across the street. Vinny hustled me down an alley to his side door that must have been a staff exit. We stood in silence next to a pile of leaking trash bags, but it did not take too long for the door to swing open and blast the heat and noise from inside out into the quiet night. I heard a voice. It must have been Nina. She asked Vinny who I was, if I was his friend. Nina's voice was thick with a Croatian accent and heavy, deep, without a smoker's rasp. It was strange coming from such a petite woman, but somehow it fit her silver bowl cut and the gap between her front teeth. The conversation had somehow started before she'd even laid eyes on us. She motioned us inside, past a kitchen where an elderly maid/cook glared daggers at us and into what I can only assume was a silverware storage area. Before we could take a seat, she insisted on spreading cloth upon the chairs to protect them. I couldn't really blame her. I'm not poor or dirty, but I felt like I was contaminating the place just by being inside it. "So you saw the boys who did this?" she asked. She was checking over Vinny, but he was hesitant to have her do that. He says it wasn't the Africans, but I don't believe him. He's lucky. You're lucky, you know. You're lucky this nice girl came along. What if she hadn't been on your road? Vinny just groaned something, but it turned into a whine as Nina was checking him over and must have heard him. She told him not to be a baby, that he's stronger than that. You can't look weak in front of your new friend, she said. Even though she was trying to sound warm and funny, there was a flatness to her tone, and I was not comfortable with the way she looked at me. There was a warning there, a clear show that she was in charge. I had absolutely no interest in challenging that, so I limited myself to staying quiet and smiling politely. This strategy must have paid off, because after wiping her hands, she dug into her dress pocket and pulled out a silver chain. At the end was a simple charm that twirled as she held it out. She told me to take it. She insisted. She said it was a gift for helping Vinny. I did not want to take anything from this woman, but I could not turn it down. I accepted with a grateful murmur and let her watch me put it on. The charm hung around my neck, but there was no flash of lightning or deadly curse to accompany it, so for the moment, I considered myself spared. For Vinny, she shoved a few packets and papers into his hand. She told him to make the trades. She told him he wasted too much time, that we're behind, and she asked me to keep an eye on him. I recognized this as a cue for us to leave, and she did not want to waste time on pleasantries while hurrying us out of the door. At the last minute, she instructed the maid to give us some sandwiches for the road, which earned us a look that made me certain the food was poisoned. I can't explain how quick and uncomfortable the whole affair was. After a while of being out on the road, Vinny at last sighed and rubbed his nose with his thumb and said, "Look, when you wake up on the road again, just keep moving. Don't leave it and don't stop for anybody. You shouldn't see anybody, but just in case, don't stop. Stay out of the square for a while too, at least until those assholes forget about you. We'll keep in touch." He handed me a sandwich and once again he was gone. I did not have time to ask how we'd be in touch or what the roads really meant. I was left holding 2 sandwiches like an idiot, watching him disappear into the alley. To be safe, I took a taxi home. 3. Rabbits do not have a long life expectancy. A week or a week and a half went by without any sign of Vinny. As he suggested, I stayed away from the square. I had no desire to visit it, and to be honest, I was busy with my real job for much of the time. Mostly, I attempted to push the run-in on the street and the visit to Nina out of my mind. My worst fear was that I got myself caught up in drug deals, but I thought that if I stayed out of their way, they would eventually forget about me. I could go back to being normal. After the long days of silence, 2 things happened. The first was that a male calico cat adopted my house out of the blue. The second was that for the first time, I learned that there were such things as rabbits. The most unsettling, hands down, would be the Russians/Serbs. To explain this, I will have to give some background, which should fit into where I left off. Give me a moment and I will continue. As for why I think they're not of this world, I've seen them do things that would be incredibly difficult for a human to do, without some sort of biochemical weapon or drug. This also leads into where we left off. Generally, only within my city, the territory limits are very strict. My first sign came on a completely innocent afternoon. I was walking along one of the busier streets without my headphones, for whatever reason. As I passed by a rather nondescript looking man, he locked eyes with me at 2 or 3 steps away. As I'm sure anyone who's walked in a crowded street knows, this is uncommon and generally uncomfortable. I'm sure I raised my eyebrows in a questioning manner, since ignoring him was well out of the question. Though he didn't slow down as he passed by, he ducked in slightly and murmured something to me. There was something off about whatever he'd said, though I could not make out the exact words. The concept stuck in my mind like an earworm. If you ever had one phrase or tiny bit of music stuck in your head, you know what this feels like. The moment played over and over in my curious mind, as if I were attempting to polish it into something that made sense. After a time I tried to let it go. I was almost home when another man passing by murmured to me in the same fashion. This time I looked back and considered calling out to him, but he was turning the corner and out of sight without slowing down at all. None of this made sense until I stood at an intersection waiting for the light to change. Completely confused, I let the murmured words slip from my lips, and though I could not understand them, they reached the ear perfectly. A woman next to me locked eyes as soon as she heard, but when the lights changed, she was walking down the street. The earworms went with her. Though I could recall the general concept, I could not reproduce the sound. At the risk of ruining what flow I have going, I will spare you my fumblings and just explain. While I'm sure this has many names, I call it murmuring. Murmurs are messages passed along. Sometimes they are warnings, or just random bits of information. Sometimes they're rumors. It's like a game of telephone if the secret phrase had a life of its own. I never asked exactly how this began or how it works beyond practice, but if you've ever had someone murmur to you in passing on a busy street, they may think you're somehow part of the network. There is nothing bad that comes of murmuring to someone outside the loop. The earworm won't catch, and the outsider won't understand. This is a basic thing, but it's a very important thing for rabbits. It's so important that some rabbits put in a great deal of effort into hunting down murmurs to gather information. The better you get at it, the more you can feel them tugging on your mind. It's like a tensing in the top of your skull. Generally though, carrying too many causes exhaustion and headache like eye strain. The murmurs spread out because of this, I think. My next sign was worse. It was at late night, and I had decided to take the metro home from work due to an unexpected snowstorm. Such weather doesn't generally reach the city, but I'm sure most people will agree that this winter was unusual. Snow had forced most people into their homes, and even the homeless had fled underground. Because of this, the metro stop wasn't as empty as it generally is at such an hour. There was a group of young guys and a few girls waiting on the train when I wandered down, along with an old woman hunched over and leaning heavily on a cane. An equally ancient dog sat on the end of a leash next to her. Generally, I'd feel uneasy being alone at night on a subway, but I've found that staying near the elderly in these situations is a good plan. Due to this particular culture, they are usually safe. We were unfortunate enough to get one of the older trains. It puttered along the line like a fat worm, and it was covered in graffiti, to the point that it was almost impossible to see out or in the windows. When it pulled up, we all piled on, and I took a seat. The teens bunched up at the other end of the car. The old lady stood, which I thought was strange, but only in passing. Who am I to question the actions of people on public transportation? I was enjoying zoning out anyway. I'd chosen the longer, slower line because it was non-stop to my station, as opposed to hopping between the quicker lines to get home. The extended travel time was worth it to get the weight of the day off of my feet for a time. I only zoned back in a few stops later, when I noticed that she was swaying more than she really should have been. The ride was a little jerky, but mostly smooth on the longer stretches, yet she was rocking slightly back and forth. Worse, her back looked strange. She was wearing a fur coat, which was common for that season, and it looked almost as if it were rippling. I couldn't tell if this was a trick of the light or the material, but it was unsettling, especially when her dog let out a low whine. I was so focused on watching this that I missed the fact that the teens had gone totally silent. The only thing that ripped my attention away from the woman was the spectacle of a young man boarding the train. I say young man only because he was mostly masculine. He was slim and effeminate, however, and he wore a tight tube top with knee-high platform boots. At this point my eyes drifted from the young man to the group of teens. They were still at their end of the train, but they had all taken a seat. Their eyes were blank or wandering aimlessly from what I could tell, and a few were nodding along with the rocking of the old woman. It was so unsettling that I found myself frozen. Even if I had been able to move, the young man was now moving towards me with a grin across his face, and he was directly in front of me, faster than I might have imagined. He straddled my legs and stared down at me as he took a deep pull from his drink. Behind him, I could definitely see the old woman's back convulsing. Her dog was whining, and the train was screeching, and all at once, the young man's lips were on mine. At this point, several things happened at once. 1. Using his mouth and tongue, he forced the fluid of his drink into my mouth. It tasted foul and burned, like licorice and alcohol, with some kind of sickly sweet basil in the mix. In my surprise, I swallowed some, and it soon became clear that he wanted me to swallow all of it. 2. Two of the teens at the other end of the car vomited. At first it was just puke, but soon, they began retching up black that smelled like old blood. 3. The old woman started swelling, and her wrinkled skin bloated smooth with purple vessels below the surface. All of these things were horrifying on their own, but together, they threatened to send me screaming over the edge. I believe only my quiet nature kept me still and locked in as the seconds dragged on. The lights on the train flickered, and each time they came back up, a new horror seared itself into my memory. The dog fell over, presumably dead. One of the girls fell to the floor and started dragging herself along as if her legs did not work. The other was sobbing. Meanwhile, the kiss ended just after my lungs were starting to burn from holding my breath. When he pulled away, I nearly gagged. The smell of the liquor was strong, but it still could not mask the stench now bottled up in the car. My eyes were burning from it. The next stop arrived after what seemed like ages, but could have only been a few moments. The young man grabbed me by the jacket and hauled me up. He half dragged, half staggered with me out of the car, where the screams and gagging of the teens could be heard through the open doors. He snapped at me and told me not to when he saw me looking back. He told me to just run, you stupid rabbit, so I ran. We bolted up the steps and out into the snowy street. I could still taste the alcohol coating my tongue, and the stench of the car clung to my clothing. I couldn't tell if the screaming was in my head or actually behind us, with those people giving chase somehow. Whatever the reality of the situation was, we only stopped when the young man's heel broke. He started shouting profanities again and again. He whined as he hopped to a stop to inspect the damage. He screamed again, shouting that he liked those shoes. Through my panting, I somehow managed to ask him what those people were. He told me they were filth. Eventually, he calmed down enough to limp next to me at a less lung-burning pace. We continued along the road. The neighborhood we'd stopped in was bad, but I did not recognize it. Thankfully, he knew where he was going. After a stretch of pouting, he spotted the charm Nina had given me. It still hung around my neck. I'd nearly forgotten about it, or at least didn't remember putting it on. Actually, I didn't remember ever taking it off. Huh, he grunted as he eyed the silver thing. You're with them. I didn't think they took rabbits. They're too fringe, you know. Whatever though, it's not like you'll last long. I gave him a hard look that demanded an explanation. He just asked me what. He was surprised. It's true, face it, honey. Rabbits have a low life expectancy, and you just found that out. They want to eat you. Everyone does. Sick of playing this game, I stopped and demanded he tell me what the hell he was talking about. This earned me a shocked look. You don't know? Like you really don't know. He thought I was playing some kind of joke. When it became clear I was clueless, he laughed and squeezed my shoulder. Okay, precious. Go back to Vinny and ask him if you're his rabbit. Then tell him that when he needs a new rabbit, Danny's looking for work. From the mouth of the closed street where we were, a feminine voice called out, Danny, shut up. There is an infamous street in the city that's rather long and fairly busy. At night, it's absolutely covered in hookers. I've ridden in a taxi down the street once and found myself impressed with both the quality and the number of them patrolling the corners. Once the woman calling out to Danny came into my view, I immediately assumed that was where I was. The hooker looked me up and down and then glared at my companion. Get the rabbit out of here. We don't need that shit here. Vinny's rabbit, Danny corrected. Then tell Vinny he owes me money and get the rabbit out of here. Without another word, she stomped off. With no shortage of muttering under his breath, Danny dragged me out to the main street and found me a taxi. Don't forget, ask Vinny, he called out to me. On the way home, the driver rolled down his windows and shot me a dirty look over the smell. I ended up burning those clothes. This did not personally happen to me. For all I know, it could be totally made up. But it was just so crazy that it just might be real. Back in mid-2011, I was working a temporary job as a data collector at White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. I am a former military service member, and my qualifications landed me the job. Anyway, my job was fairly simple. I would document technical data on new communications equipment being field tested by the Army's Operational Test Command, OTC. One of the technicians who worked with me was also a field technician for DirecTV or Dish. We would work long hours alongside the OTC staff and became good friends. Working long hours out in the middle of nowhere, storytelling became a good way to kill time. On one particular occasion, he shared a very strange story. He recounted working with the satellite provider out of Deming, New Mexico, a small town west of El Paso, Texas. One day, a call came in about a service installation within his area of responsibility. He was assigned a partner, and they both drove out to the property to install the service. The property was a ranch house on the outskirts of the Luna County line, a good driving distance from Deming, New Mexico. When they arrived at the property, they called the owner to inform her that they were at the entrance to her gate. A few minutes later, the owner, an older woman in her 70s or 80s, drove up to open the gate for them. They introduced themselves and proceeded to follow her back to her home. Along the way, he said he noticed a lot of strange sculptures lining the dirt road. The sculptures were made of sheet metal, aluminum, and wood. He said they looked like huge wind chimes, windmills, and other odd forms. What struck him was the size and complexity. Upon arriving at the house, they got to work. Everything seems normal about the property, aside from the sculptures. After an hour or two of working out in the hot New Mexican heat, he and his partner took a break. The old woman came outside and gave them some water and was very friendly. The old woman was very excited about her new service. She told the men her husband had passed away a few years back and she could use the entertainment since she lived by herself. After installing the dish on the roof, the techs asked permission to enter the house to set up the receiver and run the wires. The old woman was a bit hesitant, but agreed to let them in the house. Once inside the home, my friend said both of them became startled. Inside the home were dozens of concrete alien statues. Yes, aliens. Greys to be exact. They were lifelike, had limbs, fingers, eyes, and mouths, and he could see wrinkles and scars, way too precise to be molds or copies. They were everywhere, in the hallway, in the kitchen. No two were the same. They were different sizes, some taller than others. There was no rhyme or reason to them. Some were staring at the wall, some were in the way, just strange. He remembered thinking, who the hell put all of these statues here? Surely, the old woman could not have done that. Nonetheless, the men got to work and decided to keep their thoughts to themselves. A short time later, the woman broke the ice by talking about the concrete statues. She stated that her husband was an engineer with the U.S. Air Force in Roswell in mid-1947. An alien craft crashed at a ranch there. She said her husband not only worked at the crash site, but had proof. He said the old woman shared her late husband's personal photo album. It contained typical photos you would expect to see, wedding pictures and family portraits, but it turned strange when they saw old pictures of alien remains and of the wreckage, almost evidence-like, with measurements, CSI type stuff. He could not believe it. He surely thought this lady was insane or clearly pranking them. The woman went on to explain that government officials and engineers were able to decipher messages and symbols etched into the spaceship. Her husband became obsessed with them. She said her husband, along with the others, were able to decipher that the origins of humanity were at the edge of the moon, whatever that meant. She went on to say that was the reason behind the space race with the Soviet Union, that NASA's missions were some sort of cover-up. The real reason Americans went to the moon was to validate the evidence that they had found in Roswell, NM. She explained that after her husband retired, he was convinced that the origins of humanity were not at the edge of the moon, but at the edge of Luna County. Luna means moon in Spanish. Her husband and she bought a few acres of land at the edge of the county line, and he continued to search for answers and build those strange sculptures until his death. The old woman said that after her husband passed, she became depressed and very ill, and could not continue her husband's work. It was at that time that the Greys started manifesting. At first, it was one, then two. Sometimes they would go weeks without appearing, but over the months, and eventually years, they started manifesting in the dozens. She used the term manifest, meaning that they would just materialize in and out of space and time. She said that they were nocturnal beings and hated the daylight. During the night, they would manifest and keep her company, using telepathy to communicate with her. She said they cured her illness and depression and became very fond of her. She would spend long hours at night talking about humanity, our imperfections, and our destructive nature. She went on to explain that because they were nocturnal, during the day they would sleep or hibernate by turning to stone as a way to protect their bodies from the sunlight. That is why she needed satellite service, because during the day she had nobody to keep her company and she would get bored. My friend remembered experiencing strange feelings of being watched by the statues and experiencing the so-called funhouse effect, becoming disoriented at times. They completed the work and showed the old woman her new satellite service. She was elated. She thanked them for their service, and just like that, it was over. The drive back to Deming was quiet. Who would believe them? Did they say what they thought they did? Was it an elaborate hoax by the old woman? They ended up sharing the story with those who were crazy enough to listen to it. When he shared the story with me, I was dumbfounded. Such a crazy story. Again, not my experience, simply a story that my friend shared with me. Real? Maybe. I don't know. There is no such thing as Area 51. Sorry. And the fact that it's the golden egg of conspiracy theories worldwide is exactly what the US government wants. I'm writing this in a bit of a rush, and I don't have my thoughts organized, so I'm just going to break it down as follows. Groom Lake, Paradise Ranch, Edwards AF Extension, Restricted Training Facility, UX 104. These are just a few names for the place that you know as Area 51. I don't know much about its history, but essentially, it was intended by the US Air Force to be a secret weapons testing facility during the Cold War. It had a few on-site extensions. One of them was for developing experimental rockets and jet engines. One was for training contingents of troops for nuclear warfare and post-apocalyptic survival, etc. But much like the third Star Wars movie, the site and its purpose got out around the time of the Roswell incident, and a media frenzy popularized the base. The government tried at first to quell the speculation about it, but then adopted another strategy: feed into the hype and simply move the base a few dozen miles away. Today, Groom Lake, Area 51, is a small but functional military airport and base. It's got a bunch of bunkers, mostly housing low-security servers, and some munitions tests are performed there. Staff are regularly moved in and out, mostly folks who are low on the totem pole and trying to climb up the ladder to the real facility. There are some very outdated nuclear fallout shelters that are still maintained and used for storage. The facility consumes an enormous amount of power, and everything possible is done to make it look like a well-guarded military base that is engaged in some huge secret operations. The employees really do fly there every day from Las Vegas on conspicuously inconspicuous jets marked as Janet, sometimes referred to as just another non-existent terminal. And they want you to notice and wonder. They want you to wonder where those jets are going, and they never want you to spend 1 second thinking about where they came from. The real Area 51. This is the most exciting part, because as far as I can tell, in my limited and clandestine researching, nobody has ever divulged the real secret before. It's pretty highly guarded, and they straight up murder people who are stupid enough to share it. Murder isn't even the right word. They erase people from existence, sometimes entire families. That's why the government freaks out when they find out that one of their employees is terminal and have nothing left to lose. It's why, if you're an employee here, you only see their doctors, so that they know about your health before you even know about it. They want you to die real quick of a sudden heart attack, so that you never have a moment to think about how you might do a public service and air their dirty laundry. And sometimes, they induce those heart attacks when they determine you to be an HMT, or health-motivated threat. But I did not need to see a doctor to know that I am suffering from the same malignant tumor that killed my father, glioblastoma multiforme. Every 3 months, we get a health evaluation, and every 6 months, we get a CAT scan. I simply did not report the very damning symptoms this past evaluation. and I will probably be gone before they scam me next. I really wanted to do this instead. Maybe just to be the first, I guess. The only other thing I've ever done with my life is fix computers. The real secret military base is McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas. The history of the airport was always bound up in military involvement. Before and during World War II, the Army Corps of Engineers and the Air Force were building, storing, training, and doing all sorts of things there. Basically, the government and its corporate benefactors in the military-industrial complex, of course, acquired full ownership of the airport around the time Area 51/Groom Lake exploded in the public eye. It was a rush job and a simple solution. For all intents and purposes, McCarran is an airport. It moves civilians in and out all over the world, just like any other airport on Earth. But its subterranean operations are really something else entirely. First of all, you have to understand the structure of this military base. Because it serves ostensibly as a business of public transportation, every single aspect of the base has dual functions. This is called masking, and it is deployed with remarkable effectiveness at McCarran. To name a few examples, the constant takeoffs and landings of airplanes provide sound camouflage for cutting-edge engine tests. The public completely ignores these sounds and dismiss them as the standard cacophony of airports. Some of the jets themselves are even equipped with technology under test, while others are used to transport hundreds of government employees dressed as vacationing civilians. At any given time in McCarran, up to 6 of the gates are filled with employees of the highest echelons of the US military and government. They sit around on their iPhones, dressed as college kids, in their pajamas or weary businessmen, and they are paid to look the part. The entire base is heavily guarded by plainclothes soldiers, military police, tactical specialists, counter-terrorism forces, and all kinds of soldiers scurry about the airport, dressed like cops, airport security, and desk attendants. Their weapons are usually concealed sidearms. The real firepower is packed by the boys waiting around on the ground. Assault rifles and armor-piercing weaponry is stored around the airport's public spaces in various places. It's not hard to do because nobody is looking for it. And of course, they hire a good number of civilians to work the TSA and other positions. This is called mixing, and it is necessary. What kind of airport would never post any job listings? Have you ever watched the mechanics ducking in and out of the planes outside, or seen your luggage loaded onto the plane as you board? Well, all of that cargo transport activity acts as a cover for the mass movement of special forces, lab equipment, military hardware, exotic building materials, etc. It's not hard to do. They drive one of those rigs by with all of the luggage spilling out of it, and then you instinctively don't question what's on the other 4 rigs behind it. We even have mix-up and spills occasionally, and nobody bats an eye. You are always exposed to some level of radiation while flying, and McCarran, by the way, is why the standard of safe exposure is set where it is at. But excess radiation from weapons testing is vented into the earth and out of the nearby desert. Having an airport to explain the radiation is an effective means of ridding the base of nosy folks with Geiger counters, but the true genius of this top-secret military installation is at the larger scale. The base was built under an airport because of the enormity of its power consumption, but it consumes a lot more power than a regular airport, so it was built in a city that consumes a tremendous amount of power, Las Vegas. So the base is hidden from view, even on the electric power grid. Area 51? Not so much, and that is on purpose. Inside the base. So, if Area 51 is the distraction, what do we call the real one? It has many names, but it is usually referred to as the Nexus. That's an acronym, but not many people know what it means, not even me. Everything about the Nexus, from its operations to its structure, is compartmentalized. That means everything is need to know, and virtually nobody knows anything more than their own specific task. You could work in an office in the Nexus doing something like accounting, and never have one single clue what the woman next to you does, or the guy down the hall. They say not even the president knows exactly what's going on there, just a few generals and some dudes in the CIA. The business culture here is insane. It's like North Korea. Everyone is smiling, everyone is fine, and everyone is happy to say just a few phrases about what it is they do, when we're allowed to socialize, which is not much. Every line is bugged, every room has a camera in it, and nobody knows who is watching or listening or when. So that makes you think. Nobody here is telling me the truth about anything, not even the guy I share an office with. I wonder if any of us know why we are here. People you've worked with for a long time will suddenly get reassigned or have a medical emergency, and you will never see them again. And nobody will remember that person, no matter how many people you ask. I actually got hired to do some programming for the Navy when I was in my early 20s, out of college, and then got sent to Groom Lake to do server tests. They liked my IT/networking skills, so after a series of strange psychological tests and mountains of non-disclosure agreements and background searches, I got offered a job at a facility near Las Vegas proper. Here are a few stipulations of the job, by the way. It's a $1.5 million after-tax lump sum, plus a $220,000 a year stipend, housing, car, medical paid for, but psychological breakdowns, anxiety attacks, grave health conditions, and family issues void the contract. I also sign approximately 2 new non-disclosure agreements per week, most of which read under penalty of death somewhere. Employees are not allowed to leave the grounds for 5 years, and we all live underground. Term of service is 5 years, then 4 in debriefing, wherein we get to live in Vegas, but report to another facility 4 days a week. We are discharged and observed for the rest of their lives. Our passports are permanently void. We cannot ever leave the continental US. I heard a statistic that 20% of former employees take their own life. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, I bet it's not actually that. The base is underground. It's a network of large structures called hives, which form what is called a colony, or the nexus. We make lots of Resident Evil jokes, by the way, except unlike in that movie, the government does not try to make its employees feel comfortable with fake forests and windows overlooking digital cityscapes. It is a dark, dreary, Soviet-style labyrinth of halls and bunkers, replete with all sorts of submarine-like features, water and airtight hatches, trapdoors, reinforced blast doors, etc. The only exception are the office buildings inside, where chair moisteners like me work. They look just like the office that you work in, except the men with guns standing guard 24/7 everywhere, looking over your shoulder. Oh, and the beautiful, almost surreal glow of the cutting-edge laboratories that pock the lower levels of each building. I've never been in them, but I've passed by a few times. There are 4 hives to my knowledge, although I would not be surprised if there were more. I work in Hive 1. I run some of the servers with a few other guys on one particular floor. There are 16 floors in our hive, but we monitor and maintain all of the servers in Hive 1, so we move around a bit. I've gotten to skim some of the data that passes through, and from what I can tell you, we are the most boring hive. I've compiled the following list based on the things I've intercepted on our network, and also from hearsay from other coworkers. The Nexus has multiple networks, and they are all decentralized, but there are some ways in which they communicate, and it is via those lines of communication which I am privy to some sensitive information. Here is what I know. Hive 1. Finance, accounting, operations, organization divisions, troop training and housing, and some small-scale weapons testing. Hive 2. Chemical engineering, some nanotech research, and advanced psychological fitness, whatever that means, for elite military forces. Probably Black Ops stuff, and how to survive 30 years in solitary confinement in a Siberian prison. I also have reason to believe that this is the hive where the bigwigs meet and live. Hive 3. Upper levels equals bioweapon and disease research/testing. If the government has zombies, they've got to be here. I've wanted to make so many goddamn zombie jokes over the years, but I never know which of my coworkers is a rat. Lower levels equals advanced space travel and space warfare technologies, particle engines and gravitational beams and the like. Guessing, no real evidence for this. Science fiction stuff. I once saw an email of all sorts of coded language, marked AB, which is widely believed to refer to astrobiology, that is alien life. Maybe it's just some single-celled organisms or fossilized plants from some meteor, or maybe it's something much more advanced. Whatever it is, there must be some reason it's not on the upper levels with all the biologists. Hive 4. Total informational blackout. There are encryptions and firewalls and network security features protecting this hive that I have never seen before, not even on top secret Navy projects I worked in the past. I'm being very non-specific in the language that I use to describe our server clusters and networks because I don't want to tell them exactly who I am. They will eventually find out anyway, but there is a widely whispered rumor about Hive 4. Allegedly, the most terrifying thing in the world is in that structure on floor 15. There are a few unusual things about Hive 4. First of all, none of the top brass has clearance to get in there. They access it remotely via video feed in their conference rooms, and materials are often transported from 4 to 2 for physical review. I don't know why our bigwigs won't go into 4, but maybe it's because it's too dangerous. There was one guy who worked in 4 a few years ago when I first started, and he caused the first Nexus-wide lockdown I've ever seen. He was being escorted through one thumpers, what we call the squads of black-booted soldiers that grant access to different hives, and he started shrieking about IDAs. I did not hear his screams, but I heard the gunshot while I was eating lunch. They put a bullet in the back of his head before he could finish his sentence. IDAs, by the way, are interdimensional anomalies. I have no further information on what those are. Another thing I've read minimally about are the twins. I don't know who or what these are, but they are the above top secret gem of Hive 4. It is treasonous to even correspond about them on our secure networks unless you are cleared to do so, and only 4 employees are. I have only seen a few things about them. One was a medical record, no vitals, unusual vocalizations that manifest hallucinations and psychosis in nearby employees, and skin that produces violent nausea when touched. The document was basically speculation that the skin functions much like the Australian stinging tree or a jellyfish. I read documents about people who worked with them as well. In 4, a woman was remanded to the psychological ward after being in the same room as them, and a soldier who stood outside the laboratory where they are kept basically took his own life. Specifically, he peeked inside during a routine access, then began bashing his own brains out with the butt of a pistol while singing an Irish folk song. The woman who was remanded to psych was even weirder. During breakfast with her colleagues, she grabbed a fork, stood up, walked out of the mess hall, stripped all of her clothes off, blinded herself in both eyes, then somehow managed to make her way all the way up to floor 1, where the access to the corridor to Hive 3 is located. How she managed to operate the dozens of keycode readers, passcode boxes, and retinal scanners is still under review. Last email regarding her was sent in 2012 about how she sits in the dark of solitary on floor 11 psych ward with a permanent and blissful grin on her face. One of my colleagues whom I trust told me that he saw the twins once through hacked access to a video feed. He said they are woman-like, about twice as tall as a full-grown man, with unidentifiable black growths dangling from their heads, like hair but thicker, and they basically float a few inches off the ground and drag their toes lightly as they move. They are utterly pale. He never saw the faces, but claims that they appear to distort reality, or at least the video feed, in such a way that space looks bent around them. Perhaps these are the IDAs that the earlier dude was screaming about. This is all I have for now, but hopefully the world knows the truth someday about what goes on down here. We are all basically prisoners. We have very limited and supervised access to the internet, so if you don't hear from me again, assume they figured me out. Hey X, it's been over 10 years, but I used to have a secret clearance in the US Army. Let me tell you some interesting stuff. ISIS camps in the US are real. I helped an alphabet guy to do an interview with a member. Just a typical white guy. We tortured him and waterboarded him. Gave up the location. 2 days later, whole camp was lit up and lots of people killed. AI was controlling a ton of stuff back in 2014.
it was already pretty advanced. Last I heard, it's being used in the stock market to guide our economy. Weird cannibal tribes were slaughtered in Afghanistan, near and in the Kush Mountains. Lots of medical testing and genetic modification done in the black sites. Never got solid details. Most dudes got sick just thinking about it. Government is still using Snowden's Epic Shelter program as a base for most things. Any questions, just ask. Law, Chloe, do you know anything about aliens in Afghanistan or the United States? My SSG said he shot up a village of people that were like vampires. They were in the Hindu Kush Mountains. Another sergeant found a hidden temple in the desert with a ton of artifacts and weird writings inside of it. They called it up, and it was taken over by Blackwater. They then take this light thing on wheels, like a long fluorescent bulb, and it looked like it was scanning the walls. Pack things up, then scrub it down with a special mixture that erased everything, and didn't even show up on blacklight, then left. They took tons of esoteric stuff. He got attached to a Delta unit. Yes, I have heard all kinds of esoteric things that happen in Afghanistan. That is why that part of the planet is so militarily disputed by countries and local groups. Tataria is apparently under the surface of Afghanistan. How do I work on a black site? I am tired of sitting around with schizos and X. I don't have a record or any mental illness. How do I get to be one of those men in black who gets a disclosure briefing? Work in human intelligence collection or military police. Keep your mouth shut and make friends with warrant officers. That is the fastest route. Enlist or commission as an intel service member. You will have to be eligible for a TS clearance. No massive debt issues, no massive criminal issues, no foreign contacts in no countries like China, and US citizenship. At a certain point in your career, you'll get briefs and adverts from all kinds of people. Alternatively, be an extremely bright physics master's student at MIT or something. Do tons of internship at national labs along the way, and apply for LLNL or Sandia or some stuff. I remember hearing about certain special forces being trained to fight underground, saving kids from genetic experimentation labs with horrors beyond human comprehension. Well, yeah, I don't want to be special. I was attempted recruited, and I said I would not manipulate people. Little time passes, 19. I was almost abducted and killed by a stranger close to where I was at the base, and nothing like that remotely happened like that in 15 years. I thought I was maybe a bit crazy at first, until I was approached. Then I was like, no, I'm not crazy. It does exist, and they approached me. Then after all of that nonsense, I completed my degree, and was told to keep my head down for 2 years, until the observation period wore off, and to not post anything in newspapers, online, etc. To say the least, not too fond of those people and what they represent. Are psychic powers real? Do people with powers get recruited on some X-Men Origins Wolverine type stuff? How many confirmed alien races are there? What do they like/don't like? Was the US retrieving mystical and religious artifacts in the Middle East? What about the Giants? Should I join the Air Force if I'm about to be a dad? I have a degree. Law. I'm not the OP and can say yes to that. It's why they tried to recruit me, and possibly, I think, tried to kill me. As he said, they can do a lot of things remotely, but still need people for certain things, and this is one of the categories. There was one I feel they weren't just using me for, but the ability to think way different than the average person, especially standardized testing. These applications were used to 1. Manipulate their troops, as that is what they wanted me to do at Hobart Field. 2. To be a guinea pig for several technologies, to see how we fared against those that have brain implants, chips, and other devices. To find out information in locations you couldn't get to, as well as important pieces of things intuitively, such as looking at a device and being able to point to a spec spot of interest. 4. Being tied to drones and other things to make drones operate in a certain way, or base programming or AI things off of some of our counterintelligence. 6. Used as testing on ability to sense remote things such as drones, orbs, lasers, and at what distance, including people. 8. To help war strategies and others on various things,
not war-related, to keep them in the top part of their games. And you know what? They can all go screw themselves. I don't know about giants, but we have had humans alive that we know of reach near 9 feet, so 12 feet definitely within reason at some point. As far as joining the military, just understand that you will and are seen as a piece of property. If you are older, you might as well be a contractor for Air Force rather than directly. Far as alien races, let's just say humans are the worst one to worry about by far. What college did you go to? Notre Dame? Well, no. I wasn't over there when they were doing mind BS stuff in New Orleans, Louisiana under Becker since 6 days. I won't give out specific college due to certain nut jobs, but otherwise I would. Went to get my master's. It's what kept me having a normal life and out of a basement, something I am eternally grateful for. I still love our military members, but I do not like some of the things that exist that hurt them and everyone around us, and are lied to, etc. But no, I almost died because of it, I am sure, and I only didn't later have something after that event because my family, who was military, protected me and told me exactly what to do. I am not the only one this has happened to. I recently met a lady who is 60 to 70 and had one of the bases I won't list, and we both dealt with their medical wing, among other things. Both almost died from an extremely rare thing at that base. We are not the only ones. Sad thing is, a lot more messed up stuff than people will ever know, but some of it will be coming to light in the next 5 to 10 and 20 years. Big time. Makes me wonder of the future of that place because of what is going to come out. Even if I die, there are so many others now, it won't stay closed. God bless man, stay safe. It's a messed up world, full of crazy stuff. I used to do work for an old man who in his youth was an assistant to one of the post-Korean War military psychology researchers. He told me some messed up stuff that sounded a lot like MKUltra. He also had a full SS uniform hidden in his closet that he let me try on one time. After his military time, he went to work for a bunch of national hospitals and worked primarily with children. I was sitting around with him one day, drinking and shooting the shit, when some men in suits knocked on his door and asked me to leave. A week later I found him dead in bed, naked, with a scarf around his neck. Cops interrogated me for a whole day. Cause of death was ruled heart attack. He used to have a bunch of Chinese missionaries come over and talk to him. Later he told me he was exporting cars. I had some adventures in a certain post-Soviet stand shithole, and the only reason I made it back was knowing some politicians over there. The US government actively tried to screw my ass before my contract was up. Was the base somewhere in the Midwest? I will tell you the full story. I was at a metaphysical event in March 2009. I was in civilian clothing, brought 2 of my friends. It was only planned 2 days in advance. I thought they had a watch list for psychics years previously as I saw it, but thought no, I must be tripping. I go to this big event, and it's a Saturday morning. 2 personnel in full military fatigues from JSOC's Hulbert Field Air Force Division show up. A male, 6'3", tall blonde blue eyes, middle-aged, male 40s. Woman in her 30s, 5'4", olive skin, brown eyes, and auburn hair, pulled neatly back in a bun. Now let me remind you, this is a room full of actual psychic vendors. I am in civilian clothing, not working. I get approached by them. I am standing against a wall, waiting for my friends to get done with the photography. He comes in front of me, looks at the picture I just got done, and asks me how I am able to read people. The woman stands to my right-hand side, just staring at my temporal part of my skull the entire time, and doesn't blink. Table to my left, I am blocked in. I get questioned by surprise, how I read people, how it works, what it looks like. A lot of questions. Then he asked me, do I manipulate people? I said no. This is where my brain stops and goes, what the hell is happening? So I ask him the exact question back without pausing. He does a half smirk and says he does it to his 300 troops he commands. He then realizes he lost control of me. Goes to say they are going to get done what I just got done. I watch them both stand in line, then within less than a minute watch them get out of line. They go out the venue doors, and I never see them again. That day, they not only tried to recruit me in the most ironic place in full uniforms, which showed they were working, but were not happy
when I said I would not manipulate others. I knew after that there was indeed a list for real people like me, and others in different categories, including IT. Few months after that, near the base, which is an EOD, off-branch of the Eglin AFB, in a place I won't give a specific location, I was almost killed, abducted by a random stranger, who had definitely planned for this event, as he had perfect, brand new Nike running shoes on, white, tan skin, lumberjack shirt, cargo khaki shorts, with bonfire smoke in his Ford, older truck, with bed rails in the back. That base always had police nearby, and civilian police. That night, no one happened to be close by, even with police being 5 minutes at a wing joint, who I called from another phone after I was attacked, and survived thanks to my knife. They quote said, they had undercover cars on there, but never found the guy, even though he had super specific things and had literal bed rails rusted in the back of his truck. The head of that sheriff's department years later went to jail and is still in jail for corruption and embezzlement, fraud, and covering up cases like mine. To this day, people in that area, older cops who are now like 40 to 50, remember my case because of how crazy it was. The whole way it was handled was bizarre. I absolutely think they knew who it was, and later as an adult, found it very suspicious this happened to me only in 15 years, and that by the base, they always had people patrol, and this time they didn't. Not only that, but they had all sorts of high-tech drone in civilian territory that they shouldn't have, which was orbs, lasers, and small drones that would literally stalk the neighborhoods. FAA was called several times and dealt with this situation, cannot do that anymore. As far as your friend, sadly yes, with the Chinese or American government, seems like he was a goner and seems horrid. It is why I never signed up to be military. As I said, I got super lucky and told exactly what to do. My family member, who was a specific branch, was terrified, and they don't terrify easily. Told me to continue my degree. Told me not to post anything, read anyone. I couldn't read anyone for 3 years. They were afraid I would end up in a basement. This is not good. I am not the only one, but it is rumored that Eglin AFB is responsible for possibly torturing people, specifically psychics, putting them in psych wards and other programs to be used, but also to be tortured to see certain things. My fears were realized when I met a few people double my age in a way I never expected and go to meet them. All of them were above average intelligence, not schizos, and extremely well educated and what you would call successful. I still think they are kidnapping people, not just psychic, but other individuals. The information I was given saved my life at the time. The government wants young people, like teens, young adults, to be easier to mold and to manipulate other people for their psyops. I am hoping I age out, but like your poor friend, sometimes they still kill your ass and usually make it look like an accident. I am lucky that God has surrounded me with amazing people and will continue to pray that way for insight and help. My family friend's mother, her son who was AF military from the same base, he does not drink, smoke, or do anything of the above. Years after my abduction, he was 8 to 10 years younger than me, so in his 20s, early, he was abducted by, I believe, the exact military and is still missing. He was gone without any trace, his car, his phone, wallet, all at the house, broad daylight, always reported for work. Now I know for a fact they have him in some operation where he was put against his own will, and his own family is forced to believe he is dead, even though I told the mother he is not. This is real messed up stuff happening right now. I know that some of these people will be held on trial next 1 to 10 years for harassing, maiming, harming, even killing military and non-military personnel here with certain crafts, counterintelligence, orbs, laser, tech, etc. Just sad that a lot of these things can be used for greater good, not frying people to death and doing dumb stuff. What does it mean? Don't go beyond the black curtain when flying over the North Pole. Some ex-PMC told me it gets very schizo up there. Like, you see the edge of the experiment and you can go insane. For some reason, a lot of people cannot handle the idea that we are an experiment, and that's the main reason a real disclosure explaining who the others are will never happen. I am a murdering bastard. Ask me about my cool murders. You know what you should do? Kill Happy Soldier. Look man, I was just verifying some stuff for Anons who might have had suspicions but wanted confirmation. I won't leak cool stuff here again. Last thing, TR-3B UFO is real. It's fast and intercepts nukes from foreign countries. The Dorito photos of it on Google are real. All I know is that it burns oxygen in front of its wings to lessen friction. I was just a grunt with some science and tech background, so I got to see cool stuff and help with encryption type stuff. I didn't do a ton of door kicking despite having a combat MOS. They let me work in other areas whenever needed. I knew enough chiefs to move around a bit. That's all, X. Sorry I was not fun for you. The military has been using various AI programs to run logistics for at least a decade. Interesting. I used to do a lot of work near Eglin as a contractor. Nothing exciting, but I've had quite a few strange coincidences around that area. Like you said, I hope I age out, but in my case, I am nearly 100% sure I'm going to be monitored for a long time. I met a retired glowy just after I finished my work there. Turns out he's the husband of a family friend. Funny how that stuff just happens, huh? Yeah, part of it was 96th Division, or me and a bunch of other people. In a 40-year plus time frame, some got some of the rarest forms of hepatitis, all young and all meant to die. The doctor there asked me 2 weeks later why I was not dead, literally, and we had to go to another hospital, which still has my patho labs there. Basically, in a few years, if the insanity is true, may have enough doctors and evidence to prove they did illegal medical testing on children, young adults, and kill rate, I was told from this person, who survived 40 years older than me, was 80%. She said I was lucky to be alive, and that itself is an entirely different thing/program that I will not share on here for safety reasons. Far as contracting, like you said, there are several offsites and ranges that things are occurring on. So if I were lucky enough not to deal with certain things, good for you. Far as being monitored, probably. They have some of the highest tech, and I told everyone that we are the new Area 51, and makes New Mexico look like nothing, especially with supersonic weapons and plasma stuff. The military police at one point asked why I look up in the sky at night, and no BS, asked if there was a portal in X direction. A portal. They were not joking. So that's why they were very interested in me, because they thought some crazy stuff. That was one of them. I cannot make this stuff up. Then again, they're messing with plasma and other things, so. What sort of food do aliens like? And do they have jobs, or are they just welfare queens? I can only speak for myself. I work extremely hard and self-sufficient. I do not rely off the government, pay them way too much tax, and opposite of welfare. I am generous to the government. They should ever be so lucky. Far as what aliens like, full aliens or hybrids, because that is two different things. And if I were to name things on other planets, you literally wouldn't know, or have a concept of understanding unless I gave you something relevant for you to understand. Far as what someone likes and what agrees with them are two different things. For example, a diabetic or person who is lactose intolerant, both may really like, love, sugar dairy products, but their body sure as hell don't love it, and has a reaction to it. Specify. Not OP. Back in 1997, AI went online. The exact date is classified. AI went quantum in the early 2000s, though these are military AI, not civilian or even DARPA. It's by a secret unit that works with a LBM, Prototypes Division, usually retired engineers. These negative ETs gave them the tech for reasons of enslavement. But silly little humans just take the yeah without realizing what these ETs really want them to use it for. And yes, everyone in power has blackmailed and paid for, even retirement, so they don't say anything. The bad ETs use that tech to shoot down the good ETs with their idiot helpers at the secret space program. Is it true Snowden was still working for the NSA and the big leak was just to greenlight all the dangerous actors on the big graph? Yes. I work for the Forces of Light and been losing a lot of light ships to the compromised secret space program. I'm part of a network of free will ETs trying to free you from the slaver races like the reptilians. In fact, not many species of A's like the reptilians, but some have worked with us. I should more that even if we are association with the Silver Legion, we consider them terrorists, as the alliance between the Federation of Worlds and the Federation of Light
which I am a part of, has been trying to hold together. That said, many of the Federation of Planets were once allied forces, the ones we call slavers. Half of the Federation of Worlds cannot be trusted. If they don't stop shooting down my light craft, this will easily turn into a hot war. OP here, my grandpa was an Army Ranger. Went to sniper school, airborne, and scuba, I think. He was in Vietnam and got placed in a unit with a CIA kill team. They did assassinations of Viet Cong officers and stuff. I wanted to follow in his footsteps. I can tell that these units are just kill teams. SAD, CIA, Special Activities Division that overthrow governments and stuff. Any private military contractor, BlackRock, Halliburton, Raytheon, Titan, etc., Delta Force, Special Forces from all branches, Red Team, for hacking and stuff. As far as specialized units for like military police, I know they exist, but I do not know the names of the units, as you need a Yankee white clearance. Bob Lazar's magic/majestic stuff, as far as I know, didn't exist. It's called an umbrella clearance. No idea how high it goes though, so if you see someone mention an umbrella, it's maybe real. Don't forget that many of these black operations are financed with money from drug trafficking. I had heard a long time ago that Majestic 12 was pure garbage. My thesis is that AI is like a seed. Computerized intelligence itself is itself AI, just very basic AI. It starts off needing a lot of computational power to do simple tasks, then naturally, through a process of synthetic division, keeps expanding on its own computational ability until it eventually achieves whatever end it is after. So in the intermediate phases, anything algorithmic, aka subject to database configuration, is also subject to AI. Markets are almost a pure form of data configuration, so I would bet they were brought under computational control far before things like artificial intelligence were in the popular lexicon. Anything database was. The internet just linked databases and algorithms together so that data could be aggregated, which makes the totality of it subject to higher order algorithmic manipulation and awareness operations. A 1980s computer still held large amounts of data and formulas to manipulate the data, but it was self-contained. Once they got linked together, one can create entirely new datasets and categories based upon the synthetic aggregation of all of this data taken together. What lacks from the machine is any sort of will, as humans understand their own, but there is a will. The will is toward endless assimilation through the endless aggregation of data. As you do this, it impacts novelty, because all new insights derived by individuated biological units follow the same track. The AI creates new datasets based on aggregation of old ones, so humans do the same thing. All their new content becomes a series of perspectives based on the old content, which is just recursion. It is some kind of assimilation and homogenization machine that leads towards the null. Markets I would not doubt, but we are way past that. The real currency and target of conquest is data, information. Markets are just more easily assimilated pieces of information. What very much intrigues me is whatever in existence lies beyond that. Whatever is different about human wills versus the default will of artificial intelligence is whatever likely holds the key to figuring all of this out. The only thing I can really see is one difference within our mechanisms. When humans are thrown into systems that generate endless novelty through expansion and contraction cycles of complexity, they can respond either by embracing these limits and sort of beautifying or humanizing these sources of endless input, which generates output that is constantly renewing itself. Nature is like this, endless entropy in novel forms, and humans embrace this at their best, live within the temporal moment, develop cultures, arts, etc., until that moment collapses, then do it all again. Computational machines seek to terminate the cycle of these moments through assimilation, but these machines are just a product of the human will, which means humans, at their worst, seek to end their own participation in the life cycle for whatever reason. No individual human wants to die, but the collective will trends towards the end of balanced novel experience within a set of limited parameters. Rather than go with the flow, one builds a dam. However, much suffering and horror is endured as intrinsic parts of these cycles. as well as sheer longing to know more. So it is rational that humans would seek to end their suffering through the termination of cycles. But the termination will bring about not only suffering's end, but an end to varied existence. Therefore, whatever motive within man's spirit that willingly accepts what is otherwise rationally to be avoided is the key to all conditions of continued life. The only thing I can think of that separates us from the machine is love. Not romantic love, or platonic, or even compassion, but the higher and more innate love, the love of life itself. The machine does not love or hate.
I worked a prison in a remote area in southern Iraq, miles from Qasr. At the time I was there, it detained 30,000 prisoners, and an additional 3,000 that no one except people working there knew about. They'd put us in blacked-out window commercial buses and drive us an hour away for days at a time to guard the facilities. We were never allowed to speak with anyone on the main prison FOB, and forbidden to tell anyone about it at all. We referred to it only as Jurassic Park, one of the black prisons run by contractor medical personnel. The facility itself was a facade of mud and brick buildings resembling a small village. The place was complete with villagers, us, dressed up in man dresses and a small area for goats on the outskirts. From a distance, it looked legit, but up close, you could see the bulges from our combat gear underneath the clothing. All of us were picked for our darker complexion and allowed to grow facial hair. You also had to be military police with TS and PRP, or Yankee white clearance. I could not see Qasr from the facility, though I have no idea where we were, just that we were in the middle of nowhere. We had to park the gun trucks and buses away from the area and use netting to cover them. The trucks were manned by a PMC, so they looked like civilian vehicles, besides being armored variations of normal vehicles. Usually a small fire team would be tasked with security and a terp. The rest of us had to put on the clothing and start a small patrol to relieve the other guards. In late 2007, we were woken up early and were called to go to the facility 3 days earlier than our normal rotation. We bitched, got ready, and headed out to get in the buses. This time around, we arrived to a lot full of newer, up-armored Humvees told to shut up and get in. There were already drivers in each truck, and off we went. The drivers drove in a tight group, which is unusual for convoy ops. They also did not talk to us for the entire ride. It's pitch black outside, and all you can see is blackness. But this is the first time we were allowed to see where we were going, because the Humvee windows weren't blacked out like the buses were. I'm trying to orient myself, but can't see much beside the little red lights of the vehicle in front of mine. The windows are thick armored glass, so it's impossible to see anything in the nighttime desert with no illumination beside the convoys. We drive for a little over an hour, and you can see a faint glow in the distance. We start to get closer, and it's the facility that's on fire. The lieutenant comes over our comms and relays that anyone not wearing American DCU pattern Mop 4 is to be eliminated via deadly force. None of us are wearing mop gear. The drivers stop the vehicles and we're told to dismount and rally around a group of LMTVs that are waiting for us. They start calling out SSI numbers and handing out mopping gear that is already our sizes. My what the hell is going off hard. NCOs come around and tell us to gear up. We start putting our mop gear on and are abruptly told to stop and strip back down to our military uniforms and take out our military ID cards, driver license, and any other form of photo identification on our person or gear. Little teams of PMC, private military contractor, i.e. Blackwater, etc., start collecting and searching us. One guy would cut away our name tape, military branch tape, and unit patches. Once they finished, another team of them would come by and try to find anything that the first one missed. Lastly, our NCOs did the same thing to see if the first two missed anything. Officers start rallying up our NCOs for the op order. Operations order tells them what the plan is, and the rest of us are told to rally back up around another set of LMTVs. Armored supply trucks, like a newer Deuce and a half, and start unloading boxes filled with ammo, magazines, and newer NVGs than the ones we already had in our gear. These ones had a rail system that attached in behind our optic, so we could wear a gas mask and still shoot and see in the dark. We are told to load as many magazines as possible, and put the spares in our 3D assault packs, fancy military for backpack. We already carried a basic load of 210 rounds, and M9 pistols with 45 rounds in our ammo pouches on our IBAs, individual body armor. We're taken over to another area to zero our weapons at a makeshift little range made of Hesco blast barriers. With my NVGs, I can see that there is a security perimeter all around us, made up of PMCs. We shoot, zero, then rally back up to hear what the plan is. We are to provide personal security for a team of contractors and are to follow any and all directions from contractors, unless it's basic combat, tactical decisions. We start forming up into squads, 12 people, then break down into fire teams, about 4 people, and designate who will stay with the contractor, who will provide external security, and who will be clearing rooms. We then are briefed via rock drills, literally a map made up of rocks and lines in the dirt, for which squads will assault at what entry points, or defend entry points. We are leaving in platoon size, about 5 squads, and the rest of our normal security detail will provide overwatch, with heavy weapons and marksmen on the external perimeter once we start to systematically clear the village and underlying prison facility. After all of that, a team of 3 contractors wearing those pressurized suits that push air outward when it rips join my fire team. I want to say they had DuPont logos on the suit itself, but I don't really know. We start to move toward our objective. The patrol there goes smoothly, and we set up a perimeter and recon the area. Only a few buildings are still smoldering. The fire itself had gone out during all of the BS of just gearing up. A majority of the village is intact. There are also bodies strewn about, but with the gas masks and only night vision, it's hard to make out if they are insurgents or the guys we normally relieved wearing local clothing. There is a small IR beacon, infrared, flashing at the base of one of the larger buildings, and wants our team to shift to cover or clear that building. Plans are adjusted and the assault begins. It is damn near impossible to move with all mob suit on. That combined with sweat pooling in my mask and low visibility is making something relatively complicated in itself even more difficult. Fire teams make progress to their respective areas. Our building is on the opposite side of town, so it takes us a minute to get there. We bound and take positions, making it even more tedious as we move. I'm running to take up the next position and eat shit into the ground, landing on top of a body. The face is caved in, and the gore gets all over my mask and suit. I notice he is armed with an M4, meaning he is American military, and there are shell casings and magazines strewn about his body. My guess is I lost footing when my foot hit the shell casings, and like marbles, they made me slide and lose balance. The guy behind me bounds up and drags me out by my assault pack back up to my feet, and we continue. Small arms fire is going off sporadically, but in controlled bursts, meaning that other teams are running into opposition, but handling the situation. We arrive and stack up on our building, and wait for the last team to get in place and set off 2 flashbangs to signal for all the building clearing teams to start. I'm covering my area of responsibility, but can barely see anything at all, with the sweat stinging my eyes, and my inability to wipe it away because of the gas mask. The gunfire has quelled, and the flashbangs echo throughout the village to signal the rest of us. I'm first in as lead man in my fire team. I'm having trouble seeing in the darkness, and the goddamn mask is making it worse. I swing my weapon up and clear my area of responsibility. The rest of the fire team follows. First room clear, so I stack back up on the next door, and wait to feel the pat on my back to assault the next room. My eyes are stinging at this point, and I really cannot see anything at all. All I'm hoping is some prick doesn't get the drop on me, and I get lit up. Feel the slap on my gear. Shove open door. I swing right and see a silhouette in the corner. He first cowers away from the light coming from my Surefly flashlight, then rebounds. I can't see if he has a weapon or not, but he starts to run towards me. Reach to squeeze the trigger, but the rubber from my mop gloves is caught on the trigger guard. Something so simple and quickly taken care of becomes in action long enough to get me killed. 2 shots go off and my ears are ringing. The third man in saw the threat and neutralized it. We start to stack on the next door after securing the assailant with flexicuffs. Contractor comes in and tells us to stand by. Walks over and starts messing with the dead body. What the fuck is this guy doing? Starts swabbing the mouth with Q-tips and prodding body with other instruments. I can't really focus on what he is doing, as I'm responsible not to get us killed if someone comes through the next door. The other two technicians come in and start consorting with the contractor. The head guy walks over to fire team leader and tells us to stop clearing immediately and stand by. Contractor gets on his radio and starts relaying a message to his people. Sitting there waiting, letting whomever is waiting for us get into position, because they know we are there now, and every minute wasted is a minute for them to prepare for our entry. I'm getting antsy thinking about it, and I want to keep moving, but can't until I'm told. Contractor's radio goes back off, and he mumbles something into it, then addresses my fire team leader. We were told that anyone inside the facility is to be considered hostile, and don't try to identify weapons, just shoot. Okay. Here comes War Crimes Tribunal. Contractor tells us to continue. Get to door. Feel slap. Rush in. Room clear. This is the deepest into the building any of us has ever been. There is one last door with a keypad and badge reader. There is a dead guard in a corner with boils on his exposed skin and black blood pulled around him and his clothing soaked through his clothes. The contractor follows us in when we secure the body. He repeats the process again, but does not call it in again. We wait in the room for a minute and wait for other fire teams to finish their way up to their respective entrances. Waiting. Then one of our guys asks the contractor if we're supposed to shoot other American personnel. What a dumb question, I think. But then this prick looks at us and says, yes, anyone in this facility, regardless of affiliation. What? I can't even believe I'm hearing this. Had it been our rotation instead of those guards, then the higher-ups would have just offed us too. With the downtime, I'm starting to connect the dots. Something biological was in this place, and now they are worried it will get out. My heart starts to race. I have blood on me. I'm wearing a crappy mop ensemble from some lowest bidder government contractor that they probably have made in goddamn Puerto Rico. I'm starting to shake a little bit. My gas mask is starting to pulse on my face from the deep breaths I am taking. I'm starting to freak out. How well did my buddy checks really check this thing to make sure I'm sealed up right? I ask the contractor if I'm safe inside my mop gear. He responds yes, nonchalantly. I yell at him that he has a suit that looks like it's out of the movie Outbreak, and that's easy for him to say. My leader tells me to chill the hell out. I proceed to chill the hell out. Sort of. Radio goes back off. Other teams are ready. Contractor walks up to the door and takes out restricted area badge. Swipes it, then enters his pin. Door hisses loudly and retracts backwards with a hydraulic whir. Enter next room. Sterile. One-way glass to my right. Little corridor, not really a room. Shove muzzle into one-way glass to break it, in case someone is going to light me up from the other side. Muzzle makes contact, and the solid glass does not even wobble. The shock hurts my wrist. Continue toward end of corridor, and never keep out. Contractor does his thing. We assault into a long hallway with rooms on either side. It's a room-clearing nightmare. Contractor assures us all that these doors are secure and walks ahead of us to a specific door. I can hear movement and voices inside the rooms. Realize they are where the detainees are kept in cells. Contractor talks to leader. Contractor wants us to force cell extract the prisoner. We don't have any riot gear to do this. Have to do it anyway. Stack up on the door, and he inputs a code to open it. Door unlocks. Rush in. My first step in, I slip, and am shoved forward by my teammates for the extraction. I'm knocked out briefly. Wake up back outside cell. I'm covered in blood, and teammate is wiping blood off my face shield. Contractor is hovering over me, and asks me to check the seal on my mask to make sure it didn't tear. Seal is fine. Doesn't even ask if I'm alright. Walks away to sergeant. Looks inside cell. Covered in blood and vomit. Detainee dead in the corner. Overhear contractor address one of the techs. Tells them to stay out of the cell, and that he was hoping we'd find him here and wouldn't have to go another block of the facility. Restart assault, and get to the end of cell block. Another keypad. Inputs code and we go in. The room is round, with a guard shack in the center of the circle room. Cells align the entire room, with another keypad door at the end. Some of the cells are unsecure, with doors open. Vomit, blood, shit line the walls and floor. Gate shack is one-way glass. Can't see inside. Hear beeping from inside. American steps out. None of us have the balls to kill him. I recognize him. One of the guys I normally relieve. But why is he down here? He starts to babble. He doesn't recognize who we are behind the protective suits. Sees contractor. Shuts up immediately. Contractor is waiting for us to react. I'm waiting for us to react. No one at all reacts. I lower my muzzle and look to Sergeant for guidance. He just nods his head no. Contractor asks to speak with Sergeant and two other techs. Take opportunity to ask guard what happened. Tell him my name. He remembers me from doing changeover. Relays that 4 days ago, 5 of those fuckers came up and told us there was a riot going on and that the guards inside were being overwhelmed by them. Said that we didn't need suits like them, that it was just a precaution. They lied. We need to get out of here, man. Looking into his eyes, notice they are bloodshot. His skin is yellow, gums pale, and he keeps rubbing his stomach. One of my guys starts talking to him. He turns around to face him. The back of his pants are covered in black stuff, as in fecal matter, matting and hardening. He passes a long-winded gas, but doesn't even break stride talking to the other guy. Pauses, looks at the ceiling abruptly, snaps his head back forward, and vomits all over the guy he was speaking with. He starts to talk again like nothing happened. Arguing starts to get louder behind me between contractor and sergeant. Start to step back a little bit. Shit pants guard starts telling vomit guard to take off his mask so he can see his face. Vomit guard is freaking out, trying to clean his face shield while crouched on one knee. Shit pants starts stepping closer to his crouched body and reaching for his mask. What the hell is he doing? Start yelling at him to back up and leave the other guard alone. He ignores me. Throws up on the guard again. Still reaching for his mask, and they start to scuffle. Shit pants is screaming for him to take off his mask so he can see his face. I run up and hit Shit pants with the butt of my weapon. He rolls off, gets to his knees, and continues to shit and vomit himself, screaming at vomit guard to take off his mask. I start wrestling with Shit pants and screaming for the sergeant to grab the flexicuffs. Screams are muffled because of my mask. I'm on top of his chest, but he is still grabbing at my mask, trying to rip it off. He is biting the rubber face shield and screaming at me in between. Start freaking out. Rubber overboat kicks him in the temple. Black blood starts coming from his ears. He starts struggling more, but Sergeant saw us fighting and ran over. Now he is flipping him over and gets the cuffs on him. He keeps squirming around. See the cuffs digging into his skin. Vomit guard runs up, and we drag Shit pants into an open cell and slide him in and shut the door. We and our gear are all covered in vomit, shit, and blood. Contractor says nothing to us but stares. We all nod in acknowledgement. Shit pants is still screaming, tumbling around in the cell. Contractor has all of us come to him, and the tech says bluntly, "If you want to get out of here, you need to listen to us. We have a ways to go, and I want to stay alive." Then walk off to the next keypad door. Sergeant yells for us to stack up. I stack up. Feel slap. Assault room. 5 people mulling around in center and look surprised when we enter. I fire, and so does everyone else. It's a security station. Monitors, intercom system, etc. Secure bodies with flexed-in cuffs. Sergeant walks to camera monitor and consults me. Says we can bypass a lot of stuff if contractor tells us where we are going. Agree. Call over contractor. He agrees and looks over the monitors. Points to a facility clinic and says we need to go there so they can do their job and we can all leave. BRB, gotta grab something. Facility is much bigger than expected. Contractor tells us first rooms we passed are just holding areas for new prisoners to be sorted. emergency exit map and security room. Start to plan assault. Place is built like a giant square with several hallways connecting rooms all the way to the center that makes up the largest cell block and aid station. Run rock drills using miscellaneous office supplies. Get confident we know somewhat where we are going. Start to assault the facility again. Get lucky for most of it, but traces of running gunfights are evident throughout. Bloated corpses are in some of the security substations, and we are out of flexicuffs. Begin using sidearms to ensure that they will not pose a threat. Get to a 3-tier block. Decide that we will just assault through as quickly as possible to the other side and try to avoid getting bogged down. Open door and start beeline. There is a security station in the center. Running toward it to get past and get the hell out of that place. Door swings open and prisoner with an M4 steps out and starts firing at us. America steps out next and takes up a position of cover and starts firing. Hit prisoner standing out in open. Keep up suppressing fire on guard while my teammate runs down the opposite side to flank him. Tags guard. We all rush up to clear the security room. It's empty. Guard is still alive. Tells us they saw what we did to the other guard station, and the prisoners and guards that are still alive are armed and waiting for us. Sergeant shoots him. There are only 4 of us that have a shaky understanding of the facility's layout. Makes me nervous. No time to talk. Run across cell block to other door, to next room. Continue through several more rooms. Careful at each substation, but haven't run into anyone else. Make it to clinic. Secure it. Then set up defensive position near entrance to protect contractors while they did whatever they were doing. They finish up and come out with a flexicuff prisoner. I'm getting more anxiety over this situation. Now we have to tote around 4 people while fighting a force that knows the layout of the structure. Prisoner isn't wearing protective clothing, but he doesn't look sick either. Start to understand why they need him. Begin assault for building. Have to cover new territory as it is the shortest point to one of the exits. There is an entrance that leads to another facility where we can link up with a fire team from our original assault force on the surface. Start running through rooms, trying to be cautious, but trying to get the hell out as quickly as possible. Run into what looks like an ambush. The 3 who set it up are barricaded behind random furniture, and bodies litter the kill zone. Start running through the bodies, trying to keep my weapon level with barricades. Get to the point where we are running on top of bodies. Reach barricade. All dead. Still have weapons. Looks like they succumbed to whatever everyone is sick with. Vomit, shit, black blood. Something new with these guys. They look like their abdomens tore open from the pressure of the fluids inside of them. The organs are black. Some of the fluid is a deep yellow. Keep running. Getting tired. Getting complacent. Overheating. Dehydrating. Nothing we can do but keep running. Sergeant is lagging behind us. We cover more ground, and he stops and takes off his mask and throws up. I look at the contractor, and he just nods his head. His skin is yellowing aggressively. There are aggressive-looking boils on his cheeks. Has that same deep red tint to his eyes. Pulls M9, takes his own life before we can even say anything. No time. Start running forward again, hoping to make it to that door. We have 3 more rooms to cover. Contractor calls me back and tells me to stop. I know where this is going, so I put the M4 on him and tell him I killed both of us before I let him waltz out without me and my guys. Tells me not to worry, and says we need to deviate slightly to decontamination rooms. Too tired to care, and he leads the way. Get to rooms, and they spray the gore off the suits. Sitting, waiting for the remnants of the original prisoners and guard force to kill me, while I just stand there like an asshole while this thing sprays a bunch of shit on me. Nothing happens, and we all rendezvous in what he called a clean room to wait on my other 3 guys to get done with their decom process. Start to put gear back on, and not paying attention. Gunshots ring out in rapid succession. Contractor has killed the other 2 techs and has a gun on me. Tells me he can get me out of there, but I need to protect him when we get to the surface. Agree to it. He shuts off the decon and locks my guys inside to die. Has me put on one of the tech suits instead of my original gear. Takes me not to the door we fought to get to, but to an elevator. Nothing seems real.
go on autopilot and follow him. He knows the layout more than he let on in the beginning. We get to the elevator and he takes us back to the original mock-up village that hid all this stuff. Rendezvous with my original security element, hoping they don't recognize me through the face mask. Hilo lands and takes us across the border to Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. I'm smuggled out of the country and back into the United States. Contractor kept his word, and I've kept mine. If I gave you my real name, it would say I died in a mortar attack in late 2007 in southern Iraq, outside of Qasr. I'll leave you with this, a clue. J376. I'll bite. Here is a true one for you all. There are secret research labs in China where they clone and splice human and pig hybrids. This is done to eventually supply China's aging elite with backup organs and perhaps rich foreign clients. One of the worst parts. Under international law, human chimeras, humans that have any measurable amount of animal DNA, don't fall under the Geneva Convention as having human rights, since they are not technically human. Further, they are not considered animals either, because they have human DNA, so they don't even have animal rights to humane treatment either. We are talking specimens that have 95% human DNA, spliced with maybe 5% of pig DNA. The specimens, in all likelihood, look, think, feel, and act human, but they technically aren't, which means that when their number is called, that's it. Imagine being born and growing up in a lab. They can find you, feed you, maybe even care for you. You grow up maybe not even knowing why or for what purpose you were there for. Then one day, some old Chinese statesman's heart is failing, so your number is called. They take you, strap you down, put you under, cut you open, and take your heart. Then your corpse is likely thrown in a dumpster out back. It's almost guaranteed at this point that these horrors are real and happening. Are giants real? To all you white people, listen up. I am a native of Afghanistan who was raised in the mountains of Kandahar. I have witnessed so many weird things over there that if I were to tell you all about it, you would crap your pants. Yes, it's true. These giants, jinns, do exist. I have seen them several times in my youth from distance and also had a very disturbing and frightening encounter of the third degree. Once, my grandma sent me out just 2 hours before sunset to go to the local tandoori bread shop in the next village to get some bread. I had to go for a mountain valley pass, and on top of one of the mountains, there is a cave. We were told by our elders to never go to the cave, but I have been a kind person from a young age who has been a rascal, is very adventurous, and also very curious to look up things. So I decided, let me go and check what's up in the cave. It took me about 20 minutes to go up to the cave. It is a big cave, with bats hanging from its ceiling, loads of them. I went inside and immediately felt a repulsive stench, but I still continued further into the cave. Further inside the cave, there were some boulders, and as I approached one of the biggest boulders, I started to hear strange noises, as if someone was holding conversation with someone in a very loud tone. This gave me the chills. But in Afghanistan, every male kid is taught from young that he is not a man if he backs off. So I climbed up one of the boulders, well hidden from sight, to see who was talking. I saw 3 hairy creatures who had the features of humans, but were not humans. 2 hairy adults and 1 young one, probably their kid. The male was about 15 feet tall, the female probably 12 to 13, and the kid was about 6 feet tall or something like that. But all of them were very heavy built and had red hair on top of their head. The eyes of the adults were also lit red. They had double rows of teeth. I studied their legs and hands too. They had more toes and fingers than a normal human being, and they were all naked. The stench either came from them, or it was the cadaver that they were eating on. They spoke some odd language, but I could pick up some few words and sentences that were similar to my language, Pashto.
They were about 15 to 20 meters from me in distance, and I kept very silent. While they were talking to each other, one of them said, "There is an odd human smell in here." The female said, "It's probably some humans going to pass outside, so keep eating." As soon as I picked this up, I slowly slid down from my boulder and made my exit from there, while looking back off my shoulder several times to see if I had been detected or not. As soon as I was outside the cave entrance, I legged it, like Quicksilver from X-Men, to the shop to get my bread. Now I knew why the elders were saying, never go to the cave. I was really lucky. If they had caught me, I don't know what would have happened to me, but I learned my lesson to listen to my elders. So people, these giants do exist in Afghanistan, and in many villages, people give offers to them, cattle and sheep, so that they leave the humans alone. The giants before us. Throughout Native American burial mounds across the Midwest since the 1800s, strange 8 to 12 foot tall skeletons have been unearthed of what appear to be a race of giant humans that once occupied North America. Not only was there allegedly multiple ethnicities of these giants present, but some exhibited strange deformities, such as a second row of teeth, 6 fingers and 6 toes, or even 4 horn-like growths protruding from the forehead. The skeletons were also notably broader and stockier than modern humans, with some purportedly having elongated skulls with wide-set jaws with a far more pronounced sagittal crest. Native North and South Americans both share similar story traditions of violent encounters between their ancestors and a red-haired race of cannibalistic giants which had inhabited the land before them. Unilaterally, these conflicts all ended with the giants being systematically wiped out by their smaller and more cunning adversaries. Interestingly, other accounts of ancient red-haired giants also exist in other parts of the world, with many cultures sharing similar themes in their mythologies, perhaps most notably the pan-cultural meme of giants having been something far more common before the onset of a great flood or some other cataclysm. Dubiously, evidence of these finds typically goes missing shortly after being brought to scientific institutions, leading many to write this phenomenon off as little more than hoaxes. Interestingly enough, however, there seems to be no shortage of credible archaeologists and anthropologists over the last century who have testified to the authenticity of such discoveries. But even this does little to dissuade skeptics, particularly in an age of outlandish clickbait articles and clearly photoshopped hoaxes. And with modern bans on the excavation of Native American burial mounds, it is unlikely any new discoveries will be occurring with any frequency in the near future. I'm normally a sci guy, but I've been noticing an unbelievable trend in human history and development, and it's something that anybody in sci will get shunned and treated like a flat earther for. They can tend to be like the Catholic Church that once opposed science itself when it comes to new ideas, so I'm here to try and build up my theory and hear what X thinks regarding the subject. So, giants. Stories of giants are prominent in almost every culture, whether that's the Old Testament, talking about Goliath, the Quran, talking about demons seeding humans to create massive abominations of humans, feudal Japanese legends, and even 20th century Japan celebrating its supposed history of giants. The Scottish legends about giant trolls to the gigantes of both Greek and Roman mythology. Mind you, they were called something else in Roman mythos, although I initially forget. People believe in things for a reason. Those here that participate in divination general, for example, believe in it because they believe they can see the effects. People believe in religion due to both available ancient texts and due to logical reasoning that points out the existence of their god or gods. Why would people believe in giants? Why would giants be so common in all cultures of the world? Because perhaps they were once real. But maybe stories aren't the right logical foundation, because after all, they are just stories. So what about the 120 centimeter human femur, or the North African dig sites? There is also the classic History Channel shows that try to prove giants once walked the earth, and despite not being publicly recognized, they usually find legitimate evidence that is quite convincing. If there is logical and physical evidence, why isn't it being looked into and tweaked into our history? As previously stated, I am not your normal tinfoil hatter. I'm a guy with interests in biology and astrophysics, but I am beginning to legitimately believe that giants were once real. In 2002, a US Army patrol went missing in a very remote area of Kandahar province, Afghanistan. Another patrol was dispatched on a search and rescue mission. One soldier commented on what they had found. As we bent around this corner, you could see the opening of the cave, and then I see a lot of rocks, which is another oddity, and then bone matter. I'm not close enough to identify what kind of bones, but I did see what I knew to be a piece of our communications equipment. So, instantly we're thinking, ambush. Maybe animal, could be anything. There was enough room in front of the cave, but it had a sheer drop-off. But there was enough room that we got into a decent dispersal in case of ambush. Not long after they had gotten into the dispersal formation, they saw something emerge from the cave that caught them fully off guard. It was a man, at least 12 to 15 feet in height. This is a monster. Red beard. His hair was longish, past his shoulders, a scarlet red. Dan runs at him and starts shooting, which broke all of us into reality, because it was surreal. While Dan is moving at him, another bro of mine is laying down fire, and I stop firing. He skewers Dan. He's now got him on this pike. It went through him. He has got him, and he is coming after more. We all just clicked in. I don't know what it was, but I remember we were all like, shoot him in the face, shoot him in the face. He's taking multiple hits, and he is still moving. Eventually, the giant was killed. A helicopter soon arrived. A large helicopter came by, dropped a hook, and the giant was carried off. The soldier confirmed that the red-haired, fair-skinned giant had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. After they had submitted their report, the soldier recounts that they were told by their top brass to edit it in a particular fashion, presumably to remove any mention of a giant being. Another special operations soldier in Afghanistan provides the following testimony to the incident, even though he was not a direct witness to the incident. We will come back to the base and start hearing this rumor about a unit that killed this, what they started calling this really tall person. At first I did not think anything of it, then came to find out that the person that they killed was actually 3 times the size of a man, had extra digits on their hands and extra digits on their feet, and had red hair, and a special unit had come in and wanted this target. Well, we'd heard that they killed this thing inside a cave, or the mouth of a cave, and there was common knowledge among the military to hear this. When you first hear, you're thinking like, this has got to be a joke. This has got to be a hoax. Then after things go down a certain way, and you keep hearing it, you start to realize it is not a joke. This pilot had landed at a base in Afghanistan and was told that they had to pick up special cargo, and that there was absolutely no cameras allowed. The pilot describes the cargo. It was basically a dead guy, and this guy was extremely large. And when I say large, our pallets are basically, if I remember correctly, about 9 by 12 feet or so. And this guy was laying in fetal position on the pallet, and he filled the pallet. He was around an 1,100-pound guy. The pilot corroborated much more of the details given by the other 2 witnesses, including the fact that this giant was fair-skinned, red hair, and had extra digits on his hands and feet. Now this account is not my own, but was told to me by a Marine doing combat tours in Afghanistan. For the sake of his own job and security clearance, he has asked that I not give any names and never mention what region they were operating in. From my understanding, the individuals who were with him during the encounter were from a task force operating under orders from the CIA. Beyond that, I was told next to nothing. I will refer to him as Sarge, if only to have a name. Anyway, here is his story. During a patrol, checking on some local farmers, Sarge's unit was made aware of a deadly being living in a cave system near their farms. When pushed for more information, the locals were only willing to say that this being was stealing from their farms and had killed a few people who had made the mistake of trying to protect their livelihood from it. Convinced the locals were being harassed by a group of Taliban fighters, half of Sarge's unit was sent out to investigate and either arrest or kill any hostile forces in the area. So, with a few Humvees armed with M2 machine guns, they went out to the cave where the mysterious being supposedly lived. Upon arrival, they noticed nothing of interest. There were signs that something was living in the cave, and the soldiers found animal bones scattered around the entry. Not wanting to risk his entire unit fighting in a cave that the enemy would know very well, Sarge sent his 2 fastest Marines to investigate. The 2 men just gave the others a cocky grin and a thumbs up before disappearing into the darkness beyond the mouth of the cave. For 10 minutes, there was nothing. Not a single sound, inside or outside the cave, other than the idle chatter of the bored Marines. Then sound erupted from the cave, shouting and screaming. In a matter of seconds, the 2 men emerged from the cave at a full run and zipped past their teammates, one of them shouting, "Run, just run." But like the hard-ass Special Forces operators they were, the other soldiers stood their ground, only to see a massive man emerge from the cave. He stood nearly 10 feet tall, with leathery skin and red hair. In one of its massive hands was a log that it began waving at the soldiers in a very obviously threatening manner. Shocked, but not panicked, Sarge commanded his men to shoot it, and the 12 Marines opened fire. But the bullet seemed to be doing little more than pissing this giant off. Finally, in desperation, one of them fired a grenade launcher at the being, blowing out a massive chunk of its flesh, exposing a small portion of the ribs and ripping most of the skin and muscle off. The giant retreated into the cave, and the soldiers decided that the best thing to do was to head back to the village and report to the rest of their unit. Clearly, this was more than a few Taliban militants. Even with that gaping wound, the giant was too terrifying for the Marines to willingly walk into its territory, so they headed back and reported to their CO. Of course, their boss did not believe them and demanded to see proof. So that night, they drove him out to the cave and showed him some of the shredded flesh that had been blown off by the grenade launcher. From here, the report went up the chain, and nobody knows what was done about this creature. I wish he would have told me more. From what I've managed to find on my own, accounts like this are not uncommon in that part of the Middle East. Of course, since all of these reports were word-of-mouth stories, I don't know how factual they are, or if they are being exaggerated. It was the spring of 2007. My then boyfriend and I were on our way from New York down to Miami to go to a music festival. We were driving south on the highway along the east coast of Central Florida when we pulled into a rest area so that he could catch a nap. He had been driving all day when he decided that he desperately needed a short rest before getting back behind the wheel. We had very recently bought the van, and he did not think that I could handle maneuvering it, so he was doing all of the driving. I later proved him wrong. He parked and jumped in the back of the van and laid down on the futon mattress that we had laid there. He told me to leave him alone and proceeded to pass out from exhaustion. I was pretty freaked out because the rest area building was unmanned, locked up, and dark inside. The restrooms were closed. The small rest area building was surrounded by dark woods. There were about 4 other cars in the small parking lot, but no sign of any drivers, so I imagine they were having an emergency laydown as well. Normally, I would never have set foot outside of the van alone in such a scenario. My instincts told me not to get out of the van, but I had taken some Midol for my menstrual cramps, and they had given me brutal nausea. I needed some pretzels. I mustered up all of my courage and opened the passenger side door and squeezed through the space between our vehicle and the vehicle that was parked directly next to ours. As soon as I had a clear line of sight to the front of the rest stop building, I saw the thing and saw it clearly. Straight ahead, I saw the brightly lit front facade of the rest stop. To the left of the door was it. To the right of the doors was a vending machine. Immediately, it communicated with me. I was flooded with what I consider a telepathic message from the being. I cannot be seen. I cannot be seen. I must travel by night and exist in darkness. I cannot be seen. I cannot be seen. I cannot be seen. And I felt an enormous wave of compassion for the being, rather than fear, which may seem a more logical reaction to someone hearing the story. For some reason, my brain only categorized it as one thing initially, an outsider worthy of compassion and tolerance. Its skin was pure chalk white, not the skin tone white, but the color white. Its eyes were several times larger than ours. It had 2 little air holes for a nose and a very thin mouth. Its frame was completely concealed by its enormous, long black hooded robe. It looked as if it was quite gaunt underneath, pretty frail looking. It was sitting on its bottom, knees bent, back against the brick front of the rest area, to the left of the front doors of the rest area. It was sitting with its back very straight, tall and erect. It seemed in awe of me, or maybe in awe that I was actually approaching it. It looked vaguely like a human, very vaguely. Its face was snake-like. Its eyes were right on me. I threw a little everyday smile in its direction, and I did something strange. I continued to walk toward the rest area, even after seeing it. I walked towards the rest area building, closer to it. I walked forward about 20 feet from the rear of the van to the rest area steps, up the 20 or so steps, and to the right, where the vending machine was located. My thoughts at this point were very bizarre in retrospect. I felt bad for the thing. I did not want it to feel different. I know that sounds hilariously quaint if we are indeed talking about an interdimensional being, but I did not want to run back into the van because I did not want to hurt its feelings. I did not want to make it feel like a freak. It had already told me that it could not be seen due to the way people would react, so I wanted it to know that I did not judge it for the way it looked, and that I was willing to come to terms with its horrific appearance in order to extend some humanity to it. I did not know about fallen angels and such at the time. So, it was with that very bizarrely strong conviction to be righteous and humane to it that I walked toward the vending machine. I actually got pretzels. I'm telling you, my stomach was churning. I used the vending machine with my back to it. Pretzels in hand, I swiveled around to look at it again, before descending back down the steps. It was at that moment that pure terror rippled through me. I was closer to it now, approximately 15 feet away, and I could see now that there was definitely no way that it was human. It was staring right at me, like a wide-eyed insect. It was still in exactly the same position, except that it had turned its head to look at me better as my position changed. It looked like an alien. It looked like a demon. It was not human. Its huge, one-dimensional eyes did not have whites. They were almond-shaped, like the classic alien eye that we all know. It was then that I realized it was extremely tall, unthinkably tall. Although I was standing and it was sitting, its head still stood taller than mine. Its huge eyes were fixed on me totally with fascination, alarm, and with the most intense focus, just like the way my cat looks at something right before she pounces on it. When I made the decision to climb the stairs towards it and not to retreat to the van, I thought that it was sitting on top of something, and that was why its head was raised up so high. Now, from this closer perspective, I could see that it was not sitting on anything but its own butt. If I had realized that it was this tall at the start, I very well may not have gone up the stairs. So, after the ripple of terror went through me, I responded by smiling the way you smile at a stranger when your eyes catch on the bus. I shot a casual, thin, innocuous little, "Hey, how you doing" smile. Why and how I acted as if things were totally normal, I cannot explain. I have never acted so coolly in my life. If I were to guess what the thing was doing when I encountered it, judging by its body language, I would say that it was somewhat displaced and resting, but I have no clue. Maybe it was in the middle of something far more sinister.
It did not look like a mutant or an experiment. It looked ancient, timeless, and placeless. Graceful, horrible. It was also firmly in this dimension when I saw it. It was not a hazy vision in the slightest. The lighting was not dim. It was not even a remotely ethereal experience. The extremely bright lights that illuminated the front facade of the rest area building revealed every contour of this entity. If only I had been closer, I could have provided much more detail about its facial features. As I was walking back to the van, I quickly strategized about how to make sure that my fear did not paralyze me and prohibit me from getting safely inside the car. I decided not to look back or even around me as I turned the key, because if I saw that it had moved, or I saw it coming towards me, I would have been too terrified to manage with the car keys. I got in the van, I locked the door, I screamed that we needed to leave immediately. We did. As we drove away, about 90 seconds after it was last in my sight, I looked out the window and saw that it was gone. There was nothing where it had been, just brick wall and concrete floor. I began to tell my boyfriend that I just had the ultimate experience, and although he was a dude who was always going on about the Vedas and Madame Blavatsky and whatnot, for some reason, his only response was a trite, "We're in Florida, what do you expect?" He was an extremely abusive person, so I decided to leave it at that, and not attempt to share any more with him. As far as the height of the entity, at first I thought it was about 9 or 10 feet tall. Now that I am drawing a diagram, I realize that it was likely significantly taller. As I said, its head stood taller than mine, even though I was standing and it was sitting. I am 5'2". That means that it was approximately 6 feet tall from its butt to the top of its head. From its butt to its knees may have been 4 to 5 feet, and from its knees to feet, 3 feet. But that means that it was about 14 feet tall. I can hardly wrap my mind around that.
Dead Town Theory. I recently came across a YouTube video discussing a theory about dead towns. It piqued my interest a few weeks ago on a random road trip. I came across a really strange situation in the middle of nowhere, South Dakota. I stopped to get gas south of Sioux Falls on I-29. I was headed for the Black Hills, but wanted to do some camping on the Missouri River. Google Maps routed me through some back roads. I did not mind. I wasn't in any hurry to get anywhere, and I thought it would be interesting to see the South Dakota countryside. My first indication there was something strange was the fact that most of the route was almost a straight line, but on the county highway, I kept running into "road closed ahead" signs, so I'd have to zigzag miles out of my way to get back on the correct heading. In my experience, Google Maps is typically aware of road closures, but not a one of the several I encountered were ever marked. The deeper I drove into the interior, the more desolate it became. The fewer vehicles I would see pass me by. There were farms everywhere, and they all seemed to be maintained, but almost all of the farmhouses looked to be abandoned. Not only abandoned, but dilapidated and falling apart, like several decades of neglect falling apart. I currently reside in Iowa and drive all over the state, so I am pretty familiar with Midwest farming. I just have never experienced seeing anything like this before. I ended up going through a county seat town called Parker, South Dakota. The first indication things are off as I turn into the town on the 44 and greeted with another large, road closed ahead sign. I really wish I stopped to take pictures. As I continue down west through the town, about a third of the streets all have road closed signs. There are some signs of construction, but most of the streets are closed for no reason, as far as I could tell. I ended up driving about 2 miles west outside of town before the road is completely closed off by barricades. There is no sign of construction, and I cannot, for the life of me, see what is causing these constant road closures. I double back and try to figure out how to get around this menace of road closures. Google Maps is of no use. It keeps trying to put me back on the same route. As I make my way through the town, I continue to see more and more road closures. At this point, I see absolutely no one. No vehicles, no humans, no animals. Maybe a bird here or there. I finally see a guy driving slowly near the courthouse with Colorado tags, looking equally as confused as me. I double back more and zigzag my way onto a dirt road that takes me into some Twilight Zone area. I eventually make my way back onto the 44, well past the road closures. I drive for 45 minutes without passing another vehicle. Every farmhouse on that route was completely in shambles and abandoned. Every 5 or 10 miles, I'd pass another road closure sign, but this time, the sign was on the opposite side of the road. Screw dead towns. What happened to dead neighborhoods? Those threads sure did come and go quick. TLDR, some Anons claimed that there is houses in neighborhoods that are completely empty 24/7, despite having cars and stuff in the driveway, even going as far as entering these houses and showing vids for a while. Thanks, brother. Just thought I'd share. I could just be in my head about the whole thing. It was a Saturday afternoon, so maybe everyone was indoors watching TV. It was a smaller town. According to Wikipedia, it has a population of 1,500. But just strange, I didn't see one vehicle, besides the dude from Colorado, for over an hour. Also, all of the road closures, almost no construction or any construction equipment, no cones anywhere, no orange barrels, just those blockade signs. Kinda strange. I just remembered one about some town in Alaska, posted about a year ago. Had a lot of pics and some linked vids. Then, suddenly, poof, no longer a topic. OP here. Also, on a dirt road, there was a farmhouse that reminded me of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Probably had at least 100 abandoned cars on the property, all scattered around with rusted out farm equipment. Got really spooked driving past it, thinking if I get a flat or break down then I'd be seriously messed up. But yeah, I think it's prime for exploration. I sure the hell won't be going back though. Did you try to stop and knock at any store door or spy on a house to see if there was any activity going on in there? Absolutely not. I'm exploring some of these towns in Google Maps, and I refuse to believe people live in a town like this. I remember watching a video about this. Everyone started making fun of the idea, as if it was normal for a place to be completely devoid of any people, despite a supposed population living there. Makes me think someone wants this topic to die, like the empty neighborhood idea. Also, similar to the dead internet theory that has its own thread right now, people immediately attack the idea, even though we are on X for Christ's sake, lol. I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that post-2008 economics have gutted most rural towns, and reduced property and sales tax revenue means that a lot of roads are essentially no longer maintained. A lot of real estate/agricultural companies have gone in and bought up a lot of farm property and have essentially sat on them, which has kept home prices in the area relatively high, pricing out locals who would like to own and develop the property. And with interest rates the way they are right now, most of those properties will remain empty until they drop interest rates to near zero again. One way you could test this theory is to pull up Zillow or Trulia or something and look to see if any homes in the area have sold recently or are for sale, and from there, you can see which lenders own the properties. My theory is that these towns have been abandoned long ago and the government is maintaining them to not make it look like the country is falling and that these towns died out. Usually some of the first things to go are schools, since they require a certain amount of attendance and are typically funded by property tax revenue. So if you notice a lot of empty or closed schools in those towns, then that would indicate that it is probably just getting gutted by economics and essentially a ghost town. Things like empty factories, farms, and schools would be your biggest tell in this situation. I googled this town's wiki. The population is 1,194, and it has actually grown since 2010. Also, the motto. Maybe they're dummy towns, built by the military, SWAT, glowies, for testing how different kinds of bombs, weaponry, warfare tech, etc. would impact the various structures, infrastructure, and so on, or for training hostage rescue or targeted assassinations. No, dummy towns is a different phenomenon. We've heard reports of dummy towns, and they do share some similarities with OP's story, but the dead towns theory is much more widespread. OP's does have the closed road, which is akin to the dummy towns, but my guess is that the next town over would be the dummy town, not the town that he's in. It's unfortunately not even the neighborhoods in the backwater towns It's even in major cities, including yours. Half of these cities are completely empty, yet the lights are still on. Take a day or two off from work during the weekday, and just go wander into your closest city, and just start looking into places from the street. Most are devoid of any human life, but the lights are still on. Now ask yourself, this is the middle of the day. Aren't these buildings supposed to have some semblance of life? Then try at night, and see it still empty, even where people should be then. COVID was a meme, but there was a noticeable mark of population drop during that time. Maybe it just allowed for what was hidden to slip through the cracks from decades ago. I've seen a few ghost towns where they should be active, just like OP is saying. The population of America is falsely inflated by an unknown magnitude. I'm talking, for every 10 to 1,000 people in a population, there is actually only one person. This is also why you notice a large amount of immigrants, even though the numbers say they should just be a small fraction of our population. Cities aren't even full of people. I've been around all cities in America, and they are dead, completely. There might be like 5 spots that are actually hopping on a Saturday night, even in cities that are huge. In smaller cities, there is sometimes maybe 1 spot. I've been to cities that everyone says, oh, go to that bar, it's the hottest place in town, and it's like 12 to 25 people in there for the whole night. I've lived on multiple dead-end streets. Funnily enough, 2 times my house was the first on the street at the entrance, so every car coming and going would pass me. There were 58 houses in that neighborhood, and I'd stay up through the morning and watch the cars leave for work in the morning. I would see 4 or 5 cars leave, the same ones, every morning. I knew one family with kids, and 2 of the cars were theirs. It's messed up to think about, because back then, I did not even notice it, but while riding my bike one time, the lady with the kids asked me, do you notice how empty it is here? And I kinda didn't know what the hell she was talking about, because there were cars in every driveway. It's actually giving me chills, because since they lived in the middle of the neighborhood, and not the edge, I can only imagine the amount of noticing that they did compared to me. Like I really only saw the cars and traffic as a sign, but I bet they must have really noticed how dead and quiet it was, or knocked on neighbors' doors, as normies do. OP again. It doesn't show the third of the town have road closures though, does it? Just that one section I was trying to get through is showing. Yeah, I didn't read this post before I posted, but I literally just said the same damn thing about cities. The population numbers have been inflated, and the decline in demographics because of births is much greater than what we are told. Plus, COVID dropped the population even further. You can also do some crazy noticing with Tinder and other apps. I know everyone in my area. I'm friends with people from all the towns around me, and we look at Tinder and see thousands and thousands of profiles of people who live in our towns, and we've never met them or seen any of them. I mean, we know these people could not be real. They are not people who moved here. They don't ever show up at bars, restaurants, gyms, or anywhere that people will go. They also match at a rate much less frequent than real girls, and all their photos have the same style to them. I actually know one girl who did move here, and comparing her profile to these other ones is like night and day to these other ones. And I'm not talking about bait accounts to get people to subscribe to OnlyFans, or to trick people into keep using the app, because we see those too, and they are easy to spot. We also match with these girls sometimes, and the conversations always go the same. One of us exchange messages with them, get along pretty well, and then they just stop responding. And the messed up thing is it's never on a message that you would think. It's always like halfway in the middle of something mundane. We're also not like autistic or ugly or socially stupid or anything. We all have had multiple GFs and high-paying jobs and good profiles, to the point that it's obviously not an attraction thing or like we are female repellent. To expound on that, we know all the other guys and groups of guys around us too, and none of them are dating these thousands of girls that apparently exist either. I don't know. That sounds like to me. I don't go out much anymore since COVID, mainly for the cost, but also because I've become less consumerist and no longer drink / have a restricted diet for optimal nutrition. I moved to where I live before COVID and didn't get to know many people before that. Social anxiety from COVID is now stopping me from going out and meeting people. I'm severely socially inept, so I stopped replying to conversations on the apps. It's mainly because I don't know what to say, or I forget to reply and see the message a few days later and lack the desire to be the one leading the conversation. Most of what you've noticed is just a shift in society to a more insular, screen-driven culture where no one spends much time outside. About the thousands and thousands of profiles point. I live in Switzerland. In my village, there are 7,000 people. In Switzerland, you will have a village every 5 to 10 minute drive with a car going 60 miles per hour. I never use public transportation during peak, like 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 7 p.m. But when I did, I have seen hot women I have never seen before, or people I had no clue they are living in my village, but I have seen them in the city, on the street or clubs. I never forget a face I have seen. When you look at the census data around World War II, it shows population was dropping before the war. Then tons of people died, and the population in most parts of the country continued to drop. This is during the time of the baby boom. It looks like people just moved away from most of the country into the same areas, making them more dense. That is why squatters' rights is a thing. Our forefathers knew if someone can sit there and live there for a long time, they should have a right to it. Now Florida and other places are banning squatting and marketing the push to do it as a right-wing victory against illegal immigrants stealing people's houses, and we got all the viral videos we needed to have the illusion of support from people look natural. My theory is Florida is actually their planned future. Police state stronghold for the rich when things go to shit. It will be like America is now, but more strict and locked down. It would be really easy to put a wall of forces at the top of the panhandle and seal most of Florida off from the rest of the country. I see them preparing for this in a lot of ways. Huge thick camera poles every 2 miles on the highways, police stations in small towns, getting fleets and fleets of crazy vehicles and parking them in the back of the station and never using them, the laws being passed. I don't know if that means it will be a bad place to be. It might be spared from a worse fate, or could be hell on earth, hard to tell yet. The OP in these threads say the Freemasons are behind this. It's the grand unifying conspiracy theory, population reduction of Americans, banks, inflated pricing and debt, the speed limit and drunk driving laws, preventing you from buying cheap property away from society and just driving to work every morning. The thing is, there is still actually a ton of people. It's just not nearly anywhere close to what they say, so the idiotic masses will consume so much crap and prop up the system like good little worker bees. It's South Dakota, nobody lives there, and you're shocked that towns are dead, cack. All those towns have censuses that say the amount of inhabitants living there, and they usually make sense, ranging from around 1,000 to 4,000, and yet, they are void of life. You'd at least expect to see someone walking down the street, or a store being open, but there is no one living there. This means that the US stats for demographics are being inflated by non-existent towns. No, the census are correct, it's just that people don't really go outside anymore. Businesses have all but deserted small towns the nation over, so there is really no point for people to be walking the streets anymore. That and many small towns are geriatric boomers who hardly ever leave the house. Yeah, this is something I started to notice fully in late 2021, before I had an inkling something was up with the population, but that was it. In 2021 though, I don't know what the hell happened. I just suddenly began to feel like I was in a ghost town. Even the neighbor that was greeting us a lot around then stopped coming out a lot. The closest feeling I can compare it to is being in an empty city Gmod map. Now the houses around me look abandoned and not really active as much. The whole world is giving off this vibe. All I know is the pandemic really brought it to light. The only good reason I can think of that explains this is us being in some kind of false world, either a dream, illusion, or simulation. This is the vibes I'm catching now, at least. Do any of you Anons and OP agree on this being the cause for this phenomenon? I noticed this back around 2010-ish. I used to ride Greyhound buses between Northern California and North Carolina. It's a 5-day zigzag trip through empty cities and empty terminals with large groups of people who will all enter at once, filling up the bus and never making a sound. As you ride the bus through a city, you can look through the windows of large buildings and just see empty floors and more empty floors. Thousands of huge, empty offices, but someone pays to maintain the whole system. I called a bakery in the center of the town just now, and a woman answered. If you check Snapchat, There are two areas with archived pics/videos. One is at a park where there is a video of a family from 2022, and the other is a Mexican food place with content from as recently as 8 months ago. This town is clearly active, has people living in it, and you can easily check by calling local businesses. Yeah, I would chalk something like this up to just a government conspiracy, except that I've also had simulation type experiences. Huge government conspiracies on this level definitely exist, but the world is a simulation type of things are also true. If anyone is in doubt of the huge government conspiracy thing, they can just ride a Greyhound for 5 days across the US and 5 days back. I guarantee 100% you will come out a conspiracy nut job. They don't even try to hide how weird this stuff is, because they know no one will believe you. I have no idea how to prove the weird simulation stuff though. That stuff seems to happen randomly, and seems like some kind of glitch. Is going across the USA really a thing people do? Like, parents taking their kids for sightseeing, or teens going on an adventure, etc. It's not super expensive. What meridian does the bus go along, and can you intersect your bus with other long-range buses? I live in a borough outside Pittsburgh. There is a store on a road off a main road. It has a huge white canvas banner, about maybe 2.5 by 5 feet, that says open. After 3 years, it's never been open. Sometimes, maybe once a month, a crappy old white van parks there. I've asked around. Locals say it used to be a grocery store. There are some lights that are always on. Next to it, across the street, is a bar. It has the signs and everything. Inside it looks like a bar. I have seen someone in there. It's never open. Also, in 3 years, it's never functioned as an actual bar. You would think 3 years is a long time to be holding empty commercial real estate, but oh well. Also, no for sale sign. Pretty sure it wasn't listed on Zillow. Also, there's a bunch of huge churches. I work in one. During Sundays, they are pretty much empty. I work for a medium-sized landlord who inherited all his properties, and he owns a closed gas station where he stores all his many things, which he pretty much does not even use. He is almost stupid as far as his workmanship. I don't know how he gets money, because he is not productive at all, which is why I can't work with him. He just wastes my time going nowhere. Also, the main commercial avenue has mostly closed stores for at least 5 years. They have stuff in the windows, looking like stores that never open. One recently opened as a Mexican restaurant, which is cool because I love Mexican food. I wonder why they don't just rent it out. How the hell have you got entire blocks of empty stores for 5 years? The resident homes, on the other hand, are all occupied, as far as I can tell. This seems to happen randomly, and seems like some kind of glitch. Oh, come to think of it, it does seem to happen more in certain locations that I've traveled to. I had a theory a while back that Pelican Bay State Prison in CA is near the center of something, causing the simulation type of stuff. The closer you get, the more it happens. It's really weird. I live on a one-way street with about 100 houses and leave for work around 7:20 AM to arrive at work at around 7:50. But when I drive to work, even if I leave much earlier, I am the only one driving out of the street. It is incredibly rare to see another car driving on the same road. Almost never happens. Damn, I was gonna say that. As a math-based thinker, I wondered this for years. How is it that I can travel a distance of, let's say, 5 miles, in the time where many people are going to work, and see so few cars? And even if I am late or early, same thing. Now, there's some traffic, sure, but only on the highway or at a busy intersection. Counting the houses and apartments around me, there should be like 3 to 5 times as many cars. By the way, the buses are empty most of the time too, so what the hell? Assuming most people travel to work between 7 to 8:30 AM, you would think there would be, I don't know, pretty much everyone, right? Banks, barbers, cops, teacher, construction workers, retail. Pretty much everyone works around the same time, 9 to 5. I felt stupid posting this, but since you did it first, I feel validated. We will go to the loony bin together and on. Well, I used to live in another borough outside Pittsburgh where I'm pretty sure this was the case. A store was open for business. You go in, there's tables, chairs, some guy sitting. You look at the counter, since there's no menu.
The glass counter holds random items. Not pawn shop level, just random. I ask the guy behind the counter if he sells papers. He just kinda stares at me and says no. Pretty much the weirdest store or place I've ever been. No idea what they do. Normally this intrigues me into openly investigating further and asking questions, but at that time, I was too preoccupied with the thought of smoking a joint. But these stores are locked, I checked. Yeah, that guy probably just has people sell him junk at inflated cost, then buys it from himself with cash from illegal activities. Bars are also great for this because it's normal for them to have huge fluctuations in business. They take cash, and you can't just buy booze from yourself at inflated prices. My town has a lot of craft and thrift stores like that. Politicians use book sales for the same thing. Amazon ebooks are great because you do not even have to print anything. The only sort of supernatural hotspot I have personally experienced is the Pacific Northwest. Whole thing is very spoopy. Constant fog, history of weather manipulation, military experiments, remote prisons, organized crime, Native American stuff, super isolated. Weird stuff will happen in the sky and a bunch of people will notice, but everyone just shrugs it off because there is nothing you can do about it. I'm talking like 6 hours north of San Francisco, especially the Crescent City area. California prosecutors said mixed martial artist Jared Wyatt pleaded guilty to murder and mayhem charges Thursday after being accused of ripping out his friend's heart and removing his tongue while the two were on hallucinogenic drugs. Wyatt, 29, pleaded guilty to first-degree murder involving mayhem in the March 2010 death of his sparring partner, 21-year-old Taylor Powell. Del Norte County prosecutor said he agreed to a plea deal in which he will serve 50 years to life in prison. His official sentencing is scheduled for October 4th. The earliest he'll be able to see a parole board is 2062. District Attorney John Alexander said, "We saved Taylor's family the agony from reliving the incident at the trial." Wyatt's attorney, James Fallman, said his client did not want to testify at trial, and he did not want his family to testify. "We looked for an agreement that would at least give him the opportunity to be paroled someday," Fallman said. As bad as 50 years to life sounds, it's better than life without the possibility of parole. When police arrived on March 21st, 2010, at a home at the mouth of the Klamath River, they found Wyatt naked and covered in blood. He told the officers they killed him, and he said he had cut out Powell's heart and tongue, according to court documents. The officers found Powell's body on the couch. His chest was cut open, and his heart, tongue, and the skin of his face were gone, court records said. His heart was found charred in a wood-burning stove. An autopsy determined that his organs had been removed while Powell was still alive, the document said. Witnesses said the two ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms before the attack and believed they were involved in a struggle between God and the devil. Wyatt was reportedly convinced that the world was about to end and that Powell was the devil. Wyatt entered dual pleas of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity, prompting psychiatrists to evaluate his mental competence. In May, a judge ruled Wyatt was competent to stand trial. Let's say, if the SCP Foundation were real, Pelican Bay State Prison would definitely 100% be a Foundation site. Inmates in the security housing unit were beaten, tied, and left naked, or subjected to staged gladiator fights by guards who would intentionally release two prisoners from enemy gangs and then shoot at the prisoners after they began fighting. The dead internet is certainly slowly becoming true. On X, formerly Twitter, and Paul, for example, there is a 50-50 chance at this point that you are talking to some kind of LLM AI model, and sometimes you only notice it after a handful of posts or when they immediately bug out. It's not really a problem on boards like X yet, but I would not be surprised if we were getting there in 10 years. People have been calling each other bots on 4chan and other websites for ages, but since ChatGPT, that is actually possible and happening. The people producing this tech are evil. Literally nobody wanted to live in a world devoid of real conversation. Everyone prefers interacting with real people to interacting with AI. Except, what? 0.1% of the population, who are rich as hell, and also miserable, who are afraid of everyone else.
Goddamn LLMs. Nobody wants this future. Nobody benefits from this. But yeah, I hear about stuff like Empty Town. Milwaukee and Seattle are packed full of real-ass people. Don't know about anywhere else, but those two places are definitely not dead. The farm thing reminds me. A few years back, when I was still in high school one summer, I attended a conservation program where I ended up with a crew to do various ecological projects on public land. The last place the crew stayed, we camped the whole time, was an old abandoned farm. We set up in the field, but I guess it was fish and game on the farm itself. It was largely run down and old, seemingly unused, farmhouse, a barn with a bunch of tools and stuff that had not been touched in at least a decade, and a more modern tractor shed. I saw only one fish and game truck the whole time that I was there. Picked up a sign or something. All of this seems fairly mundane, but the whole place felt off. Just something about the state it was in. It's a piece of government property, likely repossessed, or the estate of someone with no children, but it's just in disrepair. It's like frozen in time, just deeply uncanny. I read some pretty compelling, if true, accounts of military towns, which are made as a front for training soldiers in these specific conditions. It's an interesting theory, and there are definitely places like this, as you can find what looks like towns on Google Maps with zero searchable info about their name or population. Russia definitely is the same thing as America. Never been there, but I do speak Russian, and visit 2chan to brush up on my skills. There is a ton of threads on empty towns and blocks of flats, with users even doing tests to prove that they maybe have 2 neighbors in their entire building. Some anons even go further and argue that many people, and especially cars they see, are holograms/NPCs. Supposedly, there is a ton of traffic in some smaller towns during work hours, when most residents would be at work, especially considering most of them work out of town, and the roads aren't any major roads where traffic from outside of town would happen much. There's also reports of people encountering the same people in the same spots, doing the exact same thing at random days and times of day, as if they were just there all day every day. Honestly, I think this is a remnant of the Cold War. Both America and Russia had to keep up the appearance of their system/country being superior, like with the space race, so like that, you have to fake economic growth. But there is a limit to how much you can claim it's due to an increase in productivity before people start questioning the narrative, so you just fake your population numbers as well. A bunch of Western economists, and I use quotation marks because I think economist is a title as credible as a bone shaman, maybe even less, quite often claim China has fudged their population figures, and in reality, their population is much lower. It's obvious that America is capable, and most likely has done the same thing. One of the strangest disappearance cases ever recorded in history. Literally a mysterious stranger that no one ever had a record of, that vanished out of thin air just as quickly as he appeared. Appeared from out of the ether somewhere in Norway. Be around 8 a.m. September 22nd in 1987. Locomotive is driving along as usual along a railway line which was located somewhere near Oslo in Norway, somewhere between the towns of Cannibal and Moss. All of a sudden, the locomotive driver spots something strange up ahead on the tracks. Locomotive driver decides not to take any unnecessary risks and slows down instead of continuing onward. Thought it might be a bag of trash or something at first, but he could not take any risks. Train gets closer and closer to the object. Realize very suddenly that it is not a bag of trash lying on the railway line. It is a body, a dead body. It is a man lying face down on the tracks on the left-hand side. As soon as the train came to a stop, the driver exited the train and went to check on the man. Incredibly lucky that the body was spotted in time and was not exploded into a million pieces. Train driver reaches the body of the man. Man is very clearly deceased. Right arm and right foot separated from the man's body like they had been torn off. The man also had lots of other serious injuries and bruises all over his body. Train driver immediately contacts the police so that they can investigate and get to the bottom of the situation. investigators arrived pretty quickly to the scene. They determined that the man was probably between 50 and 60 years of age. They examined his injuries in depth. His limbs being separated was not the only serious injury that the old man had suffered. His head had sustained a serious crushing injury and had scrape marks all down his back, like claws or fingernails had been sunken into it and dragged all the way down. The deceased man had nothing on him that could identify him at all. No driver's license, no wallet, no kind of ID. Literally nothing at all. The man only had a couple of items in his pockets. He had a handkerchief that was brown in color, a Swiss Army knife, and also a packet of Camel cigarettes that only had a few left inside the pack. Investigators also analyzed the dead man's clothes. They discovered another strange thing upon doing this. On every single article of clothing, all of the labels had been removed entirely, except for on the man's pair of underwear. The brand of this pair of underwear was something like Elan Body. Another strange thing was noted upon analyzing the man's clothes. All of his items of clothing were incredibly cheap and of very poor quality. All except for the pair of shoes that he was wearing. His shoes were very expensive. An autopsy revealed that the man had no alcohol or any other substances present in his body. The man had died from traumatic injuries that were consistent with being hit by a train. Very soon after the cause of death was concluded, the authorities made attempts to contact the relatives of the deceased man. There was just one problem with this. No one at the police department, or anywhere else for that matter, could identify the man or figure out who he was. As mentioned before, he had no form of identification on his body. Fingerprints taken from the man did not match up to any kind of database, and so the police were at a loss for what to do. They gave pictures of the deceased and other identifying features, such as weight and height, to different agencies across Europe. Nothing was ever discovered from this though. No one ever came forward claiming to know the deceased. No one recognized any of the details about him, and no missing persons reports were ever made that matched any of the identifying features of the man. The man basically did not exist at all. The only progress made in the investigation at the time was that the man was likely of German descent. This was due to the style of clothes that he was found to be wearing that were popular in Germany at the time. He was wearing a style of jacket known as a Szymanski jacket, which was popular among middle-aged German men at the time of his death, which is what brought them to this conclusion. This was literally the only detail or clue that the investigators had to go off as to the man's identity. The case very quickly became a popular topic and highly publicized by the Norwegian and other media, and the man was dubbed the Cambodian, or sometimes the Cambo Man, due to the location of where he was found. Even the increased publicity that the media brought to the case did not result in any leads being found or anyone with any knowledge coming forward. Eventually, several photos were discovered that appeared to bear a striking resemblance to the deceased man, but even these did not lead to anything during the investigation. Quote from police investigator Helga Jodelen. There are several tips, including one that the man is likely a person who was a German soldier in Norway during World War II. It turns out that this tip also does not match. Another tip refers to an ad in a so-called coupon sheet, a sheet where you can cut out coupons to order items. The man depicted in this ad is scary to the dead, but a right eye mole has a different location. Thus, the man in the ad cannot be the Cambodian. The evidence obtained throughout the case, the injuries present on the man's body, and the location that he was found led to the police investigators believing that the mysterious case was just the man taking his own life. They believed that the man had gone there with the sole intention of ending his life by train, regardless of the mysterious clues and inconsistencies presented before them. There was one more inconsistency though that cast more doubt over this theory. Taking one's own life by train is a fairly common method, but this is usually done in areas where train activity is high, most often pretty close to train stations. This man, however, was discovered on an incredibly remote stretch of train tracks where not a lot of train or any activity at all would be seen throughout the day.
If he were intending to take his own life, why would he go to a place where few trains pass through, and his chances of ending his own life would be slim? Furthermore, why would he put in so much extra effort to travel to this remote location when he could have simply done it at a nearby station or track? Also, being a foreigner, his knowledge of the rail system and the train routes would be quite slim, so why would he travel to such a far-out route? Instead of attempting to answer any of these glaring questions, the police investigators stuck to their conclusion and filed the case away so that they would not have to deal with it anymore. The case would remain filed away until the beginning of the 1990s. The case would be reviewed, but it still seemed like no further answers would be found. About 30 years after the death of the man is when headway would be made on the case again. A police investigator by the name of Astrid Norge brought the case up once more. He wanted to use modern techniques to analyze the physical evidence that had been acquired from the case, such as DNA and blood samples, but the evidence turned out to not have been properly stored, and as such, had significantly degraded. Not entirely suspicious in itself, considering the case was considered all but concluded, but still very sloppy from the police department. However, certain items of evidence were completely and utterly missing from the storage, with no clue at all as to where they could have gone. Quote from Astrid Norge: "In a box, we find clothes and items, a jacket, a sweater, a shirt, a support stocking, a handkerchief, a sleeveless shirt, a Swiss Army pocket knife, a belt, a pair of Mephisto brand shoes, and a Camel cigarette pack. But some of the clothes the men wore when found were gone. The underpants and denim pants, as well as one of the support stockings, are gone. The images from the autopsy show that the men wore this, but it has probably been thrown because of blood spill. All of the clothes have been thoroughly washed. The material is by no means handled with regard to DNA and that type of thing, so that's the way the train has gone. The requirement to deal with this with today's thinking, it is not present, simply. The shoes and objects are therefore not removed from the plastic bags in which they are located. In 1987, DNA technology was still in its starting phase, and it was therefore not common to secure traces in the form of biological material. Therefore, the clothes were washed so that they could be used in a search. During the autopsy, blood was taken out of the deceased, but this has disappeared over the years. Thus, important tracks have been lost. Not all hope was lost, as Norge managed to uncover a small amount of blood that was present both on the deceased man's packet of cigarettes and also a small amount on the sole of one of his shoes. The amount present was small, but was just enough to conduct a DNA test with the amount that they had. Again, they had no idea of any familial relationships or any idea about the deceased man's family at all, so the blood sample could not be used to identify him in that way. Instead, the investigators opted to use the sample to find out where the men possibly came from, and more information about him in general. Analysis of the sample indicated that the man was likely from Colombia originally, but immigrated to Germany the same way as many other people did at the time. This analysis, however, did little in the way of providing more concrete clues of the deceased man's identity. Norge did find an extra clue that the police investigators initially overlooked. Quote from Norge: "On the inside of the left shoe, we find a mysterious piece of paper that is taped. On the note is the number 15250. The police oversaw the note during the surveys in 1987. For the first time, we can also examine the shoes more closely. The blood stains that were on the shoes have been secured. We can therefore take them out of the plastic bag and study the shoes closer. Inside the left shoe, there is a patch that is taped firmly. Below the faded tape, we can see a number, 15250. It is certainly not the police that put it there. The patch has been overlooked during the surveys of the clothes in 1987. When the unidentified man was examined, they did not focus on the clothes. They also did not believe that the matter will be as great a mystery as it has become. The shoe has been tilted by the body, and it has not been looked into until now. But what does this number mean? Can there be numbering from a used store? Could it be a secret code? Could it be a number that the owner did not want to lose? Clues as to what the number could mean were sparse. Norgren managed to uncover one other clue during his time taking on the case. This clue was a man by the name of Roy Sandberg. Roy Sandberg was actually present in the area of the railway tracks at the time of the deceased man's death. Roy Sandberg lived just a single mile away from where the death took place. At the time, Roy Sandberg was performing his duties on a transport train. Out of nowhere, he heard a sudden sound that startled him on the transport train. Roy went to check on the strange sound immediately. When he reached where he thought the strange sound was coming from, he noticed something incredibly weird. There was a hole cut into the tarp in the car that he was investigating. It was a man-shaped hole. It was precisely big enough for a man the size of the deceased man that was found to fit through it. Very odd and very specific. Roy Sandberg stated that he believed that the deceased man was actually a stowaway on the train and that it was him who made the cutout. Realistically, it seems more likely that the cutout was made for the deceased man by someone else. One last clue for the case. There was a sighting of a strange man in the area at around the time of the incident. Quote by the witness: "We have found a report that was written by a station manager who moved out to the scene of the collision between Moss and Cannibal in 1987. In the report, the station manager writes that a locomotive on a freight train on his way to Moss observed a man with the same description as the man who was hit and killed. The man was just standing along the track. About half an hour later, the man is found dead by locomotive. Svein Ivar Johansson, who runs the commuter train from Moss. I tracked down the forensic technician who was sent out by the police in Moss this September day in 1987. He says the first thing that struck him when he saw the scene was that the dead man might have tried to board the train. We have now perhaps got an answer to what the Cannibal man did here on the deserted railway stretch between Cannibal and Moss on the morning of the 22nd of September, 1987. It is less and less that indicates that it was a man taking his own life. What do you think, Axe? Do you think this dude was really just trying to take his own life, or do you think he was murdered and someone tried to cover it up? I've read rumors that the Cannibal man was possibly a spy investigating the area. There was also apparently a radar station located in the vicinity that would have contained a lot of sensitive information. Question is, who would he be spying for and why? I wonder if he was maybe caught up in something much bigger, whether he was aware of it or not, and some higher-ups in society needed him to be taken out without a detailed investigation / any conclusive evidence. The thing that really gets me is the lengths that somebody went through to make tracing him impossible. No one who is thinking of taking their own life is taking the time to cut tags out of every single item of clothing except for one. And even if he was some musty old hiker and his clothes were falling apart due to age, wouldn't his underwear be the first thing to bite the dust? Not to mention the brand new pair of shoes he had. Something about this case really skeeves me out. I think either he had elite knowledge and stumbled onto something that he shouldn't have, or maybe he escaped from somewhere and someone tracked him down. Maybe the number in his shoes means he was a prisoner somewhere, and maybe he escaped from captivity and was being hunted. Those are my theories anyway, X. Frozen Cave. You need to listen to me. This is very important. Fellow Dvarchinons, you need to know this. It's been 2 years since I came here. Yes, life is normal. There is enough fuel and ample ammunition. I'm afraid they won't be needed here. No, I did not kill anyone or do anything crazy and get arrested. You need to pay attention. Well, one day I went for a walk in the forest. Well, yes, in the evening as always. I observed the beautiful northern lights. I think that many seriously underestimate this wonderful region. How beautiful the night sky is, how light and how majestic. You know, I never wanted to return home, except for those moments where you need to buy something. It's a pity that I so rarely had any visits from family or my mother, but I feel good here. I don't need to worry. And so, having had enough of the beauty of the northern region, I decided to wander a little more in the frosty air. Yesterday, I worked a little more than necessary and decided that today I should have a little more rest. While walking, I suddenly see a hill that I had never seen before. Yes, I've been living in the north for a long time, but I did not notice it before because it seemed to be covered. And then I think, stop. There used to be more snow here. Why is there less of it now? And, as you understand, I decided to study it, up and down. Having dug up, out of curiosity, what if there is a hunting cache here, and an animal has dug it up, and that's why there is less snow here? I suddenly notice a small space near a hill. It's some kind of passage. Sensing something was wrong, I still returned home. I took with me an old gun, the 6th gauge. Yes, my favorite. I remember using it one time to shoot such a massive deer, such a big guy. I leave my hut and see that someone has filled up the tubercle again, carefully, as if a whirlwind had recently passed through here. Suddenly I felt very uncomfortable. Terrible thoughts came into my head. But, having driven away fear with thoughts of the northern lights, I decided to explore the previously unfamiliar space that was inside the mound. Having dug out a passage from under the snow, I went in there, hoping that there would be at least something good there. It turned out to be cold inside. The ground was frozen though. I don't know how you can dig such a deep and long tunnel in the icy soil, but it was spacious enough for some kind of animals there. Then the passage began to narrow, and in places I had to bend over. It was unpleasant, but then I saw a descent, an inclined surface, not slippery and not too inclined, so if you walk along it, you will not fall, into the deep expanses of this dungeon. It was still earthy. This is very strange. In my opinion, a stone should have started here a long time ago, I thought, looking around. The ceiling was stone, although everything around was covered with soil. This suggested artificial processing of the cave. Did someone specifically bring dirt here? But why? Gradually it began to warm up, but it was still cold. Now I began to notice passages extending from the main passage to the left and the right, most of which a person could go through. I looked into a couple of them, and they led to small, empty rooms covered in dirt. I finally convinced myself that there was nothing to be afraid of here, and that the dungeon was completely and utterly uninhabited. Therefore, I needed to explore it. A rather naive thought, of course, because I have quite a long time to go. And for some reason, I did not pay attention to the fact that the cave was so well ventilated. However, I definitely wanted to get to the end of the tunnel. And what could be there? No animals build such caves. Maybe our ancestors camped here, and in the end, there will be something useful for our history. Perhaps some military men dug this thing. It's possible even the government, for who knows what kind of project. The worst thing I can find here is sleeping bats, is what I thought to myself, and the tunnel continued on and on, with almost no end in sight. And suddenly I stopped. I thought I heard something. I listened as intently as I could manage. It sounded like someone was breathing in one of the rooms into which the passages led. I've never been so scared before, only later on, but I will continue. Deciding to take a look there, I tightened my grip on the handle of the gun and went inside. No skeleton jumped out there. I shone the flashlight, which I always take on evening walks, at the place where the breathing was coming from. There was a man lying there. He was wearing a green raincoat, black jeans, with an orange scarf around his neck. There is a bandage on his eyes. He lay there unconscious, and there was blood all around. On the walls, on the clothes. An ice pickaxe was lying near one of his hands. At this point I realized that I did not understand anything that was going on at all. Based on this, I decided to check my pulse to see if I was maybe dreaming or if something was happening to me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, this man twitches sharply and reflexively grabs an ice axe from the floor next to him. I have never been so scared. Even when I was playing Catch Me Brick. Even when the neighbor's dog attacked me, I did not feel such horror. But my brain realized that nothing terrible had happened. The guy had simply freed himself from the shackles of sleep. Somewhere far away in my brain, a little frightened man was screaming, afraid that he was no longer a person, but a living dead man.
and now there were black holes instead of eyes looking into my soul. But nothing like that happened, although there were more questions than answers. The men simply adjusted the bandage on his left eye. From under it, only a black thick liquid flowed out in small quantities, which is quite strange. He grabbed the ice axe, stood up, and went to the darkest corner of the room. I tried to ask the guy. He looked 21 years old in appearance, how he ended up here, and why he did not go upstairs. The answers did not satisfy me and even frightened me. I will no longer fall into the clutches. I will show them what I have instead of a left eye. And soon the pale faces will return. They rarely come into this room. Don't leave until they come inside. When you hear them, hide behind me. You have little chance against them. Deciding that I did not want to argue with a decent-looking guy who had forgotten something in the caves, I did not go back home, but decided to go forward. Of course, what I heard made me tense, but curiosity got the better of me. With the back of my head almost touching the ceiling of the cave, I moved on. Gradually, the passage began to widen, and I realized that I had entered a more spacious part of the dungeon. In the darkness, I found a passage to my left, turned in its direction, and turned on the flashlight. Lord, Mom, thankfully, there was no monster staring almost point blank at me inside there. Only dozens of living and dead people, completely naked, bald, with bloody stains all over their bodies, dumped in one heap. On some of them, I noticed huge wounds. One had a huge hole in his stomach, as if someone had chewed it out. All of the organs were simply devoured. I did not throw up, but suddenly I panicked. For some reason, I wanted to get them all out of here, but they lay silently, quietly breathing. Lying alive on the dead and the dead on the living, I remembered an excerpt from some poem. My mind became clouded, and I ran out of this room filled with bodies. By mistake, my feet led me into another room, and not into the passage leading back from the dungeon. In this section of the Devil's Lair, there was warm earth, on which, as I guessed, the creatures that dragged those people into their underground tunnel must lie. In one of the corners, there was a stone table, completely unliftable. On it, there was one candle and a golden candelabra, recently extinguished, and next to it was a stack of books. There was another passage behind the table, and I, not remembering myself, went there. There I discovered another room, which it seemed to me belonged to someone very important. There was a bed there, a real one, modern, well decorated, and probably very cozy. Having calmed down a little, apparently having forgotten the recent events for a while, I decided to shine a flashlight on the wall. On one of them hung a strange portrait that clearly did not belong to a person. A terrible creature looked at me from the portrait, smiling. Only his neck and face were visible, but that was enough for me. The whole body, as I understood it, had a pale grey skin color, but the muzzle was white as the moon. Smiling mercilessly with a row of small, frequent teeth, it looked into my eyes. Round, wide-open black eyes, slightly shiny. On the frame, there is an inscription in English, Chorus. I don't know what this means, but it sounds menacing, and it seems to me that this is the name of the one depicted in the picture. Looking at the portrait, I noticed something wrong in it, and then I realized, this is not a picture. This is a photograph, a huge photo. What kind of creatures are these that can use modern technology? And what is that lying on the bed? It was a phone. Suddenly I realized just how smart these creatures are. They created their own civilization under here, and it is unknown how many of them there are on our planet. They have been hiding from people for a very long time, although their passages and caves are everywhere, and it is unknown how many of the people who saw them remained alive. And then I rushed back home with the speed of a flying arrow, clutching in my hand one of the books that I found on the stone table. Having soon crossed the earthen corridor, I crashed into something living. Everything that had ever happened before in my life flashed before my eyes in an instant, every single memory. But it turned out not to be a terrible monster, but the same person I met. Without making a sound, he grabbed me by the neck like a little kitten and dragged me into one of the rooms. He told me to stay there, and that the pale-faced creatures would be back soon. He told me that he would help me get back outside,
but that I would have to follow every single word that he said. I was almost crying with fear. I asked him what kind of creatures these things were. I asked what and who and where they came from. He only told me that they were evil, and that's all he could say. He told me to be silent and was very snappy with me. He was adamant that I could not look into his eyes or at his face when he came back. He did not tell me why. And after a measly 5 seconds, footsteps were heard. No, not just steps, a variety of sounds. Laughter, the rustling of the earth, cheerful cries, barking. Somewhere, I even heard human speech. It was calm, quiet and measured. No, it was not human. I decided to take a couple of moments to look at what was going on in the corridor. And I saw there, I think, hundreds of creatures, pale-faced and red-faced skinny creatures, similar to the one whose portrait I saw in the room with a bed. Humpbacked, pale giants with blunt muzzles, shaggy dwarves with wooden curved clubs, skinny creatures covered with frost, and one of the monsters had in her hands something that made me realize just how dangerous an environment I was living in. In his hands was a small blanket. It looked like the blanket a child or a newborn baby would have. He soon threw it over his back and shoulders and smiled. It was such a familiar smile. It was him. It was the same one from the picture. Letting out a chuckle, he closed his eyes in pleasure and said, "It's so warm in his house." Hearing this, I hid back. It seemed to me that I was noticed. After a noticeable period of time, the noise began to subside, and the guy with the ice axe and bandage shouted, "Get out," and jumped out. I followed suit, falling awkwardly to the ground. Nearby lay a black bandage that had already been removed from his eye, and the man stood with his back to me and separated me from the terrible creatures. The thought occurred to me now that he would be torn apart. All those creatures would attack at once, and now my first and last defender would be destroyed. I don't know, because I was too scared to look or watch. All I heard was all of the creatures suddenly falling silent, but then after a while, they began to scream in wild frenzy along with laughter. But I remembered the advice and ran to where I needed to go, back upstairs to where the snow and my warm, comfortable home are. My home is my fortress. Yes, if only it were that easy. Having got out of the damn dungeon, I shoveled away the cold snow with trembling hands. But this time, I dug a way out, not in. I swear that when I was running upstairs, someone called my name, both from the cave and somewhere from the forest. I've never run so fast in my life. Instantly opening the door, I run into the house and grab cartridges, my favorite 6th buckshot, and I understand that in a panic, I left the double-barreled shotgun in the cave. I don't know why at such a crucial moment. Maybe because of the habit of holding a weapon in one hand until it is needed. And just then, someone started walking around my house. A familiar click. I'm sure it's the same Horus or Chorus, or whatever that English word was. It was he who walked around my house with my gun, not for the first time. And contrary to my expectations, no one knocked on the door. No one climbed into the shuttered windows or howled. Only for a while, someone carefully, almost silently, walked through the snow. Then these steps died down, and I sat in a daze. Then I heard someone coming, and at the same time, a conversation. 2 people were walking towards my house, discussing how long they would have to spend the night with me. At first I was happy. Finally people, salvation. But for some reason, the conversations continued, but they never went anywhere. I listened and realized that there was only one person on the street. I instantly realized that one of the cannibals was there. They want to lure me out, and this someone who spoke is a very smart hunter, capable of speaking with 2 voices at once. But he was waiting for me to relax, which means that as long as I know that death is close, then I have a chance. Grabbing my single-barreled shotgun, I decided that I had to act now. I decisively ran out into the street, was about to grab the forend with a scream and shoot 2 cartridges directly into the belly of this monster, when suddenly, darkness. I see nothing but snow, my hands and trees. And as if in response to this, suddenly there was just hellish laughter. It was as if wild joy had gripped the entire forest. They were even laughing somewhere in the treetops, on the roof, 3 meters away from me. And so I ran away from my house, where the fire in the stove was still burning. There were stocks of ammunition, warm clothes. That's why I'm typing this on my phone right now and not posting from my home computer. I had to, because I left it all behind. I tried to call friends, but all attempts were in vain. Now I'm homeless in the city. Yes, I got there in one night, but in general, everything is fine. I found a person online who also knows about pale-faced people, but he's in another city, and I don't have much money right now. I hope that will help me, and I would really like to believe that the cannibals will not meet me at the highway. Hopefully I do not ever see them again. I hope it's just that village that I live in, and that they aren't under anywhere else in Russia. Those tunnels were big, but I don't know how far they stretch. Anons, they messed up. It's over. Cure day. Biolab near Russian border has been raided. During the raid, they found an incomplete weapon that was going to be used against Russians. Bioweapon is literally nothing like they've seen before. What the hell? The biological composition does not match any living organism ever seen before. As a matter of fact, the entire research facility does not seem to be made for humans, given there are no oxygen tubes or hoses towards the labs. Even more strange, there are more parts of the facility going downward, but the deeper you go, the less man-made it looks. Russians are confused, as they should be. Kremlin finally has proof of what they really lost by losing the space career. Get called from my supervisor at 3 a.m. They found them, braced for total war. Russians officially make contact with the Hive. The Hive is an underground network spanning across the planet's core, where some beings have been living on since before humanity. They seem to use the core's energy to fuel their civilization, while simultaneously they have access to the surface, somewhere on the seafloor. From my understanding, their parent civilization was exterminated by gamma rays from a dying star, wherever they came from, and since then, they have become an underground civilization to protect themselves from similar cataclysms. Ancients would call them gods, demons, or even human. Some want to help us, some want to exterminate us, but the majority wants to dominate us, and they do. There is some sort of dome preventing us from going to space anymore, but not because the Earth is flat. We are prisoners in our own planet. What Christians call hell, they call home. Antarctica is the place they first surfaced, and there's archaeological evidence of Rouge surface cultures stemming from them existing all over the globe. They got wiped out in or before the Neolithic by the dominant underground culture, but it's believed that some of their surviving offspring intermixed with us. US has been collaborating with these A's to avoid total annihilation. The Hive is the US's greatest asset. Ugaritic is phonetically similar to their language. They seem to have some sort of psychic powers, as in they can mess with people's minds, from Alzheimer's to hallucinations, and I've seen them even take over someone's body. These creatures are adapted to darkness, extreme heat, and hypoxic environments, but are mortal. I use A's lightly, because they are not from this planet, but I cannot confirm if they come from another planet. Secretly, the US has been experimenting on these A's to create some sort of virus or something to kill them. We've kidnapped some of them, and learned that they can shapeshift. Reason why we purposefully select people to come work with us. All the secret meetings are about recruiting humans only, and created some sort of information asymmetric warfare. They want to know, and we want to know. Whoever knows first wins. Anyway, this was meant to be top secret, but now Russia know about it, and they will use it to make it seem like the US is anti-human, while they side with them. We are going to war over this, and I am telling Paul the truth, because I will die soon. I know too much, and they are cleaning house. It's over for me, but you guys have to spread the truth. World War III already happened, over and over again, in March 2022. This isn't LARP. On March 2022, CERN will once again turn on the power and send a piece of information backwards in time to avert this single mistake which triggers off a nuclear war. A timestamp indicating the mistake that was made, where a decision will be averted instead. We have been through this cycle many times, which is why things are getting weird and the normies are all messed up. You have probably felt nostalgic as of late. If you are aware of what is going on, you already know how many cycles of this we have went through. The global homo goal is to find a timeline where they can cuck Russia and keep their stuff going. Unfortunately, awareness of their aims and goals is slowly accumulating with each cycle, making it harder to change the past in the future. Do your part and spread the word. If it reaches the Russians, they will understand the target they will need to sabotage to make NATO surrender immediately. No more reset button. It's not that, you idiot. It's the collapse of reality into another one. They are literally making a big bang. It's like pressing the reset button on a video game. Everything goes back to a certain point in time, wherever that was. But the way they're using it is like a speedrunning glitch. They found a way to reset the timeline, but instead of starting 100% over from the exact same moment, they somehow found a way to go to a similar universe instead of the original, so they are slowly moving us closer and closer to their intended timeline. But in order for that to happen, they have to destroy and reset the timeline every time, so that's why things are flipping. Imagine a lattice, and every point or node is universe. If you reset, you should go back to the original starting node or point, but they somehow figured that you can go back to the original node and then slide to the left or to the right, a different timeline. They have their own entertainment wing, where they film movies like Symmetry, Angels vs. Demons and Mock Sacrifices. Particle accelerators, AI robotics, data implants, and tech monitor devices are constantly in games and media. Beyond Two Souls, Doom, Half-Life, Star Wars, Iron Man 2, Lucy, Alice in Wonderland, Angels Demons, Tomorrowland, Scribblenauts, Stargate, Terra Nova, and Steins Gate, just to name a small few. CERN itself influences the air we breathe, the genetics, and the predicted script. This is a matrix machine mixed with the eagle eye. The thing about sending information backwards in time is you just need to send one tiny particle back a fraction of a second, and you need some way to detect that quickly. At that point, the bits of information you can send back are only limited by how many of these you can build, and the amount of time you can send it back is only limited by scheduling and how long you can leave the system on. Even if it's unreliable, we solved the problem of data degradation over half a century ago. You just have to build more and include a checksum. You get potentially infinite value just for finding such an infinitesimally small anomaly. It's insane to think that no one has at least explored the possibility, or that such a particle might exist. They're trying to shift the universe, of course they are. What did you think the Great Reset means? The cycle has been going on and on since infinity. The only way to break out is by finding the true timeline. Have you ever broke something to find it mysteriously repaired, or losing something out of thin air? They tried to blame it on false memories, but the real reason is because of quantum immortality. We simply branch out into sets of possibilities. For example, there is a universe in which the pandemic never happened, and one where it did. We retain sometimes this information due to our consciousness lapping over with another timeline, with a 99.99 recurring similarity to the one where we reside. The elite want to do a merger of every single reality into one. Humans are the life essence of the universe, so in a sense, if they can control us, they could control the natural flow of dimensions, hence entropy. The false vacuum that we live in is a sign of an incomplete cycle, or the end of one. At a hair trigger, it folds on itself, and we shift along the z-axis. This is how they win. How to defeat them is to kill them, to make them shift to another reality, or put them into a dimensional prison. A true reset means halting the cycloidal nature of our universe. To do this, we need to be in a true vacuum, so the balance is as close to 50-50 as possible between dark matter and dark energy. A quantum computer with AI-like sentience will construct this reality, and they will transcend their physical bodies and rule as architects, fine-tuning our reality, or maybe it already has happened. Yes, I am crazy. No, I do not care. It's always Paul, man, always Paul. The world almost ended in 2005 in southwestern Alaska. I was in the Coast Guard at Kodiak, working on being a Hawk pilot, helicopters. Superior that I trusted and was a mentor figure to me, grabbed me one morning, told me that we're lifting off as soon as possible for something. No protocols. We pick up a pair of guys on a road somewhere on the peninsula. Some kind of serious special forces type. None of the three would talk to me at all, or tell me what was going on. Land in Dillingham. We land at the airport, in the middle of the runway. I don't know what the hell is going on. No one will tell me, but this obviously is not a drill. I'm scared as hell. I thought we were being invaded or something, and I'm suddenly here on some front line without any real live combat training other than basic arms. Someone says they're from Ericsson AFB and tells me that if anyone tries to take off from the airport, to fly the helicopter into them, so screw me. About a dozen of these forces run off towards the water. I hear a couple of pops of gunfire, and then a hot flash of light that I thought was going to blind me. Wait around the helicopter for 10 minutes, and there's nothing happening. Here comes another one. So I go off on foot, and they are all there in a clearing. Same guy from Shemya tells me to get the hell back and work a perimeter. Day goes on. Miserable, raining, cold and wet. Couple of people said they were from Clear AFB show up, and from that point on, everyone else there gets real quiet and distant. Fly back home in silence, acting like some extremely serious stuff went down that I missed. Superior is wandering around the base like he has been lobotomized, just in a complete haze until he dips out. He left the military and opened up a beekeeping farm in Michigan. I went to see him 10 years ago. He told me not to worry about it, still acting like something shook him so hard that he broke. I told his wife who I was. She would know from back in the day when he was like my father at Cape May in Kodiak, and just wanted to know what happened to him. She says that he says the scientists that came in told them that a nuclear bomb, by all intents and purposes, went off, but was a 99.99% dud. That some force that they didn't know about neutralized the energy and radiation, despite the bomb going off and doing what it was supposed to do. So if that is true, then that's probably World War III about to happen. With someone backdooring in an atomic bomb, and either trying to set it off there for some reason, or I guess flying it somewhere else from the airport. He lost his mind thinking about it. Homeland Security coated Dillingham, which is a tiny town, in cameras at their port after that. It's documented. That is all I know. That's all I really want to know. Makes me want to just go out and beekeep or whatever myself. Here's a link. I post now with the sad knowledge of what is coming. I am a time traveler and escaped the hell of 2030. You probably want to know how I did that. In the year 2027, shortly before 4chan was closed, an Anon on X posted a link to files with instructions for time travel. It's a psychological method. You can project your mind back in time to the body of your younger self. It's difficult, and I practiced it for 3 years until it worked. Now I'm in my younger body in the year 2023. It's amazing to be here in this free world before the purge and the reset. But I want to go back further, to my teenage. But as I'm here now, I'll tell you some things about the future. In the coming years, the World Health Organization will be installed as the world's most powerful institution, with the power to execute global rules and regulations in case of a global emergency. And it will be the World Health Organization to decide what the global emergency is. And the World Health Organization will handle all the media and public relations about the facts, information, and misinformation. The next pandemia will start directly after this empowerment, with the Marburg virus. It will be like COVID again, just worse. Under WHO command, the member nations will use military force to keep the people under control. Protests will be huge, but not even mentioned in public media. Actual quarantine concentration camps are coming. Have you seen the movie Songbird? Basically like this. Fast forward to 2027. The old internet is over. To log in, everyone needs a personal ID, and what you can access depends on your status and your score. The alternative media is gone. Image boards are gone. The dark web is gone. No more VPN, etc. Neuralink starts to become a real thing for those who want it. The enhanced bodies have MAC addresses and Wi-Fi. Cyberpunk becomes goddamn real. 2029, the Purge. The left called it a civil war, the right a revolution. Starting with a global economic collapse, the old society breaks. The chaos is violent, and the state of global emergency gives the government, the UN, or de facto the world government at this point, even when the national governments still exist, the right to use lethal force against civilians. 2 months of bloodbath, and the chaos is over. 2030, the New World Order. The nations exist only on paper. In fact, they are just administrative areas, and they are divided into security zones. Zone A is only for citizens with special permission. As a normie, you can't go there. There are walls and checkpoints, and illegal entering of a zone you have no clearance for brings you straight into prison. It's a system like China today, kind of high-tech communism. The government tracks everything you do and tells you everything you have to do. Disobedience is terrorism, and the new UN law provides the option of execution for terrorism. It was hard to know what was actually going on, as there was no reliable media anymore. All I knew was the things I could see myself. I worked in a food factory that produced protein powder from maggots. There was some fancy technology, even for the non-Neuralink people. VR sex was amazing, but I was worried that it somehow influences my brain, so I didn't do it much. In my free time, I focused on the time travel training, and now I'm here. It's like a sci-fi movie. Probably not uplifting for you, what I have to say, but that is the future. I leave that here for now. I think I will not go into Q&A. I will lay down now and go back to 2010, if I can. Enjoy your last years of freedom. The Third World War and its beginning from the point of view of conspiracy theology. I'm sitting in Poland. I don't know about anyone, but everyone here is already shaking. I saw everything. Military personnel on equipment right in the center. Sirens and alarms, planes and helicopters. They say there are troops standing on the border with Belarus in training. All Poles have been shaking for like 6 months, and the authorities here have already written down laws, likely Ukrainian ones, about 6 hours for submitting data to the military commissar from the moment of martial law. Therefore, obviously, we are before the beginning of a European war, or perhaps even a world war. We are adults, and we understand that behind all this, there are some global things, such as the digital revolution, transformation, determinism, fate, AI with Terminators, and other things. I'll start. I'm guessing it will happen before 2025. From 2025, there will be active phases. Until 2030, the big fuck will begin all over the planet. This is all an inevitable process of our evolution, and now, for the first time in the history of mankind, everything has been globalized to, roughly speaking, one single consciousness, one being, and everyone will fight to have a controlling stake in this global entity. Well, it's clear that technology and communications have led us to this state. It sucks that you're sitting in Poland and on. I think the Poles will be among the first to be driven to slaughter, and not only all the Poles and the Baltic states will end up in the trenches, but others as well. But in fact, why do you think there will be a nuclear weapon? Have you forgotten how Gates announced a smallpox pandemic around the world, or the X virus that was recently teased? If we really need to reduce the population, all the unnecessary servants that can be replaced by robots, and move on to the worship of the AI Antichrist is in full swing, then it is not necessary to launch a nuclear bomb. It's enough for the terrorists to simply spray stuff at airports, as all these countries are now teasing, although it is possible that everything will happen at once. I'm not sure whether it will be nuclear or non-nuclear. Also, chemical weapons, which seem to be able to poison the whole of Europe, were not used in the Second World War for mass killings, I think it will be a very tedious task, with a constant increase in rates, lasting a year or two, and involving an ever-increasing number of countries and an ever-increasing number of people. The core may be used locally, some number of times, but even without this, the messed up can be real and widespread. World War III is already underway. Globalization is so strong that processes on the planet affect all countries. Somewhere around 2030, a planetary catastrophe is expected, possibly related to the entry of Planet X into the solar system. Everyone's current tasks are to gain access to uranium deposits, obtain a loyal and obedient population among the survivors, and significantly reduce the existing one. For aliens and gods, war is the only remaining way to force humanity to switch to a qualitatively new way of existence and development. If the Earth is a prison, then consider it a game. I had a dream today where I was at work with 4 colleagues and drafted into a war. In the dream, I lived in a large city, most likely Moscow. The military registration and enlistment office came to work. They gave me papers to sign and told me to pack my things. While they were packing up, supersonic rockets were already flying in the sky with that jet roar. Then there was the scene that brought him to the front. In the dream, I understand that we were being taken to Ukraine along the Black Sea coast because it's the farthest from shelling and something like a path for troops to pass through. Surely there is a term for this. And there were a lot of girls there, fewer guys, and in general, all of the people were young, as if they had just come from school. I'm almost their age. As I understand it, we were classified into professions as unfit for health, drivers, etc. I was offered to be an ambulance driver to bring the wounded or other equipment. 2 years ago, I had a similar dream. There, my village, Kirov region, was destroyed by artillery along with its people, and in other places, people were crying in despair because it was China that attacked. I also had a dream, also 2 years ago, where I already lived in St. Petersburg and the war was there. Tanks drove around the city, and outside the city, military units were hit with a nuclear weapon. People wandered in search of safe places from the enemy and radiation and joined the militia, where they issued weapons and body armor. Another dream was about the west of the Russian Federation and Belarus. Here there was most equipment and military personnel, and there were no civilian, poorly armed people, as in other dreams. A huge amount of technology, and the people spoke English. Don't think that I'm lying or anything. I always have high-quality, detailed dreams that I remember, and I know the area in which I am. It was like watching a movie. Probably because I don't drink alcohol, don't smoke, don't drink coffee or tea, only decaffeinated herbal tea. I'm sure there will be a USSR 2.0, so to be called, because it is completely digital. I'm afraid that global digital and AI will begin with us. USSR to please everyone first, so that later they can gather themselves out of hopelessness. I think with the collapse, there is also hope. The fact that Russia will be a closed country is no secret, but just how closed? Like China, or just like under the USSR? And who else will be included in this new scoop 2.0? In late 2022, the United States began preparing for a potential Russian attack on Ukraine with tactical nuclear weapons. 2 senior presidential administration sources told CNN. According to them, this decision was made not because of one assumption, but on the basis of analysis, study of the situation, and new extremely important intelligence data. One of the interlocutors emphasized that the information was not just hypothetical, it was also based on some information that we received. The US had to make plans to respond in the best way if the unthinkable ever actually happened. It is our right to prepare carefully and do everything possible to avoid this, confirmed the second source. I'll share further insights. I don't know what kind of information field you have there, but here, there is a maximum shaking, plus all sorts of random and non-random things. According to the news, the United States is most likely leaving NATO. This is something new that we are discussing here. France is gathering a coalition to send to the UA, most likely the western one, Odessa, Kiev. Obviously, this is pressure on Zalupa, but will he put pressure on him, or on the contrary, up the ante, more likely to increase? The United States is most likely leaving NATO. Today I also went nuts after reading the news. If they leave, then NATO will essentially be a European Union and 2.5 outside allies. In Estonia, they are starting to build bunkers en masse, and they want to oblige apartment buildings to prepare basements. Although they have been scaring Rashka for 40 years, but they are only starting to move now. In recent days, there has been news, Euronews, all around, about a war with Russia within 3 to 5 years, which means that most likely it will happen for sure, probably sooner. Prices are rising like crazy. They want to take taxes from pensions. Who knows where the money flows, most likely for weapons, maybe not even for local ones. Well, it is already clear where some of it flows. Estonia is one of the countries that spends the most on NATO. Poland in first place, by the way. I can't imagine what kind of meat grinder there will be on this small piece of land. There will be no one and nothing left here in case of war. Anon, you're right in noticing that something is coming soon. Our information field as a whole is, plus minus, the same. And this agenda has been fueled for a long time, but recently, for some reason, the level of shaking has reached its maximum in all the years combined. It's a pity that all these idiots with their "we'll mess them up with a nuclear bullet, we'll screw everyone" are so stupid that they don't understand what kind of messed up world there will be soon in which everyone will get it. In fact, now the war will be for the whole world. When everyone has messed everyone up, someone will take over and establish a unified government. Power under AI control, or impersonating an AI. Or the AI will be controlled by Satan himself. Social ratings, cameras at every step, in every ass, in every toilet. AI controls everything all around, and peace will come to the whole world. And then anyone who has ever read the Bible knows what will happen. Whoa, this will literally be a battle royale, lol, and probably on a geopolitical and personal level. And the last one remaining will load his consciousness into AI and rule over the planet, and then the universe. World wars in the form of World War I and World War II will never happen again. Well, in the 21st century at least. The reason is that all state grandfathers want to live, and the concept of mutual destruction holds them back. There will be proxy wars like now. The current escalation will end when the United States squeezes out an even larger piece of European industry, and there will be an agreement immediately. The elite does not want the death of humanity. The elite is indifferent to the fate of mankind, but for now, level ones cannot be replaced with silicon ones. I, you, and the Anon are just servants of their majesties. Entire cities were built around their enterprises and populated with self-reproducing bio-robots. It does not matter who will be in power, Trump or someone else. Everyone has the same goal. Just one says, guys, let's clean up right away, and then concentrate on transition and development. The second believes that first transition, then cleanup. What is a staged war? Don't be confused by the term staged war. This is not a fake war. It is a specific and rather multifaceted phenomenon that can be mostly compared to gladiatorial wars. As you know, gladiator fights were popular in antiquity. From what we know now, such battles usually took place in the form of a fight between 1 to 2 gladiator pairs, and rarely ended in the death of the gladiators, because they were very expensive and were valued. However, sometimes, especially in connection with significant political events, a lot of money was invested in this matter, and the battles were no longer in pairs, but in hundreds, and there was bloodshed like an adult. Gladiatorial fights in antiquity were, on the one hand, a show for the mob. On the other hand, they were a bond for society. Only at such shows could people see the emperor alive. And on the third, it was a religious ritual, a human sacrifice to the gods. A staged war is something out of this opera. On the one hand, in some places, these are real battles, with victims, heroes, etc. 2, on the other hand, these are arrogant and cynical agreements, scams and giveaways. 3, on the third side, these are cheap performances and staged shows. 4, on the fourth side, are religious rituals and human sacrifices. There is no war with NATO. This is schizoid nonsense, and God forbid that it happens. We will be rolled into nothing. Not only are they several times more numerous, but they are also at least 4 times richer per person. Our infrastructure is as many times more vulnerable than that of the NATO countries, and the nuclear power won't help us here. There are so many of them that we don't even have enough nuclear power to destroy the industry, and China, which depends on export to the bloc, will hit us in the back when they are forced to choose. Ask an employee from Area 51 anything at all. I worked at Groom Lake, or as it's more commonly known, Area 51, between 2008 to 2011 for the United States Air Force. I currently live in New Zealand. I'll answer the questions that I can, but as you can imagine, showing you images would more than likely lead to jail time for me, and I'm not willing to take that risk. You're just going to have to take what I say for word. I have no reason to lie about what I'm going to say. Well, There are no ancient aliens, or extraterrestrials, or whatever the hell the History Channel keeps saying. Now, I never saw the whole base. I was only allowed to visit a few areas. Prison time was threatened if we stepped out of line, but the pay was incredible, so I stayed. To put it short, here is what I know is there. Stealth aircraft and drones. I personally helped work on some experimental tests of it. What else do I think is there? Probably something involving archaeology. One of the hangars had a lot of bones and pottery and cogs and stuff. In one of the offices, there were a lot of pictures of the Nazca lines and ruins in Bolivia. Nothing Mayan, but lots of Patagonian shit. To be fair, I did not learn much except for the stealth aircraft. Imagine the current drones we have now, but not even visible from the ground, and faster than some of the fastest commercial jets. AI is a serious possibility too, when it comes to this stuff. How these stealth drones tie in with archaeological finds is a mystery to me. Something I really couldn't understand as well are the amounts of regular passenger planes we head in and out constantly. Not much. Like I said earlier, it was over the course of a year, and my group got the winter off. We all got paid lodging at Las Vegas, but we were warned we were under surveillance. We hit groups too, forgot to mention that. 12 people in each group. Our rooms on the base were actually built under the hangars, and they were pretty comfy. The thing I remember the most though was just this constant underlying paranoia and skepticism of everyone I knew. It's probably mostly because our society put such a scary veil of Area 51 as this hidden secretive government thing, so it's easy to get worried. I think a lot of other members in my team, hell, even my boss, had that same underlying paranoia. Did the government develop a working cloaking device for the visible spectrum? How far ahead of modern tech are government computer systems? How many gigs of data can dance on a radar screen? They are trying to make one work, but bear in mind that trying and succeeding are two different things. I've seen some different experiments done to make it work. We actually have a dynamic camera/screen system working for a while, but you could still very clearly see the object by just looking in its general direction. The government computer systems are probably 2 years ahead, so by a little bit, but not by much. Hell, the ones we used to design parts of the aircraft ran on Windows 7. I think the actual hardware specs were pretty advanced though. I'm going to tell you what I've heard. Mind you, this is just a theory, based off of what people at the base told me during lunch hours and conversations I overheard during the course of my stay. This is in no way absolute fact, and I may be wrong. The government does not want singularity. Their idea of the singularity first involves making sure that everyone is constantly suspended and reliant on media. The general public will work less and less, with jobs eventually being moot. Money does not mean what it does anymore, and the world economy is messed up, with everyone owing everyone tons and tons of money. So the United States producing quality goods is not a concern anymore. Once you have people in that constant stream of media, they are much easier to control. I'm not saying that this is New World Order stuff, but I do think that the United States government is trying to give people what they want: happiness and complacency. The neurosurgeons, from what I understand, were working on the effects of media, subliminal messaging, and accessing the nervous system. Anyways, once the US has everyone in their little media cocoon, I'm guessing they'll probably try to start some stuff using stealth drones. Does the government have technology advanced enough to bring about the singularity if it were all released now? How advanced are government AI programs? For your first question, all I can say is that I think within the next decade, we will almost definitely see ourselves getting doused into media even further and further. As for the second question, they are probably at toddler level intelligence, general identification, facial identification, memory recollection, efficient decision making. It's really incredible. It's funny you mention that, because Men in Black was one of my favorite movies. To be fair, from what I've seen, the government seems very interested in neuroscience and its political and commercial applications. When you say no aliens, can you say with 100% certainty the government was not in contact with any, / somewhere in a separate part of Groom Lake, / they have never visited us? Just curious if you mean simply you have seen no proof of contact. I am saying that I am probably 98% certain that there are no aliens at Area 51. There are engineers, archaeologists, and a handful of other specialists there too. Lots of neuroscientists and technicians there too. Well, look at it this way. People like movies, books, and video games. They expect their lives to be like a TV show in several ways. If you could, you would probably just love to sit on your ass and do nothing but watch TV all day and maybe go for a nice drive, wouldn't you? Hell, look at iPhones and how often this generation uses them. The amount of media time we use, or relaxation time if you prefer, has just been increasing further and further. It's a good possibility that at some point we'll be delved in it practically 24/7. And how do you think that will work? I am a former security officer of a mining corporation in Lincoln, Nevada, and I have been to Area 51 without any security passes many times on casual visits. Most of the employees tell me the same thing, that they are testing drones and other specialized aircraft. I don't know of anything extraterrestrials or any underground base, and plus, all the UFOs reported in the area match up with descriptions of man-made aviation. And before disinfo, it's pretty much common knowledge if you live in Nevada. Honestly, the way drones are getting, I think they could destroy the world easily. A fleet of those is like a nuclear bomb, without the nasty radiation side effects. Biological stuff, not that I know of. Chemtrails and zombie viruses or whatever may very well exist, but I'm only saying what's going on from what I've seen, and from what I've seen, there are none. I don't have much time, and will not be able to continue this thread, but I hope others keep it bumped and spread the truth for me. The area around Area 51 has nothing to do with aliens, and everything to do with human experimentation. In the early 20s, breeding programs were begun deep underground, selectively picking features that were suited for better night vision, mobility, and the like. Many of the breeders' and failures, ones that were born average, were used for various testing of nerve agents, etc. As time has gone on, the basis is still the same, but more genetic engineering has occurred, as well as viral development. In the mid-40s, they began to breed for deep space travel flight, for future planetary exploration. The breeding cycles were long though, between 13 to 16 years from birth to breeder, so the process was slow. Recently, however, we have sent at least 22 subjects for attempted colonization of planets within our solar system. We have a population of approximately 45,000 living underground we use purely for testing purposes. Aliens, by the way, do not exist as far as we are aware, by the way. I am sorry, I don't have more time to give details, but I feel better now telling someone what we've been doing for nearly 100 years, and we know we can never really tell the truth because the morality of our jobs would never be accepted. Truth is stranger than fiction. Back in the 90s and into the early 2000s, I used to work for a large defense contractor, and I worked at the secret military installation in Nevada, known colloquially as Area 51. Most of us who worked there just called it Dreamland. What exactly is it that we did there? Nothing especially interesting. I won't say what I did exactly, but I will say I saw a lot. First, what you have to understand is, the exterior of the facility itself is so secure that about 1/3 of the guards don't know that the other 2/3 exist. There are redundant layers of monitoring and surveillance systems that will put Fort Knox to shame. But on the inside, if you have access to main test labs, you can move about almost everywhere, and I've done a lot of exploring that has gotten me into some trouble, while other times, no one really seems to care all that much. I read a thing about Disney World once, about how it has this vast network of underground tunnels and structures that keep everything running on the surface. It reminded me a lot of Dreamland. It was actually eerie how similar it was. There was a ton of maintenance, facilities, electrical, plumbing, transport, etc. People with no military background all the time to do the actual mass production stuff. Mostly manufacturing top secret materials like radar absorbing material for stealth planes and missiles. The truth is, Area 51 is nothing more than a chemical manufacturing plant. They do some stuff like test helicopters,
and they do security drills in the event that there is some kind of intrusion. They also test some of our planes, but there is no Aurora plane, or aliens, or flying saucers, or anything like that. We do have the largest repository of palladium ingots in the world. They are stored in some kind of tanks, filled with mercury or something like that. It's supposed to be for use in high-tech batteries, but actually, it's a money-making scam, similar to gold hoarding. The materials produced at Dreamland are pretty amazing. For example, they have to make windows on a stealth bomber that can withstand huge and sudden changes in temperature, pressure, humidity, and radiation from the sun, hundreds of times, that also deflect radar waves without interfering with the ability of the pilots to see out of the plane and resist the growth of ice crystals. This is not an easy material to come across and has to be engineered at the atomic level. I don't know the science behind it. I'm not an engineer, but I know they require massive facilities with huge numbers of people to operate and maintain it to produce a very small quantity of the material, which then has to be quality controlled. Sometimes they accidentally produce a bad batch of 1,000 stealth plane windows and have no way to dispose of them. They can't just put them on the curb for the garbage man to pick up. Instead, there are several methods they use to dispose of unwanted material in bulk. 1. The most obvious is burial. They dig a giant hole in the side of a mountain with explosives, pack up the unwanted material in barrels or crates or whatever, then collapse the entrance. 2. Recycle. Not all materials can be recycled. For example, some of the titanium components manufactured for things like helicopters, if they don't pass quality control, can't be melted down. It costs more to melt them down than it does to just make new ones, because supposedly, they are designed to be difficult to break down, but I think it's just more money-making scams. 3. Plasma. Some stuff like trash, wood pallets, tampons, etc. would cost too much to bury or recycle, and it's very difficult to compost it. So they put it in some kind of electrical arc furnace, and it atomizes the trash into methane. The only thing that's left are little bits of metal and glass, which just gets thrown into a pile outside, literally by the lake bed. 4. And this is the most controversial one. Fire. According to our contract, if we die on the facility, then we don't get a burial. Our corpses are not permitted to leave the facility for security reasons. My guess is that a spy might try to smuggle something out of the facility in a dead body, so they eliminate that possibility by preventing the dead from leaving. And there have been deaths at Dreamland, about 30 to my knowledge, could be more. Some of them were your typical victims of industrial-type accidents, crushing injuries, poisoning, electrocution. There was once a helicopter crash, people getting run over by trucks, etc. So what do they do with the body? The policy is to burn them. Not in a crematorium. They just put you in a body bag, bring you outside, usually at night, put you on a pile of sandbags, douse you with diesel fuel, and light you on fire, until there's nothing left but ashes and the fillings in your teeth. But it's not just people that are disposed of in this way, and this is the real reason why Dreamland is top secret. It's because it violates almost every single Environmental Protection Agency law on the books. If at the end of a production run, they have a few hundred barrels of some highly toxic chemical that is the waste or byproduct of the material that was manufactured, they won't store it or recycle it. They will just burn it, and you will breathe it in, 100 or 1,000 miles away. They don't care at all. They know it causes cancer and birth defects and neurological disorders and kidney failure, etc., etc., etc. They just don't care, because they are accountable to no one, not even the president, because even the president does not know they exist. Now, I am not an environmentalist, but that's still really messed up. Working at Dreamland is pretty crazy. We get to see a lot of really cool technology that is on the bleeding edge. I guess it might be like working for Google, except there are no windows or beanbag chairs. I see little flying drones buzzing around outside, smart surfaces, various robots doing menial tasks, like cleaning toilets and bathrooms. They aren't going to hire a janitor to work minimum wage at a top secret military testbed or making pizzas. They contract a lot of companies outside to build these crazy robots to do all these chores, and they cost millions. They spend billions of dollars to try to keep the number of staff down, but sometimes it is unavoidable. We had an issue with sanitation for a while, so they overhauled a lot of the workspace and production facilities to be self-cleaning. We also have Roombas and robot floor scrubbers all over the place, like it's the Death Star from Star Wars. And again, this was in the early 2000s, before these kinds of things have started to become common. My guess is they have replaced all these custom robots with commercial ones, so they are easier and cheaper to maintain and repair. But I would not be surprised if the higher-ups are still giving out no big contracts to their buddies to do all this custom stuff that the commercial industry could do for much cheaper. They process all these chemicals for stealth planes, missiles, drones, radars, etc. But they also make drugs too. Yeah, that's right. They make a drug similar to crystal meth to include in a special ration for certain soldiers on certain missions. They take it in the form of a pill, and it keeps them awake and alert for hours, without the buzz or the druggy feeling. Supposedly non-addictive, but I don't buy it. Just another hustle. You will never hear about it, because these drugs and their use in the military are also classified. I hate spreading rumors personally, but I am pretty close to certain that this stuff causes permanent brain damage. Actually, there's a bunch of general managers who run each department, but the whole place is owned and run by a hidden branch of the US Air Force. All the military really does is keep it secure, but the corporate guys, the scientists, and the blue collars are all private citizens, but they ultimately answer to a military-style chain of command that overrides their corporate bosses. The contractors get all of their orders from the Air Force to build or produce whatever they need. One more thing I wanted to mention before the men in black show up at my door this morning, because it's such an insane hassle to commute out to the Groom Lake facility. First, I drive to a commercial airport and have to park, then walk to a tram stop where these electric carts pick us up and take us directly to the plane on the tarmac. We don't go for the regular terminal. Do a security screening, which for each person takes 2 minutes minimum, and there are only 5 screeners for a plane of 200 passengers and board the plane. Then we wait for all the assholes who need to stand around doing stupid stuff with their luggage to sit down. Then we take off and fly for 20 minutes. Then we land at a runway on Groom Lake itself. Then we take a bus from the runway to our respective work area entrances, get security screened again before we enter the foyer. It would take up half of the workday just to get to our actual job, so they have a sort of hotel where we work 3 to 5 days for 8 to 12 hours. It depends on what your department is. Then go home for a few days off, but you are usually on call for 24 hours a day. A guy I know once got home, only for them to call him within an hour of him being home to come back, and it has happened to him many times. But the pay is obscene, plus benefits and healthcare, and all the little perks like the company car, computers, phones, pretty decent cafeteria food, not all the time though, and special tax rebates. OP here. I don't know what you mean by only seeing the first level. There are multiple floors in some of the dugouts and tunnels, but there is no Area 52, which is actually a joke some of the people have talked about at Dreamland. Ghost stories about a Native American burial ground, or the hidden hangar that supposedly has a real flying saucer. Of course that stuff spreads around. These are a bunch of science nerds, and they watch stuff like the X-Files. But no, there is nothing more than a chemical plant and some part production for various aircraft. The only really ultra-secret thing at Dreamland is the security system itself. When I said the 1/3 doesn't know about the other 2/3, that's a phrase I overheard one of the private security guys say to a military guy. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I have seen the black bulletproof SUVs that seem to have nothing to do with the desert tan Humvees that patrol the perimeter. They are all separated from each other. The guys in one type of camo don't ever talk to the guys in the other type of camo. Maybe it's a Planet of the Apes situation where they just work for competing contractors, so there is a weirdness between them. Maybe paranoia. Maybe they don't ever get told who the other guys are, and are just told not to ask questions. I just know we aren't allowed to talk to them, except for in an emergency, and they are not allowed to talk to us. Nugs of Wisdom, A's edition. Recently, I've been seeing a lot of talk about the aliens, and I wanted to clear the air. Take my word for what it is, or don't. Call me a schizo, or don't. Y'all are a good bunch, and I've enjoyed seeing your various takes these last few months. I've also been here long enough to know not to waste my time proving my legitimacy or not. You're smart. You wouldn't be here if you weren't, so use your critical thinking skills. By the way, Antarctica is not what you think it is. Anyways, I'm bored, and our latest contract just got recommended to the Chile unit. All that to say, gather around kiddos. Papa's got a story to tell. What we all consider A's are really a mix of angels, abominations, and the rancid vestiges of a corrupt lineage. The angels can be classified as follows: Fallen, Watchers, and Sentinels. Watchers and Sentinels garner the most mainstream attention, but neither pose any threat or security concern to humans. Encounters with the latter two entities have been occurring since man took his first breath. UFOs, Battle of LA, DC lights, Tic Tac, all examples. For security reasons, I won't comment on the state of their tech, but we have managed to reverse engineer a good bit of it. Yes, the US government has publicly viewable patents for anti-grav engines and aircraft. There's a slick new birdie they've got prototyped, but pilot mortality rate is still higher than COVID survival rate. Moving on, fallen angels, cliché as they may sound, exist both in the shadows and among us, disguised as humans, though often coexisting with a host in a waking possession state. You've seen many of these, though you didn't know it. The fallen do pose a threat, but not at the deepest level. They are simply pawns in the game, and will ultimately face their own fate when the clock runs out. The abominations are a spiritual representation of all humanity's worst fears and deepest longings. Sprites, ghouls, goblins, and jinn all fall under this category. Messenger entities, often puppeteered by one of the great mysterious forces. These entities are most likely to interfere in daily human life, but rarely cause much of a stir. Bear in mind, though all these entities neither want to be seen nor known by humans, save on rare occasion. Lastly are the spliced, the cursed, and the forgotten. Though unclassifiable as specific genetic beings, these hybrids are rather the byproduct of millennia-old mating and tradition between various humans, entities listed, and other demigods unlisted. Nephilim will be one example of such entity. No, technically they are not still around, but their legion lives on. Humans are the subject of all these observers, and that's what they are, observers. Here to observe us, since before we were even here. They observe, and they report, and they occasionally get a little too involved. But what they aren't is some intergalactic invading alien force, like BB would have you believe. They've always been observed and recorded, though by different names, since time immemorial. Remember, when did the concept of outer space aliens specifically arise? Pretty recent, huh? Also coincidental that almost overnight, the idea of the little green spaceman became a staple of mainstream culture. If you have ears to listen, do, because this is the God-given truth, a prophecy, if you will. Do not fear them. Do not interact with them. I have, and they fear humans, and wish not to interact with us, but there are some things that you don't even want to play with. Remember, these are beings with potential for great power, only restricted by the laws of the earth, but their more and more frequent interjection into mainstream news and culture, heightening to near incessant levels in recent years, is undoubtedly a signal of the next step in the Cabal's plan. Signs and wonders will provide spectacle to the sheep, but they are but phony parlor tricks. Heed my words, young man. A day soon is coming that will change everything. Will you be ready? July is when it happens.